CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The light that shines in women's eyes has been my heart's undoing, sings the poet. By this does he mean the light that resides in their eyes, or is it a light in their eyes that tells falsehoods? Who knows? Of one thing we may be certain. When we attempt to interpret the light in a woman's eyes, or even in a man's, we tread on dubious, doubtful, and possibly dangerous ground. Our mystery drama, The End of the Rainbow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Terry Keane. They say that the 40s are the dangerous age. Yes, the 40s. Most people have already seen the dreams of the 20s accommodate to the realities of the 30s, and now one is faced with the need to prepare for the 50s and beyond. But there are still those who must attempt that final, desperate fling. Into what? Well, into whatever they think they need.
Hello? Oh? Well, listen, Jessica, James is napping. Oh, yeah, he's had the usual day. Oh, no, we haven't had dinner yet. Well, all right, I'll ask him. Let me call you back. No, I hope so. James? James?
What? No. What is it, Connor?
It's time to wake you up for dinner.
Oh, for dinner? That's right.
Listen, Jessica just called. Tom has tickets for the ballet. You know how hard they are to come by. Anyhow, there's a pair for us.
Oh?
I know it's a sudden thing, but it is the greatest dance company in the world. We could meet Tom and Jessica at Lauricchio's for dinner.
Well...
Or if that's too much of a rush, we could have something light here and join them at the theater.
Look, honey, it's going to run very late.
It'll be over before 11.
I know, but then we'll have to stop somewhere. With one thing or another, it'll be 1 o'clock in the morning. I have to make a 7 o'clock flight to Chicago.
Oh? Are you going out of town again?
There's no way to avoid it. Anyway, actually, I'm so tired I couldn't enjoy the ballet. Listen, I'll tell you what. Why don't you go ahead without me?
There would be a problem about the other tickets. If we can't use them, then Jessica would like to give them to the Strattons.
Oh.
I'll have to call her back, tell her we can't make it.
Carlotte, I'm really sorry.
No, I understand.
It's just that I'm so bushed. I don't even think I want to get up and have dinner.
James, it isn't as if this is happening for the first time. Or even the last.
Sorry you had to get up so early to drive me here, but, at this hour, there was no way I could depend on a limo or a cab.
It's all right. I've had plenty of rest.
Anyway, I'll see you day after tomorrow. Now, look, if you need me for anything, I'll be at the Ritz Joliet Hotel.
Good enough.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Carlotta, you're angry.
Me? Angry? Now, what makes you say that?
I just want to say this. For whatever it's worth, you can't have it both ways.
What can't I have both ways?
I know you're upset about last night.
Me? Upset?
I know we don't seem to go out very much these days, but you were all in favor of my becoming sales manager and what it means financially.
I'm not the one who actually made the decision.
Oh, but you're enjoying the new house and the boat and the club.
And you're enjoying the power and the influence and the deference.
Look, I don't think this is the kind of conversation we should be having when I have less than 30 minutes till plane time.
When should we be having it? When you're home, you're tired. When you're not tired, you're not home. Why don't I call your secretary? Maybe she can give me an appointment.
Carlotta, this isn't fair.
Well, tell me why.
I'm going to miss my plane.
All right, you'll miss your plane.
Carlotta.
What can possibly happen?
You don't understand.
Well, the sun stands still in the sky.
Now, don't be foolish, will you? There's a meeting of the board of directors. People are coming in from all over the country, even from Europe.
Oh, I'm so impressed.
Carlotta, I just wish you
All right,
could...
all right, I'm sorry. You shouldn't be having a scene like this. You will miss your plane.
Look, we'll talk when I get back.
Sure.
I mean it. Now, this time, I really mean it. Look, the ballet that you didn't get to see last night, it's on television tonight. So you really didn't miss it.
That's nice.
Well, at least it's something for you to do tonight. And as you say, they're a marvelous company. So it should be a nice evening.
Don't worry about me. I'll find something interesting and exciting to do.
How's the ballet?
It's all right.
Just all right?
It's magnificent. Is that better? Things go well today?
Yeah, they may have gone too well. The chairman of the board thinks we should enlarge the agenda.
What does that mean?
Well, it means we'll have to stay here an extra day or two.
Or 3?
I guess it was my report that did it. You know, it was a fantastic thing, Carlotta. It opened up whole new horizons. I did myself no end of good.
Well, that's nice.
Is that all you can say?
What do you want me to say?
Carlotta, we'll make up for all this. You'll see.
Sure.
No, I mean it.
I mean it, too.
Darling, I'll be home by the end of the week for sure. And we'll straighten everything out.
Yes.
Okay, good night, darling, and enjoy the ballet. Hey, look, and tomorrow night, why don't you have dinner with my sister?
Good night, James. Why not? All right. Why not?
Hi. Buy you a drink? Well, just staring into the mirror behind the bar is no answer. You could say yes. Or you could say no.
Or I could tell the bartender you're bothering me.
You could. But that wouldn't be such a good idea.
No?
Oh, he'd tell me to shove off, but he wouldn't like it.
Why wouldn't he like it?
Because it goes against the basic purpose of this establishment, which is to provide a place for congenial people to meet. You did come here to meet someone, didn't you? Well, take me. I'm a very respectable sort of fellow. That is, I look respectable. Jerry, another round here.
I'm not sure I should have another.
You don't have to drink it. Just contemplate it. I bet you're doing this for the first time.
Doing what for the first time?
Coming into a place like this.
What makes you say that?
It's written all over you. Look in the mirror. You'll see a very nervous lady. Perspiring profusely, too.
Well, it is rather warm in here.
Ah, contraire, as they say. It's comfortably air-conditioned.
I better go home.
Will you be happier at home?
Oh, no, but I'll be safer.
Aren't you running away from all that safety?
Who says I'm running away from anything?
Why do people come to places like this? If they were happy and well-adjusted and fulfilled, well, they'd stay at home. Well, wouldn't they? You're married.
That was no great deduction. You can see my ring.
What's wrong with your husband? Now, don't tell me there's nothing wrong with him.
Maybe there's something wrong with me. Oh, he's always so busy.
He makes a lot of money, doesn't he?
But it takes all his time and energy.
And that's why you're here. To find something that's missing in your life.
You have this deep, penetrating analysis of other people's alleged problems. Why are you here?
I'm traveling. For my company. I guess I'm pretty much like your husband.
Oh, no. You are more open and relaxed. You have a sense of humor.
My wife would disagree. She thinks I'm rather dull. I always seem to be tired and... well, my wife complains that I never take her out. I'm on the road too much. The atmosphere in my house must be pretty much the same as the one in yours. What do you suppose your husband's doing right now?
He's in Chicago.
Oh, my hometown. Where in Chicago?
The Ritz-Joliet.
Oh, I know it well. He's probably downstairs in the Explorer's Bar.
James?
And with some woman.
Oh, not James.
And he's with a woman who isn't giving him a hard time about how he neglects her. She thinks he's charming and full of fun. Wouldn't it be something if she just happened to be my wife?
Do you mean your wife goes to bars?
You're his wife. And you do.
Oh, but believe me, this is my very first time.
There's a first time for everybody.
James, picking up a woman at a bar. No, it boggles the mind.
Why? Is James so unattractive?
Well, no, not really.
How often does James travel away from home?
Oh, at least once a week. Very often twice.
Same here. And you know something? I really don't have to.
You don't?
Nobody has to. Very often, things can be settled with a phone call. But it's usually so dull and uncomfortable around the house. You think James has someone out of town?
I never thought about it.
That's probably what James is counting on. My wife has accused me of many things, but running around with other women has never been one of them.
Oh.
Oh is right. It never occurred to you, did it? The Explorer Bar in Chicago is a swinging place. Very much like this one. You'll notice a great many attractive people hang out here. Actually, if you're not attractive, they find ways to discourage you from coming.
Does that mean I'm attractive?
Basically.
And what does basically mean?
Basically, you're a homebody. And it shows. In subtle ways. How you dress and wear your hair. But you'll get into the swing of things soon enough. My name is Terry.
My name is Carlotta.
Yes.
I notice we're keeping this on a first-name basis.
Yes. We're defining the limits of our relationship at the very start.
Our relationship? Who says we're going to have one?
We both did. That's why we're here.
You were remarkably sure of yourself, aren't you?
Just honest.
I think I had better go home.
I know a better place. Rainbow Point. It never closes. The casinos keep going all night. The floor shows, lights, music, action. That's what you want, isn't it?
But that's more than 120 miles away.
Is that your only objection?
And it's across the mountains.
It's a great road.
I don't know you.
As it turns out. You don't know your husband either.
Rainbow Point.
I bet he never offered to take you there.
He says it's a place for foolish and frivolous people.
Don't you ever feel foolish and frivolous?
When could we be in Rainbow Point?
Before midnight.
I always wanted to go.
My car's right outside.
What are we waiting for?
What are we waiting for? You might think we would be waiting for caution and prudence, those handmaidens to the great goddess of common sense. But no, Isn't it remarkable how people instantly, irrationally throw everything into the hands of fate? She meets a stranger in a bar, and suddenly she is willing to place her life in his hands. Of course, he is also placing his life in her hands. Act 2, in just a few minutes. What does the poet say? We do not what we ought not we do, and we lean upon the thought that chance will bring us through. Chance. So much of life is left to chance. There are those women who, when they are ready to marry, say yes to the first man who asks them. And when they are ready for an affair, also say yes to the first man who asks them. It's always a matter of being in the right place at the right time, isn't it?
Where are we now?
Oh, about halfway.
How can you tell? It all looks the same to me.
Does it?
Oh, it's just one hill after another, surrounded by dark, brooding forest.
Hey, none of that. You just get ready for the time of your life.
Oh, I have been getting ready for a long time.
Well, at Rainbow Point, the action never stops.
I am 40 years old. You know what my life has been? Stiff and staid and stuffy. I always wanted to be a writer, a poet.
Well, what stopped you?
You want the truth?
Yeah.
I stopped me, but it's James' fault.
How do you figure that?
Oh, he should have encouraged me more. But let's not talk about James. Let's not talk about anything except having the world's greatest time.
And we shall.
And his family. His father's a judge. His sister's a professor in college. His brother's a minister. We have a great name, Armiston. It's a name to be constantly respected, protected.
I thought we weren't going to talk about him.
You're right, we're not. Hey, you know, you are handsome.
Thank you.
I walked into that place. To me, it was such an alien action.
Maybe not as alien as you think.
I said to myself, I'm doing it. I'm actually doing it. I am breaking every canon I've ever lived by. I looked at all the men sitting there, and I said to myself, I hope he tries to pick me up.
By he, you mean me.
I almost lost my nerve at the last minute, but you helped me. You got me over my shyness.
Well, from here on, it's clear sailing to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
The end of the rainbow. Look out! Oh, hey, what's the matter? Why are we pulling over?
We have to stop.
What is it? What is it?
I don't feel so...
What's wrong?
I think it's my heart.
Your heart?
I know it's my heart. Look, just reach into my jacket pocket.
All right.
You'll find a small vial.
Yes?
Hurry.
All right,
Hurry.
all right. Wait, here. Okay, I've got it.
Open it.
Oh, I'm trying.
Quickly.
Why do they make these things so hard to open?
Please.
Oh, here. Okay,
Take
got it.
out one of the pills.
Yes.
Just put it in my mouth.
All right, here. All right. Do you feel better?
I don't know. Oh, it takes time.
But it works. It works, doesn't it?
It does. Until the one time when it doesn't.
You better not talk. Please, try to rest.
I better get to a hospital.
Yes, I'll drive. You move over.
I can't. You'll have to help me get around the other side of the car. Push me over.
All right.
Try to push me over.
All right. You don't do anything. All right.
Oh, please. Easy.
I'm trying. I'm here. I'm trying as best I can.
Can you get behind the wheel now?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, hurry.
Oh, don't even know where a hospital is.
Keep driving. We'll find something.
What's the matter? What's wrong with it?
Please, hurry.
Something is the matter.
Oh, no. I forgot the...
What did you forget? Well, let me... Oh, I don't believe it. The gas. The needle is past empty. You forgot to fill the tank. How could you be so stupid as to forget to fill the tank?
Please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, what are we going to do now?
I don't want to die.
Oh, I haven't seen a car go by in the last 10 minutes.
Please, go for help.
Go where? On this road at night?
I can hardly breathe.
Where am I going to go?
I think I remember a filling station. It was just a half mile down the road.
I'm scared.
Help me.
I know. All right, I remember. I saw it too, but it was closed.
It might be. There must be a phone booth.
Oh, it's so dark.
It's less. I know it's less than a half a mile.
It's just that I'm
It's less than a half a mile. You can run a half a mile. It's just a few minutes. Please, I can't talk. Oh, my chest. It hurts.
I don't want to go out there. Don't you understand?
I'll die.
Why did I ever get into this?
Please.
All right. Oh, wait. I hear a car coming. He'll help us. I'll wave him down. He'll help us. Help! Stop! Please! Stop!
You'll have to go, Carlotta. You'll have to go.
On this road. At night? How can I do it? And if you know you have heart trouble, why do you go to bars and try to pick up women? Why don't you stay in your room and rest? What right do you have to endanger yourself? And me? Do you know what you're asking me to do? Terry?
I can't talk.
All right, I'm going. I'm going to start running. And I'll keep running. It's all right, don't look left. Don't look right. Just run. You keep running. Running. There, I see it. The gas station. Oh, why is everything so dark? Is anyone here? Anyone here? Of course not. It's closed. The phone booth. There is a phone booth. Oh, now I need a dime. My purse. Where's my purse? I left it in the car. No, I dropped it. I must have dropped it along the road. Or did I leave it in the car? No. Operator? Oh. Operator, this is an emergency. A matter of life and death. Operator, I'll give you all the money you want later. Please, operator, answer me. Operator! I can't get the operator. I've got to. Answer me! Answer me!
Hey, you'll only break the phone, ma'am, and that's against the law.
You're an officer. A police officer. I didn't hear you come up.
Well, I shouldn't wonder, ma'am. You're so upset. Now, what seems to be the trouble?
Listen to me. A half a mile down the road, a man in a car. He's having a heart attack.
All right, come with me.
I come with you? Where?
Right here, the squad car. Now, you say it's a heart attack?
Yes, he knows it.
All right, don't you worry now. We'll have help for your husband no time at all. There's Parmalee, car 10. Need an emergency unit right away. There's a cardiac incident half mile north of Jensen Station on Sunset Highway. Now, you just get inside, ma'am. We'll go back to where your husband's at.
But...
Yes, ma'am? Get inside. We have to get there quick. Now, what's your name?
My name? My name is, Farrell. Rosemary Farrell.
And his name?
And his name is, Terry.
And where are we bound?
Where were we bound? To Rainbow Point.
I know you're very upset and excited, Miss Farrell, at a time like this, but these are just routine questions.
Questions? Are they going to ask a lot of questions?
Well, when they get him to the hospital, the doctors will want to know all about your husband's medical history and so forth.
Oh. Will there be any other questions?
Like what?
Will it get into the newspapers?
Are you your husband famous?
Oh, no.
Well, that isn't going to make the front page. Maybe carried on the inside somewhere.
Why?
Well, it has to go down in the police reports. The newspaper fellas check those things out.
The reporters.
If it's a slow day, they give it some space.
So everybody will know about it.
Ah, I see him. Hey, just what you said. Mr. Farrell. Mr. Farrell, you okay? Farrell? Don't try to talk now. Just rest easy. Relax now. Help is on the way.
My name isn't Farrell.
I should have known.
My name
Now, don't talk. Just rest now. Just rest.
My wife. Call my wife.
Sure.
I love my wife.
I know.
If I don't make it, tell her I loved her.
Are you going to make it? Yeah, you're going to do fine. Everything's under control. Hey, listen, you hear that? There's help's coming now. Everything's going to be okay.
Okay, let's get that stretcher over here. Hi, Parmalee.
Well, Mickey, are you on tonight, huh?
Yeah. Fellas, help me ease him out onto the stretcher. Give me a hand. You'll be fine, mister. Just lie back. Don't try to talk. What you do, Parmalee, just happen to see him off the road?
No. This woman was with him, and she ran down to Jensen's gas station to try to get some help.
Woman, huh? And he's wearing a wedding band. I guess you better be his sister. All right, now, slide it easy into the ambulance.
That woman and me will follow you in the squad car.
Okay, fellas, Harry, let's move.
Okay, lady, let's get started. Lady? Hey! Where'd she go? Lady? Ma'am? Now, look, I know what you're thinking. That there's going to be publicity and they'll find out who you are and you'll have to answer questions and it'll get back to your husband. But you can't hide here. Now, lady, wherever you are, come on out. This is kind of a wild country. You got some big cats in those woods, maybe some bear. I'm not trying to scare you, but you have to think clear now. You've lost your head. Come on back, please. For your own good.
For her own good. But how good is that? Our heroine is being tossed on the horns of a dilemma. To accompany the police officer to the hospital means her immediate identification and the unpleasant complications that are bound to ensue. But what is her choice? The desolate wilderness, alone at night? It all goes to prove the truth of the old proverb. Getting into mischief is always easier than getting out. Well, we'll just have to get into the third act. If it's 10:30 in the evening, where would you expect to find Mrs. Carlotta Armiston? Or to be more precise, Mrs. James Vernon Armiston? In her rather luxurious home, or in the equally well-appointed home of a friend or relative. Certainly you would not expect to find her crouching behind a tree in the desolate wilderness alongside the lonely Sunset Highway. And less than 50 feet away, a police officer is trying to talk some sense into her.
Ma'am, you better listen to me. You can't stay out here alone at night.
Go away, please. Go away and leave me alone.
Lady, now please think about what you're doing.
I know what I'm doing. All I need is for James to find out. Oh, no, never.
I have to report in. Nobody be able to come out here to find you now till daylight. That could be too late.
Oh, just go away.
This is the worst thing you could do.
It's the only thing I can do. How can I answer the questions you'll ask? What is your relationship to this man? Relationship? Why were you with him?
Okay, lady, you've been warned.
What's that? I suppose it's a bear. I better get out of here. I better get back to the road. He was right. I can't stay here. Officer! Officer! Would you wait for me? Officer! Officer! He's gone. I should have listened. Oh, that's a car coming. I'll get a lift. No. Right. What was that? He said something about big cats. What kind of big cat? I better run. I can't. Why can't I run? Why can't I move? I can't move. I'm so terrified. I can't move.
Hey, is that really a human woman standing out here in the road? In the middle of nowhere? Hop in. What's the matter? You want to stand out there all night? My name's Artie. What's yours? You what?
I can't move.
Why not?
I'm so frightened.
What's there to be scared about, huh?
Everything.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of scary out here at that. Yeah. Well, why don't you get inside?
I told you I can't move.
Hey, maybe I got just the medicine for that, yeah? Here, have some.
What is that?
What's it look like? A bottle, right?
What's inside?
Well, take a swallow.
No. I better not.
Come on. It'll relax you. Go ahead. There. You feel better?
I don't know.
Just you step inside. Yeah? See? You can do it. Now, that wasn't hard, was it? And we're off. And may I have the bottle, please? Thank you.
You're not going to drink any of that now, are you?
Well, what's wrong with now?
Well, you're driving. You shouldn't.
What are you doing out here? All by your lonesome this hour of the night, honey?
It's a long story.
I just love long stories. You know why? Because that's life. Life is a long story.
Please don't take another drink.
Don't worry. I'll leave some for you.
I don't want any.
What?
Oh, look out.
Look out for what?
You took that curve too fast.
That's one thing you don't want to do. Don't tell me how to drive. I was born with a steering wheel in my hands, you know. I can drive with my eyes closed. I can drive fast asleep. What do you think of that?
Please, I must ask you to stop the car.
What?
I would like to get out. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
I am asking you to let me out.
Why?
Because. Just because.
Because you don't want to drive with a drunk.
Look, I didn't say that.
But you meant it.
Just please let me out. I'm asking you.
No kidding. A good looker like you. What were you doing out there all alone, huh?
Oh.
I mean, this is the middle of no place. Okay? I'll tell you. You were with a guy. Am I right? I'm always right.
Please stop the car.
You're like my wife. No, you're much better looking.
I would like to get out.
You had a fight with a guy, huh? Right? Now, why did you have a fight with him? Well, I'll tell you again. He made a pass at you, right? But he did it the wrong way. No finesse. Now, honey, you're going to have absolutely no complaints about me.
Please, will you please stop the car?
First, give me a little kiss,
I want to get out.
For sure. But first, give me a kiss.
Take your arm away.
Why?
Because you can't drive with one hand.
Cut it out, baby. Quit putting on an old act.
What act?
A dame like you's been around, I can tell.
You take your arm away.
What would you be doing out here by yourself? Some guy ditched you, that's why.
I just want to get out.
We'll both get out and we'll have a real good time.
You are drunk.
Don't let that bother you.
Let go of me.
Now, you just hold still, sweetie.
Let go.
I said hold still.
Look out! Look out!
Well, hello.
Oh.
Just mind if I come in? I see you got home all right, Miss Armstrong.
How do you know my name?
You have much trouble?
How did you find out who I am?
Well, I know how you got home. You managed to reach that all-night diner 10 miles south of the gas station and got a cab. I described you. That's what Bill Henry, who owns the place, told me.
What do you want?
I just came here to return your purse.
My purse?
It's a bit scorched. I didn't know it was yours at first.
Where did you find it?
Well, where do you think? I noticed you didn't have one when I first saw you at the gas station, and then I drove you back to Mr. Starrett's car.
Starrett. Is that his name?
That was his name.
Oh.
You didn't know him very well, did you?
I didn't know him at all.
Hey, you must have picked up your purse before you went off to hide.
Yes, and then I lost it again.
I'll tell you where I found it. I was driving around looking for you, and I saw a fire in the distance. When I got there, I found a car in flames. The man had evidently driven off the road. I noticed the scorched purse on the road. It's yours.
Yes. He was drunk. And when he hit that tree, I tried to get him out of the car, but he was too big. He was too heavy to move. And then the fire started. There was nothing more I could do.
Yes, I understand.
Am I going to be arrested?
Arrested? What for?
Won't they want to ask me questions?
We have all the answers. Man dies of a heart attack. Another man gets killed because he was driving while drunk. I mean, you didn't really know either of them, so what light could you shed on the subject?
Thank you, officer. Thank you.
Miss Armstrong, I only met you for the first time last night, and I wouldn't swear to it, but I imagine that you've got more gray hairs in your head today.
Yes.
You have a very nice home, Miss Armstrong. And I'm sure you must have a nice husband, too. Well, I better be going. All this was unofficial, so I appreciate it if you never said anything about it.
I won't.
It's been a pleasure. Bye, Miss Armstrong.
Goodbye, officer. Yes. When is your next flight to Chicago? I'd like to make a reservation. Excuse me, could you tell me where the Explorer's Bar is?
Other end of the lobby, miss.
Thank you. I don't think she's interested, James.
What?
The tall blonde in the booth. You've been giving her the eye for 5 minutes. There's nothing doing there. Take my word for it.
Carlotta.
I think she wants the dark-haired man at the end of the bar. But he's been giving me the eye.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Carlotta.
All right, I tell you what. Let's neither of us ask each other that question.
Look, I just came down for a nightcap.
Sure.
I guess you caught me.
Why do people come to places like this, James? To find someone, right?
Right.
Have you found anyone?
I think so.
So have I. And I also found something else. The end of the rainbow.
Oh, Carlotta, we have so much to talk about.
We do. But we don't have to talk about it tonight.
They say that no man is a hero to his valet. It is also true that few men are heroes to their wives. Does custom stale? Does familiarity blunt the appreciation? The next time you see an attractive, exciting-looking woman, consider the fact that she may be rather dull and ordinary to her husband. I shall return shortly. We look for mysteries in plays and books, stories and movies, and we never really appreciate the fact that within ourselves are the deepest and most perplexing mysteries of all. Who are we really? Why do we fall in love and out of love? What are the sudden bursts of passion and of emotion that drive us to all sorts of incomprehensible actions? Shall we ever know? It seems that the more we learn about the human psyche, the less we understand. Our cast included Terry Keane, Mandel Kramer, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. This is a tale about justice, about the lady who stands over the criminal courthouses of America with a blindfold over her eyes. Of course, the blindfold represents impartiality, not faulty vision. But yet, there are occasions when justice seems to be looking the other way. And that's something which bothers Attorney Ned Murray very much indeed.
He's getting away with murder, Tony.
Our mystery drama, After the Verdict, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Tony Roberts. What better place to begin a story about justice than in a courtroom? This one is packed today because it's the day the jury is going to return its verdict in the case of the People versus Louis Rydell. That's Rydell over there, the thin man with the burning eyes. See the way he searches the face of every juror who takes his or her place in the jury box? It's only natural, of course, because Louis Rydell had been charged with murder. Shh, quiet now. Presiding Judge Lincoln Arthur is about to speak.
The foreman of the jury will please rise. Has the jury reached a verdict in this case?
We have, Your Honor.
Please read your verdict to the court.
We find the defendant, Louis Rydell, not guilty. You did it, Mr. Murray. Congratulations, Lou. I'm very happy.
You're happy. How do you think I feel? Hey, come on, let's get out of this place. Let's celebrate, huh? Let's pick up my wife and have a ball.
Well, I don't think I can. I promised my boss that I'd go down
You don't
to
care about your boss. You want to see that daughter of his. Okay, we'll make it a foursome.
I can't, Lou. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, Counselor. Melanie's got a cab waiting outside. Boy, did I read those faces wrong. I thought, that's a hanging jury if ever I saw one.
The only one I was worried about was that little old lady with the blue hair.
You just can't tell about a jury from their faces. My last case, well, I thought they all looked friendly, but I lost.
You won this one, Mr. Murray. I bet that boss of yours is real pleased. I mean, all this publicity that you got. Well, you're a regular Clarence Darrow.
Look, Lou, we don't really have to talk about the fee settlement now. Why don't you and Melanie just go out and drink up a couple of bottles of champagne?
Oh, Lou doesn't drink, Mr. Murray. Lou doesn't have any vices. Do you, Lou?
I want to get the money settled, Counselor. Melanie here doesn't like to hear about money. She just likes to spend it. We'll drop her off at home.
Hey, you promised to take me someplace.
Wait for me at home, Pumpkin.
Oh.
Daddy will be there just as soon as he settles things with his lawyer. Okay?
What choice do I have?
I'll be home in an hour or two, and we'll go out to dinner. Just stay in the apartment, and don't open the door to anyone. And if you have to open the door, wear some clothes, baby, huh? Yeah, this is a nice little office you got here, Mr. Murray. Only, strikes me as kind of small, isn't it?
That's big enough, Lou.
I mean, compared to that big office down the hall, Mr. Ostrow.
Mr. Ostrow is the senior partner of this firm, Lou.
Well, maybe when you marry his daughter. You are going to marry that chick, aren't you?
Let's get down to business, okay?
I mean, the way she was hanging around that courtroom every day of the trial, I figured she was pretty stuck on you.
Lou, this meeting was your idea. You said you could manage to pay about $150 a month, and that's perfectly fine with me.
Sure, Mr. Murray, anything you say.
We could have settled this in the taxi.
I guess I just didn't want to face Melanie for a couple of hours. I needed an excuse. You understand?
I suppose so.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Mrs. Rydell? Oh, yes, she's very lovely.
She can't help herself, you know. The way men bother her all the time. They look at her and right away they get ideas. It's not her fault.
No.
She's not smart about it, though. She doesn't know the way men think. Like the way she answers the door sometimes in that sloppy housecoat. She gives people ideas. Like that kid Yost. I feel sorry for that kid, you know?
I know you do. It's just too bad that he got himself mugged the day after you threw him out of the house. You wouldn't have gone through all this. You wouldn't be owing me $150 a month.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him. Kid delivers the groceries every day, gets the same eyeful every day. His tongue must have been hanging out.
Lou, I really have to get on home. I've got a party at my boss's house tonight.
But just the same, I'd do it again. That's the way I am. When a guy touches my wife, I get a red fire in my brain and I can't stop myself. Now, I owe you a lot, Mr. Murray. More than money.
Well, forget it. Just learn to keep your temper.
I really killed that boy, you know?
What did you say?
I killed him, Mr. Murray. I waited for him in the hallway the next day, and I grabbed him. He was a scrawny kid. It was like wringing the neck of a chicken. I'd do the same thing again, Mr. Murray, to the next guy who bothers my wife. They've got to learn. Well, I better go now. Melanie's waiting for me.
You lied to me. Every stinking word you told me was a lie.
Don't be sore, Mr. Murray. I couldn't tell you the truth, could I? I mean, you wouldn't have taken the case, would you?
Yes. I would have taken the case and told you to plead guilty with cause.
No, that wouldn't have been any good. I wanted you to get me off, and that's what you did.
Look,
I've got to go now, Mr. Murray. I just want to say thanks again.
Oh, you think it's that simple? You think you can just walk out of here?
Melanie's waiting for me. She likes to eat dinner early. The girl's always hungry. So long, Mr. Murray.
Oh, my God.
Light on the ride, more on the...
Ned! Ned, for the love of Mike, where you been?
Sorry I'm so late, Mr. Ostrom.
Who do you think this party's for, anyway? Well, come in. Karen's going out of her brain waiting for you to get here.
Well, looks like quite a crowd.
Well, they're all in your pocket tonight now, Ned. All right, everybody, hold it. Here's the man we've all been waiting for. Ned Murray, folks. Greatest trial lawyer since since Harry Ostrom. All right, come on, Ned. Karen's over here.
Ned!
Hi, darling.
Where in the world have you been? The party started 2 hours ago.
I just lost track of the time, that's all.
Must be love, if you ask me.
All right, I'll see you kids later.
Ned, come into the kitchen for a minute. No, it's full of servants. Come into the bedroom.
Now, that's an offer I can't refuse. Well, what did you have in mind?
Give you one guess. Oh, darling, I'm so proud of you. You were so wonderful.
That kiss was pretty wonderful.
Father says that you are everything he used to be in the courtroom, and there's no higher praise he can give than that.
Well, look, let's forget about the trial. It's over.
Oh, no, I don't want to forget about it, Ned. I'm just so thrilled with the way you handled the case. That man Rydell seems so guilty.
But there's too much fuss about all this, Karen.
Father said that if you could win this case, you could do anything. That it would mean a lot of business to the firm. Do you know what I think? He's not going to wait on that promise about the junior partnership. I think he's going to do something about it right now.
Are you serious?
Don't tell him what I said, but I'm sure of it. Ned, you'll have to stop making excuses pretty soon, lover. You'll have to name the day. Oh, for heaven's sake.
It's probably your father wanting me to join the party.
Hiya, Ned. Ostrom told me you were here.
Tony, for the love of Mike, I haven't seen you in ages.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, hey, I am sorry. I didn't know you had somebody with you.
It's all right, Mr. Igo. I was just going to fix my makeup. See you later, darling.
Yes, sure. Tony, I don't think I ever saw you at Ostrow's before.
Yeah, you know me, Ned. I don't like to mix with all these big shots. Hey, you still talk to ordinary people? Big celebrity like you, huh?
I'll talk to you anytime, Tony.
Listen, I was in court today. I've been there the last 4 days. Bet you didn't even notice, huh?
That was nice of you. Busy man like you.
Well, I got a personal interest. You know that.
Sure. Tony...
I was real glad you won, kid. Reminded me all over again what you did for me 2 years ago. Getting me off that murder rap. It was like seeing the whole thing again.
It wasn't the same, Tony. But for one thing, you didn't kill it. Come on, let's go out and get a drink.
Not for me. Since I seen you last, I got me an ulcer. That's the price of success, you know, in my business, just like yours.
That's too bad.
You know something, Ned? You don't look so healthy yourself.
I'm okay.
You look great in that courtroom, only now, you don't look like a guy who won a case. You look like a loser.
I'm just tired. Let down, you know.
Yeah, sure. Hey, look, Ned, you remember what I told you once, huh? You got any troubles you can't handle, I want to hear about them. You got a favor coming from me, and it bothers me not to pay off.
That was a long time ago. You don't owe me anything.
I keep good books. Don't tell me who I owe. Hey, go on, Ned. Find that girl of yours. Maybe she can cheer you up, huh?
Tell you the truth, Tony, I need a couple of minutes all by myself. You know how it is. Huh?
Yeah, sure. I know how it is. Sometimes too much is too much.
Yeah, that's right.
See you around later, kid. Okay?
Yeah, later. Sometimes too much is too much.
I really killed that boy, you know.
He killed him. He killed him, and I let him get away with it.
I killed him, Mr. Murray.
Oh, God.
I'll do the same thing again to the next guy who bothers my wife. I'll do the same thing, Mr. Murray. The same thing.
I'm coming. Oh, Mr. Murray.
Hello, Mrs. Rydell.
Oh, well, Lou isn't home, you know. Oh, he went to see Mr. Fleming about going back to the company.
I knew he wasn't home. May I come in anyway?
Oh, yeah, sure. Look, do you think Lou will have any trouble? I mean, getting his old job back? You know, he was their best salesman before the trouble happened. They won't hold it against him, will they?
I don't know. I want to ask you a few things.
Yeah? Oh, well, sure.
Mrs. Rydell, before the trial, you told me your husband was the jealous type.
Yeah, that's right.
But you said there was never any reason for his jealousy.
But do we have to go through that again? The trial's over, isn't it?
Please, it's more important than you think.
Why?
This delivery boy, Yost, I tried to underplay Lou's anger about him in court, but he was really pretty sore about the pass he made at you, wasn't he?
But I told you all that. Yes, Lou was sore. Sore. He was crazy. I didn't even want to tell him about the kid because I was afraid he'd... Well, you know...
Mrs. Rydell, the trial is over, just as you said. Nobody can charge Lou with the same crime again. That's the law in this state. So you've got nothing to lose by telling me the absolute truth.
About what?
Lou did kill that boy, didn't he?
Hey!
He waited for him the next day and choked him to death.
That's a dirty lie. How could you, of all people...
All right. Maybe you didn't know the truth. Maybe you believed your husband the way I did.
Oh, you get out of here, mister.
Please, I'm not through. The reason I know this is because Lou told me himself yesterday in my office. Lou isn't going to change because of the trial. He's an insanely jealous man, and he might very well do the same thing again.
Oh, you're awful. I thought you were so nice, Mr. Murray, but you're terrible.
I had to let you know how things are with Lou. He got away with murder, and that makes me sick to my stomach. There's not much I can do about it, but maybe you can do something, Mrs. Rydell.
Me?
You can be careful. Do you understand?
No.
You've got to make sure he never has any reason to be jealous.
Listen, if you think I play around...
Even if he misunderstands your behavior, somebody else might get Lou's hands around his throat. It might even be easier for him the next time. He got away with it once. Please, Mrs. Rydell, for his sake. All right, for mine. Don't make your husband kill again.
I don't know about you, but I think Mr. Murray's request is very reasonable. The only problem, of course, is exactly how reasonable Lou Rydell is. There's something about the man's eyes, the way his hands twitch. Personally, I don't think it would be a very good idea to wink at Mrs. Rydell. I'll return shortly with Act Two. And now here's Act Two of After the Verdict. It's a bright, sunny morning. The kind of morning that fills promising young men like Ned Murray with enthusiasm for life. After all, he has everything going for him. A fine career ahead, marriage to a lovely young lady who also happens to be the boss's daughter, and even if his recent triumph has turned a bit sour, it was still a triumph, wasn't it? But as Ned Murray goes to see Harry Ostrow, he finds the sun isn't shining in the big corner office. The shades are drawn. His boss's face is a thundercloud.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Ostrow?
Yes. Come in and shut the door.
Hello, Mr. Murray. Nice to see you again.
Hello, Lou. What are you doing here?
Mr. Rydell's told me something I find hard to believe, Ned. I said he must be mistaken, but he swears it's true. Did you go to see Mrs. Rydell yesterday?
Yes.
Why did you think it was necessary to do that?
I had something I wanted to tell her. It was strictly an unofficial visit.
You told her I was guilty. You went up there deliberately just to frighten her. I ought to sue you for what you did, Mr. Murray. Lawyer or no lawyer.
What kind of nonsense is this, Ned? You didn't say any such thing, did you? Well, did you?
Yes, sir, I did.
What?
I didn't go there to frighten her, just to warn her. Right after the trial, Mr. Rydell here obliged me with a nice little confession. A little late, I'm afraid.
Confession? What are you talking about?
That's a lie. I don't know what you got against me, Mr. Murray, but I never heard of a lawyer behaving like this. I didn't kill that boy. The jury said so.
And Ned, please, this is all so ridiculous.
Mr. Rydell put it very bluntly. He said he killed Yost. He said he'd kill again if another Yost came along.
You can't do that. It's over. The trial's over. They can't put me through this again. They can't.
No, Mr. Rydell, of course they can't. There's nothing to get excited about. Mr. Murray just misunderstood you, that's all.
I read him loud and clear. I knew I couldn't get him back in a courtroom because of double jeopardy, but I thought if I went to the DA, he'd be a lot more careful with his hands the next time.
I'll sue you. I'll sue this whole firm for slander. You hear that, Ostra?
Now, please, Ned, apologize to Mr. Rydell. Tell him you didn't mean it.
Apologize? Yes, I should apologize to the state for saving his skin.
Ned, you listen to me now. I don't know what went on between you and this man, and I don't care. But he's a client, understand? My client, even if you handle the case. And there's such a thing as lawyer-client privilege.
Since when does it include murder?
Shut up and listen to me. Anything you do reflects on me, on the way I run this firm. Mr. Rydell got a fair trial under law.
Better than fair.
Yes. And the jury acquitted him. That's all we have to know. You don't have any right to violate any confidences he made to you. Didn't they teach you that in law school?
They taught me something else. They taught me that a lawyer's main concern was for justice.
You talk about justice, huh? Go talk to that hoodlum buddy of yours, Tony Igo. If there was justice, you think that crook would be walking around loose?
Tony was innocent of that murder charge.
Because the jury said so. And they said the same thing about Mr. Rydell here. And that's that, my boy. Understand?
Who is it? Oh, for Pete's sake. Can't they let a guy get some rest in his own home?
Well, have I caught you with the blonde?
You caught me with a bottle.
And just in time, obviously. Well, the least I can do is make sure you don't drink alone.
Not enough for the two of us.
Even if I give you this?
What is it?
A present. Open it. It's that pipe you were so crazy about. The one with the ivory carving. I was saving it for some special occasion, but your birthday isn't for 6 months.
It's a beauty. If you're going to bribe me, I prefer cash.
Really? And I thought I'd use sex appeal. I understand that's surefire.
Excuse me, it's time for another drink. What's so funny?
The whole thing. You, Father. He told me about that scene in his office this morning. I wish I could have been there. Clarence Darrow versus William Jennings Bryan.
It wasn't. It was stupid versus childish, and all because of that...
All because of that silly man with the funny eyes. Honestly, Ned, I hope you won't make any more fuss about him.
I thought it was Daddy who was making the fuss.
Believe me, I think he feels just awful about the whole silly quarrel.
Yeah, I'll bet he does.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Ned, why would you want to spoil things now? All right, maybe that idiotic man did kill that grocery boy, but I'm not saying he didn't. But, well, wouldn't be the first time that a guilty man is... Ned!
It's the first time for me. Don't you understand that? The first time I ever got a guilty man off?
Was it really, darling? Well, that man Igo...
Tony was innocent.
Well, innocent of that crime, maybe, but what about all the others? He might have killed a dozen men before, or had them killed.
He wasn't being tried for killing a dozen men, only one. And he was innocent of that.
I should know better than to talk to you while you're drinking.
I'm going to the district attorney tomorrow, Karen. Even if it doesn't do a bit of good, I'll feel better for it.
Do you know what the DA will say? He'll say you're a fool.
I don't care.
You haven't got a shred of proof. Not a shred. And all the proof in the world wouldn't put Lou Rydell back on the stand. You know that, don't you? If you go to the DA tomorrow, you can find yourself another connection.
What? What was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ned, but he did say it. And I know my father. I know he never says anything he doesn't mean.
What about you, Karen? What about the connection between me and you?
I waited long enough for you to get serious about me, Ned. I can wait a little longer until you come to your senses.
And that's the real bribe, isn't it?
Hey, Ned! Open up, it's Tony! Hey!
What? What's that? What's all the racket about?
Come on, open up!
All right, take it easy, will you? Give a guy a chance. Tony, what the heck are you doing here?
Boy, you've really been working at it, kid.
Huh?
I'm an invited guest, remember? No, I guess you don't. About an hour ago, you called me up, told me to come have a drink with you. Well, here I am. Want to change your mind?
No. Come on in.
I told you, make mine ginger ale or something. I'll drink with you.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing, Tony. That's about all I've got left. Just one more drink.
Hey. What is this, kid? This celebration going on a long time, ain't it?
I'm not celebrating now, Tony. Commiserating. That's the word, isn't it? It doesn't sound right. Commiserating.
Don't ask me. I never heard it before.
It means I'm feeling sorry for somebody.
For who?
For a dumb kid named of Yost. Dumb kid from the grocery.
You mean a kid that got killed?
Yeah, that's right. That got killed. Yeah. And you know who killed him?
How should I know?
Where's that drink? Oh, there it is. Here's the crime, Tony.
Put it down, Ned.
What?
You heard me. Put it down. You want to tell me your troubles? Okay, I'll put on a pot of coffee for both of us. That make you feel any better?
No.
Well, give it time.
Tony, were you listening to me? Did you hear what I told you?
Yeah, I heard you. This guy Rydell is a kookaboo.
He's getting away with murder, Tony. And maybe he'll get away with another one.
Nah, next time will be different. You'll know different from one thing.
Meantime, somebody gets killed.
Well, what's that to you? I'm sorry. Sir, I forgot the kind of guy I'm talking to.
What am I going to feel like when it happens, Tony?
Well, there must be some way to nail this crumb.
No, there isn't. The law protects him. Double jeopardy. A man can't be tried twice for the same crime. That's how it goes, Tony. One trial to a customer.
Yeah, it's a shame, all right. They hung better guys than that, and he's walking around free as air.
That's the law, Tony.
Yeah, the law. Okay, if it bothers you so much, stop him.
Yeah. Tell me how.
Everybody else has to pay the penalty, right? Why not him?
It's too late. It's too late, Tony.
For the law, maybe.
Huh?
Want some more coffee?
No.
I think I'll get myself a cup. Yeah, maybe there's an answer.
What?
I've been waiting a long time to figure out what I could do for you, Ned. What kind of favor might be important to you. Now I know.
How do you mean, favor?
Well, it won't be just for you. I'd be doing everybody a favor, the whole state, right? Only when it happens, I mean it for you, Ned. Remember that. Hey, it's good coffee. Well, see you around.
Tony, wait a minute.
Oh, it's getting late, kid. I have to go.
What was that you just said? What's in your mind?
Nothing. Come on, I did my good deed for day. Let me out of here now, huh?
I want to know what you meant by a favor.
You know what the word means.
You're thinking of killing Rydell.
Oh, you see too many movies.
Tony, don't be crazy. I don't want that kind of favor, understand?
Yeah, sure. Just let him loose, huh?
So what if he gets away with murder, huh? Plenty of guys do that. You told me yourself, a nut like Rydell, he's a sure thing to try it again.
Killing him is no answer.
Sure, so let some other slobs get knocked off, huh? That's better.
I didn't mean all those things I said, Tony. You got the wrong idea.
This guy didn't kill a grocery boy. He's killing you too, buddy, and that's what I care about. But you got nothing to be afraid of. Nothing's gonna rub off on you. I know my business, just like you know yours. So long, kid.
Tony!
Usually, it's a very good thing to have friends. Loyal friends who are always willing to do you a favor. But it looks as if Tony Igoe is going to do a good deed by committing a very bad deed. The question is, can one murder avenge another? We'll find out shortly when we return with Act 3. Now, the last act of After the Verdict. Listen closely. Here's a sound we don't hear very often. Yes, what with all these electric clocks and digital clocks and electronic clocks, the good old-fashioned ticking that marks off the minutes and hours of the night is rarely heard. But tonight, Ned Murray is hearing that sound. Hearing it from a clock which normally purrs softly on his night table. But Ned's hearing is highly sensitive tonight. His brain is tuned like a high-frequency instrument, picking out the slightest vibrations, tuning in on voices he doesn't want to hear.
Sure, I killed that boy, Mr. Murray. I waited in the hallway and I crashed. It was like wringing the neck of a chicken. It won't be just for you, Ned. I'd be doing everybody a favor, the whole state, right?
Yes. That's true enough.
They hung better guys than that, and he's walking around free as air.
Yes.
Everybody has to pay the penalty, right? Why not him?
Yes. It's true. Why shouldn't he pay? A man is murdered. The murderer has to pay. Tony is right. He's right. Hello?
How are you, darling?
I'm all right. I'm in bed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I wake you up?
No, I was just lying here.
You're not sick, are you?
No.
Well, it's only 10:30. I didn't think you went to bed so early.
I did tonight.
You're angry with me, aren't you?
No, Karen, I'm just tired. I drank too much.
Oh, I knew you'd do that. Ned, I'm so mixed up.
Well, what's there to be mixed up about? The choices are pretty clear, aren't they?
Are they? Not to me, they aren't. I don't think things are ever that simple, especially when it comes to law.
Just ask your father. He knows all about the law. He knows how to make money at it. That proves it.
That isn't fair, Ned.
No, I suppose it isn't.
Don't you remember what he used to say? That if the time ever comes when right and wrong are absolutely clear, there won't be any need for lawyers.
Your father didn't say that, Karen. He was quoting someone.
Who?
Judge Lincoln Arthur, as a matter of fact, the judge at Rydell's trial.
Well, it makes very good sense to me.
Yeah. Judge Arthur always made sense to me, too. Karen, do you mind if I hang up now?
Then you are angry.
No. It's just that I have to make a call. A very important call.
All right, Ned, but will you call me tomorrow?
Yes. If there is one. Good night, Karen. Information? Can you give me the number of Judge Lincoln Arthur?
Sure you don't want any wine, Ned?
No, Judge, thanks. I've sworn off that stuff for the duration of my life.
Sounds like you had yourself a party. Is that when you came up with this parable? Isn't that what you called it?
No, Judge. It's more like a riddle, a legal riddle. The only thing is, I already know the answer.
Oh, all right. Let's see if I know it.
It's about a lawyer. A criminal lawyer who defends somebody for murder and does it successfully. He's convinced of his client's innocence, understand? And that helps him get the acquittal. But right after the verdict, he makes a discovery that his client is guilty.
How does he make this discovery?
Is that important?
It might be. Was it on evidence that had appeared at the trial? Evidence he had misinterpreted or concealed unknowingly?
No. It was a confession.
How does he obtain this confession?
It's given to him, unsolicited by his clients.
Why?
I don't know. Perversity, pride, ego. Anyway, he knows the truth about his client. And he knows something worse. That the man is more than capable of committing a similar crime. In fact, he boasts of the possibility almost gleefully.
Any witnesses to this confession?
No. And when he's confronted with it, the client denies ever having made it.
You're not asking a legal question, Ned. I'm sure you know where your hypothetical lawyer stands legally. In the middle of nowhere. Is this a moral question, maybe?
Well, you might say that. I mean, if you were that lawyer, Judge, what would you do?
If I were that lawyer, Ned, and if I were your age, I suppose I'd do what you're doing now. I'd get angry. With my client, with myself, maybe even with the law. But if I were practicing now, I think I'd feel different.
How different?
I wouldn't feel anger. Only pity.
Pity? For a man like that?
Yes. Exactly for that kind of man. Man who feels a compulsion to confess must have felt a similar compulsion to kill. They're symptoms of the same disease, Ned. And if there's one thing the law has learned in this century, it's the ability to feel compassion for the emotionally disturbed.
Yeah, he's that all right, but that doesn't...
Ned, this parable of yours, you talking about Louis Rydell?
Yes.
He told you that he murdered Yost?
He did, I swear it. In my office, the same day of the verdict. He knew he was safe enough that he couldn't be indicted again.
Yeah, the rationale of the irrational.
What?
Oh, for God's sake, Ned, use your brains. Can't you see that the man's mentally ill? Everything points to it. He killed a boy just for putting an arm around his wife. He confesses when there's no need to confess. Is it worthwhile venting all this anger against such a man?
But he's dangerous. He'll do this again, Judge. If a man just looks cross-eyed at his wife, it'll be another excuse for murder.
If he had confessed this to you before the trial was over...
I would have demanded that he plead guilty. He'd be waiting to serve a life sentence right now.
And Ned, you're forgetting something.
What?
I was the judge at the trial. It was my prerogative to pass sentence, not yours.
It was first-degree murder, premeditated.
Ned, if the jury had brought me a guilty verdict, I would have recommended psychiatric examination with a view to confinement at an institution for the criminally insane.
But you didn't know he was... I mean, even I didn't know he was crazy.
Well, do you know it now? Do you feel it now? Do you recognize that he needs cure more than punishment?
Punishment?
The law only penalizes the guilty, Ned. Isn't that what we all believe in? We don't penalize the sick.
I have to go, Judge. I have something to do.
It's getting pretty late for running errands, Ned. Almost midnight.
Yeah, but this is important, Judge. I have to see someone. I have to tell something very important. Hello? Is this Lucerne Dispatching? My name's Ned Murray. I'm a friend of Tony Igo. No, Murray. That's the last name, not the first. Look, it's very important that I reach Tony as soon as possible, only this is the only number he ever gave me to reach him. But he's got to have a home phone, right? So help me, it's important. It's a matter of... Look, who am I speaking to? Lady, please, I'm in a phone booth and it's pouring like hell and I'm getting soaked. No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk to you that way. Yes, I realize that, but if you could make this one exception. Well, how do you know he isn't home? For God's sakes, it's after midnight. Yes, all right. He couldn't have gone there tonight. He couldn't. Taxi!
Lou, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Disappointed?
Where the heck have you been?
I've been taking care of business.
What business? Since when do you sell shoes in the middle of the night?
I was taking care of some competition. That's what I was doing.
What are you talking about?
Go on, pretend you don't know.
But I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know something, Melanie? You make a rotten liar.
I'm not lying. For God's sake, Lou, will you stop staring at me like that?
I'm looking at you the way other men look at you.
What other men?
The one who comes around here every day when I'm out pounding the pavements, peddling those lousy shoes to those stores.
Oh, Lou, nobody comes around. You're just in one of those crazy jealous moods again.
Well, I got news for you, Pumpkin. There's one boyfriend who's not coming around anymore.
Are you still talking about that poor dumb grocery boy? Lou, I told you there was...
No, I'm talking about the old guy. The one with the white hair. The one who's been hanging around here all night, looking up at our window, waiting to make sure that the coast is clear.
You're crazy. Crazy. I don't know any white-haired guys.
Well, you'll never get to know this one, because he's got something wrong with him, baby. He's got a carving knife in his stomach.
Lou. Oh, my God, no. Lou, you didn't.
Yes, I did. So you can forget about seeing your lover boy tonight, baby. You can just forget it. You'll have to be satisfied with just me.
Lou, just tell me it isn't true. Tell me you didn't kill anyone.
It wasn't the first time, Pumpkin. If you keep up the way you're going, it won't be the last. In fact, the next one might be you.
Oh my God. Those police cars. They're coming here.
Lieutenant Gerhardt. Oh, hi, Ned. What are you doing here? What's going on? What's all the crowd about?
Oh, wait a minute. You know the victim, don't you? Is that why you're here? You get a tip or something?
Victim? Who?
Tony Igo.
Tony?
Somebody used a knife on him.
Oh, God.
Ironic, isn't it? Probably a dozen guys wanted Tony Igo knocked off, and how does he get it? From a jealous husband.
Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. And it was your ex-client who did it, that guy Rydell. He caught Tony hanging around the building watching the place. Rydell claims he was after his wife. You know about this, Ned?
It's not true. It's not true, Lieutenant. He didn't even know the woman.
Then what was he doing here?
A favor. He was doing somebody a favor.
What are you talking about?
Look, where is Rydell now?
Upstairs, answering questions. He won't get away. Not like the last time, Counselor.
Yes, it won't be like the last time. Excuse me.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I want to see him. He's entitled to talk to a lawyer, isn't he?
You must be nuts yourself. Half a dozen witnesses saw him do it.
Can I go up, Lieutenant?
You mean you'll defend that screwball again? He's out of his mind. Don't you know that?
Yes, I know. And that's what I'll try to prove. Now, will you please let me see my client?
And
So Ned Murray is about to try for still another verdict. This time a verdict which will carry a punishment more befitting to the crime. And something tells me that he'll be very successful. Not just as an attorney, but as a human being. I'll be back shortly. Some time ago, a man named Thomas De Quincey said, "If once a man indulges himself in murder, very soon he comes to think very little of robbing. And from robbing, he comes next to drinking and Sabbath breaking, and from that to incivility and procrastination." Let that be a lesson to all of you. This quotation and this story have come to you through the courtesy of our Radio Mystery Theater. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Joseph Julian, Bryna Rayburn, Barbara Caruso, Robert Dryden, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And after all, what is a lie? 'Tis but the truth in masquerade, according to Lord Byron. Does it work both ways? Is the truth a lie in masquerade? Those great poets are not always easy to follow. Is it possible that there are neither absolute lies nor absolute truths, but varying degrees of each? As we shall discover, perhaps, during the next hour. Our mystery drama, Come Fill My Cup, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes and William Griffiths. Out of the shadows of the night, the world rolls into light. It is daybreak everywhere, sings the poet, yes. Daybreak and breakfast and off to the daily round of toil for one's bread. They gather at the railroad station in the town of Westville to catch the 749, which will bear them to the big city, more than 50 miles and 61 minutes away. And they purchase their big city newspapers, they stamp their feet against the cold, they exchange idle small talk, till the big shiny electric cars skitter to a stop along the platform, and they scatter aboard and scramble for seats. Thus, another day has begun.
Aboard! Aboard! My name is Frank Durham. I've been with the road 45 years. I can remember steam, diesels, and now these. 45 years. Rain, shine, snow, hail. What do them letter carriers say? Well, we go through the same thing. It's funny. When people find out I'm conductor of the 749, they kind of look at me and say, "Hey, isn't that the one?" Yeah, it's the one where the guy was murdered.
Now, as a rule, people don't get murdered on trains. Why, I knew all about the Orient Express, but a commuter train? So I guess you want to know all about it. Okay? Tickets? Now, tickets, please. Oh, say, what are you doing up here, Mr. Jorgensen?
Morning, Frank.
Yeah, I thought you'd be back in the club car with Jerry and them.
Yeah, I decided to change my ways. No more cards.
Is that a fact?
You better believe it.
Well, I hope for your sake it's true.
No, Frank, it's all over. I don't need a sermon.
I always felt that poker game was too rich for your blood.
You've no idea how anemic it made me.
Well, if you'll pardon my saying it, you were in way over your head. Why, Jerry Garland is at least a billionaire. So's Pete McHugh. As for Bill...
I'm well out of it.
Yeah, you listen to a man who's old enough to be your father. You see you stay out of it. That made me feel good. Don Jorgensen had been a patsy in this high-stakes poker game for more than a year. In 61 minutes, Westville to New York, you could lose $100, $150 easy. And there were days Don did just that. Well, I went back to punch tickets in the club car. That's the last car in the 749's private car. You pay extra for it, but you can sit at a table, have coffee or breakfast, play cards, and you're away from the, well, not the riffraff, but, how'd the fella put it? The maddening throng or something. Tickets, gentlemen. Thank you.
Frank, you seen Don? I saw him on the platform getting on a train. He's holding up the game. Look, you fellas sit here, play a hand at gin or something. I'll rout him out.
Jerry got up from the table and started walking forward. I wondered what luck he would have with Don. When I went up ahead again, I saw him sitting next to Don. I moved slowly and stood behind him. I was curious.
Everybody's luck turns, kid.
Yeah, except mine.
Look, you enjoyed the game.
I can't afford it anymore.
That's an argument I can't buck.
Look, I am reformed from now on.
Okay, kid. I hope so.
I got a book to read, a crossword puzzle.
Look, I'm all for a guy kicking the habit, any habit. It's just,
what?
Well, it's just, I wish you didn't decide to kick it today.
Why not today?
Well, I feel lucky.
Then I'm definitely picking the right time.
I feel today is my day to take Peter McHugh.
So go take him.
Nobody wants to play three-handed.
Well, you can pick up somebody else.
No, there's not many guys with the courage to play in that game.
Not to mention the money.
Listen, Don, do me a favor. Quit tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, play today.
No.
Come on now, as a favor to me.
It sure wouldn't be a favor to me.
Don, you can't lose.
Would you like to know how much I lost this past year?
What I'm trying to say.
And to you, Jerry.
It won't cost you a cent to play today, Don.
Oh, yeah? Let's hear this.
If you win, you win. Keep it. But if you lose, I'll pay you back.
What?
No matter how much. Just keep tabs, and I'll pay you back every cent later.
Well, you must really want to play bad.
Come on, Don. I can hit Pete for a bundle. How can you lose?
Okay. Just this once.
I didn't know what to make of that whole conversation. Anyhow, Jerry and Don got up, walked to the club car. I finished up front and went back there myself for the morning coffee. Down toward the end of the car, I could see the poker game in full swing. I stood at the bar while Lou handed me my usual coffee, and I ate, drank slowly. I turned to watch the poker players. I could hear the conversation, clinking of coins, and I could see the green of the bills.
Pair of deuces is high. It's you, Jerry.
Yeah, so I see. Well, pair of deuces, check.
Deuces, check. Dealer folds. So, ace high bets. That's you, Pete.
This ace high bets $10.
Bill, I see you fold. Okay, that leaves it up to deuces, Jerry.
Yeah, so it does.
Well, the little deuces will see that $10 bet and raise you 20.
And that's about how it would go. Check and raise, which is about as cutthroat as poker can ever get. But at least they were honest about it. They didn't pretend it was a friendly game. It went on like that for a bit. And then...
Who wants a cup of coffee? You, Pete?
I had enough.
Bill? You still off coffee? Come on, fellas, I'm buying. How about you, Don?
When'd you ever know me to turn down a cup of coffee?
Yeah, I'll go up and get it now while I'm out of this hand. I'll be right back.
See, you got your card game going, Mr. Garland?
Yep. We have to find a new recruit. Lou, a cup of coffee for me, Mr. Jorgensen. Come on, I'm losing money standing here.
Oh, sure thing, Mr. Garland.
Just then, I thought I heard a kind of squealing sound. I left my coffee and walked back quickly to the rear cab. I opened the door to see if maybe we didn't have a jam break. But it was nothing. Anyhow, I stood there for a couple of seconds. I could see Lou at the bar up ahead pouring the 2 cups of coffee. He put them on the tray, and Jerry spilled a packet of sugar into each. Now, the reason I go into all these details is because this is that famous, or what I should say, notorious day. When I started back for the bar, Jerry picked up the tray and started toward the table. Halfway, we met in the aisle. I was about to step aside to let him pass when we hit that curve just before we crossed the New York state line. The train sways pretty bad, and I could see Jerry was about to lose his balance. Well, I wanted to help him, but as he fell back, he automatically thrust the tray forward, and I caught it and took it from his hands. He grabbed the back of his seat, and so did I. For a few seconds, we both nearly fell, but we both managed to keep our balance. Then Jerry took the tray back from me and went to his table, and I watched the game continue from the bar.
Here's your coffee, Don.
Oh, thanks. It's a 5-card draw, Jerry. We dealt you in. Ante up $5.
Little jacks are better, huh?
The famous name of the game.
Well, let's take a sip of this coffee, and I'll examine my options.
Hey, now let's get a move on, huh? We'll be in the terminal in less than 15 minutes.
Come on. There's enough time for entire fortunes to be made, Pete.
Boy, that's pretty good coffee this morning, Jerry.
Yeah. Lou gets lucky once in a while. Speaking of luck, gents, she's, open for another $5.
Bill, I see you fold.
Call.
I'm in, and now, cards.
Hey, that is pretty good coffee.
Hey, I want 3.
3 to Brother Pete.
Yeah. Give me 2.
2 to Jerry. And the dealer draws 1.
More kids have lost out on a college education because their fathers drew to an inside straight.
Opener bets. That's you, Jerry. Jerry?
Jerry, you gonna sit there and drink that coffee or what?
All right, don't rush me.
Don't rush our good friend.
Let's see, Don, you drew 3, huh?
No, Pete drew 3.
You bought.
No, I drew 1.
1. Bill asked for...
Bill didn't ask for anything. Bill's out.
Bill is out. It's hot in here. Somebody ought to ask Frank to turn down the heat.
Hey, look, you gonna bet or not?
What do you think I play this game for? I wish it wasn't so hot here.
Hey, Jerry, you okay?
Yeah, it's my bet, huh?
Hey, Pete, Bill, I think there's something wrong with Jerry.
I bet,
Frank, come over here, quick.
Oh, my chest. My chest.
Frank, you got a phone on this train? Call ahead for an ambulance.
I got this.
Jerry! Jerry!
I telephoned to have an ambulance meet us at the next station. There was also a doctor among the passengers in the 3rd car, and he came back quickly. But it didn't matter. Nothing would matter anymore to Jerry Garland. He was dead. They took him off the train. When we got to the terminal, I had a lot of writing to do, a lot of forms to fill out and reports to make. I was busy in the locker room when I heard a man ask for me.
You Frank Durham?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Lieutenant Parsons, New York City Police.
Yeah?
You're the conductor of train number 4231. It's the 749 out of Westville, Connecticut.
Sure.
I want you to tell me everything you know about the murder.
What murder's that?
The murder that took place on your train this morning.
Well, wait a minute. That wasn't a murder. A fella died.
A man by the name of Gerald K. Garland.
Yes, he died of a heart attack.
Oh, yeah? Who told you it was a heart attack?
Well, I mean, the way he keeled over, I kind of thought that...
No. He was murdered.
How could he have been murdered?
He was poisoned.
How could he have been poisoned?
That's just what I want to ask you.
Okay, let's all ask ourselves, how could he have been poisoned? And to get the red tape out of the way, the facts are clear. Lieutenant Parsons made that statement because a medical examination showed definite traces of strychnine, a poison in the strychnine family. So, we have our murder on the 749. But how? Look, this is only the end of Act 1. You'll have to be patient until I return with Act 2. Trust everybody, but cut the cards, said the beloved Mr. Dooley. Ah, yes. How many decks of cards have been cut and shuffled on the 749, the commuter express from Westville, especially in the club car, where perhaps the most cutthroat game has been going on for several years. Well, if the game keeps being cutthroat, someone may begin to take that word literally. Obviously, someone did, except he didn't use a knife. He employed poison.
Poison? Are you saying Jerry Garland was poisoned, Lieutenant?
Well, that's what the medical examiner says, and it's good enough for me.
But poison? How could he have been poisoned?
Well, as they say, it was ingested in the coffee he drank.
Oh, no.
Yes, happens to be the fact. Now, it took place in the club car. And what was Jerry Garland doing at the time of his death?
He was playing cards. He was part of this regular game. He was playing and drinking his coffee. Then he just keeled over.
The coffee? How did he get the coffee?
He went up to the bar for 2 coffees.
2 coffees?
Yeah, one for himself, the other for Don Jorgensen. Well, he picked up the coffee.
Who served the coffee?
Lou Vitry, our barman.
Now, Lou poured out the coffee into the cups.
Yeah, that's right. And Jerry put them on a tray and went back to the table.
Now, would you know if there was cream and sugar in the coffees?
Yeah, now you mention it. I saw Jerry put in the cream and sugar himself while he was still at the bar.
Into both coffees?
Yeah, that's right.
And then he went back to the table. And then what did he do?
He gave 1 cup to Don Jorgensen, 1 cup he kept for himself.
Yeah?
Well, it couldn't have been more than a couple, 3 minutes, and that was it.
And he drank this coffee?
Oh, yeah.
The other cup of coffee, the one he gave this...
Don Jorgensen.
Yeah, Don Jorgensen. He drank his coffee also?
Yeah.
You saw him do it?
Oh, yes.
Right. I want you to stay with me while I question some of the people in that club car.
When?
As soon as I can round them up.
Well, I have to take 1127 out.
No. I don't think so.
That was Detective Lieutenant Parsons. Grover Cleveland Parsons. Well, the first person he got hold of was Lou Vitry, the barman. All of a sudden, I got the shock of my life. But I'll feed it to you gently, the way it was fed to me.
How long you been with the railroad?
5 years, Lieutenant.
What'd you do before that?
Why, look, Lieutenant, is it important?
I just answered the question.
I work for Mr. Garland.
Jerry Garland?
Yeah.
As what?
Well, I was his chauffeur.
Well, why did you leave the job?
Look, do I have to say this?
Answer the question.
Well, can
Can the answer be confidential between me and the cops?
Well, so far.
Because if it's known, I can lose my job. Does Frank have to hear me answer?
No, he won't say anything, I guarantee it. Well, why could you lose your job?
Because I got a record.
For what?
I did 3 years for burglary, but I was innocent.
Tell it, Lou.
Well, one night there was a burglary. Jewels that belonged to Jerry's wife, Theodora, were stolen. Well, they searched all the servants, naturally, and in my room, I found a bracelet.
Well, what was it doing there?
Well, it must have been planted there by the thieves to turn the heat on me. And it did. I was put away.
Well, how did you get the job on the railroad if you had this record?
Jerry Garland got it for me.
Why?
Well, when I got out, I went to him to his office.
What are you doing here, Lou? You escaped from jail?
Oh, I'm out, Mr. Garland.
Oh, what do you want?
Well, I didn't steal those jewels.
Oh, look, Lou, it was all decided by a court of law.
I ain't a crook, and you know it.
Oh, maybe not, but you might have been tempted.
Oh, never. I've been your show for 13 years. You trusted your kids to me when they was little. I lived in your house. Now, you know I ain't a crook. Mr. Garland, you gotta help me.
Well, Lou, if you need some money to get on your feet...
So I need more than money. I need a job. I can't get a job. I got a record, you understand?
Yeah, I know it's tough, Lou.
You don't know how tough it is. I'm turned down everywhere I go. So help me get a job. Give me a job.
Now, can't very well take you back as my chauffeur.
Why not?
Well, how would it look?
Well, can't you do anything for me? I'll take any job at all. He got me a job. This job. My name isn't Lou Vitry either. I had to change it. Vitry's my mother's maiden name.
Well, how could the poison have gotten into Mr. Garland's cut?
I don't know.
Okay, Lou. That's all for now. Just keep handy in case you need it. You can go.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Well, he doesn't have a motive.
He doesn't have a motive. But that's not true, Lieutenant. He does have a motive. And now I know what that motive is. He was the chauffeur. I never knew that. So now it all makes sense, that conversation I overheard in the bar in the club car a couple of weeks ago. The train was crowded. Jerry had gotten up from the card table and come over to pick up a couple of rounds of drinks. Standing at the bar was Mr. Alexander Trowbridge. Yeah, the very big guy on Wall Street. Very strict, very dignified. Anyhow, Jerry spotted him and said,
Hello there, Alex.
Good evening, Mr. Garland.
Well, it ain't every day I have the privilege of riding home on a train with the Wolf of Wall Street. Hey, let me buy you a drink.
Thank you. I have one.
Well, have another one on me.
That won't be necessary, thank you. I never have more than one.
Okay, Alex. Say, look, I may drop over to your office one day. I may have a little business to throw your way.
Jerry Garland had a hide like a rhinoceros, which is why you couldn't kill him with a bullet or a knife. You had to use poison. Anyhow, it was obvious to me that Mr. Trowbridge was very put out. And the fellow standing next to him spotted it, too. And I remember Trowbridge saying,
I have every reason to suspect that man is a thief. There's no real proof, of course, but Swanson's company handles the man's insurance. We had a burglary some years ago. Wife's jewels were supposed to be stolen. Swanson could swear Garland pulled a swindle on the insurance company.
Is that so?
The jewels never turned up at any of the known receivers of stolen goods. Actually, Swanson must know more than he's telling, but he's stuck for proof. Another round here, please, Lou?
Yes, sir.
I know Swanson wouldn't make such a charge, even off the record, unless he knew it was true. Meanwhile, some poor servant went to jail at...
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, that's all right, Lou.
It spilled all over you.
Well, it's just water. No harm done.
Was that why Lou dropped the glass? Was that why he turned so pale? I didn't think anything about it at the time, but now it makes sense. The lieutenant had just said that Lou Vitry did not have a motive, but he did have.
Yeah, Frank. I know about it.
About Lou having a motive?
Yep. He told me himself. He figured if this kind of thing was being talked about, how Jerry Garland himself could have staged the robbery, it was sure to get the cops, and then he'd really be in a jam.
Well, he's in a jam anyhow, isn't he?
Well, not exactly. You see, if he poisoned the coffee and then gave 2 cups to Jerry to take back to the table, how could he be sure which cup Jerry would drink?
Yeah.
Frank, you see these fellas every day. Who had a motive for killing Jerry?
Well, nobody really liked him.
Who were his friends?
In the club car?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had no friends that I knew of. Nobody really liked him.
Well, who might have liked him the least?
You get into a discussion of human nature, Lieutenant. Bill Russell, one of the regulars in the game, never opened his mouth except to bet. Now, how do I know what that man thought? Don Jorgensen. Well, he didn't like Jerry. Over the year, he must have lost at least $15,000 in that game. Jerry was practically the only big winner.
$15,000 could be a motive for revenge.
No, but take Pete McHugh. Now, he fancies himself the best poker player in the world. Yet Jerry was always taking his money.
A lot of money?
No. The big loss was pride. Is that a motive?
No, not really. This Don Jorgensen. Tell me more about him.
Funny thing. This morning he decided to quit the game. But he went back for a kind of a farewell.
Let's see what we can do with Don Jorgensen. You lost heavily.
Well, I wouldn't say so, Lieutenant.
Now, it is common knowledge aboard the 749 that you were an unusually big loser. Now, is that true?
Well, actually, in a friendly game, you don't notice.
Now, look, we've got a murder case, and you'd better tell me the truth. Now, we know you work for Simmons and Boswell on Wall Street, and we know what your salary is. We know just about how much you've been losing.
Now, hold on, Lieutenant.
Shall we check your bank to see what loans you negotiated and your insurance company to see if any policies were cashed in? Of course, if you borrowed from the loan sharks, you will really need our help.
Okay. It's true. You want to know what I lost? $21,364.87. You see? I know it to the penny. How could it happen? Well, you take the train an average of 200 days a year. You lose an average of $100 a day. Oh, not every day. Sometimes you win. I even won $300 one morning, but that's just the cheese in the trap. Don't ask me why I kept doing it. It's a bad dream. It cost me my wife. She's going to divorce me.
You suspected Jerry was cheating.
Yes.
Did you kill him?
No.
I think you did.
Lieutenant, I swear to you, I'm innocent.
And I think I know how you worked it. The only way you could have worked it.
That's pretty good. If Don Jorgensen wanted to have Jerry Garland drink a cup of poisoned coffee, how could Don have worked it? Since, as we saw, Jerry got the 2 cups of coffee. Jerry handed out the coffee. How could Don be sure he wasn't getting the wrong one? Well, Lieutenant Parsons has made his deduction on facts and inferences that were available to all of you. Why don't we compare notes in Act 3 in just a few moments? Mr. Sam Johnson, whom we quote quite often because he knew practically everything worth knowing, declared that a man could do anything if he did it in a genteel way, even cheat at cards. Well, Sam Johnson never rode in a commuter train. Jerry Garland cheated, and in the opinion of the police, that's why someone, namely Don Jorgensen, murdered him.
But I didn't do it.
You don't have to say anything.
Am I being arrested, Lieutenant?
Mr. Jorgensen, because of Jerry Garland, you lost your wife. All the money you had.
No. I lost everything because of my own weakness.
And so you decided to kill him.
You're wrong.
You worked out this scheme to poison him.
What good would it do for me to kill him? Would it burn out the disease I have inside of me, this mania to gamble? I swore I would quit, but I can't.
You figured you would poison his coffee.
How? Frank, you saw. The whole club car saw. Jerry went to the bar. He got the coffee. If there was poison in one cup, I could have gotten it.
No. You had a way to guard against that.
How? How could I guard against that?
With the help of Lou Vitry.
Lou Vitry?
Don Jorgensen, Lou Vitry. Two men with powerful motives to kill Jerry Garland.
But I tell you,
First, wait to hear what I tell you. You knew Jerry liked to treat everybody to coffee, so he could brag about it. You knew he would go to the bar to get it. And you also knew the other two at the table, Pete and Bill, never drank coffee. So you knew it would only be 2 cups.
I knew nothing of the sort.
Jerry would go up to get the coffee. Lou would pour him the poison cup.
Yeah, but how could Lou make sure I wouldn't drink it?
Because Lou would know which cup was which. And if Jerry set the poison one down next to you, he would give you the high sign. And you would make an excuse or forget to drink it.
It isn't true.
Lieutenant, could I talk to you in private for a second? It couldn't have worked that way.
No?
No.
Well, makes sense. Oh, I got 2 guys with a motive.
Even if you could prove that Don knew about Lou's motive, you don't have a case.
Why not?
Because I saw Lou pour that coffee. It was from the same glass pot that he poured about 10 other cups, including mine. That was the only coffee.
You, drank that same coffee?
So did Don and 8 other people in the car.
Well, then it was in the cream.
Oh, we all use the same cream pitcher.
The sugar. Now, the sugar was in separate packets.
Yes, it was. They were piled in a dish, and I saw Jerry reach in, pick out 2, pour 1 in each cup. Everybody used those packets from that dish. There was no way either Lou or Don could control any single packet if it contained the poison.
You're sure of that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, how did that poison get into that coffee? Now, I've got 2 great motives, Lou and Don. But there's no way I can find for any of them to get the poison in his cup.
Time went on, days passed, and I guess life went on also. I don't know what happens to a murder case when it doesn't get solved and the papers stop writing about it. I suppose it just sort of gets into a file cabinet somewhere. Well, 7:49 left Westville as usual, on or about on time. The club car found other things to talk about. The card game continued with Don back in, but the new member was Mr. Trowbridge. And because he was so fabulously rich, they played for pennies. But I kept thinking and thinking about the murder. Well, one night I was taking my evening run home, and I stopped in the club car. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Hello, Frank.
Oh, evening, Mr. Jorgensen.
Frank, I never did get a chance to thank you properly for what you did for me.
What did I do for you?
Well, the day Jerry was, that cop, he was all set to lower the boom, and you just took him aside. What'd you tell him?
Well, I just said, a fine, clean-cut chap like you, how could you possibly be a killer?
I bet you did.
You'd be better off if you never bet again in your life. See you. Tickets, please. Tickets. Thank you. Oh, good evening, Mr. Trowbridge.
Evening, Frank.
No poker tonight?
Well, if I may rephrase the title of a grand old song, those wedding bells are breaking up that old game of mine.
Oh, who's getting married?
At the bar there. Don.
Didn't he just get divorced?
Oh, certainly. He had to shed the old one before he could acquire a new one. You're not allowed to have two at a time in our culture.
Well, one was all I could ever handle.
Capacities differ, Frank. Oh, there she is now. She's just come up to the bar. Do you wonder that he finds her company more exciting than our poker game?
No, but don't wonder at all. There is a beautiful young lady.
You mean, you don't know who she is, Frank?
Oh, can't say that I do.
She's Dora. Theodora Garland, Jerry's widow.
She's Jerry's widow?
You mean you never met her?
No. Well, for that matter, Mr. Trowbridge, I never met your wife either.
Yes, that's true.
So she's Dora Garland. Huh. How could you figure to be this young and this pretty?
And how could you ever figure what she saw in Jerry?
Toward the bar. Suddenly, I realized that I had seen her before. Somewhere before. But where? Where? And then I remembered where. At the bar in the terminal. I owed Tom Franklin a run, and I was waiting to take the 1008 out. I was having a beer. There was a man, and there was a woman sitting in the booth ahead of me. The man had his back to me. I couldn't see his face, but I knew it was Don Jorgensen. The woman was facing me. She was that woman. Now I know who she was. Dora Garland. And she and Don Jorgensen were having, as they say, an affair. And from what I knew of Jerry, he was the type who would kill both of them if he found out. So to the long list of motives for murder, add one more. But a good, strong one.
Now, Frank, don't give me any more suspects, huh? I don't want no more motives. I got all of those I can handle. I tell you what I need. I need what I can't get. The way any one of them or two of them could have put that poison into the coffee. Why don't you forget it?
Well, it happened on my train. I feel responsible.
Yeah, well, maybe you did it, huh?
Me?
Yeah, well, as I put together everybody's story, Frank, I think you left something out.
What?
You could have poisoned that coffee.
Why? How?
Why, I can dig around for.
How?
Okay. Jerry was starting back to the table with the coffee tray. Okay. Now, you're headed the other way, up the aisle. The train gives a lurch. Jerry almost falls. You grab the tray from him.
For just a second.
Long enough, maybe, to put that poison in the cup.
Yeah? Well, here's what's wrong with that theory. First, how could I have, in those few seconds, gotten the tops off the cups and put in the poison?
Tops?
Well, Lou always puts those plastic tops on the cups so you won't spill any.
Yeah.
Second, even if I was a magician and could do it, how could I be sure which cup Jerry himself would drink?
That was a good theory.
Well, maybe the coffee wasn't poisoned in the club car.
It had to be. That poison works within minutes. No, I am afraid we're stuck.
It sure looked that way. A couple days passed, and I was on the 749 again, and somehow it didn't seem the same without Jerry. A likable guy he wasn't, but he sure livened things up. And there was another side to him. I remembered it was a couple of days before he died. He was the first one on the train. He was sitting at the table waiting for the others. And there was a look on his face that I'd never seen before. I guess it was a lost look. Morning, Mr. Garland.
Oh, morning, Frank.
Oh, something wrong this morning, Mr. Garland?
wrong? Why do you say that?
Well, I don't know. I guess you just look kind of, blue.
Do I?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I'd like to murder a couple of people, but that couldn't be the reason. Well, we'll get the old game started. That puts a bloom in the cheeks.
Now I remembered. That was the morning after I had seen his wife Dora in the bar at the terminal. So he had found out. And he was actually thinking of murder. I just needed one more little fact. Morning, Mr. Jorgensen. See you out in the club car this trip.
No, Mr. Trowbridge is on vacation, and Pete is sick today, so I thought I'd sit up here and catch up on some paperwork. Too noisy back there.
Don, when did Mr. Garland find out you were having an affair with his wife?
Say, what are you...
Just answer the question.
Well, now, just about a week before he died.
How did you know that he knew? Did he tell you?
No.
Did he tell Dora?
No.
Then how'd you know?
Frank, did you ever have an affair with another man's wife?
No.
You're not missing anything. But when the husband finds out, you can tell by certain little things in his manner.
Is that why you and Dora decided to kill him?
No. Oh, no, we were scared, yes, but for our own lives. Now, you knew Jerry. He was a violent man.
So why did you fool around with his wife?
You know why? To get back at him. He destroyed me. He stripped me of all my money. My wife walked out on me with the kids. I had to get back at him. And this was the only way I could. It was the one place I could prove I was a better man than he was.
And then I saw it. I saw the whole thing. Why did we all wonder who wanted to kill Jerry? Why didn't we ask who it was that Jerry himself wanted to kill? Why did we believe that the poison was intended for Jerry? Why couldn't it be meant for Don Jorgensen?
Now what, Frank?
Lieutenant, you said I could have been responsible for Jerry's death. You were right. I was.
Are you crazy?
Jerry decides to kill Don. Okay. He goes for the coffee. Lou pours. Jerry then opens the sugar packets. Jerry is in a position to use a packet that he had with him that contains the poison. I notice you're listening now.
Hey, go on.
Now, Jerry comes back to the table with the tray. He knows which cup he has poisoned. But the train gives a lurch. He almost falls. He's about to drop the tray. I'm there. I grab it from him. He saves himself from falling, and his eye is off me for a second or two. I have to stop myself from falling. I switch the tray from my right hand to my left. Unconsciously, I turn it around. He can't see that. It all happens so quickly. I give him the tray as if nothing happened. He gets to drink the poisoned coffee.
And how do we prove it?
I guess we don't. But I believe it. Do you?
The lieutenant didn't commit himself. Do you believe it? It makes sense. Satisfies all the conditions. But we are dealing with the most unpredictable materials in nature, namely human beings. Maybe Pete McHugh, the jealous card player, did it somehow. Maybe it was Lou, and/or Don, and/or Dora. Could we swear on our souls it wasn't the conductor? I'll be back with more from the realm of infinite possibility. Our story was about cards. What did a great master of cards say on the subject? The bizarre world of cards, a world of power politics, where punishment and rewards were meted out immediately. A deck of cards is built like the purest of hierarchies, with every card a master to those below it, a lackey to those above it. And there were the masses, the long suits, which always asserted themselves in the end and triumphed over the aces and the kings. Thus spoke the great player, Eli Culbertson. And he was in the know. Our cast included William Griffiths, Larry Haynes, Russell Horton, and Earl Hammond. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The greatest discoveries are not of the new, but of the old. When the 15th and 16th century navigators discovered that the Earth was round, it wasn't because the Earth had suddenly decided to turn itself into the shape of a ball. The Earth has always been round. We talk about discovering the secrets of the atom, but all the forces that make up the atom have always been there. Therefore, what we call discovery is usually a matter of looking more closely and seeing more clearly. After all, the Bible tells us there's nothing new under the sun. No new birds, just new feathers. Our mystery drama, Cherchez la Femme, was especially adapted from the O. Henry classic for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden and Bryna Rayburn. William Sidney Porter, or O. Henry, as he was known to his readers, would have had a difficult time understanding women's lib. He would ask himself, why should women want to be equal? Were they tired of being superior? Ah, yes, women. They make your day, and they're not too bad at night either. Woman, the eternal mystery. And at this time, one of the most eternal of all women, Madame Ottilie Thibault, we shall meet her in a little cafe in the French Quarter of New Orleans, where she is deep in a discussion with a favorite customer, O. Henry himself.
Billy?
Yes, Madame Ottilie?
You know a man, Gaspard Morin?
Gaspard Morin? No, I don't think so.
Oh, he was a goldsmith.
No.
A jeweler?
I don't think so.
Oh, he's dead now.
Oh, well, then it doesn't matter.
Oh, how can you say it doesn't matter? He stole my money.
He stole your money?
$25,000.
How could he steal $25,000?
How? I let him.
Now, what's this you're saying, Madame Ottilie? You let him? How did you let him?
Well, you see, I am a woman, no?
Yes.
And he was a man. And a man, well, a good man. A woman, she will let him do anything.
And you let him have $25,000? What were the terms?
The terms?
Yes, what was it? A gift, a loan?
Oh, terms. When to speak English, it was how do you say, investissement.
Investment.
Oh, that's what I said, no? Anyhow, one night, he came in here and he says to me, I remember it like it just happened.
Madame Ottilie, I see the place does very well.
Oh, And what if it does, Monsieur Gaspard Morin?
You must make a nice dollar.
Every dollar is a nice dollar.
May I ask, madam, what you do with your money?
Well, you think maybe you can get your hands on some of it?
Oh, no. Madame, I was thinking of your welfare.
And why should you think of my welfare?
Oh, because I like you.
Ah. Oh. Tiens. So, and therefore you wish to propose marriage?
Would I were free, madame.
There is someone else?
No, madame, there's no one else. As I've said, I think only of your welfare. Where do you keep your money?
Where does any sensible person keep their money? Under my mattress.
Well, isn't $25,000 too important to trust to your mattress?
How can you say that? I trust myself to my mattress, no? Is my money more important than me?
Yeah, but under the mattress, the money does nothing for you.
Oh, yes, it makes me happy to know it is there. I lie in my bed at night, and my money is with me.
But...
I think to myself, I have buried 4 husbands, and I am alone in the world, except for my money. Sometimes I get out of bed, and I take out my money. I have 25 nice $1,000 bills, and I count them, and I put them back nicely.
Yes, but haven't you thought of a bank? I mean, the bank would pay you interest.
But the money, it would be shut up in the vault, the cold vault. Nobody would love it the way I do. Nobody would keep it warm.
Now, madame, I like you. I do, I really do indeed. And it hurts me to see that your hard-earned money is doing nothing.
Well, what is money supposed to do?
Work as you do, work as I do. Madame Ottilie, do you trust me?
Mm-hmm.
Do you?
Oh, yes, Monsieur Gaspard. I trust you.
Then let me invest that $25,000 for you. I promise you, you won't be sorry.
And do you mean to tell me, Madame Ottilie, that you gave him the money?
Of course I gave him the money.
Yeah, but why?
Why? Because he looked deep into my eyes. When a certain kind of man does that, then I am like a small little baby. I am helpless. So, well, I gave him the 25,000. A month later, he died.
And your money?
My money, it died too, maybe.
After you gave him the money, did you ever see him again?
Well, sure. He come in here every night for a little drink.
Well, did he tell you what he did with the money?
Well, he said, Madame Ottilie, the money is safe and sound and secure as the Rock of Gibraltar. What is the Rock of Gibraltar?
Well, it's the huge rock that guards the straits between Africa and Europe, I think.
Oh, and he bought this rock for me?
I don't think so.
And the money, my 25,000, it's gone, eh?
Was there any sign of it in his estate?
Estate? What estate? He lived in a room on top of his jewelry store. Estate?
No, I mean, was there a record of it?
No, nothing.
Well,
Billy, you think you can find the money for me?
I'd like to.
Oh, good. Then the money's as good as found.
Now, wait a minute. How can I find the money?
Oh, you always find things in your stories. People lose things, you find them. People steal things, you find it.
Yeah, but those are only stories.
I know, true stories. So, you'll find it for me, eh?
But how can I?
Oh, a man like you, smart like you.
I'm afraid the money's gone.
Look, you find the money for me, and I'll cook you up a whole kettle of my special bouillabaisse.
But I wouldn't even know where to look. I would... a whole kettle full of your special...
Oh, yes, every night for a whole week.
Well, I think the key here is cherchez la femme. Look for the woman.
What woman?
There's a woman in here.
A woman? No, never.
He was a man who had a way with women.
He was a bachelor till the day he died.
Now, he got you to give him $25,000.
What a man gets from one woman, he gives to another.
Oh, that's not true.
Well, I know your pride is hurt.
You say, cherchez la femme, but not for Monsieur Gaspard Morin.
I still say look for the woman. You mean he never was known to spend time with women?
Oh, yes, much of his time.
Well, you see, I'm right.
You go to the number 19 on Bonhomme Street, and there you will see the sort of women whose company he preferred above all others.
Poor Madame Audley. So good-hearted, so trusting, so vulnerable. How could I even hope to put her into a story? Who would believe her? And so, I made my way deeper into the French Quarter. And finally I came upon Bonhomme Street. The houses were old and close together. And here was 15 and 17 and 19. I pulled at the old-fashioned bell. After a wait, the door was opened. Opened by a woman. A tall, tragic-looking woman. But she wore the severe black gown and the stark white bonnet of a nun. Then I saw in a flash the crucifix on the wall and the faded letters, the Little Sisters of Samaria.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, sister. I must have come to the wrong place.
Are you sure this is the wrong place?
Well, you see, I was looking for number 19.
This is number 19.
Well, then my directions were wrong.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm looking for information about a gentleman who most certainly would never have come to a place like this.
We must never be certain about things here below.
I agree, sister, in principle. But I think we may both be certain that a gentleman named Gaspard Morin would never come here.
Gaspard Morin. But he was a dear friend. He visited almost every day.
Gaspard Morin, the late Gaspard Morin?
The same.
The Gaspard Morin who was a jeweler?
I know of no other.
Oh. Well, may I ask you a few questions about him?
Certainly. My name is Sister Felicity. Won't you come in? He is at rest with the saints. A man most devout. He would come here each day to pray and talk with us about God's goodness and mercy.
I understand.
I hope so. How few people understand him.
Sister, a certain sum of money was entrusted to Monsieur Morin shortly before he died. That money is unaccounted for. Have you heard?
Yes, I have heard.
Madame Audley Thibault deserves justice, but so does Monsieur Morin. Now, if we could clear his name, prove him innocent of wrongdoing.
Monsieur Gaspard, he could do no wrong.
I would have to know his tastes, his habits, what friends he had, and so forth.
I understand.
Now, in these cases, one always does well to look for the woman. Was there a lady, perhaps?
Yes, there was.
A woman?
There was one woman to whom he bowed, to whom he gave his heart completely.
Yes? Who?
Behold her. There, in front of you.
In front of me was an alcove. A soft light pouring in through a stained glass window illuminated a statue of the Virgin in a color that appeared to be the purest gold.
He made the statue with his own hands and presented it to the order the day before he died.
He made this little statue?
Oh, yes. It was as if he had a premonition of the end, and this was one work that had to be finished first.
I see.
His death, well, it's just as well he'll never know.
He'll never know what?
He loved this order, this little order of ours, so much it would have broken his heart to know that we're being disbanded.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
You see, we are an independent order. We relied completely on the generosity of private individuals, and Monsieur Morin would give us as much as $100 some weeks. This kept us alive. But now, well, this house and all of our property is being sold at auction tomorrow.
Oh, that's too bad.
It is God's will. Perhaps we are needed elsewhere.
Everything is being sold, even that gold statue of the Virgin?
Yes. Of course, it isn't really gold. It's lead or some other metal covered with gold paint.
Oh, of course.
Oh, monsieur, perhaps you will come to the auction, and if you bid generously, there may be some money left for us, and we may be able to start anew somewhere else.
Oh, yes, I shall be there. And have no fear, Sister Felicity. I shall bid generously.
And we know on what he will bid. Did Monsieur Gaspard Morin convert Madame Ottilie Thibault's 25,000 into gold, and then construct the statue of the Virgin which he donated to the Little Sisters of Samaria? If he did, while it amounts to stealing, it really wasn't stealing exactly. Or was it? Well, more on money and theology when we resume in just a few minutes with Act Two. While all that glitters may not be gold, there are times when gold itself doesn't glitter either. What is and what is not gold, and what price glitter, are problems that have plagued us all since the very beginnings of commerce. And it's a problem we face as our second act begins.
What do you mean, this statue?
Well, don't you see what he did? He bought $25,000 worth of gold with your money and made a statue of the Virgin.
Oh.
Now, the question is, what do you want to do about it?
Do?
You can let matters stay as they are, or you can decide you want your money back.
So, Monsieur Gaspard, he made a gold statue of the Virgin. I told you he was a man with great holiness.
Well, yes.
So it was not for selfish things, not for women or for drink or the gambling. No, it was for the saints, for devotion. It was the gift of a heart that was pure.
You could look at it that way.
I will have my money back. Let him buy his forgiveness. Let him buy his glory with his own money. Come, we will get the statue.
Yeah, but we can't prove it's yours.
Everyone knows I gave him 25,000.
But we cannot prove that this was how he used it.
Then how can we prove?
We can't. But we don't have to.
We don't have to? They'll give us the statue?
No, they'll sell us the statue. I told you everything will be sold tomorrow at auction. We'll bid for the statue.
But will we get it?
Of course. After all, who would want a little lead statue of the Virgin? I wish I could tell you about that auction. The auctioneer figured what he had could fetch maybe $10. And when he got an opening bid from a stuntman in the corner, he was ready to knock it down. But Madame Thibault stormed into the fray like a ravenous wolf into a chicken coop.
I say $20. So? $25 for a statue like this.
Well, she kept the pot bubbling and finally permitted herself to buy the statue for $50. We hurried out of the quarter to the busy business district and brought the statue to a very exclusive jeweler's shop.
Yes?
This statue...
Yes?
We should like to sell it.
We do not purchase religious statues.
Even when they're made of gold?
Gold?
Pure, solid gold. You weigh it. See if it doesn't add up to at least $25,000.
And what makes you think this statue is gold?
Well, what makes you think it isn't?
Because I know it is lead.
Lead?
Gold painted over lead. See?
Oh, Chuck, put away the knife. It is the Virgin. What are you doing?
You see? It slices almost as easily as butter all the way down.
No.
Then it isn't gold?
My friend, that statement should be engraved in marble.
But you said the statue, it was my gold.
Well, I was quite frankly puzzled myself. What could he have done with the money? I decided to abandon all this hit-and-miss speculation and go about the thing scientifically. So, finally, I located Monsieur Gaspard Morin's lawyer.
But, monsieur, what may I do for you?
Monsieur Pinnapass, I'm here about Madame Thibault's $25,000.
Ah, yes. What is to be done? When I had to settle his estate, I discovered his assets just barely cover his liabilities. As far as the sum of $25,000 is concerned, there is no sign of it.
But what could have happened to it?
I'm sure I could not tell you.
Now, Monsieur Pinnapass, we had here a man, Gaspard Morin, who seems to have had no vices. Is that true?
True. And almost no pleasure either.
How could such a man go through $25,000 in less than a month?
Oui, monsieur, it seems to present a difficulty.
I say, cherchez la femme.
Monsieur Gaspard? Oh, my dear sir.
Oh, he held a magnetic attraction for women. Could he have been leading a secret life?
No. His life was an open book.
Exactly my point.
What are you saying?
Suspect any man whose life is an open book.
But, my dear sir, such a man's actions are there for all to read.
Now, you say his life was an open book, but could you swear that it wasn't written in a secret language?
A secret language?
A code, where he used certain words to mean things that only he could understand.
Oh.
He wanted everyone perhaps to think of him as a devout, hard-working person. But
what?
Who knows what smoldered underneath? What dreams, thoughts, desires.
This is the thinking of a novelist, of a writer of stories. This is the stuff of fiction.
As opposed to?
As opposed to the stuff of life. You, sir, are a man of creative fancies. I am an attorney. I deal with the realities.
But it is the reality of life that is interesting and dramatic, not the fancies of fiction.
To even imply that sober, serious, hard-working, devout Gaspard Morin might have been leading a secret life.
Well, why is that so far-fetched?
Why? Because, well, now that you mention it, why indeed? Who is to say he did not lead a life that none of us knew anything about? Who is to say there were no vices?
Well, they don't necessarily have to be vices.
Oh, they do. How are we to know that Gaspard Morin was not the most debauched, depraved...
Oh, well, now, I didn't mean to go that far. Now, you were his attorney. You knew him well.
I was his attorney, but no one knew him well.
Think. Do any names occur to you?
Names?
Try to remember. Before he died, did he speak of anyone new or strange?
Monsieur, I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Did he seem excited in any way?
Excited? Well, no.
A name he might have let drop?
Well, how little we know about the next person.
Monsieur Pinnapass, I know you're an attorney and that you're not at liberty to discuss privileged information.
Oh, Gaspard. Oh, you old dog.
And it might seem to you that I, a stranger, am taking liberty. But believe me...
What? Why, there. That is the name.
The name?
Oh, you ask for a name he might have uttered before he died. A strange name. A new and unknown name.
Yes?
But you just said it yourself. Liberté.
Liberty?
Miss Liberté.
Miss Liberty?
He was dying, and he motioned for me to bend closer, and he winked at me, and he said, Pinfess, I have left everything in the hands of Miss Liberté. Miss Liberté, I replied. And pray, who is Miss Liberté?
Yeah, well, who is she?
He was about to tell me.
What happened?
Oh, nothing happened. Or from his point of view, everything happened. He died.
Oh.
And so, I am afraid we shall never know who Miss Liberté is.
Well, our course is clear. We have to find this Miss Liberty.
Ah, yes? And when you find her?
get the money back.
My friend, how? You have no paper, no documents, nothing to prove the money belongs to Madame Thibault? This Miss Liberty, whoever she is, could simply laugh in your face.
Monsieur Pennepass, do you know Madame Thibault?
Yes?
Do you think she would have any trouble getting back 25,000 of her own dollars, proof or no proof?
Frankly, no trouble at all.
See, I told you to look for the woman.
Miss Liberty, but who is Miss Liberty?
Well, first we have to find her.
I don't know anyone named Liberty. Miss, Mrs. or Mr. even.
That's the name Mr. Pennepass mentioned.
Mr. Pennepass. Do you trust Mr. Pennepass?
Is there any reason why I shouldn't?
Certainly. He's a lawyer.
I mean, any good reason?
I have just given you the best.
I inquired about Mr. Pennepass.
And?
And he's very well thought of.
By whom?
By other lawyers.
Oh, these birds flock together.
He's an honest man.
Another way of saying he has never been caught doing anything crooked.
Now, Madame Otterly, why would he lie?
Who is to say that he, your Monsieur Pennepass, didn't steal the money?
It is still my theory there's a woman mixed up in it.
But why?
Well, because it's a rule.
Huh? What kind of rule?
It's one of the 2 standard rules in a mystery, and this is a mystery, isn't it? Of course.
What 2 rules are you talking about?
Well, the first rule is the butler did it.
Huh? The butler?
And the second is cherchez la femme.
I don't understand.
Now, these are the rules that have been passed down to us by all the great writers of mysteries. Now, are you going to stand there and say it isn't so?
But there is no butler. Do I have a butler? Did Monsieur Morin have a butler?
No.
Do you have a butler? Does Monsieur Pennepass have a butler?
No.
Then there is no butler and no rule.
Ah, true. Which is why we are left with rule number 2. Cherchez la femme. And we have a clue. Miss Liberty.
But I ask you again and again, who is this Miss Liberty?
I'm sure that when we find her, we will have found your $25,000.
Oh, Miss Liberty, eh?
Now, Madame Otterly, you know everybody in the quarter.
Oh, yes, but...
Now, surely somewhere, sometime, you came across the name Miss Liberty.
Miss Liberty? Never.
No. Don't close your mind. Think. Just think. And say Miss Liberty. Where have I heard that name? Now, go ahead, say it.
Miss Liberty. Where have I heard that name?
Say it again.
Miss Liberty. Where have I heard that name? Why, what name is this we are trying to find? Miss Liberty?
Does it mean anything at all to you?
Miss Liberty, sure. Now I remember. Now I know. Miss Liberty, of course.
Maybe this isn't the time you would pick to lower the curtain on the ending of an act, but we, on the other hand, want to make sure that you stay fresh and keyed up for our messages. So, Act 3 in just a few minutes. Cherchez la femme. Look for the woman. This seems to have been the path we've been traveling ever since we began our story. It's women, after all, who make the world go round. And it's a certainty. We can tell you right now who is making our story go round and round. And where we shall stop, only she knows at this time.
Madame Otterly, you know who Miss Liberty is?
Of course. I have heard the name.
Where?
Here, in this place. Men talk of her.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Who is she? Who is Madame Liberty?
She is a horse.
A horse?
You see, the men come in here to drink, to get away from their wives, to gamble, and to talk about horses.
She's a horse? But
and they all speak of this Miss Liberty. She runs at the racetrack.
A racehorse? Can it be? Did he bet on Miss Liberty at the racetrack?
Did he?
If he did, then your money is surely gone. That's the end of it.
Oh, cannot believe he gambled on a horse.
It was now a time of delicate negotiations. When one loses money betting on a horse, one must lose it to somebody. A definite, actual somebody. And these gentlemen are all members of a close fraternity, tight-lipped, given more to listening than speaking.
Miss Liberty? You want to bet on Miss Liberty?
No, I don't want to bet on Miss Liberty.
Good, you ain't gonna die poor.
Well, I'm asking because of a gentleman named Gaspard Morin.
Yeah?
Now, it's important for me to know if he lost a considerable sum of money betting on Miss Liberty.
Ooh, anybody who bet on that ice-cold mama would have lost a lot of money.
$25,000.
Ooh, now that's a nice round sum. He didn't lose it with me.
Well, could you ascertain if he lost it with any of your associates?
Why?
Well, I'm a curious person.
Is that a fact? I understand you write stories.
Yes.
Would you put me in a story?
You're in this one already.
Gumbo Charlie. Make sure you got the name. And my customers can always find me sitting in One-Eye Philibek's fish parlor.
Now that I've published his advertisement, I have to tell you that a day later, Mr. Gumbo Charlie came by to see me.
Scratch Miss Liberty.
Oh?
This Gaspard Morin, why, he never bet so much as a wooden nickel on a horse in his life.
You sure? Well, thank you, Gumbo.
You might also tell my customers I can be found Sundays at One-Arm Arthur's Chowder House.
One-Eye Philibek, One-Arm Arthur. What kind of people are these?
Careless.
That idea fizzled out, too. But I kept remembering Monsieur Pinnipes's statement.
Monsieur Morin said to me, I left everything in the hands of Miss Liberty.
Those were his exact words?
Oh, but yes, I am a lawyer. The exact words are of crucial importance.
So it couldn't have been a racehorse. A racehorse named Miss Liberty, because a horse has no hand.
That is correct.
And he winked, you said?
Oh, yes.
Which meant he must have been happy.
As happy as a man can be on his deathbed.
So he thought he had found an ideal solution, Miss Liberty. Who could Miss Liberty be? That was the first time you ever heard him mention that name?
The very first.
Miss Liberty.
The arms of Miss Liberty.
Is it possible? Can it be possible?
Can what be possible?
No. It's too... It's beyond the realm of...
Of what?
Who is Miss Liberty?
Well, we have already established she is a racehorse.
Miss Liberty. Now, please, Monsieur Pinnipes, think.
Of what?
Think of New York.
Why should I think of New York?
Of New York Harbor. Miss Liberty. The great statue.
A statue?
The Statue of Liberty. It is called Miss Liberty.
Oh, is that a fact?
It's been standing there since 1886.
And why was I not informed?
And it was presented to the people of America by the people of France.
For what reason? Frenchmen do not normally give things away.
As a gesture of friendship. To commemorate the 100th anniversary of our independence in 1876. And it took 10 years before it could.
10 years, huh?
Well, it's a large statue, the largest in the world. It's 151 feet high. It weighs 225 tons.
The entire affair sounds somewhat suspicious to me.
But, Monsieur Pinnipes, you yourself said Morin told you he had left everything in the hands of Miss Liberty. Now, that's true, isn't it?
Well, yes.
Well, Miss Liberty stands high above New York Harbor, and I suppose we shall just have to look at her hands. What can I do? I'm the prisoner of a logical mind. A man is entrusted with a sum of money.
On his deathbed, he says he left it in the hands of Miss Liberty. Miss Liberty is the famous statue in the harbor of New York. Well, like it or not, reasonable or not, the clue had to be followed to its logical or illogical conclusion. I boarded a train to New York City. I discovered that the statue was in the custody of the War Department. Through a friend of a friend who had a friend, I was introduced to Colonel Ramrod.
Look at the statue's hands.
Well, sir,
You realize that her hands are some 300 feet above the water.
Yes, sir,
Is it necessary that you look at her hands?
Absolutely necessary, sir.
May I ask if there's a reason?
Well, I'm trying to recover Madame Thibault's $25,000.
Oh, you've mentioned two good reasons. A woman and money.
On his deathbed, he said he had left everything in the hands of Miss Liberty.
Well, how do you get up there to do it?
I wouldn't be able to answer that, Colonel.
You look a bit old to climb up and out onto her hands.
Well, I'm not quite as old as I look.
Yes, I'm allowing for that. And you appear somewhat portly.
I have to follow this clue to its logical conclusion.
The Army likes to cooperate with the citizenry. We can have you swung up and out there with block and tackle.
I'll tell you why I did it. True, I wanted to help Madame Thibault, and I told myself that the bouillabaisse was more than worth any risk or hardship. Yes, that's what I told myself. But the truth, you see, the realists were coming to the fore in literature. De Maupassant, that crowd. And I wanted to show everyone that old William Sidney Porter could be as real as any of them. After all, who else would hang suspended 300 feet above the cold water of New York Harbor as he carefully scrutinized the hands of the Statue of Liberty? And what did I find? Exactly what I had expected to find. Nothing. But the game had to be played till the final out in the last inning. And so I returned to New Orleans, sick at heart, weary in spirit, and hungry for a supper of bouillabaisse that I knew I would never get to eat. I made my way to Madame Ottilie Thibault's cafe. Now, Madame Ottilie, think. We try to think, did Monsieur Morin ever say anything at all about what he would do with the money?
Oh, he said this and he said that, and I couldn't understand one word.
Well, there's a woman in this thing somewhere, but I can't find her.
Oh, you mustn't bother your head anymore. The money, it comes and goes. And listen, because you have been one good friend, I have a surprise. You come back with me.
Where?
To the kitchen. Where else? Come. I have a surprise.
Well, it wasn't a surprise long. Halfway to the kitchen, the most heavenly odor filled the hallway. It was the bouillabaisse. Oh, that bouillabaisse. I sat down at the kitchen table, eager, expectant, hungry.
You work hard. You deserve reward. Now, you will eat bouillabaisse as much and as often.
Madame Ottilie, what can I say? What could anyone say in the presence of such divine bouillabaisse? Nothing. All one could do was eat. Eat and eat until one was ready to burst. And then rest. To ready oneself for a second onslaught. Well, during this brief respite, I let my eyes wander about Madame's kitchen. In the dusky twilight, it was flecked with gleams of polished fine woods and burnished glass and metal, which she loved so much. The walls were covered with lithographs in garish colors, advertising posters, theater bills, birthday cards, everything calculated to stun the optic nerve into complete submission. Then, in the midst of it, some squares with a gold border, and a picture. A picture. Was it possible? A picture of liberty. Liberty. The same liberty that was on the money in my pocket. Beautiful, standing Miss Liberty. I looked again, and I couldn't believe what I saw pasted up on that wall. Madame, since when are you in the habit of papering your walls with $5,000 United States bonds?
Bonds?
Look on the wall. $5,000 bonds with coupons attached. Well, here's your money.
Oh, but that is not money. Those are just pretty pieces of paper.
Madame.
Monsieur Morin, he gave me these pretty pieces of paper after he said he would invest the money I gave him.
Well, didn't he explain what these were?
All I know is I gave him money, and he gave me these little pieces of paper with that woman's picture in it.
Yeah, but this is also money.
But how could it be money? Money has a man's picture on it, not a woman's.
Madam, now listen to me. Do you know a good paper hanger?
Of course.
Well, get him to peel these off very carefully.
Oh, but they hide a hole in the wall.
With these bonds, you can buy a new wall, a new house.
With these pieces of paper? With the woman's picture in it?
That's what he meant when he said it was in the hands of Miss Liberty.
Oh.
Madame, when in doubt, cherchez la femme.
Yes, cherchez la femme. Look for the woman. Always look for the woman. For, as a philosopher once said, without a woman, what enterprise could possibly be worth the trouble? In addition to looking for the woman, look for me, for I shall return in a few minutes. Madame Ottilie Thibault used the $25,000 in U.S. bonds to cover a bad spot on her walls. And there they were, pretty to look at, decorative, useful. You may say that's rather expensive for a wall covering, but can you think of many people who spent $25,000 on projects that brought them far less satisfaction, pleasure, and use? Our cast included Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, Ian Martin, and Bill Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Place not your trust in princes. The great and good book tells us, and sound advice, indeed. It would appear to be, especially since we are also told, uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Royalty, nobility in general, isn't as popular as it used to be. But at one time, almost every little girl wanted to marry a prince, or a duke, or an earl. And if her rich American daddy had the money, he could always buy her one. Our mystery drama, The Kingdom Below, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Phyllis Newman and Fred Gwynne. They transformed the face of the nation. History refers to them as robber barons. Most of them were born poor and died rich. They devoted their lives to amassing money, and then, when they had more than they could ever spend, they realized they had missed out on something very important, something which could be described as culture. And so they pursued culture as avidly as they once had chased after money. And where was culture? Why, it was in Europe. And what was culture? It was immortal paintings for the mansion, masterpieces of sculpture for the grounds, and a titled foreigner for a son-in-law. From the diary of Miss Mayetta Stebbins.
Rome, July the 3rd, 1887. I do believe that music will drive me out of my wits. Not that I had too great a supply to begin with. We are living in a palazzo. And didn't Mama give it to me for calling it a palazzo? Palazzo, darling, palazzo. But I want to go home. Anyhow, I shouldn't complain about Mama. Poor Papa. He's the one that really catches it. Every morning, it's the same old thing.
Prego, Annunziata, the, uvi. You know, the eggs.
I ain't had a decent egg since we left the States.
Now, you said ain't at the opera last night. I thought I would die of shame.
Who was there to hear me? Nobody but a bunch of foreigners.
How many times must I tell you, Benjamin? In this country, we are the foreigners.
Yeah, that's why I can't hardly wait to get back to good old USA.
Benjamin, I don't think you're taking this trip seriously.
Now, you just look here. I got writer's cramp from signing checks. You wanted that painting of that fat lady?
Oh, Benjamin Franklin Stebbins, you are talking about a genuine Caravaggio.
Yeah, and you were talking about 50,000 simoleons. 50,000 of Uncle Sam's finest. 50,000 of those long green men. But, did I blink an eye? No, wrap her up, I says. I'll write you my check.
$50,000 for a Caravaggio? You stole that painting.
I stole it? You want pictures of naked fat ladies? Why, I can take you into places back home where...
Benjamin, your daughter is sitting at the table.
Mama, I know about those places.
Oh, my sakes alive. What do you know about those places?
I know well-brought-up young ladies ain't supposed to talk about them.
Ain't. There it is again. Benjamin, you've corrupted this child.
Okay, Mayetta. Don't say ain't in front of your mama. It discombobulates her something fierce.
Now, we have to have a serious discussion.
Does that mean I have to leave the room?
No, it concerns you. Benjamin, you give generously of your money. I have no complaints.
Thank you kindly, ma'am.
But you're not putting your heart into this thing.
Which thing?
The thing we really came for.
Okay, you tell me. What did we come here for?
To find a husband for Mayetta.
Well, why can't Mayetta find her own husband?
Benjamin!
Did anybody have to find you a husband? No. You found one yourself.
And look at me.
Yeah, look at you. 29 years ago, you were filling up beer mugs in your old man's saloon.
Benjamin!
Is that true, Mama?
How can you say such things in front of the child?
I'm not a child, Mama.
It was the worst dive on the San Francisco waterfront.
Where was the saloon?
There was no saloon.
No? What was it then?
Why are we getting off the subject?
Which is?
Finding a husband for Mayetta.
Oh, yeah. Nobody found you a husband, and you wind up being married to one of the 50 richest men in America.
Now, Benjamin...
You don't believe it? Read the papers.
Money isn't everything.
It ain't?
Oh, that word again. There's a world of people who don't say ain't.
Yeah?
It's a world of breeding, refinement, and culture.
Is that a fact?
And from that world, I want a husband for your daughter.
That's a funny way to put it. You want a husband for our daughter. Well, what does our daughter have to say about it?
Oh, she's too young to know her own mind.
So, what have you got on your mind?
Now, Prudence Folsom, she came back to America last year with a count.
Skinny beanpole fella with a pot belly, a mustache, and a monocle. Looks like a dude to me.
Now, you have twice as much money as George Folsom. So your daughter should do twice as well as his. Mayetta should get herself a prince, or at least a duke. Find her one.
Well, what do you say to all this, Mayetta?
What do I say to all this? I don't know. Most of the time I don't listen. I've never been in love. Maybe I'll never fall in love. Maybe I can't, or maybe I'm so much in love I don't realize it. Could I be in love with someone I've never met? Sounds silly. I could never talk about it to anyone. Yet the truth is, I don't know if I really feel this way or if I read about it somewhere in some novel long ago. Well, the next morning it began over again.
You girls know what day this is? It's the 4th of July. Oh, how I wish I was back home.
Benjamin, we are not returning until Mayetta...
I can see him now, stepping down Fifth Avenue, the Grand Army of the Republic.
Benjamin!
Be the first year I ain't marching with them.
Ain't again.
What do I have to do to get back to the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, first, you must stop saying ain't.
Done. You ain't never going to hear that word pass my lips again.
Second, you must find a titled foreigner for your daughter.
And what if she turns him down?
How can she turn him down? She ain't met him yet.
Every time you get really excited, you sound like the red-haired girl I first met in your old man's saloon.
What are you talking about?
Let it pass.
Now, look, we've been here a month. She hasn't met anyone yet.
She's met hundreds of people. She met all kinds of nobles, fellas with titles. Toss a coin. Put the names in the hat. Pull her one out.
Well, not one of them is good enough for her.
Now we're on to something else.
Fortune hunters.
Yeah.
Dried up, wizened, elderly men.
Uh-huh.
And the young ones. Oh, too slick by half for my taste. I wouldn't trust any of them. Benjamin, we are not meeting the right people.
We're meeting everybody there is. The word is out. The rich American heiress is in Rome to find a husband. We're getting them from all over Italy. They're coming from France and Spain. I understand tonight we're going to meet a couple from Austria and Russia.
You see, Benjamin, we were wrong.
We? What did I do?
Well, we let it be known that the fabulously wealthy Americans were here with a marriageable daughter. We thought we'd be swamped.
And we were.
But a man of true aristocratic breeding would be repelled. He would have contempt for us. He would label us as nouveau riche, as parvenu, as arriviste.
I'll tell you something, Mama. I happen to know what every one of them words mean. And you want to know the truth? That's exactly how we're behaving.
Well, I want a prince for my daughter. I want a man of background and breeding. A man who can trace his family down through the centuries.
But, Mama...
And let that family become even richer and greater and finer because of what my daughter will bring to it.
Okay, Mama. Sure.
That's what I want. Do you know why?
It don't matter, Mama. As long as you want it. The old man here'll see you get it. Somehow.
Well, now, you talk about the saloon my father owned on the waterfront.
Look, I won't bring that up no more.
My father didn't own that saloon.
What? What are you saying? I happen to know Patty Morgan was the one and only sole proprietor.
That's true. But Patty Morgan wasn't my father.
What?
And Katie Morgan wasn't my mother. They adopted me. They took me in. I was one of those kids you read about. A newborn baby that's found on the doorstep.
Mary,
Who was my mother? My father? I'll never know. Who am I? Where do I come from? I'll never find out.
Well, now, is it so important?
Yes.
All right.
Well, find me a prince, a real prince for my daughter. You can do it.
Sure.
I mean it. You can do anything. What were you? A stevedore, a roustabout. Today, you're one of the 50 richest men in America. You performed a miracle. Now make another one. Find her a prince.
I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation. But one thing about Mama and Papa, They spoke loudly. There were no secrets. I didn't want to say anything to Mama or Papa, but I wouldn't marry anyone they found for me, unless, of course, it was the person I was in love with already. But how would they know who he was? I didn't even know myself. Papa disappeared right after breakfast. I found out later he'd gone to the American Embassy.
My name is Thurman Trueblood. What can I do for you, Mr. Stebbins?
Who are you?
I'm the third assistant secretary.
Yeah. Well, young fella, I didn't ask to see the third assistant secretary or the second or even the first. I asked to see the ambassador.
The ambassador is out.
Not to me, he ain't. My name's Benjamin Franklin Stebbins.
I know that, sir.
I'm a personal friend of President Grover Cleveland.
I'm aware of that.
So, you march right back in there and tell the ambassador Ben Stebbins wants him.
Sir, I can't do that. They've all gone home to America to celebrate the 4th of July, and they won't return for another 2 weeks. There's no one here, only me.
Yeah? Well, then I guess you'll have to do.
Well, yes, sir. What's to be done?
I want my daughter, Mayetta, to find a fine, handsome, young Italian prince from a noble family that goes back to, maybe old Julius Caesar or any of that crowd.
Mr. Stebbins, I'm not sure that lies within the province of the embassy's activities.
Son, what's the purpose of your job here?
It's to foster closer relations between the Americans and the Italian people.
Well, now, ain't that exactly what I'm asking you to do?
Yes, but...
Never mind, but. Son, it's a losing battle. Who's the most blue-blooded prince they got? What's his name?
He's the Prince de Porto Corvo.
Trot him around.
Oh, you don't understand. He never goes to see anyone.
Well, then we'll go see him.
But the prince never sees anyone.
Is that a fact? Now, just who does he think he is?
Well, there are those who say...
Yes? Who say what?
Well, it's all old wives' tales of superstitious peasants. But there are those who say he's the devil himself.
Well, friends, there you are. We made you wait for the very last 2 words of Act 1 before we said something that puts everybody on notice. A rich, young, handsome prince, and there's suspicion around that he may be the devil. Well, the devil is a prince. He's called the Prince of Darkness. We shall shed more light in just a little while when I return with Act 2. They say money talks. Well, that isn't quite accurate. Money does more than merely talk. It commands. And what money wants, money usually gets. The moneyed Mr. Benjamin Franklin Stebbins, one of the 50 richest men in America, has come to Rome in the year 1887 to buy some culture. Paintings, sculpture, and a titled foreign nobleman for his daughter.
Now, Mr. Thurman Trueblood, let's get down to the facts at hand. This Prince de Porto Corvo, why do folks say he's the devil?
Well, this is all local superstition.
Isn't there even the tiniest little bit of fire in all the smoke?
I couldn't say. I really don't know anything about the Prince de Porto Corvo.
Why not?
Why not?
Ain't he one of the natural resources of the country?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, which is why you're only third assistant secretary. But never mind, I'll take you in hand, boy. I'll educate you.
Sir,
what's been attracting most of the foreign capital lately? The native nobility. That's what. Look at how many American millionaires have been investing in princes and dukes and counts and no accounts and whatnot.
Well, that may be, sir, but...
Now, I'm coming here as a legitimate American businessman. I'm here to buy a prince for my daughter. So when I make an investment in a foreign country, which this is, I have the right to ask investment advice from the American Embassy.
I'm not sure there's a precedent.
Well, if there ain't, we're going to set one. Now, you say this Porto Corvo is the goods.
I said only that he comes from the oldest, most aristocratic family.
Then we'll settle for him.
But I know nothing about him except his name. Just rumor and hearsay.
Why don't you invite him to a party at the embassy? Send me the bill.
But nobody invites the prince to Porto Corvo to a party. He does not accept invitations. I don't even know him.
Then we'll go see him.
You just don't go calling on the prince to Porto Corvo.
Why not?
Well, it just is not done.
That's why we're going to do it, boy. We're going to go out there for a drive this very afternoon.
Oh, no, I couldn't leave my post here at the embassy.
Embassy's closed for the holiday. It's the 4th of July. Where does this prince live?
Well, I understand, I think, they say he has a villa some 10 miles north of the city.
We'll pick you up at noon and get to the prince's palace in time to be invited for lunch.
Oh, but Mr. Stebbins...
Stick with me, son. I'll see you get made an ambassador yet.
Mama didn't know whether to faint with joy or dance with happiness. I think she did a little of each. She couldn't stop kissing Papa. She screamed in positive raptures of delight.
Oh, Benji, you can. You will work miracles.
Nothing to it.
And this young man from the embassy arranged the whole thing.
Like shooting fish in a barrel. Hey, Mr. Stubbins, he said, you want to meet a genuine Italian prince? Let me give you a knockdown to my pal, the Prince de Porto Corvo.
Oh, Porto Corvo. Oh, that name. That name alone sends romantic visions through me.
Let's drive out this very day, he says, and have lunch.
Oh, Benjamin, you're the most wonderful man.
Maybe I knew what I was doing when I come out for Grover Cleveland.
Oh, yes, indeed you did.
Next time, don't tell me who's going to win the election. Women ain't, aren't qualified to.
Oh, you can say ain't, Benjamin. Go ahead, say ain't as much as you want. Mayetta, dear, have you heard? We're to have lunch with the Prince of Porto Corvo.
I heard. And the moment I heard that name, I had a sudden feeling of what? I felt dizzy. But it wasn't an alarming dizziness. It was more of a delicious, out-of-this-world feeling. I seemed to be lighter than air. I seemed to float in space. Everything was so wonderful. I remember we got into the carriage. We stopped at the embassy where a very tall, serious young man joined us.
Mayetta, honey, this is Mr. Thurman Trueblood, Assistant Secretary at the embassy.
Actually, Miss Stebbins, I'm only the 3rd Assistant Secretary.
Son, when you blow your horn, sound it loud and clear and strong in a major key, and leave out all the minor notes.
I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Stebbins.
But I hadn't the eyes to see him with, or the ears to hear him, nor the voice to answer. There was only one thought that filled my entire being. The Prince of Porto Corvo. And the name. I began to remember the name, Porto Corvo, but from where? Why? For some reason, this was not the first time I had heard it. Porto Corvo. Oh, Prince of Porto Corvo, I love you. I love you. I have always loved you. We drove through the beautiful countryside, and soon we came upon a villa. It was small, but perfect. A small, flawless diamond. It was neither big nor ostentatious. It was the kind of home I had always dreamed of, set in the middle of what appeared to be a park. There were streams and gardens. It was altogether a place of rare delight. I had read that phrase somewhere, but that's what this palazzo was. We drove in through the gate. A footman held the horses. A butler ushered us into the house.
What a charming palazzo. Oh, Mayetta, darling, come here. Look at this painting.
How did you work it, sir?
How did I work what?
How did you wangle this invitation from the prince?
How did I... Son, I was about to ask you.
You mean you didn't?
Now, Thurman, what are you trying to tell me? That you didn't arrange it?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, then why did the dude in the short pants and the velvet coat with a silver button say the prince was expecting us?
Oh, Mr. Stebbins, you're having a little joke, aren't you?
Darling, this cup, it must be It is. It's a Cellini.
Now, son, I'll be hanged for a horse thief if I can tell you what's going on here.
Mr. Stebbins, what the local people say about the prince being the devil?
Now, son, remember, you're an American. Hold the line.
But to know we were coming, he had no way. Suppose he is the devil.
What if he is? He don't scare me. I've already been to hell. 25 years ago, son. Yes, sir, I was with General George Henry Thomas, the Rock of Chickamauga. There was hell for you.
Sir, I'm not sure that I did the wise thing.
Ah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this humble dwelling, but it is all I have to offer. Consider it yours. Mr. Stebbins, the celebrated Mr. Stebbins, so kind of you to come. I am your obedient servant, the Prince di Porto Corvo.
How do, Prince? Shake hands with the missus here. Honey, this is the prince.
Oh, your Royal Highness.
And our little girl here, Mayetta, name for her two grandmothers.
How do you do?
Is this how it happens? You look into his eyes and you see... What do you see? I don't know. You're lost. You're lost in space and lost in time. Nothing matters and no one else exists in the whole world. You know your fate is sealed.
Luncheon is served. May I offer you my arm, Miss Stebbins?
Yes, of course.
This way, please. Mr. Stebbins, Mrs. Stebbins, Mr. Trueblood. I know you will enjoy our little repast.
Mr. Stebbins, how did he know my name? You didn't introduce me.
He knows you're from the embassy.
How does he know I'm from the embassy?
Well, ain't there the seal of the United States of America on the carriage?
We're not using the embassy carriage. We're using yours.
Yeah, well, son, don't sweat about it. There's an explanation for everything.
So explain this.
I said there was an explanation. That don't necessarily mean I can tell you what it is.
Dear Diary, luncheon was a dream. The food was... How can I describe it? It was everybody's favorite. Was there ever such a host as the Prince of Porto Corvo?
Now this is steak.
Steak? Well, I'm having shad.
And I have scrapple.
Strawberries and cream.
I have to tell you, Prince, this steak could only come from Kansas City.
And shad like this must be from the Hudson River.
Nobody outside of Philadelphia knows how to make scrapple.
Strawberries aren't in season, are they?
My good friends, a host must live for his guests. Please enjoy your lunch.
Yes, but how did you know how partial I am to shad?
I guessed it.
Oh, you did nothing of the sort. Benjamin must have told you. Didn't you, Benji?
Who, me?
Oh, confess it.
I did nothing of the sort.
Oh, you men, you must have your little mysteries.
Shall we begin?
Is it customary to say grace in this country?
Of course.
For what we are about to receive, good Lord, we give thanks.
Benji, this is really shad.
Wait a minute, Mama.
What is it, Benjamin?
Mayetta, put down your spoon.
Benjamin!
I have to talk with the prince here.
My dear Mr. Stebbins, is something wrong?
I'm not sure.
Papa.
I want you to tell me.
Tell you what?
What's going on here?
Papa, are you feeling well?
I don't know. But when I was a little kid at school, I remember reading a story about all them heathen gods and goddesses.
Oh, really, Papa? Is this the time to start
Now, the devil... Okay, he wasn't exactly the devil, but he was the prince of the underworld. So I guess that's just about the same thing, huh?
Oh, you must permit me to apologize for my husband, Your Highness. He does choose the oddest moments to tell his long-winded stories. Now, Benjamin...
As I recall, this prince of the underworld kidnapped the daughter of one of the goddesses. And he took her down to hell with him. Don't anybody else remember that story?
Everyone remembers, Benjamin, but I'm sure no one is really interested.
So the kid remembered that she shouldn't eat, because if she ate as much as one bite, or took as much as one swallow, she'd be stuck there forever. And, so, Prince, if you'll excuse us, we're gonna skip lunch.
How dare you insult this man in his own home? This generous gentleman of the highest... Oh, please, Your Highness, you must find it in your heart to forgive him.
Mrs. Stebbins, sometimes the heat in my country is upsetting to those who are accustomed to a more moderate climate. May I suggest...
Prince, I want to thank you for your hospitality. But we really have to be leaving. Mama, Mayetta?
I shall do nothing of the sort. I intend to have my lunch. The shad. How tender. What a heavenly taste.
Mama!
All right. What do you suppose this is? Here you have Ben Stebbins, one of the most hard-headed practical men in the world, and he starts raving about something deep down, way past, in ancient Greek mythology. He looks at a handsome, sophisticated gentleman and sees the king of the underworld. Don't sell Benjamin Franklin Stebbins short. After all, he was smart enough to become one of the 50 richest men in America. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The word is perception. It literally means to see through. One man can look at a desolate, barren piece of land and see buildings and factories and stores, a great city. This is how men become rich. They see through, right through to the heart of the matter. They are not distracted by the cover or the color or the shape or the form. They see through to the essence, to the money. This is the kind of man we have in Benjamin Stebbins, and he accepts what he sees, no matter how fantastic or far-fetched or impossible.
Dear Diary, that was quite a lunch. Poor Papa. Why was he having such a hard time at the table? Mama was so embarrassed I thought she'd die. And that milk and water Mr. Trueblood wished the floor could open up and swallow him. After all, he had to uphold the dignity of the United States government. Well, both of them began to eat. Papa refused to touch a bite on his plate, and I know how he loved his steak. I ate my strawberries. Papa yelled at me.
Don't, Mayetta, don't.
It's all right, Papa.
Young lady, you come along with me.
Benjamin, we have all been embarrassed enough.
I want to talk to my daughter alone for a minute. Now, you listen to me and step this way, Mayetta.
Your Highness, I must keep apologizing for my husband. Mayetta, don't you get up from your chair.
My dear Mrs. Stebbins, surely a girl must listen when her father commands. Is it not written, honor thy father?
Come in here for a minute, Mayetta. Mayetta, honey, you gotta believe me. You've just gotta.
I believe you, Papa.
Then we're getting out of here right this minute.
No, Papa, I want to stay.
But you said you believe me.
I do.
There's something about it.
I don't care.
You didn't listen to what I was saying.
It doesn't matter.
Mayetta, I'm taking you home.
I'm home now, Papa.
No. Come on now. What can you be telling me?
I love the prince.
You must listen to me, did you? Did you ever hear of a more practical, down-to-earth fella than your old man?
Papa, I know what you're going to say.
Put your money on the table. Show me the figures. Let me examine the merchandise. That's always been me, honey. No fancy notions, no crazy ideas. So when a fella like me starts talking about devils and the underworld, you have to listen. Now, this prince, well, how else can I put it? He ain't human.
And what if he isn't, Papa?
What do you mean, what if he isn't?
I love him. I've been in love with him all my life.
But how could you? You only met him an hour ago.
How do I know that?
Oh, my poor little girl.
No, Papa. I'm not your poor little girl. Not any longer.
You always did want to marry a prince, didn't you?
Every little girl does.
You sure you didn't read that story I tried to tell everybody just before?
Sure, I read it. Back in school.
You didn't see yourself as the heroine, being carried away by the great god of the underworld, becoming the queen?
It's so hard for you to realize I'm in love. And when you're in love, it doesn't matter who he is.
But it does, Mayetta, it does.
We love each other.
When was this decided?
It was meant to be. And now, Papa, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Dear Diary, Papa walked out on the terrace and I returned to the dining salon. The prince, My prince was so charming that soon everyone was smiling and having a wonderful time. When lunch was over, the prince took my arm and we went for a stroll. Who are you?
You know.
I know?
Your father has told you.
Well...
You don't believe him? Yes, you believe him. And it is true.
Yes.
I have always loved you.
Why?
Oh, because you are so light, so filled with beauty.
For a girl who's supposed to be so beautiful, I've had remarkably few beaux. And considering that my father is so rich...
Yes, I know. You see, I did not want anyone to fall in love with you.
What does that mean?
More important, I did not want you to fall in love with anyone else. And so I did not permit a thing like that to happen.
How could you stop it?
You see, my sister is... It will be very difficult for you to believe this.
I know I must believe anything you choose to tell me.
My sister is Venus. No one in the world may fall in love without her permission.
I see.
I've waited for you, just as you have waited for me. I love you.
I love you.
We shall be married.
Oh, that'll make Mama so happy. You don't know how she always wanted me to marry a prince.
I know.
Oh, and not just getting married, but the idea of the wedding.
It will be a beautiful wedding.
Oh, how Mama's going to enjoy every single detail of the planning.
My dearest, I am afraid your mother will not be allowed to come.
She what?
The wedding will be held in Olympus.
Where's that?
It's where my father lives.
Why can't my mother come?
My dearest one, your mother will not be permitted to leave the underworld.
I don't understand.
Your mother and this gentleman, Mr. Trueblood, they must depart shortly for the underworld.
Why?
You know why, my dearest. They dined at my table.
Do you mean they'll be dead?
Dead is a word that is only used in this world.
But will they be dead?
They will lead another existence elsewhere.
Will they be dead?
Yes. It is the law.
What law?
All who partake of my hospitality must remain forever my guests.
Papa didn't touch a bite.
He will leave. I shall not see him for a long time.
Papa won't let you take Mama away.
Darling, you must not allow yourself to become sad. Remember, we love each other.
Yes, but...
And love is all. Love is enough.
But Mama won't be able to come to my wedding. Mama will never forgive me.
Mama will not know about your wedding.
Why won't she know?
Because Mama has already sipped from the cup of forgetfulness.
What's that?
It is to prepare one for the next world. Mama is waiting for the journey to the underworld. She and Mr. Trueblood are waiting for the boat.
No, I want to see Mama.
No, my darling, you do not.
I do. I want Mama.
I tried to spare you this.
Oh, Mama, you're not going anywhere. Tell me you're not going anywhere.
Child, are you speaking to me?
Mama, don't look at me as if you don't know me.
Who are you, child?
Who am I? Don't you know me? Don't you know your own daughter, Mayetta?
Mayetta. What a lovely name for a beautiful girl.
Mayetta, for Grandma May and Grandma Etta.
Goodbye, child. I wish we had more time to chat, but I must leave.
Don't go. Come back. Come back.
She must go, my darling.
I want to go home.
Soon, my beloved. I will take you home.
No, home on Fifth Avenue in New York City. I want to go home.
You will come with me. We have always loved each other. We are to be married.
No. Papa, please, Papa. Papa, save me. Help me, Papa.
Now, what's all this hollering, Mayetta? You ain't a little girl no more. You've got to behave like a marriageable young lady.
I don't want to get married. Not to him.
I told you not to touch a bite of food.
Oh, please, Papa, don't scold me. Just help me. And help Mama. They're taking Mama away.
Honey, what can I do? I'm just a living, breathing, mortal man. He's one of them gods. What can I do?
Oh, Papa, did you ever in all your life ask, what can I do? Never. Whatever it was, you just went out and did it. Please, please, Papa, save Mama and save me. I don't want to marry him.
But you're in love with him.
No, Papa, I'm not. I was in love with the idea of him, of a prince. Oh, Papa, please.
All right. Just sit there quiet for a bit. Your Highness.
Yes?
My little girl wants to break her engagement.
I am afraid that is impossible. I love your daughter.
Do you?
With all my heart.
Well, then, if you're a man of honor, you will ask for her father's permission.
You have already permitted it. You brought her to my house for this purpose.
Oh, but that was before I knew who you were.
You knew who I was. You always knew it.
I didn't know for a fact. I may have suspected.
We quibble over words.
All right, then let's argue facts. You say you love my daughter. You say you love her with all your heart. What are your plans for her?
To make her my queen.
And just where are you going to live?
In my palace.
Which is where?
You know where.
Down there? Way down there? Down there in hell? In the dark? In the damp? Where there ain't never a ray of sunlight, not one blade of grass, not one flower, not one bird. Why do you want to bring her there?
To brighten my life.
I know that, but who's going to brighten hers? Can she live in the dark? No, she needs fresh air, the blue sky.
I will make her happy.
How will you make her happy? She'll wither away. She'll die.
No.
They all die. All your wives. What happened to your first one, the one we all read about? How many have you had since? How many will you have after Mayetta?
Mr. Stebbins.
You bring them to your palace for their youth, their beauty, and their freshness. But all of that disappears very quickly in the poisoned air of your kingdom. They fade ever so quickly. They die ever so soon. It isn't love on your part. You need them. But you never love any of them.
I love your daughter.
Prove it.
How?
Give her up.
What?
Save her life. Let her live.
I love her the way I have never loved any of the others.
Then don't treat her the way you did the others. Let her live. Let her have her life. The beauty and the loveliness of the world above. How long can she live with you? A few months, a year? And then she'll be old.
No.
You know I'm right. Man who loves is a man who must be willing to give.
But
give her up.
I love you, Mayetta. I love you. You will never know how much I loved you.
Dear Diary, I'll say one thing about this country. It may be the food or the air, but the fantastic dreams you have in this place. If I ever told anybody what I'm writing on this page, who would ever believe it? We were supposed to visit this prince, and poor Papa. Did he ever catch it from Mama? It seems we got to the place where he was supposed to live, and what do you think?
This can't be the place. It's a heap of ruins. But nobody's lived here for hundreds of years.
Everybody said it's where he's supposed to live, right, Miss Trueblood?
Yes, sir. As far as I know.
Yes, but you said we were invited for lunch.
Somebody must have played a practical joke.
Oh, I dare say.
I was told a titled foreigner lived here, Mrs. Stebbins.
In a godforsaken place like this, only the devil would live here.
Well, ma'am, the devil's a titled foreigner. He's the Prince of Darkness.
July 5th, 1887. Dear Diary, I've come to a certain conclusion about princes. More than ever, I intend to marry one. But I have an idea that the best possible prince is the one you make for yourself. Now, Papa was just a day laborer until Mama took him in hand and made a millionaire out of him. That's because she saw the possibilities. Now, I look at Mr. Thurman Trueblood, and I wonder what I can do with him. Well, it'll be fun to try.
He did, and it was. Well, now, little girls dream of princes. What do little boys dream of? This whole business of dreams now, it can get us into more trouble than it's worth. Dreams. Some of them are so real. How do we know they're only dreams? Do you ever get the feeling that one day you'll wake up and find yourself where? Asleep or awake? I shall return shortly. And they lived happily ever after. At the risk of being an old curmudgeon, I must ask, who lived happily ever after? The data tells otherwise. Most girls who marry princes have a relatively bad time of it, especially if you read the papers. The truth is that princes, as a rule, make great lovers but bad husbands. And for the long haul, what the girls like is for things to be the other way around. Our cast included Phyllis Newman, Fred Gwynne, Paul Hecht, Bryna Rayburn, and Roger Barron. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The philosopher tells us justice without strength is helpless. Strength without justice is tyrannical. And so many times, unable to make what is just strong, we have made what is strong just. Ah, justice, justice. How much smoke and how little flame. How much shadow and how little substance. But not all the time. Our mystery drama, In Another Place, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. They say the perfect crime does not exist. This should teach us to be skeptical concerning all statements that begin with, they say. In the first place, who says it? Certainly not the police. Indeed, they'll tell you that their files are filled to overflowing with perfect crimes. Because the fact is that any unsolved case is a perfect crime. And any uncaught criminal has committed one. That legendary little detail that the criminal is supposed to have overlooked exists purely for the benefit of the mystery story writer and not for the convenience of the police. However, since you insist, you're going to get a perfect crime with a tiny, insignificant, minute, loose end.
Who's that?
You know who it is?
But Tamar.
Sit still. Keep away from the window.
Well, suppose it has to be Sheriff Morrison.
Of course it's Sheriff Morrison.
Well, do you think he suspects?
Of course he suspects. He was born suspicious. That's why he's the sheriff.
But Tamar...
Ben, there's nothing Morrison can do. You have the alibi.
The alibi?
Oh, stop looking guilty. Stop thinking guilty. Stop feeling guilty.
But
What's gotten into you? You're Ben Blankenship. You're one of the Chicago Blankenships. Huh. Who is Morrison but a hick sheriff? Oh, come on, Ben. Get some of that beautiful contempt back into your manner.
I've never been on a spot like this before.
Ben, you are the lord of the castle. He's a peasant. Now open the door.
Yes?
Afternoon, Mr. Blankenship.
Oh, you must be Sheriff...
Morrison.
Oh, of course. Yeah, Morrison. Won't you come in, Sheriff?
Thank you. Afternoon, Mrs. Hartfield.
Sheriff?
How should we begin?
Oh, we might start with a cup of tea, Sheriff.
We can't do that, Miss Hartfield.
Why not?
Because that would make it a social call.
And you're here on business.
That's correct, ma'am.
Well, then, Sheriff, how shall we begin?
I would like to be able to say you're both under arrest.
Well, whatever for?
You don't know, Mrs. Hartfield.
See here, Sheriff. What are you trying to...
I'm trying to uphold justice.
And what does that mean?
It means that you and Mr. Blankenship here murdered your husband, Alvin Hartfield.
You can't prove that, Sheriff.
Now, notice what has just been said. I accuse you, Mr. Blankenship, of murder. And what is your immediate reaction? You're not angry. You don't even deny it. You simply tell me I can't prove it.
The fact is, Sheriff, you can't.
I know that. If I could, I'd have both of you in jail by this time.
Well, then how dare you make such a damnable accusation?
There you go again, Mr. Blankenship. You don't call the accusation false, just damnable.
What is the point to this?
We've had a murder. Alvin Hartfield was found shot to death here in his summer home. It's my job to find the killer, or killers. Well, I did find them, but I have no proof.
Well, what makes you think you found them?
The two of you did it.
Why do you say that?
Because you've been, in some places it's called having an affair. In others it's known as committing adultery.
I didn't know that word was still being used.
Why not? It's still being done.
Score a point for your side, Sheriff.
He was your old doddering husband. You were the youthful, vigorous wife.
You make it seem so physical.
And that's what it's all about, Mrs. Hartfield, wouldn't you say?
Sheriff, why do you insist that Mr. Blankenship and I murdered Alvin?
Because people who violate one commandment would scarcely hesitate to break another.
And on such evidence,
It's pretty good evidence. The two of you have been making a fool out of poor old Alvin.
Why does everyone insist that we were making a fool of him? Wasn't he making a fool of himself? Pretending that a man of 80 could be a satisfactory husband for a woman of 35?
Then why didn't you divorce him?
Divorce $10 million?
Aha, you do admit you married him for his money.
Of course. And why did he marry me? For my good looks, for my youth. That was the bargain.
Sheriff, I object to this entire line of conversation. May I ask what you're doing in this house?
First, I have to ask, what are you doing in this house?
Well, Mrs. Hartfield is a friend of mine. Her husband was killed here a week ago. I've come here to pay my respects.
You sure have.
Sheriff, how could either of us have killed poor Alvin?
Oh, I know. You have alibis.
On the night poor Alvin was shot, I was at the opera.
Mm-hmm. And you can produce witnesses who saw you there. I know. And you, Mr. Blankenship?
As you know, I was in California.
That's your story.
I had driven out there to visit a friend. We had some business to discuss.
I know. We have his signed affidavit.
Oh, Sheriff, there's no doubt that both of us were away at the time. We can prove it. Why do you insist we're guilty?
Because I know it. You won't get away with it.
We won't get away with what?
Because as long as one person knows, then your guilt has to come out eventually.
Sheriff, I am not sure that we're required to put up
And
with...
it will. One day. I liked old man Hartsfield. He was good to me. He was good to the people who live around here. You had no right to kill him. And I'm going to prove you did it if it takes me the rest of my life.
That's a fine melodramatic statement, Sheriff. And I believe it can't be topped as an exit line.
Just make sure you remember I said it. Good day, Miss Hartfield. Mr. Blankenship.
Well, wait. Don't tell me he's lurking at the door.
No, he's getting into his car.
That wasn't nearly as difficult as I thought.
Oh, he's suspicious. But we knew he would be.
The alibis, they have to hold up.
Well, there's no question about mine. I was at the opera.
Jordan, I can depend on Jordan.
Oh, there isn't any doubt about Jordan. We've got him locked in.
That's right. I guess we have.
Don't let even the shadow of a doubt cross your mind. I've got the documents. I can prove he was stealing from the firm. He can go to jail for 10, 15 years. He has to stay with the story. You were with him in California that night.
Oh, I know. I'm not worried. It's Morrison, our beady-eyed sheriff. He can give you a few bad moments until you realize that he's nothing but a dumb farmer with a badge. Still...
Still what, darling?
Well, we can't have him going around shooting off his mouth like that.
Oh, what's the harm? Everybody knows he's a fool.
Even so, I'd like to clip his wings and make him pull in his horns.
Morning, Sheriff.
How are they treating you, Percy?
Nobody never treated me to nothing. Always paid my own way. Fill her up?
Well, yeah. Yeah, now that we got all that straightened out, fill her up.
So, you sick of being sheriff?
Sometimes.
You spoiling to lose out next election?
Who'd vote against me?
What's it take to be sheriff around these parts anyhow?
Suppose you tell me that, Percy.
All we need is a fella who looks good in a campaign hat, a badge, a gun, and riding breeches.
And, I don't look good?
You look fine.
So?
Ever ask yourself why we need a sheriff?
To enforce the law.
Oh, come on, Joe. We got state troopers over to Pickettsville to enforce whatever law's been busted.
All right. So, you tell me, Percy.
For the summer people.
Summer people?
Yeah. It makes the place feel more rural. What this lady call it? What word did she use?
Bucolic.
That's the word, bucolic. What's it mean, Joe?
Rural.
The whole idea of a sheriff now. It's kind of romantic to them rich city folk that summers up here.
Where's all this leading, Percy?
We can't alienate them summer people. And that's what you happen to be doing, Joe.
Is that a fact?
You're accusing Ben Blankenship and Tamar Hartsfield of killing old Alvin.
How do you know, Percy?
The word's out.
They're guilty.
But the state police couldn't find anything.
I know they're guilty.
She was in New York, attending the Metropolitan Opera. He was 3,000 miles away in California.
So they say.
Oh, you don't have any evidence?
Not yet.
That's 15 gallons.
Will you write it up?
Yeah. There ain't much harm done yet. But you keep it up, and this can become one of them media sensations. Old husband, young wife, handsome boyfriend. Folks around here ain't gonna like it. It's gonna scare off the summer people.
Yeah, well, thanks for the tip, Percy. See you around.
I hope so.
Oh, and I wanted to talk to Sheriff Morrison.
It's all right, Rosetta. I done it.
I don't understand what has got into him. I have known Tamar Hartsfield since she got married to Al and started coming here in the summer. It is 10 years. Now, why would she want to kill him? Why take a chance on losing all that money that was sure to come her way anyhow? And Ben Blankenship. Huh. I remember him in knee pants. What has got into Joe Morrison? We may need a new sheriff.
Yeah.
Hey, Percy, you got that faraway look in your eye.
Huh? I'm thinking about what Joe Morrison's been saying. You know something? He may be right.
Tamar Hartsfield and Ben Blankenship killed Alvin?
Between you and me, he's right.
But Alvin was shot while she was in New York, and Ben was in Los Angeles, and they can prove it.
Yeah, I know.
But then how can Joe Morrison possibly be right?
I believe Joe Morrison. Don't ask me why or how. I just believe him. That's all.
Let's face it. If you're a woman of 35 with a heavenly face and a ravishing figure, and if you're married to a rather faded gentleman a half-century your senior, and if you have been rather friendly with a handsome fellow close to your own age, and if one day friend husband is mysteriously shot to death, alibi or no alibi, shouldn't there be at least a few raised eyebrows? Well, hopefully, we can raise a few more when I return here with Act 2 shortly. Alibi. The word, as you may know, is compounded from the Latin alius ibi, or another place, elsewhere, which is exactly what an alibi is supposed to do for you. To wit, prove that you were in another place while a crime was being committed. This supposedly proves your innocence, since it has been scientifically demonstrated that it is impossible for one person to be in two locations at the same time. Now that we have reestablished our premise, onward and upward.
Percy, do you realize what you just said?
Yes, Rosetta. I said, if Sheriff Joe Morrison thinks Tamar Hartsfield and Ben Blankenship are guilty, then they did it. And that's all.
But why does he think so?
It might be he knows something we don't know.
Oh, he knows nothing. If he has got proof, if he's got evidence and facts or information, why don't he come out with it?
Yeah, guess he just knows, that's all.
Sheriff Joe Morrison. What brings you here, Joe?
Eustace, you're county prosecutor. Are you satisfied with the progress of the Hartsfield murder investigation?
Joe, you know it's in the hands of the state police.
It's in my hands, Eustace, since I am town marshal of the place where it happened.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Well, I asked if you were satisfied with the progress of the investigation.
I can only answer that yes and no.
Uh-huh.
Satisfied that you and they are doing the best possible job, and, of course, not satisfied because we have not yet arrived at a solution.
So far, all we have is that Alvin Hartsfield was shot to death by a person, or persons, unknown.
That's probably just what happened. He was killed by an intruder, a burglar.
Uh-huh. You're satisfied that's what happened?
Yes, I know. I'm not satisfied that it happened, but I'm satisfied with it as an explanation.
Why?
Why? His money was missing from his wallet, his expensive shotguns, plus his fishing tackle and other valuables about the house are gone. What else could it be?
Eustace, when the shoe factory closed up, this town was ruined. And then old Alvin Hartsfield bought some property.
You don't have to tell me about the history of the town.
No, but I think I'd better remind you. All the rich summer folk followed old Alvin here, and the whole region was born again.
Joe, I must tell you, I felt like I lost my father.
Tamar and Ben. They did it. Nothing else makes sense.
She was at the opera, seen there by at least 30 people who know her. They'll testify. We have to accept that.
What about him? How do we really know he was in California?
He drove out in his car, he says. He visited this Jordan fellow. Now, we have Jordan's sworn statement. Jordan was old Alvin's personal secretary. With him 20 years. The old man made him rich. Why would Jordan lie?
That's what I want to find out.
Both Tamar and Ben have alibis.
That's what's bothering me.
Well, why should it bother you?
It's been my experience that most innocent people don't have alibis. Certainly not ironclad alibis. Tamar and Ben made sure in advance.
I'll go this far. Maybe Tamar and Ben could have hired a killer and made it look like a robbery, but how could we prove it, ever?
I'm sure Ben did it.
Why?
He couldn't trust anyone else.
He's trusting this fellow Jordan out in California to give him an alibi.
Yeah, well, let me see if I can break that down, huh? Let me go out there.
All the way out to California? Do you know how much that costs?
I'll fly coach. I'll go tourist. I'll ride in the baggage compartment. Come on, Eustace. Authorize the trip.
Yes?
Mr. Jordan, Edward Everett Jordan.
Yes?
I'm Sheriff Joseph A. Morrison of Iroquois County, New York.
Oh, and you wish to see me?
I do.
Well, do you have jurisdiction here?
No. I didn't think it was necessary for me to enlist the cooperation of the local police. I was sure that you, as a law-abiding citizen, would be eager and anxious to do everything possible to aid in bringing criminals to justice.
Oh, I am. I certainly am. Well, won't you come in?
Thank you. Now, you say that Mr. Ben Blankenship was here last week.
Yes. He'd driven out in his car.
Driven out in his car. It's quite a trip. Did he tell you why he didn't fly?
He gets airsick. And the trains, well, we don't have the train service we used to have. I think that's a pity. But I already told all this. I said all this in a statement. Why are you asking me again?
Mr. Blankenship had arrived here on a Wednesday.
Oh, yes, on Wednesday.
And he spent Wednesday night here.
Wednesday night, yes, of course.
And you talked business?
Yes, we talk business relative to Mr. Hartsfield's affairs. I was his secretary.
Thursday night, there was a phone call. Mr. Hartsfield had been found shot to death back home in Iroquois County.
That's right. There was a phone call, yes. That reminds me, it's 7 o'clock. I did have an important phone call to make. Will you please excuse me? Make yourself at home, Sheriff Morris.
Morrison.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll return in a moment.
Hello?
Tamar.
Jordan.
He's here.
Who's there?
The sheriff. That Morrison or whatever.
Be calm.
How can I be calm? He knows I'm lying.
How does he know?
Oh, he knows.
Well, now you just stick to your story.
But I'm committing perjury.
Wouldn't you rather commit perjury and get away with it? Or go to jail for forgery, embezzlement?
Don't say those words, not on the phone.
You made free with Alvin's checkbook.
But this sheriff, he knows I'm lying.
He knows Ben and I are lying, too.
Tamar.
Just stick to your story. He has absolutely no way of proving it's wrong.
Morning, Eustace.
Well, what have you got to show for that expenditure of the taxpayers' money, Joe?
Everything. And nothing.
Mostly nothing.
Jordan is lying.
But you can't prove it.
They got something on him.
Maybe.
He's a very weak and a very nervous little fella. Maybe it has to do with the fact that he might have been stealing from old Alvin.
Maybe, but how can we prove it?
Well, couldn't we have an audit made of the books of the corporation?
On whose behalf?
The stockholders.
It's not a public corporation. It's a private company. The only surviving stockholder is Tamar Hartsfield. Do you want to ask her to authorize one?
Wherever you turn on this thing, you're late.
I'm sorry, Joe.
You and I know Ben Blankenship didn't go to California.
Where did he go?
He disappeared somewhere in New York or anywhere. He came up here that Thursday night and shot old Alvin. Come on, Eustace. You know he did it.
Well, you know it and I know it, but I keep asking and asking, how can we prove it?
There's an answer. There has to be.
Let me know when you find it. Meanwhile, just don't alienate people unnecessarily.
Lunch ready?
In 1 minute. You want to check Ben Blankenship's left rear tire?
Hell, what's wrong with it?
He says it has got a slow leak.
Yeah, I guess.
He dropped the car off a little while ago and then drove away with Tamar.
The two of them shouldn't make it so obvious.
Oh, why don't we mind our own business?
The law is everybody's business.
You want to look at that tire?
Can I eat first?
I promise you have it fixed by 1 o'clock.
All right, all right.
Is my car ready, Rosetta?
Oh, afternoon, Mr. Blankenship. Yes, it should be. I ain't heard a sound in the shop for the past 20 minutes, so Percy ought to be finished. Why don't you just sit down there in the shade? And I will go back in the shop and tell Percy you are here. Percy? Percy, where are you? Percy? Why are you just standing there like that for? Is something wrong? Percy?
Something wrong, Rosetta? Yeah. I guess you could say something's wrong.
You're not feeling well.
No. Matter of fact, I'm even feeling pretty good.
But you are just standing there like someone in a trance.
I guess. Maybe that's the way it's affecting me.
Mr. Blankenship is here. He wants his car.
Does he? Well, we gotta give Ben his car. Let me back it out the shop. There she is, Mr. Blankenship.
Oh, tire looks okay. Anything serious?
Just a nail hole. I plugged her up.
Did she need anything else?
No, sir. She didn't need nothing else.
Well, then, see you around, Percy.
See you around, Mr. Blankenship. Yeah? See you around.
Percy? Percy?
Huh?
You're doing it again.
Doing what again?
Standing there like a statue. Something's wrong. Tell me.
I'm wondering, what should I tell you? How much should I tell you?
I am your wife. You have to tell me everything.
I'll tell you this much. More than a week ago, old Alvin Hartsfield was murdered.
Oh, Percy, what does this have to do?
5 people know who killed him. First off, old Alvin knows who killed him. So, that's 1.
Now, Percy...
His wife, Tamar, she knows. That's 2.
Are you crazy?
Ben Blankenship knows. That's 3. This, fella on the West Coast who gave Ben the alibi by saying Ben was out there with him, he knows. That makes 4. And, do you know who the 5th fella is?
I want you to stop scaring me like this.
Guess who's that 5th person? Me.
Does he know? Let us assume that Sheriff Joe Morrison has been right all along, and that Tamar and Ben are guilty of murder. On that basis, you should also be able to figure out why. You're already in possession of every clue, And you know the rationale for every assumption. If you were doing your homework, you should already have the answer. Check with us in Act 3, which I shall unveil here shortly. On the one side, we have morals, ethics, duty, not to mention responsibility and obligation. And what about conscience? These are all things that are supposed to regulate our thinking and our action. And we like to believe they do. However, on the other side, we have something called self-interest. And therefore, life is always a matter of deciding which side we're on, more or less.
Percy, are you saying you know who killed old Alvin Hartsfield?
That's what I'm a-saying, Rosetta.
Who?
I can't tell you.
What do you mean you can't tell me?
I can't, that's all.
Well, how do you know?
Can't tell you that neither.
Percy, I am your wife. You have got to tell me. If you know who killed Alvin, it is your duty.
My duty?
Your duty to tell Sheriff Joe Morrison.
Yeah, I know.
Then what are we talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, Percy, what am I supposed to think? You say you know who killed old Alvin.
And I do.
Then you should tell Sheriff Joe Morrison. It is simple enough. What is the problem?
The problem is life itself. Life ain't that simple.
Call the sheriff.
What do I gain by telling Joe Morrison?
I don't know what to say.
I've been a hick all my life. I never had $100 that I didn't need to pay a bill with.
We are not starving.
No, we don't starve. We get along, sure. But, where did we ever go in all our lives?
We went to New York twice, Chicago once.
You see them women in the magazines, the pictures, the TV, the furs, the jewels. They have servants. They eat off silver dishes. Didn't you ever want to be like one of them?
Fur don't keep you any warmer and good wool padding. A diamond is just a piece of coal with big ideas. I couldn't stand having a servant snooping around. Victuals are victuals, whether you eat them off a silver platter or a dish from the 5 and dime.
I am 59 years old, and all I ever had was grease on my clothes, grime on my face, and dirt under my nails. Are all the good things only for the rich people?
Well, I suppose so.
You suppose so, huh?
Well, only the rich can afford them.
Well, then there's your answer. We have to become rich. And I may just as well start working on it right now. Morning, Miss Hartsfield.
Oh, morning, Percy.
I was wondering if Mr. Blankenship might be here.
Oh, you're in luck. He just dropped over. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you, Miss Hartsfield.
And Percy would like to speak with you.
Well, hello there, Percy.
And I'd like to speak with you, too, Miss Hartsfield.
Oh, well, what can we do for you?
You, can make me rich.
All right. How can we do that?
You can give me... I could ask for more, but I always been a moderate kind of fella. You could give me $500,000.
$500,000?
With what you just come into, Miss Hartsfield, you'd never even notice $500,000.
Why should Mrs. Hartsfield give you $500,000?
To protect her investment.
What investment?
Her investment in you.
Well, assuming I have such an investment, how does giving you $500,000 protect it?
It, gets me to keep my mouth shut.
About what?
About who killed old Alvin.
Well, who did kill him?
You did.
You must have been listening to Sheriff Morrison.
That man must be infectious.
There's one difference between me and Joe Morrison.
Yes? What's that?
All Joe's got are hunches. I've got facts.
And what are your facts?
You told the cops you were in Los Angeles, California, more than 3,000 miles away from here.
I've got an alibi.
I can prove you don't have an alibi.
How?
Interesting, ain't it? You should be laughing in my face. You should kick me right out the front door. Instead, you're talking about it.
Percy, suppose you tell us what your facts are.
That's what you have to pay the $500,000 for.
You realize, Percy, this is blackmail.
Yeah, I guess. But I decided I'm going to see the world before I die. How's tomorrow, just about this time?
Tomorrow's fine.
Well, Ben, Tamar, till tomorrow.
So it's Ben and Tamar now, is it? Ben, Tamar, and Percy.
Why not? He's just become one of us.
What are you saying?
I intend to give him that $500,000.
What?
What does it amount to? And besides, Ben, he knows.
What does he know?
He knows you weren't in Los Angeles.
How?
That information is worth the money.
And do you suppose that'll be the end of it?
Why not? He's an honest man.
An honest man?
Of course. This will be his one fall from grace.
No. I think we
We what?
We have to somehow...
No. We just barely got away with Alvin.
If something happens to Percy, who would suspect us? Why would anyone suspect us?
When we decided about Alvin, the idea was that we could be together all the time. I say pay him the money. We can afford it.
We can afford the money, yes. But can we afford to trust him? Look, Tamar, listen. Let me do it my way. I promise you we'll be out of it. Completely out of it.
Percy's garage. Yeah? Oh, where is that again? Oh, wait a minute. Percy, some fella stuck on 88, a couple of miles north of the freeway. Can you get the tow truck up there?
Tell him it'll be about an hour.
Yeah, he'll be there. About, an hour or so. Well, it is the best we can do. Why don't you read a book or pick some apples? Bye.
Yeah. Who was that?
Sounds like some city fella.
Why would anyone want to take Route 88? It's the most deserted and God-forsaken stretch of road in the country.
It's the same gun that killed Alvin Hartsfield. I just got the lab report from the state police.
Some hold-up guy did it.
Is that what you think, Eustace?
What am I supposed to think? Why else would anyone want to murder poor old Percy?
He gets a call to go up to Route 88, a couple of miles north of the freeway. Next thing we know, he's found sitting in his truck with a bullet in his head.
His wallet's gone, his watch is gone, his ring is gone. According to Rosetta, all of it didn't add up to more than maybe $100.
And you want me to think it was just a holdup?
Oh, be reasonable. Some small-time hoodlum's short on cash. He figures he can lure someone up here and get some money. Want to call it tow truck.
Yeah.
And since it's the same gun, you have to give up on Ben and Tamar for Alvin's murder. Why would they want to kill Percy?
Yeah, but...
I know. You get a good theory and it dies hard, but this should prove it. We have a dangerous prowl around the loose. You might want to swear in a couple of deputies and run him down.
Are you all right, Rosetta?
Yes, I am all right, Joe. They killed him, you know.
Who?
Ben, Tamar.
Why would Ben and Tamar want to kill Percy?
I know they killed him.
But how do you know?
Remember, you say you knew they killed Alvin. You couldn't say why, but you knew. You just knew.
As it turned out, that was all wrong.
No, it was right. Percy found out why.
He did? Well, why didn't you say so before?
Can I trust you?
Well, of course you can.
Percy said to me, I know who killed old Alvin.
Why didn't he tell me?
Because, oh, Joe, This is the awful part. He wanted to blackmail. I can't find a prettier word. Tamar and Ben. But he worked so hard all his life. He was so sick of this play.
Rosetta, I won't say a word. Not a word. But we have work to do. He found out. Okay. Do you know when? Do you know how?
Yesterday, Ben Blankenship brought the car in. He had a slow leak in the left rear tire. First he fixed it, and then he got the queerest look on his face. He started saying all them crazy things.
Percy discovered something.
Yes, I am sure.
But what?
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me.
But he found out something here. In here. In the shop.
The shop. Or Ben Blankenship's car.
Yeah. Or both. The answer is here. It has to be here. And if Percy found it, I can find it.
Well, Sheriff, what can we do for you today?
Mr. Blankenship, I have a warrant for your arrest.
My arrest? What for?
Suspicion of murder.
What? That's ridiculous.
See here, Sheriff.
And I must ask you to come along, too, Mrs. Hartsfield.
Me?
Material witness. Ha! To think you could get away with murder.
You can't prove we murdered Percy.
Oh, we? Were you in on that one, too, Mrs. Hartsfield?
I don't know what anyone is talking about.
I'm talking about old Alvin. You want to confess? Well, you only have one life, and all you can do is spend it in prison no matter how many murders you committed.
We didn't commit any.
I didn't commit any.
I guess not. You were definitely at the opera. But Mr. Blankenship here has no alibi at all.
Oh, yes, I have. I have a witness.
And I have a better witness. Your car.
My car?
10 days ago, you let it be known that you were driving out the West Coast. You brought the car into Percy's for a complete check. Do you deny it?
Well,
we have the records. You signed a work slip authorizing Percy to mount new tires, change your oil and filter, and check your brakes. Do you deny that?
Why should I?
If only you could. On the slip you signed, and on the sticker Percy placed inside your car door, was the mileage to date. 20,000 odd. Do you see what I'm driving at, Mr. Blankenship? If you did drive to California and back, your speedometer should read very close to 27,000. But it doesn't.
Ben, you lied to me.
No, see here, Tamar.
You didn't go to California.
No, ma'am. He has not driven more than 100 miles in the past 2 weeks, according to his speedometer.
Then you killed him. You killed Alvin.
What do you mean I killed Alvin?
Sheriff, he lied to me.
Don't you think you're going to pin it all on me?
Folks. Plenty of time for arguing and squabbling at the trial. There's guilt enough and to spare for both of you.
The fabric of eternal love. How swiftly it may unravel. How short a time forever can be. You heard what happens when thieves fall out. But this is nothing to the havoc which ensues when lovers become haters. And both of them try to get into a lifeboat, which only has room for one. I shall return shortly. What you have heard on our show this time has been a story of amateurs. It concerned two people who committed murder, but didn't really know how to go about it. A man who tried blackmail without understanding the basics of that reprehensible profession. The predictable result? All three failed. The predictable moral? Well, to all of you good people out there who may feel tempted by a fit of temporary madness, don't do it. Leave crime to the professionals. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Evie Juster, Court Benson, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Winter storm is affecting the eastern part of the United States. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. The U.S. Weather Service says the eastern section of the nation is getting rain, snow, and everything in between. Snow and ice are causing problems from the Rockies to the Ohio Valley. On the East Coast, an ice storm that struck over the weekend continues to be a major source of headaches for many people. Mitchell Krause has a report on one area hit.
It's hard to describe the incredibly beautiful but damaging ice condition that still covers much of central Long Island almost 3 days after the area's worst ice storm in memory. Every tree and bush is hung with a tinsel-like array of solid ice up to an inch thick. Hundreds of thousands of branches have broken off, many of them crushing cars and parts of houses and tearing down power and telephone lines. Up to 300,000 people remain without electricity despite round-the-clock efforts by more than 600 repair crews called in from all over the Northeast. Thousands of people are in makeshift shelters in schools and firehouses again tonight. Others have left their homes to stay with friends or relatives elsewhere. Local township officials have declared an emergency, urged people to stay at home to prevent possible looting, as weather forecasters predict a new storm that could dump up to 6 inches of snow on the ice and further delay repair work. Mitchell Krause, CBS News, Huntington, New York.
More news in a moment. In Jerusalem, negotiators from Israel and Egypt will sit down in a few hours and make another attempt to keep their peace initiative going. Secretary of State Vance arrived Monday to take part in the talks. Vance met with Prime Minister Begin and Foreign Minister Dayan. After the session, Begin appeared to be in a more upbeat mood.
May I say, Baruch Hashem, thank God. Everything now is all right, positive. Let us hope that as a result, with all the patience we need now, of course we have difficult problems. As a result, peace will be established in the Middle East.
Begin says he is not discouraged by President Sadat's remarks this weekend. Sadat had a gloomy assessment of the chances for a settlement, saying the Israelis so far have made no concessions. President Carter warned Monday night that rejection of the Panama Canal treaties would be a good opening for outside agitating groups and communists from Cuba to disrupt the operation of the waterway. Mr. Carter commented in a telephone question and answer session with a public affairs group in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. After hearing the president, the group voted against ratification of the pacts by a margin of roughly 2-1. Mr. Carter spoke to the Hattiesburg group after flying back to Washington from Minnesota, where he attended Monday afternoon's funeral services for Senator Hubert Humphrey. The President and Vice President Walter Mondale delivered eulogies in a church packed with about 3,000 mourners. Humphrey was buried at a cemetery in Minneapolis. President Marcos of the Philippines has announced plans to hold elections for an interim National Assembly on April 2nd. These would be the first elections in the Philippines since Marcos imposed martial law in 1972. A new poll published in a Paris newspaper shows left-wing opposition parties are gaining in popularity, with general elections in France only 9 weeks off. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. One of the least rewarding, most demanding, fruitless, pointless exercises in human emotions is revenge. Too often the avenger becomes the victim. The immortal bard tells us, foolish it is to revenge oneself against a neighbor by setting fire to his house, for fire catches your own as well. No, there is no sweetness in revenge, but ashes in the mouth. Our mystery drama, Masks, based on a classic by Richard Marsh, is written especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane and stars John Beale. Revenge is as basic a theme as you will find in mystery or drama. The Old Testament testifies often on an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The great tragedies of the theater tell us that Othello lost his wife, Shylock his daughter, and Hamlet his life in that wild chase after justice. One man we know made many enemies when he was younger, which generally qualifies you for retribution. He is now riding a train from Dover up to London.
I beg your pardon, sir. Do you mind if I join you in this compartment?
Oh, not at all. I'm all alone.
I had hoped to find an empty compartment on this train up to London, because I've some reading to do. The 2 compartments have noisy little children, and 3 have men puffing at odoriferous cigars, and the compartment next to this one contains a nursing mother.
I don't smoke. I gave it up years ago.
I never started.
That's a crutch. I remember the days if I didn't smoke half a pack before I got to my office, I couldn't face the day.
Oh, really? It must be a very strenuous and nerve-wracking line of work.
Oh, yes, it did leave me pretty edgy, but I've retired now.
May I inquire what it was?
Well, I was head of Fountainhead Pictures. I'm John Fountain.
My goodness, yes. Your name and your movie company is a household word over here in England. My name is Arnold Lee, L-E-A.
Lee, that's an unusual spelling.
And it's Old English for thicket or shrubs.
You're not in the wood business, are you?
Oh, heavens no. I'm afraid I don't do much of anything. That's the penalty of being born well off with a large estate and farms and farmers to look after. I do have one business, a distillery in Scotland, so I keep occupied. Are you on vacation from Hollywood, Mr. Fountain?
No, I'm looking for a place to settle down, a permanent home. I've left Los Angeles for good. I'm retired, and I'm looking forward to spending the rest of my days in a calmer atmosphere. Instead of cultivating money, I plan to cultivate my mind.
Well, I don't know whether you'll find what you're looking for in London, Mr. Fountain.
I shall see, and let comparison prove.
Funny you should say that. Comparison proves. It's our new advertising slogan.
Oh?
Lee's Scotch. You may have heard of it.
Lee's Scotch?
I'm proud to say our Scotch has held a royal warrant for 90 years. I always carry a nip of it myself in a flask. Care for some?
Oh, that's very nice of you. Don't mind if I do.
Top of the flask actually serves as a silver cup. Unscrew it, and there we are. I shall have mine after you've tasted yours. I think you'll like it. As you say, Mr. Fountain, comparison proves.
Oh, that's strong stuff, young man. What have you given me? I wish you'd stop pacing the room, Mr. Fountain. If I'm to ascertain the facts, I need you to recollect what happened on that train calmly and unemotionally. Well, Inspector Davis, I was alone in a first-class carriage on the Dover-London train. And a young man, very gentlemanly, asked if he could join me in my compartment. Yes? Arnold Lee, he said his name was. He offered me a drink of scotch from a flask. And to tell you the truth, it had the kick of a mule. It's knocked you out, as you Americans say. It was lethal. Next thing I knew, I'm not sure if I was dreaming then or not, but I thought I was being robbed. Well, now, surely you didn't come to the yard to report a dream. When I woke up, I found the dream had been quite real. Well, who was robbing you? The young man? Well, some strange kind of person or thing I'd never seen before. He took the keys from my pocket,
pulled down my attaché case from the luggage rack, opened it, and removed something, locked it, and put the keys back in my pocket. Finally, I did wake up, and I was alone. The train was just pulling into Victoria Station.
What was missing from your case?
A gold cigarette case.
All the thief took was a gold cigarette case?
Well, I thought that was strange, too.
Did you ever at any time see the face of the person who did all this?
I don't know what was dream and what was real, and it didn't look human. It bent over like some ape-like creature. I never saw its face.
Well, we shall have a good search round to locate this Mr. Arnold Lee.
I'm almost certain that what robbed me was not quite human.
Did it make any sound?
Yes, a horrible kind of growly laugh. I'll never forget that sound.
No one in the compartment but the young man. Well, he might have disguised himself to rob you.
Oh, not him. Inspector, I've spent a lifetime casting people to type. He was no criminal. That boy was a gentleman.
Well, we'll telegraph a description of the stolen property and the young man everywhere. And see what turns up. Where can I reach you?
Well, for the present, I have a suite at London House. Excuse me, madam. How long have you been waiting for the elevators?
Oh, 2 or 3 minutes.
You mean 2 or 3 minutes before I came into the lobby?
At least. Perhaps more.
I'm half a mind to go to the desk and complain.
Everything's a little slower in England.
You'd think in a hotel as expensive as London House, you'd have better elevator service.
You're an American, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Here's our lift.
You call it a lift, don't you? We call it an elevator.
Would you be good enough to press 11, please?
Glad to. That's my floor, too.
Yes. We use many words differently from you in America.
Well, I expect I'll get the hang of it soon enough. It's a beautiful city you have here. I love London.
You've been sightseeing, have you?
No, I haven't had time. I've been house hunting. I've spent a long, rather tiring day.
Really? You're going to make London your home? Are you going to hire or purchase?
You mean rent or buy?
Oh, there you are. What is it George Bernard Shaw said about your country and mine? England and America, separated by a common language. I bid you good night, Mr. Fountain. Enjoy your stay.
Oh, hold on a minute. How did you know my name?
I shall be happy to tell you some other time. Mine is Norrell. Mrs. Ada Norrell.
Hello, room service? This is John Fountain. Where's my dinner? I ordered it almost an hour ago. Hold on. There's a knock on the door, probably the waiter. He certainly took his own sweet time. If this food is cold, I warn you, I'm sending him right back downstairs. Well, there's no one here. Where's my dinner? What is this? Hey, you! You down there in the hall. Say, aren't you that young fellow who was in my train compartment? Hey, come back here. Son of a gun. That's him.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Mr. Fountain.
Oh, madam, I had no idea this was your door.
My name is Ada Norrell, I told you.
I'm sorry. It's just that I do apologize for the late hour, but may I have just one word with your husband?
With whom?
Your husband, Mrs. Norrell, the young gentleman I just saw going into this room.
I hope you're joking, Mr. Fountain, because if you're not, I hardly know how to take this.
I just opened my door down the hall, and I thought it was the waiter with my dinner. And I saw, going down the corridor, a young man with whom I traveled yesterday on the train.
Indeed.
And when I called to him, he went down the hall and into this door.
Mr. Fountain, I thought you were far more sophisticated than this. To make up such a transparent story in order to pursue me, it's a bit obvious.
I assure you, I swear, Mrs. Norrell, I had no idea this was your door.
And I assure you, Mr. Fountain, nobody came in here. My husband passed away 3 years ago, and you are the only gentleman in this hotel with whom I have the slightest speaking acquaintance. I do hope we shall not be seeing one another again. Good night.
Yes? Hello? Who is it?
Mr.
Mr. Fountain?
Yes? Who's this?
This is Inspector Davis, Scotland Yard.
Oh.
I'm downstairs in the lobby. Sorry to stop by so early in the morning, but I have some information I'd like you to verify. May I come up?
Inspector, I wonder if you'd mind waiting for a few minutes. I just got up. What time is it?
After 9, Mr. Fountain.
Good heavens, I had such a terrible, sleepless night. I'll take a quick shower and get some clothes on. Will you come up in, say, 10 minutes?
I shall.
I'm sorry to hear you had a bad night.
I thought when I came to England that the pressure and the strain in my life would disappear, but I have to tell you, Inspector Davis, I don't know. I haven't felt so dog-tired and washed up since I was in the middle of production in Hollywood. I thought those days were hard on me, but the past 2 days, I don't really like this. I've been subjected to some pretty strange goings-on.
Would you mind telling me exactly what?
Well, yesterday evening, I saw that young man who rode to London with me on the train, the one who gave me that drink.
Oh, yes. Arnold Lee. You saw him?
Yes, right on this floor, no less. He knocked on my door. I'm sure he did. And then ran down the hall and into the room of a lady I met here, a guest in the hotel. There's something going on, some kind of a game or something. She said he never went in there.
This lady, is she a friend of yours?
No, I just met her. She's extremely beautiful, a widow, and surprisingly, she knew my name.
I don't find that surprising. So did I, the moment you walked into the yard the other day.
You knew me?
My dear Mr. Fountain, your name as a movie producer is extremely well known. We in the British Isles are devotees of the flicks. But right now, I'm more interested in a lady's name.
Mrs. Ada Norrell. I did say, didn't I, that she was extremely attractive. Beautiful, in fact.
Yes, you did. Well, this Mrs. Norrell has nothing to do with my visit this morning.
Well, you're on to something already? Have you located my cigarette case and that creature?
We're not quite sure. You said for an instant you saw this person who was robbing you, but you were uncertain as to whether you saw the face. I show you this photograph and ask, is there any resemblance?
Well, where did you get this picture?
Well,
pain. Help me. My chest. I can't breathe.
Yes.
In my breast pocket, there's some pills.
Right.
It says nitro. Quick, give me.
A heart attack. A nitroglycerin pill to alleviate the pain. The inspector quickly places the tablet under the tongue of the gasping man. It will dissolve, and John Fountain will recover. But what was it about that photograph that shocked him so much that his heart was affected? I shall return shortly with Act 2. As with so many dramatic presentations on Mystery Theater, there's always more to the evidence than meets the eye. With that in mind, and making allowances for surprises along the way, we return to London House, where Inspector Davis of Scotland Yard has just shown a photograph to movie producer John Fountain to identify. For whatever reason, Mr. Fountain suddenly suffered a seizure of the heart.
Mr. Fountain, how do you feel now?
Much better, Inspector. When they come, they come. Let me see that photograph again.
Are you sure you feel up to it?
Let me see it.
Yeah. Study it carefully. Does it resemble anyone you've ever seen?
I don't know. Not a very clear picture. Oh, she's terribly disfigured, poor thing.
Yes. She was caught in a fire.
When was that?
Oh, 6 months ago.
Are you sure?
This woman escaped from Broadmoor. That's an asylum for the insane. She made her escape several hours before the London train you were on left Dover. We hazarded that she might have hidden herself on the train, and it might have been she who robbed you.
What's her name?
We don't know. She had no identification. We call her Mrs. X.
Why was she in Broadmoor?
She'd set fire to one of the smaller movie houses in London. It was at night. She was the only one there.
You're not saying that there's some connection with me because I used to be in the motion picture business, are you?
Well, I'm not saying it's
Unconnected. Was there some particular movie being shown? Where was the fire?
Well, she managed to get into the projection room. Tried to set fire to the film, but it wouldn't ignite. And then she went down into the lobby and lit a match to the drapes. They'd not been fireproofed. They were showing a revival of old movies that week.
What movies?
Yours, Mr. Fountain.
What?
A festival of the best of the Fountainhead pictures.
Ah, you're staying late tonight, Davis?
Oh, typing up this John Fountain case, Chief.
Isn't this simple robbery taking an awful lot of your time?
Well, I don't think it's that simple. I have an idea that Fountain's not a little paranoid. If he weren't such a VIP, perhaps it wouldn't matter. But he's got a bad heart, and he believes that everyone he meets is out there to get him.
Who does he think is after him?
Well, several people. A, someone who looks like Mrs. X. You remember the theater pyromaniac? And B, a young man he met on the Dover-London train. And C, some other woman who lives at London House where he's staying and who he believes is in league with the young man.
And all this over the theft of a cigarette case?
Well, of course, there's more to it, Chief. Fountain is an extremely nervous man with a heart condition. If he's not imagining all this, it may be there are people in London at this moment who are intent upon driving him under. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, driving him crazy?
Under, I said. Under the ground. Driving him to his death.
Glad you stopped by this morning, Inspector Davis. If you'd come a little earlier, we could have had breakfast together.
Well, I'm glad to find you so chipper, Mr. Fountain.
Things appear to be going my way.
Good.
I've had some good luck since I last saw you. I found a nice little house on a nice little street off Welbeck Square, which I'm making an offer on.
Your news is better than mine. My nice little streets have all turned out blind alleys.
I keep thinking about what happened to me, Inspector. I had at least 250 pounds on me when I was robbed. Now, why wasn't that taken? Why just the cigarette case? Is that why I was drugged? For that? And Arnold Lee, where did he disappear to? He told me he came from a prominent family and he made Lee Scotch.
There is no Lee Scotch, Mr. Fountain. There never was.
Never was? Really? Is that true?
I'm here this morning to ask you, is there something you haven't told me?
I've told you everything I know.
Tell me, why does the loss of that particular cigarette case bother you so much? I'm sure you can afford many more.
I attach great sentimental value to it, that's all.
Why do you?
It was given to me on my retirement from Fountainhead Pictures. Inside are inscribed all the names of those I made famous.
Actors?
Actors and directors and writers.
All of them had their names engraved inside that cigarette case?
Almost all. Some had died or moved away or got out of the picture business. If you'll excuse me, that might be my real estate agent. They may have accepted my offer. Hello?
Mr. Fountain?
Yes, who's this?
Ada Norrell.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Norrell. Are you still here at London House? I haven't seen you recently.
I had a visit from Inspector Davis of Scotland Yard.
You did?
It was rather annoying. He questioned me about a young man you said you saw going into my room. Now, I don't know why you keep insisting on this, Mr. Fountain, but I can tell you I was very angry indeed.
I am sorry, Mrs. Norrell. How can I make it up to you?
Well, at least you sound contrite.
I am. I'll do anything so you'll forgive me. How about dinner tonight? And the theater afterwards, huh?
No, that doesn't intrigue me. But if you'd like to accompany me on a visit to the Tower of London this afternoon, I suppose I could forgive you.
The Tower of London? Why, yes, I've never been there.
Good enough. I shall meet you in the lobby at 3. No, better yet, 2:30, right inside the Tower enclosure. Goodbye.
I'll be there. Mrs. Norrell, Inspector. She didn't like your questions.
Oh, really? She didn't seem to mind at the time. She is, by the way, as extraordinarily beautiful as you told me.
That woman. Had I met her 10 years ago, I could have made her into one of the biggest stars ever to hit Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
She's got something. Not only an unusual and photogenic face, but a lovely manner. Yes, I could have made a big star of her.
What did Mrs. Norrell call you about?
To join her sightseeing. I said I would.
Well, if she upsets you that much, why do it?
I don't know how to analyze it, but for some reason I'm drawn to that woman. A certain charisma, maybe. It's what we always look for in a movie actor. It has nothing to do with acting talent. Don't ask me why. I hardly know her, but she has that quality.
Yes, all right. So long as it distracts you. Where are you going?
The Tower of London.
Be careful. Don't get locked up in the dungeon.
I said I was sorry, Mrs. Norrell. I'm generally very punctual.
Yes, I imagined you would be. I was just about to leave the tower when you arrived.
Please forgive me. An hour late is unforgivable, but I don't know what's wrong with me. I went down to hail a cab, and suddenly I didn't feel well. I had to sit down in the lobby.
Are you serious? Perhaps you shouldn't have come out at all.
Oh, no. I'm perfectly all right now. I just hope I haven't spoiled the afternoon for you.
We don't have much time left before they close, and I did want you to see as much as possible.
Look at all these towers in
Yes,
here.
actually 18 of them, all with different names, including the Bloody Tower. They say it was originally built by the Romans to honor Julius Caesar. It's that old.
I like that. A country that respects its age and its old customs.
Well, some of those old customs aren't that respectable. A lot of hanging and spilling blood right where you're walking.
Really?
Now, follow me down this spiral staircase to the dungeon. The first room we come to is where the rack was. People were pulled apart for their crimes.
What are those bells?
Oh, that's the curfew. That means closing up time. Probably why we're the only ones down here.
Well, what's that room behind this iron door?
Oh, that's where the two little princes were kept before they were murdered.
Well, let's pull the door open and have a look. It's heavy. Oh. I'll squeeze through here and have a look.
Oh, there's so much more to see. It's a pity. I'll tell you what, Mr. Fountain. Suppose I go and find one of the yeomen and ask his permission for us to stay on a while after closing. And don't go away now.
Hey, the cell door's shut. Mrs. Norrell? Mrs. Norrell! Mrs. Norrell, is that you? Can you open the door and let me out? Oh, no. Oh, not you. Go away from me. Get away. Get away from here. Help me. Help me.
The nurse said it was all right for you to receive visitors. How do you feel today, Mr. Fountain?
How long have I been in the hospital?
2 days.
I don't know what to make of all this.
Well, if you're feeding up to talking today, I'd like to know what happened.
I was going to ask you, Inspector. I don't usually wake up 2 days later and find myself flat on my back in bed.
You've forgotten, Mr. Fountain?
Wait. No, it was all a nightmare. Wasn't it? I didn't really see anybody, did I?
Well, you had a seizure in the Tower of London. The guards came by and found you in the dungeon. Somehow you'd locked yourself in. Fortunately, it's happened before. A visitor gets very excited, releases the door, finds himself locked in, faints, and so they know exactly what to do. They whisked you off to London Hospital, and since you're an American, they called me.
She did it. I'm sure of it.
Who did what?
Mrs. Norrell. And then she sent that hideous creature to the cell. She came up to the door and laughed at me.
Can you be more detailed?
Well, the door to the dungeon has a little window cut into it. I was calling for help. Then all of a sudden, this demented face appeared in that little window and laughed at me.
Had you ever seen this person before?
I don't know.
Was she the creature that robbed you on the train?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Mr. Fountain, in that dungeon in the Tower of London, you were heard to say, you, go away from me, get away. It sounded as if you knew who it was. Now, who was it?
I tell you, I don't know.
Mr. Fountain, we can't help you if you don't help us. Now, bear in mind, the Yard has taken everything at face value. There have been no confirming witnesses. It's all your story. There are those at headquarters who have definite doubts that you ever had a cigarette case, or that it was stolen, or that you were drugged by a young man on a train.
Why would I say all those things if they weren't true? It was that mad woman, the one you call Mrs. X.
And do you know her? Mr. Fountain, answer me.
Yes, I did know her. But so help me God, I had nothing to do with it. I tried to help. Why, after all these years, did she come back into my life to make me remember? I don't think my heart can stand much more of this. I mean it. I won't be responsible if I ever see her again.
I think we're beginning to see the elements of a tale of revenge. The cast of characters, a retiring movie magnate, a widow of extraordinary beauty, a young man on a train, and a Mrs. X, a woman with a disfigured face. Could it be that what began as a simple robbery may have consequences beyond imagining? As I've often told you, when we are 2 acts into the plot, wait and see. I shall be back shortly with Act 3. Act 3 it is. That act in which the evidence is assessed, problems solved, and the villains get their comeuppance. But what if your story has no villains, no heroes? Yet the mystery of what has been going on is as puzzling as ever, which is precisely the situation that faces Scotland Yard.
We're closing the case, Davis. We've spent far too many hours chasing a will-o'-the-wisp.
Yes, and he's not a well man, Chief McGon.
That may be, but it's not our concern. I've got something for you more immediate. A certain Ralph Glass arrives at Heathrow on the noon flight. I'd like you to interview him, find out why he's in England.
What are the leads, sir?
Do you remember the Mrs. X case, the woman who escaped from Broadmoor?
Certainly. I was hoping she was connected with a fountain robbery.
The incredible part of that case is the woman's completely dropped out of sight. Unbelievable. Here she is, presumably with no money, escaped from incarceration. How's she existing?
What has she got to do with Glass?
Well, it's a tenuous lead, but we've got to go with it. When we examined her room at Broadmoor, we found some doodling in a corner on the windowsill. You know how people will scratch away with a pencil while they're thinking? Well, she hadn't been permitted a pencil. Naturally, anything sharp was kept from her. Just the same, there on the sill were scratches. 2 words. Ralph Glass.
Why did she write that name?
And that's your assignment, Davis.
You checked the incoming airlines, huh?
The name came out of the computer. 12 o'clock. Hop to it. Heathrow.
Who is it?
Mrs. Morel.
What do you want?
To see you. How are you?
All right. Come on in.
Thank you.
We can talk in the sitting room part of the suite. I was just writing a letter.
I'll sit here by the window, John. I'm going to call you John. And if you care to, you may call me Ada.
What do you want to see me about?
You're angry at me, aren't you? Somehow you're thinking it was my fault, you getting locked up in the Tower of London.
Ada, you have me at a disadvantage. I've told you before, you're a very attractive woman. And if I'd met you years ago, you might have become a movie star at my studio.
Not everyone wants to be a movie star, John. But I shall take it as a compliment. Now, I'm going to tell you something. When I came back to the dungeon that day to find out you'd fainted and been taken away to the hospital, I was beside myself. Nobody would tell me which hospital. And finally, after calling every hospital in the phone book, when I located you and was told John Fountain had suffered from a heart attack, well, you don't know how I blamed myself.
Well, I don't know what to say. I guess I'm very surprised.
So we've made up, have we?
Well, sure we have.
Are you dining in the hotel alone tonight?
I don't know that I feel up to going out or even into the dining room.
Suppose I order a light dinner for the both of us and have it brought up to my room. After all, you won't have to walk far. I'm just down the hall.
Okay, Ada. That's very nice of you. And And forgive me for, well, I don't know what.
You're forgiven. I'll see you at 7 then.
Are you Ralph Glass?
Yes, I am. I was told by Customs to come into this office.
Yes. I'm Inspector Davis, Alien Division, Scotland Yard.
Oh?
May I see your passport, please, sir?
Yeah.
Hmm. Is there an address where you can be reached?
Well, I'll be staying at the London house.
I note you list your occupation as makeup man. You're not planning to conduct any business of that nature while you're here, are you?
No, not at all. I do makeup for the movies. I haven't come here to work.
Are those your bags the porter's just brought in?
Oh, yes they are.
Just put them down there, will you please, porter? Thank you, you may go. Mr. Glass, would you mind opening your luggage?
Well, not at all. Do you think I'm smuggling in something?
The smaller suitcase first, please. What are these, Mr. Glass?
Those are facial masks.
What are they made of?
Oh, very thin, painted latex. An invention of mine.
I see. What do you do with them?
Well, when an actor has to play an older person or a disfigured person, we use these masks instead of makeup. You see, it's very pliable. Your own skin can breathe through them, and they're as lifelike as a human hand can make them.
Indeed. Hold this one up. Extraordinary. I do believe it resembles a lady I interviewed quite recently.
Oh?
I would say this is no ordinary character makeup. These masks are works of art.
I've been waiting an hour. Did your plane get in late, Ralph?
I had a run-in with the British Customs, and then an interview with Scotland Yard.
What did they want?
I don't know what he was after. I had to open my suitcases. Probably drugs.
You? Smuggling drugs?
That's a spot check. Every so many passengers, tag, you're it. Now, what is it you want from me?
Now, that's a nice way for a brother to talk.
Well, I didn't fly 3,000 miles for chit-chat and compliments, Lorna. Is he here?
Yes. Right down the hall, in fact.
Are you sure you want to go through with this?
I haven't waited 10 years for nothing. What did you bring?
A couple of extras and the new one of Lorna Dale. I'll show you. Get the suitcase under the bed. There. Here's a spare mask of Ada Norell.
Good. The one I'm wearing is getting a little cracked around the mouth lines.
I brought along a duplicate of Arnold Lee, in case you needed that mask.
Yes. There'll be one final performance from Arnold.
And here's what I've spent most of my time on. The mask of Lorna Dale.
Let me look at it. Lorna Dale. Oh, is this what I used to look like? I almost don't remember.
Dearest sister, you were very beautiful.
Oh.
I worked from the early stills and my memory. I could never forget the way you looked before the accident.
Ralph, these masks are wonderful. But I need your personal help. I want you to stand by me. He's coming here at 7 o'clock.
John Fountain?
Yes. I told you he's staying just down the hall. He's coming to have dinner with Ada Norell.
What are you going to do?
Throw his sins into his face and watch him suffer the way he made me suffer.
Who is it?
It's me, Ada. John Fountain.
Oh, come in, John. I'm just finishing dressing.
Where are you, Ada?
I'm in the bedroom. Be out in a minute. Fix yourself a drink.
Thank you. Can I fix you one?
Well, I've ordered wine with dinner. I'll wait for that.
I'll just have a whiskey and soda.
I have a surprise for you, John. A visitor to see you.
Say, aren't you...
Yes, indeed. Arnold Lee. How do you do, Mr. Fountain?
What is all this?
Do you remember your gold cigarette case, Mr. Fountain? I have it. Not so fast. Don't be grabby. I'll read you the inscription. With affection and respect to the founder of Fountainhead Pictures. And it's signed by all those nice people you put on the map. All but one. Who is that, Mr. Fountain?
I thought you stole it. Give me that.
Oh, sorry, I dropped it. Oh, how careless of me.
I squashed it flat by stepping on it. Goodbye. I have to go now because there's someone else who wants to say hello. Ralph, your old boss, John Fountain, is here. Come on out to the bedroom.
Hello, John. Remember me? Ralph Glass?
Well, of course I do, Ralph. You were in makeup. What are you doing in London?
Lorna asked me to come say hello. Said there'd be a reunion.
Lorna?
Yes. Lorna Dale, my sister. The most beautiful girl in the lot. Don't you remember her?
Oh, sure. Sure. How is she?
Don't you know? She was in the cabin up at Arrowhead with you when it caught fire and you ran out. You saved yourself, remember?
It wasn't my fault. The kerosene stove just tipped over.
It wasn't your fault that you got out without a scratch? And Lorna was so badly burned they could never fix her face again? Not your fault?
Why are you doing this to me? I've left Hollywood. Why are you over here to tell me this?
I know, John. You're trying very hard to escape, but things keep happening to you, don't they? How would you like to see Lorna Dale right now?
Oh, no. No, please.
Yeah, you have no choice. Lorna, would you come in, please?
Hello, John. Long time no see.
Oh, Lorna. Oh, you're beautiful. You haven't changed at all in all these years.
Remarkable, isn't it? Considering what my face looked like after the fire.
I had no idea plastic surgery could be so restorative. I don't believe it, Lorna.
Not a mark on my face, is there? Look closely, John. Fantastic, no? Now, I want you to keep looking. Ralph, help me off with this, will you? Now, look, John. Does this face of Lorna Dale look more familiar to you? Or did you prefer the mask of Lorna Dale?
Oh, no. No. No.
You'll never forget now. You'll never be the same.
There's just one more scene to play, Ralph.
Is that why you're wearing your Ada Norell mask?
It's the one a certain gentleman knows me by. I telephoned him before to ask him up.
Do I know it?
If you don't, you will in 10 seconds. Inspector Davis, it was good of you to stop by so late at night.
The yard doesn't keep hours, Mrs. Norrell.
This is my brother, Ralph Glass.
Oh, yes, we met. But I didn't know you were related.
I asked you here to confess to setting a fire, escaping from an asylum, engineering a robbery, and almost, but not quite, worrying a man to death. Inspector, did you ever hear of a motion picture actress called Lorna Dale?
I certainly did. I had a crush on her all through school. What happened to her?
She and the studio head were caught in a fire in a mountain cabin years ago.
Did she die?
Only her face. Inspector, I want you to write 3 names down on a piece of paper.
Go ahead.
Arnold Lee, Ada Norell, and Lorna Dale. And then take a very close look at those 3 names.
Mrs. Norrell, I already have.
Oh?
The names Arnold Lee and Ada Norrell and Lorna Dale are all the same anagram. The same letters transposed to make 3 different names.
It was I, the same person, transposed to make 3 different people.
But how could you?
Ralph, show Inspector Davis the masks.
Of course, those masks. Now I see a fire, a burnt face. Mrs. Norrell, you are really Lorna Dale.
Yes, I am. I hope you will let me pay for the damages to the theater and for escaping from the madhouse. I am not crazy.
May I call you Lorna Dale?
Of course.
Miss Dale, I can straighten out matters with both the Yard and Broadmoor. I think you've suffered enough. I'd better be on my way now, but I shall never forget your 3 performances. Your 3 people.
in 3 masks.
Remember the old maxim that went, revenge is like a boomerang? Though for a time it flies in the direction it is hurled, it takes a sudden curve, and returning can hit your own head with quite a blow. Not this time, though. I shall be back shortly. Rather than leaving you believing that revenge is sweet, or that I endorse revenge in any shape or form, let me say that the best manner of avenging ourselves is not by resembling him who has injured us. Yet, men are not gods, and often it is indeed difficult to turn the other cheek. Our cast included John Beale, Court Benson, Joan Shea, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. My father, who had a great deal of wisdom, used to say that the friendship of the over-friendly man is too often like a fire in the grate, exceedingly bright to look at, but not reliable should you wish to keep warm on a really cold day. The tale we're about to unfold for you, written by the incomparable Edgar Allan Poe, is not about a friendship that cooled off, but rather about one that became too hot to handle. Our mystery drama, The Case of the Chateau Margaux, was adapted from a story by Edgar Allan Poe, especially for Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr., and stars Jackson Beck and Robert Dryden. Have you ever thought what a lonely old world this would be were there no one you could call a friend? A good friend? Someone who thinks as you do, likes what you like, and even more than that, likes to spend time with you, with whom you could share any confidence, anytime. So I suppose it's no wonder that in the small, isolated New England town of Mystic Falls, rich old Horace Kramer was delighted when a man his own age moved next door and became Horace's friend. The time is 1910, but let someone who actually lived through those curious and perplexing days tell us what happened.
My name is Edgar. My full name is Edgar. I grew up with that awful handicap, but finally, after years of kidding here in my hometown, Mystic Falls, Massachusetts, now everyone is settled for Edgar, Ed, or Mr. Edgar. I write, print, and publish the Mystic Gazette, our local town newspaper. And we've never missed a weekly appearance since my father started the Gazette 75 years ago. One day, I had a visit from Noah Greeley, the town magistrate.
Have you heard the latest, Edgar?
About what, Noah?
Horace Kramer has disappeared.
Couldn't be. I saw him the day before yesterday.
Well, so did everyone else in Mystic Falls, but I haven't seen hide nor hair of him all day, yesterday or today.
Noah, if you think it news that the richest man in town has gone off somewhere by himself and told nobody where he was going, I can't print that.
Now, hold your horse's head. It looks like foul play.
Oh, please now. You know old Horace doesn't have an enemy in the world.
He doesn't have a friend in the world, which is far worse.
Well, you're forgetting Charlie Nash.
I can't talk to you while that press is operating. I'll come back later.
No. Stay. I'll stop this run. Tell me what you know.
All right. Day before yesterday, very early in the morning, Horace saddled up. Told his servants he was going to Boston for the day and that he'd be back that night.
That's 15 miles.
30, there and back. No one I've talked to since has laid eyes on him.
Have you just been sitting on this and doing nothing?
What could I do? I only just got the news myself.
No, really. You're the magistrate.
I checked Horace's servants, of course, just this morning. I asked, why didn't you tell somebody your master disappeared?
What did they say?
They told Charlie, they said. He told them, oh, it'll be all right. Let's wait and see who wants to alarm everybody.
Maybe you're right. Something could have happened to him. I wonder why Charlie said...
Speak of the devil.
Good morning. How fortunate to find two of Mystic Falls' most prominent citizens together.
Morning, Charlie.
What are you two gentlemen cooking up?
The disappearance of Horace Kramer.
Yes, it is puzzling. I cannot for the life of me understand what is keeping Horace this long in Boston.
Oh, you think he's still there? Edgar and I think he never got there.
Whatever makes you say that?
It's possible he met with foul play.
I think you're both alarmists. Horace can take care of himself. He wouldn't put up with any nonsense from any highwayman. For one thing, he's too good a shot.
Unless he was ambushed.
Not only that, gentlemen. I happen to know he was well armed when he set out for Boston. Was carrying quite a bit of money with him to deposit. No, if you ask me, I'd say Horace is probably staying on in Boston. And any one of these days, he'll be waltzing back into town, wondering what all the fuss was about.
I first met Charlie Nash 6 months ago. He pulled into town not knowing a soul. In 2 weeks, he was on buddy-buddy terms with rich, retired Horace Kramer. Charlie never let a day pass but that he wasn't over at Horace's house. Sometimes for breakfast, always for dinner. No question Charlie was good company, and the last time I had knocked on Horace's door, the two old codgers were carrying on like kids. I hope I'm not intruding, Mr. Kramer. Charlie, are you fellas celebrating something?
Shall we tell him? Why not? Maybe news for the Gazette.
Oh, come on now, Charlie. Do you think our little jollification is worth a headline?
I'd rather be a headline than a footnote any day, wouldn't you? Edgar, we're just having a good time.
Now, what is it, Edgar? What brings you here?
Well, I understand your nephew, Philip, will be arriving soon, and...
It was 6 months since this man, Charlie, and I met, and it's a 6-month anniversary we're celebrating with some good wine.
I'd say some excellent wine.
Hey, have a glass, Edgar. Chateau Margaux.
No, thanks, Horace. I never drink while I'm working.
Well, that's the difference between us. I never work while I'm drinking.
Well, even if you didn't, my boy, you can never be able to catch up with Charlie here. He downs this Chateau Margaux like water. Does my heart good.
Yeah, Mr. Kramer.
No, don't call me Horace, Eddie, Edgar. You always have.
No, I won't stay but a moment. I just want to verify...
You're more of a party pooper than your father was, Eddie, my boy. Come on now, have some wine.
No, thanks, really.
You know, Charlie, I knew this boy's father very well. Wilbur Edgar. He was a great parlor magician. Ventriloquist. Oh, yes. Wilbur Edgar was quite a practical joker. I mean, who else with the last name of Edgar would have given his son the identical first name? Edgar.
Well, the boy's father used imagination, and I approve of imagination. Shall we remove the offending cork from another bottle?
Edgar, let me tell you, when a man gets to be my age, all his old friends have either taken to their beds or died off. That pretty well leaves an older man friendless. Yeah, but I was fortunate. Along comes Charlie Nash here, drifting into town.
Correction, I never drift.
Yeah, moves in right next door. And I'll say his friendship has given me a brand new lease on life.
Horace, I can say in all sincerity, you have done the same for me.
Congratulations to the both of you.
Charlie, you are by odds the hardiest old fella I have come across in all my born days. And since you love to savor the wine in that fashion, I'll be darned if I don't have to make you a present of a great big box of that very same Chateau Margaux. Now, don't say a word. It'll be coming your way one of these days when you least expect it.
Horace, what can I say but thank you?
What I did come to ask you, Horace, was about your nephew. I just got word over at Sam's General Store that your nephew is arriving from Boston. He's going to be staying with you. It'd make a nice piece in our social column.
You mean Philip? I don't want to talk about him. He's a no-good, high-living son of my dear departed sister. And he's staying with me because he has no place else to go.
Horace, can you tell me a little about him? What he does, how old, and so on?
I said I don't wish to talk about him. I don't approve of him or his way of life, and I don't particularly want him here.
And that was the last time I saw Horace Kramer. His nephew Philip arrived in Mystic Falls the following day. He seemed quiet enough. By talking with him or playing an occasional game of checkers over at Sam's General Store, I couldn't determine whether he was of bad character or dissipated habits. One day, Charlie Nash came in while Philip and I were playing.
Edgar, I'd move the red in the back row one square over to block his double jumper.
Charlie, will you please go away? Philip and I are having a dandy game without your help.
Well, I just don't want to see you taken advantage of.
Advantage? What are you talking about? We're playing on a board with everything in sight. Now, just go and sit down, Mr. Nash, and leave us be.
Now, Master Philip, is that a way to talk to your elders?
Well, you may be somebody's elder, but not mine. Mr. Nash, I've seen your type before, and frankly, the way you're sponging off my uncle is disgusting.
Well, coming from a young man of your reputation, I consider that a compliment.
Let's forget the game, Philip. I've had enough of this.
Oh, Edgar, I've been looking for you everywhere. Have you heard the latest?
Not yet, Noah, but I will. Go on.
Horace's horse just wandered into town with no saddle and no saddlebags.
Without Horace?
His horse? You sure?
Well, come on, see for yourself. Poor animal showed up behind Horace's house in terrible shape. Bleeding. It's been shot in the chest, it looks like. It's a wonder it can still walk.
No sign of my uncle?
No, and as I said, everything's been taken from the animal's back.
I know Uncle Horace was carrying 2 saddlebags when he left for Boston. I know that.
Excuse me. I don't think... No, I just can't stand here like this. I have to see that horse. Now, maybe there's a hopeful explanation to it all.
Hopeful explanation, you stupid tub of lard? Hopeful? Obviously, my uncle has been robbed and probably killed, and you talk about hopeful?
Now, young man, I can understand your distress. It's no greater than my own, I assure you. And we can do without the funny names, too.
Now, gentlemen, first things first. Let's go see this horse.
My point is the wound on the horse could have been an accident. A hunter somewhere out there could have missed his target, hit Horace's horse, and it bolted.
But that hardly explains Horace's disappearance.
I haven't finished. The horse bolts, runs through the underbrush. Saddlebags are torn off. My dearest old friend is thrown off.
So where is he now, 3 days later?
You all know how stubborn he is. If he got thrown from his horse, probably made him so darned mad he took his saddlebag.
I thought you said they were torn off.
If they weren't torn off, took them, picked up some other means of transportation, went on to Boston. So I say, Let's calm down, everybody.
I refuse to calm down. Mr. Greeley, you are the magistrate of Mystic Falls, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I charge you to make an immediate search of this entire area. I want you to organize a hunt for the body of my murdered uncle.
Murdered?
A singular expression, young man. Noah, Edgar, Sam, you're all witnesses to this extraordinary remark of Philip Kramer. What private knowledge does he have to assert that his uncle has been murdered? Could it be because he had something to gain from the death of a rich uncle?
You take that back.
I am merely offering a theory.
You lying, fat, conniving...
Now, here, Philip, stop it. Stop that. No, it's Sam. You're killed on doing it.
Let go of me. Look at him lying there, covering his face with his hands.
No, you stop that. He's an old man.
Oh, all right. I hope that's taught the lying old schemer a lesson.
Can I give you a hand, Charlie?
Yes. Now, you all saw that unprovoked attack. Young man, I shan't forget this. I shall not forget this as long as I live.
What have we here? A young man not liked by his wealthy uncle suddenly appears in town. Shortly thereafter, the uncle disappears. What else do we know? That the uncle may have been robbed or murdered? Certainly Charlie, who claims to be the uncle's best friend, is suspicious of the young nephew. Does he know more than he is saying? Well, we shall know either more or less of this Edgar Allan Poe story when I return shortly with Act Two. Who was it who said, "Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ"? Before today's mystery is solved, we shall give you the answer, and you'll be no little surprised how much this saying applies to our tale by Edgar Allan Poe. But to return to where we are, Noah Greeley, the town magistrate, organized practically everyone to search for the missing Horace Kramer. But at the town hall meeting, not everyone agreed how to go about it.
Order. We're trying to conduct this town hall meeting in the proper way.
Mr. Chairman, Noah, may I have the floor?
Go ahead, Charlie.
I think we're all making darn fools of ourselves. One of these days, old Horace will show up in his own time and at his own pleasure.
Talk. Who's going to take action? That's what I'd like to know. All of you make me sick. My uncle is lying out there somewhere.
Philip!
Time passes. You all talk.
Philip Kramer, you are out of order.
Well, I don't care if I am. We have to act and act fast. My uncle is out there somewhere. Who knows if he's still alive? Maybe sick, injured, needing help. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going out this very minute and look for him. I was crazy not to have done it before. Goodbye.
Well, I'm sorry about that young man. As to those of you who haven't met him, that was Horace's nephew, Philip. A bit headstrong.
Noah, I wonder if you could get some reaction, pro or con, for or against searching parties.
Well, what do you say, Edgar? It was your proposal.
Well, could we have a show of hands? All those who feel well qualified to lead a search party in, let us say, a 5-mile radius, will they raise their hands? No one? Oh, yes, I see one hand. Oh, it's your hand, Charlie.
Well, as you know, folks, I'm retired. So I've had plenty of time in the 6 months I've lived in Mystic Falls to explore. And I would say I've covered every inch round here. So I have had that advantage over most of you who are farming, horseshoeing, or minding stores.
Well, I propose that as many as would care to join us at the village green at 2 o'clock so that we can set forth under Charlie Nash's guidance.
Charlie turned out an excellent guide. The bunch of us, at least 20, followed him through all kinds of out-of-the-way paths, finding places none of us knew existed. The first day, we searched till it got dark, about 6. But then for almost a week, from morning till night, not a trace of Horace Kramer. Until the day Charlie led us to a pond 4 miles from Mystic Falls.
Has anybody seen Philip Kramer?
Philip? Hey, is Philip back there?
I'm here. Edgar, I'd like to show you something. Look down there at those horseshoe tracks. See that little depression on the heel of each shoe?
Yes, I do.
That's Uncle Horace's horse. And look here, where the brambles are broken off. It's as if something heavier than a man was dragged through here.
Oh, you're right. So it does.
I'd look in that pond.
Heavier than a man, eh? I suggest we have this pond drained. There are enough of us with spades, we could all dig some runoffs.
We'll fall, too. Excellent idea. How's the digging going, Edgar?
Well, we got 3 trenches dug, and the pond's running off pretty quickly.
Isn't that something lying down there on the bottom?
Yeah.
Sure, I can see the back of something.
Oh, you're right, Charlie. There is something.
What is it?
Well, look, down there.
Let me see if I can fish it out with my shovel.
Yeah. You got it. What is it?
Black silk waistcoat, if I'm not mistaken.
Why, so it is. Or was. Fairly ruined now. Torn.
Where have I seen this waistcoat before?
Those dark stains around the collar and the front. Could be blood.
Philip, you ever seen this waistcoat before?
I think it's mine.
Yours?
Yes, I think it is. Looks like it.
Philip Kramer, you realize this is very serious. You admit this blood-stained waistcoat is yours?
Oh, I didn't say that. It's very like one of mine.
Surely, Noah, you're not actually making an accusation, because this bloody, torn waistcoat, which may belong to Horace's nephew, was discovered here.
Now, hold on there. We don't know that is blood.
Precisely. We don't know it's blood. Or, if it is, then it's Horace Kramer's blood. Or Philip's. Then, too, one must think in terms of a motive. Just because this young rapscallion happens to be Horace Kramer's sole heir and would inherit everything, does that mean he is a suspect?
Well, it doesn't rule him out, Charlie.
Just a moment. We don't know, first of all, whether Horace is dead. We've found no body. Secondly, as far as inheritance is concerned, I remember a year ago Horace telling me he was planning to disinherit him. All we have to do is locate a will. And if indeed Philip is cut off without a penny, what does that do to your motive, huh?
Well, I've never heard such nonsense in all my life. I'm not giving up hope that Uncle Horace isn't still alive. But frankly, this search, led by this fat fool, is too comic for me. For a week now, we've been traipsing through brush and bramble, and all we've got to show for it is a muddy waistcoat and no sign of my uncle. Well, I'm heading back to Mystic Falls. I've had enough.
Philip, until I give you the word, I charge you not to leave Mystic Falls.
Charlie, where are you going?
Just thought I saw something lying in the road up ahead.
Well, what is it? What are you putting in your pocket? It's a Spanish knife.
Yes. There appears to be blood on the open blade, now that I look at it more closely.
Now, does anybody know to whom this knife belongs?
Oh, my goodness.
Charlie, you know to whom it belongs?
Yes, I might. But, I am not the one to identify it. Is Philip still here?
Yes, of course I'm still here. What is it?
Is this knife, this Spanish knife, yours?
I...
Philip? Is this knife yours?
I'm afraid there are initials on it, too.
Oh, so there are. P.C. Philip Kramer. Are those your initials?
Yes.
So this is your knife?
Yes, it is.
Philip, can you explain why your knife is lying out here on the road?
No, I can't.
Philip Kramer, I arrest you on suspicion of the murder of your uncle, Horace Kramer. Now, the purpose of this interrogation is to clear up certain allegations in view of certain evidence. I understand that you, Philip Kramer, do have something to add with regard to the identification of the waistcoat found at the bottom of the pond.
It is mine. It must be mine. I've examined it more closely, and I noticed one button is missing at the bottom, which is proof to me that it is my waistcoat.
So noted. Would you like to tell us, Philip, where you were the morning your Uncle Horace left for Boston?
Glad to. I was out with my rifle deer stalking.
Were you anywhere in the vicinity of the pond in which your waistcoat was found?
I'd like to correct a misapprehension. I said that waistcoat was mine. Not that I was wearing it. Yes. Yes, I was in that vicinity because I clearly remember noticing the tracks made by my uncle's horse. The same ones I showed you.
Do you realize, Mr. Kramer, what you are telling us? The waistcoat is yours. A knife that was found nearby is also yours. You were in that vicinity, and moreover, you now admit to carrying a rifle for the purpose of deer stalking.
So? Yes, that's so.
May I ask the indulgence of the magistrate for a moment?
Yes, Charlie, by all means.
I had not wished to further complicate matters by divulging the information I have. But now I do feel it my duty to bring it to your attention. Let me tell you what I know. The evening before Horace left for Boston, he and I were playing a game of checkers when his nephew, Philip, appeared.
Jump, 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 jump. Ha! What do you think of that, Charlie?
Nice going, Horace. Caught me completely by surprise.
Oh, it did, didn't it?
Yep. I can say it in 2 words. Completely.
Philip. Well, to what do we have the pleasure of your company this evening? It's the shank, the very shank of the evening. I'd expect you to be out dancing, carousing, gambling, or whatever it is you're so noted for. What are you doing home?
You don't think much of me, Uncle, do you? And I never asked more of you than a place to sleep. Believe me, I don't enjoy being dependent on your favors.
Well, just in case you're harboring the hope that because you are my only living relative, Philip, let me assure you, I am planning to revise my will, and your name will not be mentioned in it.
I'm sorry to hear that, Uncle.
I bet you are. Yeah, I've threatened such action before, but now, knowing you better, tomorrow I shall actually take steps. Yes. Tomorrow morning I'm off to Boston with 2 tasks. 1, to make a cash deposit at the Farmers and Mechanics Bank, and 2, to sign my new will. Now, if you'll be so good, kindly leave Charlie and me alone so that we can continue our checker game.
Philip Kramer, you just heard Charlie Nash here recount an event that happened the night before your uncle set off for Boston. Is this the truth or not?
Is what the truth?
Did you know your uncle was going to Boston in the morning to deposit money? Did he tell you he was about to change his will to disinherit you?
Yes.
Would you repeat your answer clearly, please?
Yes, Uncle Horace did say that. But I still say I know nothing of his disappearance, and I did not kill him.
I'm sorry we must leave this tale of suspicion and mystery at this very moment. Does it strike you as strange that Philip Kramer, the only person suspected of having had a hand in his uncle's disappearance, seems so very self-assured? Is he feigning innocence? Hiding guilt?
Or is someone else the actual guilty party? We'll be back with some of the answers shortly. Where has Edgar Allan Poe taken us thus far? A rich man has disappeared. Evidence has been uncovered pointing in only one direction, to a wastrel nephew now suspected of murder. But knowing Edgar Allan Poe, I would caution you not to believe there is an easy, straightforward answer to the question of what happened to Horace Kramer. There will be many a twist and turn before our tale is completed. When Philip Kramer admitted he knew the purpose of his uncle's trip to Boston, Noah Greeley deputized me and the owner of the general store, Sam, to make a thorough search of Philip's room. When we returned to the town jail, Noah and Charlie were still there, as was the suspect.
Well, it didn't take you two very long. It's not a large room. The broom closet is bigger.
We found this pocketbook empty in Philip's room. It's Horace's. I recognized it right away.
And these bedclothes, the shirt, the neck handkerchief?
Stuffed under Philip's bed.
Yeah.
Look carefully. That may be blood on them.
Goodness. Blood. That poor man. To die like that. I cannot believe it. Blood.
Well, I think we have a fairly open and shut case here, don't you?
Well, I'm not defending Philip, but I do say a man is innocent till proved guilty.
All this dreadful evidence.
I mean, Noah, you have no corpus delicti, no body.
Well, I may not have Horace's body yet, but I do have his horses.
What do you mean?
Well, while you and Sam were out, I got word Horace's horse died in the stable from the wound he'd got.
I think a post-mortem of that horse should be made immediately.
You know, if it weren't for the fact that my uncle is missing, but there is some mystery there, I would say the lot of you are behaving like a comic opera. Like a stupid bunch of incompetent bumpkins.
Such a statement does not endear yourself to those who live here.
Look at the facts. My waistcoat is found. Supposedly blood on it. Anyone could have put it there. Smeared it with anything. Ketchup. Then my knife turns up, also supposedly covered with my uncle's blood. Then sheets and shirts under my bed. You don't know if it's blood or red paint.
Where do you suppose all this mysterious evidence came from, dear boy?
I haven't the faintest idea. And if it were true that I did away with Uncle Horace, why would I leave evidence lying around or under my own bed?
Perhaps you thought the bumpkins in Mystic Falls would never find it.
Oh, a very poor joke and very poor taste, if you ask me.
I'd say it's a good thing we don't ask you.
Mr. Nash, I've had a feeling about you all along. I've been wondering if you really are all that concerned about Uncle Horace, or if your so-called helpfulness is an act.
Are you gentlemen going to stand here and see me maligned by a man accused of murder, Sam, Noah?
Hold on, Charlie. Philip is being held in custody on suspicion of murder. Nothing more. There's a lot of evidence, admittedly, still unproven.
Oh, go do your post-mortem on a dead horse.
It might interest you to know, my young city-bred friend, that should I discover the actual bullet that killed Horace's horse, it could inevitably lead us to the gun. First the bullet, and then, sure shake our weapon.
Oh, I see. Now, this renowned checker player wine drinker is also a horse doctor.
No. We'll have Dr. Corwin, the town veterinarian, actually perform the autopsy.
Events moved swiftly. Charlie Nash found a bullet in the horse's chest cavity, which had somehow escaped Dr. Corwin's eye. Philip identified the bullet, recognizing it as one of a special set he had made for his hunting rifle. At the very next criminal session, Philip was brought to trial. He still treated the matter lightly, not even seeking legal advice. The town appointed a lawyer to defend him. But confronted with this unbreakable chain of circumstantial evidence, the jury returned an immediate verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree.
Edgar, I have news for you. Look at this letter, my fine friend. It's what I came to show you. Go ahead, read it.
Charles Nash, Esquire. Dear Sir, in conformity with an order transmitted to our firm 2 months ago by Mr. Horace Kramer, we have the honor of forwarding this morning to your address a double case of Chateau Margaux, half a gross, 6 dozen bottles, Antelope brand. We remain, sir, your most obedient servants, and so forth. Well, that is news.
Read what it says on the bottom.
The box will reach you by wagon the Monday following the receipt of this letter. Yours, Milbracken and Company.
Isn't that like dear, sweet, thoughtful old Horace? You know, we used to drink Chateau Margaux together by the quart. It was the seal of our friendship, as it were. He did once say he was going to send me a case or so. I forgot all about it.
I seem to remember that.
What I would like you to do, Edgar, is to put in the weekend edition of the Gazette. The news that I am extending an invitation, let us call it a kind of open house, to all who would like to call themselves my friends. And when the case of Chateau Margaux arrives from the Milbracken people, then we'll open the pièce de résistance.
Pretty close to half the town was at Charlie's on Monday. There was lots of food and drink. The case of wine didn't arrive till early evening. By that time, everyone was in a very happy mood.
That is the biggest wooden crate I've ever seen.
Lift it right up onto the table facing me. All right, everybody. Let's open up the case and see how far 72 bottles of Chateau Margaux will go. I can recommend it to you all. Come on, somebody, get a crowbar.
Well, wait a minute. I brought a big hammer, Charlie. I can pry the box open.
Good thinking, Fourth Estate. Always prepared to be print-worthy. Open it from the end that faces me, Edgar. Now, a respectful silence as Mr. Edgar disinters the treasure.
Made Charlie happy to give orders to be the center of all attention. This moment was his dream come true. Charlie, surrounded by friends and neighbors, all waiting for what Charlie would give them. Suddenly, the top of the huge box flew open, and from inside, there sprang up into a sitting position, facing Charlie, the bruised, bloody, nearly putrid corpse of old dead Horace Kramer. He seemed to look right at Charlie with his sightless eyes. Then, suddenly, slowly, the corpse spoke.
Charlie, old friend, how could you do this to me?
Having said that, the decaying corpse of Horace Kramer fell over the side of the crate, his arms sort of reaching for Charlie. Men fainted. Some ran for the doors, but slowly, as if magnetized, everyone came back to watch Charlie.
How did you get back, Horace? I know you were dead. Were you watching me all the time? Did you see me following you down the road when you got near the pool? Were you alive or dead? I left you for dead. I had bad luck with your horse. I shot him. He wouldn't die. Would you believe it, Horace? I pushed him clean into the pool to drown. And the next day, he walked right back into town. It wasn't easy to cover my tracks. I had to plant all kinds of evidence so my friends would think it was your nephew. Horace, it wasn't easy at all. Horace, as you just said, I say, how could you do this to me? Oh, Oh, boy.
Charlie, he's fallen on the table. Charlie! My Lord. Charlie is dead. As dead as Horace. Philip, you're free. The body of your uncle was delivered to Charlie's house in a crate of wine. And he, your uncle, accused Charlie of killing him.
What? Wait, not so fast.
Anyway, Charlie confessed.
I'm afraid I had a hand in this.
I thought you might have, Edgar. You were the only one who never believed the evidence.
I wasn't that positive Philip wasn't guilty, but I was pretty sure Charlie wasn't that innocent.
From the beginning?
Well, he was too helpful. That made me suspicious. Didn't you think it was strange, Noah, that it was always Charlie who discovered things?
Where was I, with my eyes closed?
First of all, Philip was an outsider. Secondly, almost everyone in town liked Charlie, so why should you suspect him? Well, for me, he went just one step too far.
What did he do?
The autopsy of Horace's horse. Even with Dr. Corwin right there, it was Charlie who found the bullet. But he palmed that bullet. That bullet never went near the horse. There was a bullet hole where a shot had gone in, but another where it had gone out. No, it couldn't have been Philip's gun that killed the animal.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? We could have held up the trial.
No, I couldn't stop you. Besides, I had to find the body. Now, you remember how it was Charlie who led the search party? So I searched myself, and wherever he had gone, I went in the opposite direction. Well, eventually, I found an old dry well, very well concealed. And Horace was down there, at the bottom, neck broken. Terrible sight. I wrote that letter from the wine merchants and put him in the crate.
Ingenious. But horrible. Well, how in the world did you get Horace to speak?
That's a talent I've had since I was a boy. My father taught me voice throwing, ventriloquism.
Charlie, old friend, how could you do this to me?
And so ends one of the great horror stories from the prolific pen of that master of the macabre, Edgar Allan Poe. I think it is almost as though Poe took and dramatized that one famous sentence of William Shakespeare's, "Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ." I'll be back shortly. It is said that Edgar Allan Poe is the founder of the modern detective story. But I think he goes far beyond that, bringing together the strangely imaginative and the grotesque. A torn waistcoat, a bloody knife, a bullet. On these few objects, Poe hangs an entire plot of villainy and bizarre retribution. Man has always been fascinated by objects. Writing about their criminal use is called detective work. Studying and analyzing objects is called science. But one doesn't have to be a scientist or a PhD to enjoy a good mystery. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Jackson Beck, William Griffiths, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
How great is our capacity for belief? Most people would probably claim they'll believe anything they can see, feel, taste, touch, or hear. In short, anything they could experience with their senses. But I will venture to say there are things in this world so fantastic, so incredible, that you or I could stare at them with our own two eyes and swear under oath that we were not seeing what was there. Our mystery drama, The Ninth Volume, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Michael Wager. Energy is something we hear a great deal about these days. The kind of energy provided by oil and coal, that is. We hear debates as to how much of these precious substances are left. Some say supplies are virtually unlimited. Others say we'll run out in 200 to 300 years. And the more dire prophets claim a mere 25 years. Whatever the figures, one thing is certain. As the situation becomes more urgent, some of those looking for new reserves are not going to let anything stand in their way. The year is 1998. We're at a drilling site on the western slopes of the Rocky Mountains.
Okay, start her up. Start her up! Sharky?
Yes, sir?
What are the chances of that well getting down another 50 feet by noon?
I don't know, boss. That's pretty solid stuff we're drilling through now.
I don't understand this. Not in all my 42 years in this business as a company geologist told me to drill halfway up a mountain instead of on the low ground.
He seems pretty confident.
He's a young smart aleck, if you ask me. He isn't quite right.
You mean in the head?
Yeah. But he went to college. All right, get on the back of that rig, Sharky, and take it as fast as you can. But remember, under no circumstances do I want any more delays.
Morning, Milo.
Morning, John.
Coffee's on.
Uh-huh.
Everything underway okay today?
How can you be so cheerful when we've only got less than a week left and no sign of oil?
Less than a week?
5 days, to be exact. I got a call from headquarters last night. They've decided against renewing the lease on this land.
Oh, they're crazy. They know how much oil there is under that mountain.
Well, John, forgive me, but you seem to be the only one still under the illusion that there's anything at all down there. We've drilled 10 dry holes over the past 2 years, 10 dusters. And all of them have been based on your so-called calculations.
That's right, because headquarters always pulled a pipe before we got down far enough.
Do you have any idea how much drilling costs go up when you get down past the second mile?
Milo, I'm going to make you a little wager. How many feet do you think the boys can take it down today?
I asked Sharky for 50 by noon.
Then I will bet you $100 that by noon we've struck oil.
$100.
How far down are we now?
As of last night at quitting time, it was 19,967 feet.
Okay. I'll make that bet even more specific. I say that by the time we reach 19,980 feet, we'll be into the biggest pool of oil you ever saw.
Well, that's only 13 more feet.
That's right. Is it a bet, Milo?
Well,
Mr. Hawkins.
Yeah?
Mr. Burt, I think we've hit something.
What?
We've hit an air pocket.
Are you sure?
I think that's what it is. The rock bit's not meeting any resistance.
None at all?
No, sir.
Are you holding in position?
Yes, sir.
Good. Get ready to cap. Keep the rig going, but wait till I give you a signal. I want to get company headquarters on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Milo, I think you just saved yourself $100.
I want headquarters to put this over the intercom. When this geyser goes, everybody in that whole building is going to hear it. What? What was that?
Sounded like the rig. The rig! It stopped.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Sharky, what's gone wrong?
I don't know.
Well, why did you stop the rig?
Something weird is happening, boss.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, there was this, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. The rotor was kicking up rock dust. You know, that yellowish granite we've been drilling through, and then all of a sudden, well, it changed color.
Changed color?
Yeah.
And for that, you stopped the rig?
Well...
Oh, now, wait a minute, Milo. Chalky, you said the dust changed color to what?
Well, I think it was kind of reddish.
Ah, well, it sounds like we may have hit a stratum of clay.
So where is this red dust? Let me see it.
Well, now that's what I'm trying to tell you. It isn't here anymore. It was in my hands. I was holding it in my hands, looking at it, and it just disappeared.
You mean the wind blew it away?
No. My hands were cupped. There wasn't any wind. It just evaporated.
It just evaporated? Disappeared?
Yes, sir.
Now I've got two nuts to deal with.
As a scientist, I'd be rather curious to have a look at some of this dust. There ought to be still some of this stuff in the hole here if I can just turn the pipe. Ah, here we are.
No, I don't know if I'd touch it, Mr. Perk. What if it's not safe?
That looks harmless enough to me.
Yeah, but you don't know. That's from nearly 4 miles down in the earth. It could be almost anything. That's why I had him stop the rig.
I think my first guess was right. It seems to be clay of some sort. It's very odd, though.
What would it?
There had to be a seam of clay that deep in the earth. And the kind of rock formation we've been cutting through.
Look. Look there. See what I mean?
Hey, what happened to it?
It just vanishes. That's what I was telling you.
Chalky, bring me some kind of small container, will you? A plastic bag, anything, so long as it's airtight.
Okay.
Why airtight?
I think it must be the fresh air that's causing this stuff, whatever it is, to disintegrate. I want to get a sample of it down to Boulder, to the university there, and have it analyzed.
This is the only airtight bag I could find, Mr. Perk.
What is it?
Well, it's from my lunch pail. Wife put my sandwich in it this morning.
Well, I guess it'll have to do. Milo, will you give me a ride?
Well, what about the well?
I think we'd better leave the rig off until we find out what this stuff is.
It's past 1 o'clock. We've lost the whole morning. How much longer is this friend of yours going to take?
Milo, Professor Anderson is a very thorough person. He'll be finished when he's finished.
This is ridiculous.
You saw that dust disintegrate with your own eyes.
So, stuff comes up from the center of the earth and acts weird. Why not? If I was down there, I'd act weird.
It doesn't raise your curiosity at all. Ah, Professor Anderson.
Gentlemen.
What did you find out? Were you able to analyze the powder?
Mr. Hawkins, is that right?
Yes, sir. You can call me Milo.
Milo, how do you enjoy working with this practical joker here?
Professor, what?
You see, Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Perk here was one of my more intelligent students, so I assume he must be attempting humor when he comes around bothering a busy old man with a handful of powdered tile.
Tile?
That's right, John. What you asked me to drop everything for and analyze is nothing but common tile, such as one might use to roof a house. What's so special about it?
What's so special about it, Professor, is that it comes from the bottom of a well shaft nearly 4 miles down inside a mountain.
Oh, I see. So you weren't pulling my leg. Why did you ask me to keep the sample in an airtight container? It made my examination much more difficult.
Because when that dust is exposed to fresh air, it disintegrates.
Disintegrates? John, if that's true, do you realize how old this material could be? Your find must be investigated at once.
Well, there's just one problem, Professor. How would you get down there?
I don't know. I only know the site must be excavated. This powder could well be far older than all our previous estimates. It could be all that remains of a civilization we never even knew existed.
Which reminds me, John, I must keep this sample and run dating tests on it.
Of course.
Now, look, our company has a deadline. If we don't find oil, we've got to be off that land by the end of the week. Oh, but you can't continue to drill for oil, son. Don't you realize that by continuing to drill, you might destroy an invaluable clue to our past? I don't care about the past, Professor. I care about the future. And I don't see that the excavation of one more prehistoric Indian dwelling or whatever is going to make any difference. But getting to that oil, if it's there, will.
The problem still is how to reach the site.
Just a minute. You're drilling up near Pine Creek, aren't you?
Yeah, 3 miles up the mountain from there.
Well, then I think there might be a way. There used to be a big silver mine at Pine Creek, remember?
Ah, that's right. It was abandoned at the turn of the century, 95 years ago.
Yeah, but the last shaft the miners dug struck a cave system.
Of course. You took us there on a field trip.
Now, let me see. I should have some maps around here someplace. Yes. Here we are. This is the one I'm looking for. A cutaway view of the mountain. Now, you can see here how extensive the cave system is. Now, where exactly is the location of your drilling site?
Right here.
There, you see. Trace lines straight down 20,000 feet. That's your depth.
Uh-huh.
And it would place you here, the very deepest bowels of the mountain. But here you see the cave starting at the base of the mine shaft, which is already at the base of the mountain, and you give yourself a head start of nearly 15,000 feet.
And look, here's a branch of the cave which comes practically to the point our drill has reached. Why, we could crawl there in a matter of hours.
Now, just a minute, John. Seem to be forgetting who pays your salary.
Milo, look, it's now 1 o'clock. Give me until starting time tomorrow, 9 o'clock. What do we lose? A half a day.
I think perhaps you better allow Mr. Perk to attempt the descent. My analysis showed traces of a rather strange substance. An adhesive, I believe.
Well, why was it strange?
Because it was entirely synthetic. And no primitives we're familiar with could possibly have known about it.
I'm reminded of an old story about a cabin boy on a clipper ship. It seems he was always losing things. One day, the captain asked him to clean his favorite clock. But when he asked to have it back, the boy couldn't produce it. The captain flew into a rage. "I suppose it's lost," he said. "Oh, no, sir," replied the cabin boy. "I know exactly where it is. It fell out of my hands as I was cleaning it, and it's at the bottom of the ocean." The characters in our story know where something is, too. And like the captain's clock, the only problem is how to get to it. We shall dig deeper into all of this when I return with Act 2. There are many things which distinguish man from the so-called lower orders of the animal kingdom. And geologist John Perk is giving us a good demonstration of one of them right now. For man is the only animal who will deliberately set off to confront the unknown. John Perk has bought a few precious hours from a grudging Milo Hawkins, and with Sharky as his assistant, is descending into the mountain.
Sharky, careful, this ledge isn't too wide.
Is there room for both of us?
Just barely. What time is it, Sharky?
Almost midnight.
Sharky.
Huh?
There it is. The end of the tunnel. Hand me the bag with the drill and the explosives.
Here we go.
While I'm drilling a hole for the dynamite, you get out the oxygen packs. Then inflate one of those balloons to seal off the tunnel behind us. We don't want any fresh air getting into whatever is behind that rock.
The tunnel's all sealed off, Mr. Perk.
Good. Charge is ready. Now let's just back up around this corner here.
Yeah.
Okay. It'll just take a second to hook up the wires.
Mr. Perk.
Yeah?
Are we sure we want to do this? I mean, are we sure we want to know what's back there?
I'm a scientist, Sharky.
Yes, sir.
It's all wired. Push the plunger.
Okay. Can you see anything?
Not with this flashlight. No. Wait. Through the dust, it looks like there's a chamber of some sort. Come on. Let's get back in there and set up the light. Here. Give me the light. You crank up the generator.
Okay. Okay, turn her on. Good Lord. I don't get it, Mr. Perk. We must have taken the wrong turn. This isn't a prehistoric dwelling. It's somebody's house.
We didn't take any wrong turns, Sharky. Well, look. See in the ceiling there? The nose of our rock bit from the drilling rig.
Yeah, but look at this. A stove, a sink, even a dishwasher.
And look in here. A dining room, rugs, a table, chairs. They look like they came right out of a department store.
I don't like this. I wish we'd brought guns or something. What if this is some kind of criminal hideout?
4 miles underground?
Well, we don't know. Maybe it's a secret government project, a bomb shelter or something.
But how was it built?
I don't know. But there's got to be a reason why it's here.
Let's have a look around. Maybe there's another way in which the survey charts don't show.
Did you find anything, Mr. Perk?
Nothing. How about you?
Well, nothing.
Fantastic. This entire house is encased in solid bedrock.
But I saw bedrooms, a bathroom, even a TV set. Everything just like people lived here.
Except that there are no signs of life anywhere.
Hey, look at this. Glass in the windows, not even cracked. And curtains.
I wonder if the plumbing works.
Well, it's one way to find out, isn't there? Hey, the stuff that came out of the tap. It's black.
Black?
What is it?
Let me taste that.
No, Mr. Perk, don't.
What I thought. There's nothing wrong with this, Sharky. It is perfectly good crude oil.
Oil?
Yep.
I don't believe what I'm seeing. A ranch house in the middle of the earth with oil coming out of the faucets. It's like magic.
I think there may be a more rational explanation, at least for the oil. Did you see any stairs leading to the basement?
I saw some stairs down the hallway.
Come on, then. Let's follow these pipes. Pipes should be over on that far wall.
What's that?
No, I stepped in something. The whole basement floor seems to be covered with it. Shine your lights out.
Here. Hey, look. It's oil. The whole floor is 3 inches deep in oil.
You see, I was right all along. There is oil in this mountain. We were right on target.
The only thing that stands between us and a gold mine is this house.
This solves everything. At last, we have proof that the oil exists. The company can go ahead and take a new lease on the land, and we'll have the time to try to find an answer to the mystery of this house. We can leave the generator here. We've got to get back and stop Milo starting the rig up. What time is it?
2:57 a.m.
We should just about make it. We'll inflate another balloon to seal the passage behind us before removing the first one. Are we all set to go?
All set.
Wait a minute. What's this?
What?
This door. I didn't see it before. Did you check it out?
No, I thought you did.
Well, we better have a look.
Mr. Perk, this place gives me the creeps. I got this funny feeling. Why don't we just leave well enough alone?
Help me move the light over.
What kind of thing could survive down here without air. Mr. Perk, I'm frightened. Now, don't open this door.
Get out of the way!
What is it?
A library.
A library?
Only a library. Room filled with books. You're not afraid of them, are you? I'm going to have a look. Maybe they'll provide some kind of clue. The owner is obviously a man of refinement and culture. Look at this. Complete works of Shakespeare, Milton, Plato's dialogues, Aristotle, Dante, Plutarch. Here are the more recent authors, Faulkner, Fitzgerald, Hemingway. This isn't offering us much in the way of clues.
Huh.
Did you find something?
This reclining chair. My father-in-law's got one just like it in his den.
Oh.
Exactly like it. It's a different color, but it's the same model.
Now, here's something. Whoever owns these books is obviously interested in history. Here's an entire case devoted to it. Herodotus, Tacitus, Livy. They're arranged in chronological order. Holinshed's Chronicles, Gibbon's French Revolution. Who's this?
Who?
Someone named D.V. Davis wrote A History of the World. I thought. I never heard of him, Sharkey.
Well, don't look at me. I never heard of half those other guys you mentioned.
Davis. Strange. Every other author on the shelf is familiar but him.
Mr. Perk, you remember that feeling I had before? Well, it's coming back. I think we ought to go.
Now, wait a minute. History of the World by David Vladimir Davis. In 9 volumes. There are only 8 volumes here. Well, there's a space. The 9th volume is missing, and the 8th volume covers... Good Lord. Sharkey, you don't see the 9th volume of this set lying around anywhere, do you?
No, why?
Did you see it anywhere lying around the house?
I don't know. I just...
Try to remember.
Well, there were some books on a table in the living room.
I've got to find it.
Yeah, but the time, it's after 3.
Forget the time. We've got to find the 9th volumes of this set.
Why?
Because I am holding the 8th volume in my hand. I can feel its weight. I know it's real. It's not an illusion. The 8th volume of a 9-volume set of books on the history of the world. Our world as we know it and have lived it. And this 8th volume goes from the year 1815, the Battle of Waterloo, to the year 2000.
But this is 1998. What is this guy, a fortune teller?
Don't you see? There's still another entire volume to the set. I think I'm beginning to understand.
Hey, wait. What's that noise? Miss Perk, the house is beginning to shake.
It's stopping.
What was it?
I'm not sure. But if we really are sitting on top of an oil field, it's a highly unstable situation. The vibrations from the dynamite must have disturbed things.
We got to get out of here.
First, we have got to find that book.
Why? Why? What's so important about some old fortune teller's book?
That's not it, Sharkey. That's not it at all. Don't you realize what we've discovered? This is...
What's that smell?
What?
That smell. Hey, it's gas. There's gas escaping from somewhere. That explosion must have opened a leak in a gas pocket. Quick.
Put this book in our bag. We'll have to come back later with masks to search for the 9th volume.
Hi, Mr. Perk. There's daylight.
At last.
There's someone there at the mine entrance.
Huh? Oh, God, it looks like Professor Anderson.
John? John, is that you?
Yeah. We're coming, Professor. What are you doing here?
I must know what you found down there. I've been up the entire night running dating tests on that tile sample. At first, I couldn't believe it. But now I know there can be no doubt. That powder you brought me is over 12 billion years old.
But we know the world's only 4.5 billion years old. Well, I mean, that's what I heard Mr. Hawkins say once.
Yes, that's what we've always thought, Mr. Sharkey, but evidently we've been wrong. Now tell me what you found.
At the bottom of our well hole is a house. Even more perfectly preserved than the ruins of Pompeii. It has every modern appliance we're familiar with, from electric can openers to reclining chairs.
It's just like the houses in the suburb where I live.
Only difference is it is from a civilization so far in the past. And until now, not even a trace of it's been known.
But what about all those books, Mr. Perk? The Shakespeare and all. How'd they get there?
Shakespeare? That's the most incredible thing of all, Professor. That 12-billion-year-old civilization was ours. Same names, same events, same people fighting the same wars, making the same inventions, creating the same masterpieces.
Probably making the same mistakes.
Oh, so that's why you wanted the 9th volume of that history.
That's right, Sharky, because whatever fatal mistake they made, whatever happened to cause their extinction, is going to happen to us, unless we can discover what it was and avoid it.
The 9th volume?
There isn't time to explain now, Professor. We've got to get back to camp and stop Milo before he turns on that rig.
In our beginning is our end, said T.S. Eliot. All living things duplicate themselves in reproduction with a phenomenal precision. So is it not at least possible, then, that nature repeats itself on a larger scale, too? In fact, on the largest scale of all. I shall return shortly with our final act. We catch but glimpses of our past. The legend of Atlantis lives on. The mysteries of Stonehenge and the giant statues of Easter Island continue to baffle us. The most advanced and sophisticated civilizations are represented by mere shards of pottery stumbled on by accident. For all our research, there is still behind us a vast unknown. But now, a discovery, fantastic, terrifying evidence of a former civilization identical to our own. A civilization whose end was so cataclysmic, no trace had ever been discovered until now.
Milo, thank goodness we got here before you started that rig.
John, I've got a bone to pick with
There's
you.
no time for that.
Sharky?
Yes, sir.
Get out there and get the rig started.
No, wait, you've got to listen to us.
I've got a better idea, John. Why don't you listen to me for a change? I got a little phone call last night from headquarters. You remember them, don't you? They wanted to know how things were going. Understandably, they're getting a little anxious, considering the fact that we've got only 4 days before our lease here is up. And you can imagine my chagrin when I had to tell them the rig wasn't even running. That my geologist, who's supposed to be telling me where to drill, had told me to stop so he could go down and nose around some prehistoric Indian hut.
That's not what's down there.
I don't care what's down there. My job is to drill for oil. Do you know who's arriving today? Sid Dobbs.
Sid Dobbs?
That's right. The company executive vice president. He wants to know what the heck is going on here. He's flying up personally to take over the operation.
Well, if you would let me get a word in edgewise, I can tell you what's going on.
All I want to know is why we haven't struck oil.
Well, that's one thing you don't have to worry about. There is oil down there. We saw it.
You saw it?
I stuck my finger in it. I tasted it. It's there, right where I said it would be. The drill is no more than 20 feet above the strike at this very moment.
Well, then let's get it going and have that oil coming up for Mr. Dobbs, so he won't have our heads in a sling. Sharky?
Yes, sir.
No, wait a minute. You can't start the rig, not until we've had a chance to go back down there.
Go back down? What for?
Milo, what we've discovered, it wasn't what we expected. There's a house down there, all right, but it's modern. I mean, well, not modern exactly. It's 12 billion years old. But...
Sharky, what's he talking about?
I know it sounds incredible, but Professor Anderson ran dating tests on that powder we took him, and it is 12 billion years old.
Ah. So you found a modern 12 billion year old house.
But the important thing is the book. That's why we've got to go back down.
Oh, I see. What?
The 9th volume. It's a history of the world from the year 2000 on.
John, I'm doing my best to stay with you, but you aren't making it easy for me.
Milo, now listen. There is a house down there from a civilization that existed 12 billion years ago that was ours. It was us. Don't you see what that means? We're being given the chance to look into the future.
I see. Sharky?
Yes, sir?
You've been awful quiet.
Yeah, I guess so.
You were down there with Mr. Perk, weren't you?
Yes.
You went all the way with him? You saw everything he saw?
Yes.
And you saw this house he's talking about?
No, I didn't.
What? Sharky, you didn't see a 12 billion year old house that looks just like ours, that has a set of books? It's going to tell us what's going to happen?
No, sir, I didn't. I didn't see any of that.
That's what I thought.
No! Sharky, what are you saying? Milo, look in this bag. We brought up the 8th volume of that set. See, look, it goes from 1815 to the year 2000. Now, will you believe me?
There's nothing in here but a pile of dust.
What? Oh, good grief, we're in such a hurry I must not have sealed the container properly. Look, Milo, you've got to believe me. 12 more hours is all I need. But we've got to go back down there.
Hello, Hawkins here. Yes? Okay, I'll be right over. The company plane has just landed with Mr. Dobbs. I'm going to meet him, and I want that rig in full operation by the time we return.
Milo, listen to me. Remember when we were at Anderson's lab? He said his analysis of the powder showed traces of a substance that primitive man couldn't have known about.
Oh, yes. Yes, I meant to tell you. Professor Anderson called yesterday, right after you and Sharky had gone down into the mine. He'd run another test and discovered what it was.
But doesn't that convince you I'm telling the truth?
It was mayonnaise, John.
Mayonnaise?
That's right. Remember? We used a sandwich bag from Sharky's lunch pail. Mayonnaise.
Sharky.
Mr. Perk, please, let me get by.
Why did you lie?
I got to get the rig started.
Are you crazy? Do you realize what we'll be destroying?
Mr. Perk, I don't want to talk about it.
What are you afraid of? Going back down there, we'll run hoses down to pump out the gas. Anyway, you don't have to go if you don't want to. I can find somebody else. I know it's risky, but it's too important not to take the chance.
Mr. Perk, please let me go.
Not until you tell me why you lied to Milo. Don't you see what this discovery could mean? The chance to look into the future, the chance to avoid making the same mistake twice.
How?
What?
How are we going to avoid it?
Don't you want to know your own fate?
No. I don't want to know.
An entire civilization may perish because of your cowardice. Why won't you support me?
Didn't you see that house?
Of course I saw it.
Did you take a good look at it?
What are you getting at, Sharky? What's the matter?
It's a modern house.
So?
It's not ultra-modern. It's not some weird, futuristic contraption filled with gadgets we've never seen. It's modern. It's contemporary. Don't you see what that means? This is as far as we're coming. This is the end of the line. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen soon. And it's probably too late to stop it.
But we can try if we know what it is.
I don't want to know what it is. I don't want to know.
So you won't support me. When Sid Dobbs arrives, you won't back me up.
Sorry, Mr. Burke.
You'll think I'm a raving lunatic.
Sharky, why isn't that rig going yet?
Oh, man.
Hello, John.
Hello, Sid.
Mr. Dobbs, I'm sorry. I gave orders for the rig to be running. That's all right, Marlowe. Forget it. The rig isn't going on.
It isn't?
No. We've decided to suspend operations altogether.
Suspend operations?
Our lease is up in 4 days. It'll take us that long to pack up and be out of here. And as far as I'm concerned, the sooner we never see this place again, the better.
Sid, when you say suspend operations, you mean you intend to pull a pipe?
We sure can't afford to leave it behind.
You can't do that.
What? Why not?
Removing the pipe would expose the hole to the fresh air and... Well, there's something down there that would be destroyed.
By fresh air? Sid, we struck some old clay rock yesterday. That's why the rig isn't going. John insisted on exploring in a nearby cave.
Sid, you have to listen to me. Sharky's right. There is oil down there. We're within 20 feet of it.
Are you asking me to start the rig going again?
No. I'm asking you to take a new lease on the land and hold off making the strike until I've completed my explorations.
John, I remind you that we've been listening to you for 2 years. There's no more time. It's all run out.
You are also sitting on top of something infinitely more important than oil. And it's going to be destroyed.
John, I think you need some sleep. That's your problem. Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, Marlowe. I'm curious about these continued illusions, John. I might give you one more chance. I will accept your considered judgment as a rational scientist that the oil is there and hold off drilling. If you'll tell me what's down there that's so important.
My judgment as a rational scientist. Oh, never mind, Sid, never mind. Go ahead and pull the pipe.
Okay. Marlowe, have the men pack up. We'll pull the pipe and dismantle the rig in the morning.
John, why didn't you just tell Mr. Dobbs what it was you'd seen?
He wouldn't have believed me, Professor Anderson, not without Sharky's corroboration.
So? You're going to start pulling the pipe in the morning and a golden opportunity and we'll be lost forever.
No, not exactly.
Oh? What chance remains? Surely you don't intend to stop them at gunpoint?
No. I'm going to try going down again.
You said there was gas leaking, that the ground was beginning to shift.
We can wear masks against the gas, and as for the shifting, well, we'll just have to take that risk.
You said we.
That's why I came to you, Professor. I need someone to go with me. It's a two-man job. I don't know who else to turn to. I know you're... I mean...
Oh, I know what you're trying to say. But on a mission of such importance, I wouldn't hesitate. Not for 1 minute.
Then you'll come with me?
Yes, of course I will.
Good. We've got to start at once. There's barely enough time as it is.
Sharky, I can't say I'll be sorry to see the last of this place. Something about it always did give me the willies. That you better lock the gate for the last time.
Oh, okay, Mr. Hawkins.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that?
What?
The stuff on your boots. The black stuff.
Why, that's the oil.
Oil? Where'd it come from?
Well, that's what I was trying to tell you all along. The oil that's down there. Mr. Perk and I saw it, and we waded through it.
Sharky, get Mr. Dobbs from the office.
Why?
We've got to start up that rig. There is oil, Sharky. Oil. Do you know what that means? Ha! Our future's golden.
Here it is, Professor.
This is amazing. A house in every detail, exactly like our own. From a duplicate civilization that inhabited the earth 12 billion years ago. Oh, how much it could teach us.
Wait a minute. Sharky said he thought he'd seen some books in the living room. This way.
Look, over there on that table.
Yeah, this is it. The History of the World by D.V. Davis.
Volume 9.
Do you realize what this will mean, Professor, when we open this book?
Yes. I wonder what it is, John, that we're to learn about ourselves from ourselves.
What's that? Professor, they started the drill. The whole house! It's collapsing into dust!
There is a legend in classical mythology about the Sibyl, a prophetess who lived, appropriately enough to our story, in a cave. She offered to sell 9 prophetic books to Tarquin the Proud, the last of Rome's legendary kings. He refused, for he felt her price was too high. So she burned 3 of the books and offered him the remaining 6 for the same price. Again Tarquin refused, and again Sibyl burned 3 of the precious volumes. Finally, he bought the last 3 for the price of the original 9. But because of his stingy short-sightedness, mankind lost forever his chance to know what the future holds. I shall return shortly. Do we really want to know what fate has in store for us? That would probably depend on whether or not we had the ability to act on that knowledge and to alter the impending course of events. But would it be a simple matter of avoiding a single fatal mistake? Or would we discover a future as complex as human nature itself and as unchangeable? Our cast included Michael Wager, Court Benson, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, foreman of this crew of mysterious miscreants who mingle here at this hour. It was King Alfonso X of Spain who modestly remarked, "Had I been present at the creation, I would have given some useful hints for the better ordering of the universe." I'm sure that many of us feel, with all due respect and in all modesty, that we, too, might have made some helpful suggestions of our own. But since none of us was consulted in the arrangement of the world, we must accept it as it is. Or must we? Our mystery drama, The Cornstarch Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. The boarding house has become a most familiar literary locale, and it is almost always, presided over by a landlady. Seldom, if ever, do we encounter a landlord, except perhaps as an inferior appendage to a dominating spouse. Since the ladies have, in our time, invaded hitherto basically masculine domains, turnabout is only fair play. Today, we are concerned with a gentleman who happens to be a landlord of a boarding house. Turn with us now to the first page in the Journal of Dennis Truffle.
Have you ever waited for death? What a rather ridiculous question. We all wait for death, don't we? But in the prime of life, I suppose we wait for death as an eventuality, not as an impending occurrence. But here I am, starting my story at the end instead of at the beginning. The beginning. It was a rather damp, foggy November night. A moment, if you please. Good evening.
I rang your bell.
I heard.
It's the most unusual bell for this day and age.
This is a most unusual day and age.
I agree. To begin afresh, I rang your bell because a sign, a rather neatly lettered sign, said rooms.
Do you like the sign, then?
I wonder if I might speak with the landlady.
Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have one. Will the landlord do?
I'm flexible.
Oh, won't you come in? Mr. Dennis Truffle, at your command.
I am Miss Menhaden. Maud Menhaden.
Menhaden?
It's the Indian name for a fish.
Oh.
Narragansett Indian. The name was given to a convict ancestor of mine.
A convict ancestor?
Yes, a murderer. You see, many of our early settlers here were transported felons. Evidently, my ancestor must have looked like a fish. Hence the name. Now, is that settled?
Well, I was not aware that it was ever an issue.
Concerning the room.
I have an excellent room at the head of the stairs.
I'll take it.
Well, surely you wish to see it
No.
first. Oh, well, the rent is $35 a week.
How much?
25.
No, 35 sounds right.
Oh, well, then shall I help you up with your luggage?
What's that?
There's a police car, I should imagine.
Seems to be coming this way.
Yes, I would assume so.
Why?
Well, unfortunately, the neighborhood has changed.
Stopped here. Why?
Excuse me.
Hiya, Dennis.
Oh, Officer Paderewski. Is something wrong?
Yeah, we had a little contretemps up the street.
That's contretemps. A guy was murdered. Do they have any idea
So
who...
I thought I'd drop in here and check out some of your creeps, Dennis.
Now, see here, Officer Paderewski, that's no way to refer to
You do have some real ripe avocados in this joint, Dennis.
Now, I will not have my tenants insulted.
Okay, Dennis, okay. Who's around?
Well, unfortunately, we have more vacancies than we... presently, the second floor rear, I have Professor Boniface.
Where is he right now?
Out. Out where? Communing with nature, I suppose. And the second floor front, I have just acquired as a tenant Miss Maud Menhaden here. Miss Menhaden, this is Officer Paderewski.
Please, do not look at me in that way, officer.
In what way?
With lust.
Oh, I wasn't looking with... what I am doing is looking at you closely.
For what reason?
Because that's what a police officer has to do.
Why?
Because there's been a murder.
Are you saying that you suspect me of committing the murder?
Oh, no.
Could I have the key to my room, Mr. Truffle?
Yes, of course.
To answer your unspoken question, Miss Menhaden, am I related to the famous pianist? I am sure of it.
Here's your key, Miss Menhaden.
Now, I say this because I have a little boy who plays the piano.
Thank you, Mr. Truffle. Good night.
Good night.
Of course, he only plays by ear. Yeah, that one is built.
Built?
constructed, put together.
Ooh, there's a lot of woman there.
She does seem to be of generous proportions.
What's she doing in a joint like this?
Well, I assume she requires refined surroundings.
Sure. Well, Dennis, keep me posted, huh? Yeah, I gotta hustle around, see if I can't catch that killer.
Who was the victim?
Oh, guy was the manager at the bus depot. You're just up the block. He was on his way home from work.
And it happened a half hour ago, you say?
Uh-huh.
Half hour ago, I was in my sitting room with Chapman's Homer.
Oh, come on, Dennis. You don't need an alibi.
And a fellow human being was being stabbed to death.
Yeah. Hey, hold on, Dennis.
Huh?
All I told you was a guy was murdered. How did you know he was stabbed?
But if it happened just up the block and the killer had used a gun, then I would have heard the shot, I dare say.
Yeah. Good thinking, Dennis. See you around.
How did I know the victim had been stabbed? My quick, glib explanation to Officer Paderewski may have sounded convincing, but the fact is, it wasn't true. It's just that the moment I heard of the killing, instinctively, I knew it had to be a stabbing. Why? Tonight, for the first time, I'm aware of a kind of lightness, a kind of incisive understanding, a sharpness in my brain. I can't analyze it. It seemed to enter my mind when Miss Menhaden entered the house. Now, Miss Menhaden, that reminds me, she had gone upstairs without her luggage. Miss Menhaden, a rather large woman, but so exquisitely... well, that was neither here nor there. I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Menhaden.
Yes?
Do you require assistance with your luggage?
My luggage?
You do have luggage.
Oh, my luggage.
I didn't see you bring it in. Is it outside?
Yes.
What, you mean you left it in front of the house?
No, I mean it's outside. Somewhere.
Somewhere?
I lost it.
Oh.
Well, the fact is, I didn't lose it. Actually, the bus lost it.
But how could a bus lose luggage?
I don't know. It was placed on the bus when I got on. It was missing when I got off.
But surely the people at the bus company would...
I don't like the people at the bus company.
But there is some official at the bus depot
yes,
who could...
There was.
Well, what did he do?
He looked at me in a manner that I cannot tolerate.
Well, what sort of manner is that?
A lewd manner.
Oh, well, surely...
And I shall not return there.
But don't you want to find your luggage?
That which is lost shall not be found again, and that which is missing shall be gone forever.
Yes, but
Is there anything else?
No. Except that this man who was murdered a half hour ago happened to be employed at the bus depot.
Indeed.
He was the manager.
Oh.
Was he the one who looked at you in what you considered a lewd manner?
I didn't consider it lewd. It was lewd.
Well, at any rate, the poor fellow is dead now.
He's been punished.
Punished?
Oh, yes. There's no doubt about it.
But what did he do?
Is it possible you haven't been listening to me, Mr. Truffle? I told you what he did. He was also lascivious and salacious. The sin of lust, Mr. Truffle. It must be stamped out.
Well, be that as it may, Miss Menhaden, even if he were sinful, that's hardly the reason he was killed, I would imagine.
Really? Why do you suppose he was killed?
Well, he was coming home from work. This is a Friday evening. He was carrying his pay envelope, I suppose, and some thief...
No, he wasn't robbed. He was struck down for his sins.
You say he was not robbed?
He was not robbed.
Well, but how do you know?
I know.
But how?
Retribution, Mr. Truffle. Retribution. The hand of justice cannot be stayed. Whole cities, Sodom and Gomorrah, were expunged from the earth. What difficulty would there be in striking down one Harry Perkins?
Harry Perkins?
The obscene animal who lusted after me in the bus terminal office.
Yeah, but the bus terminal, it's right in the middle of the floor in plain view. What could he have possibly been able to...
I could read his thoughts. There's a poem which I shall send to his widow. Perhaps she will see fit to make it his epitaph. Harry Perkins, vulgar of manner, overfed, overdressed and underbred, heartless, godless, hell's delight, rude by day and lewd by night.
Well, I would hardly think she would.
And now there is one less of them.
Them?
It takes all kinds, as they say, and we seem to have a special kind right here in Dennis Truffle's boarding house. Why did Mr. Harry Perkins die? You are probably spinning your own yarn, so why don't we compare designs when we meet again in just a few moments for Act 2. The French, as you know, during the 1930s, constructed a system of fortifications called the Maginot Line. This was considered an impregnable defense against invasion. We mention this because into the boarding house of Mr. Dennis Truffle has come a Miss Maud Menhaden, a lady whose defense of her virtue is also seemingly formidable. We read further from the journal of Dennis Truffle.
Before I continue, I must digress briefly for a point of personal information. Since I have never actively courted a member of the fair sex, certain coarse and unkind people have seen fit to question, as it were, my inclinations. I shall not dignify this slander by rebuttal. I was taught by Dad and Mother to venerate. The verb itself is the Latin root for love. To venerate the feminine sex. And to look at woman as a temple of virtue who contains within herself... well, no matter. It is merely that I have never met until tonight, until Miss Menhaden entered my house, and therefore my life... Oh, what am I saying? Well, Miss Menhaden frightens me. What did she say? That Mr. Harry Perkins was not killed by a thief? Is it true? I must find out.
Hey, Dennis, what are you doing out this hour?
What am I doing?
Well, this ain't exactly the kind of neighborhood to take a constitutional.
Well, I thought I would...
Besides, I thought, what with that dame...
Dame?
You're the cagey one, Dennis.
I don't know what you're talking about, Officer Paderewski.
That luscious dame.
That is no way to refer to Miss Menhaden.
Why? Is it a lie?
Well, tell me, Officer Paderewski, this man who was killed up the street, this Mr. Perkins, the manager at the bus depot.
Yeah?
Why was he killed?
Why?
Was it a robbery?
Why do you think it was a robbery?
Well, it must have been Friday night, payday.
Let me tell you why it wasn't a robbery, Dennis. Because his wallet was in his pocket, his ring was on his finger, his watch was on his wrist.
Oh. And he was stabbed?
Yeah, stabbed in the back.
The back?
A nice, clean little wound. But it did the job.
And the killer left no clue behind at all?
Not a thing.
Then you're completely in the dark.
There's one little item. Nobody can figure out what it means.
The dead man had a kind of white smudge, just above his chin. What kind of smudge? I told you, a kind of white smudge. What was the smudge made of? If I told you, you'd be even more confused than I am. Cornstarch. Cornstarch? Figure it out. What was he doing with a cornstarch smudge across his face? Cornstarch. Well, what are we going to do? Stand around here all night saying cornstarch? Look, why didn't you go back to the house where it's nice and warm and cozy, and there's this Miss Menhaden? So, she was right. It wasn't a robbery after all. He was murdered for another reason. What other reason? Who had come up behind him and stabbed poor Mr. Perkins in the back? Is it possible he had been punished? Why had she been so sure? And the cornstarch, what did the cornstarch mean? It was too much. I went back home and brewed myself a nice hot cup of tea.
Mr. Truffle.
Oh, you startled me.
I'm sorry.
I was very deep in my thoughts.
I'm sorry to invade the privacy of your kitchen.
Oh, any time, Miss Menhaden. Will you join me in a cup of tea?
You are a very unusual person, Mr. Truffle.
Oh, well,
You're a man of the highest sensibilities and finest personal character.
Well,
you have a reverence and a respect for womanhood. You are completely free from sin. As I hope to be one day.
One day?
Yes. I must continue to fight temptation constantly.
But surely, Miss Menhaden, love between men and women
is filled with traps and pitfalls, snares set by Satan, and furthermore this lust, this love, this carnal knowing. Oh, I must not bore you with a recital of my innermost feelings.
Oh, no, please, Miss Menhaden, feel free.
Yes, Mr. Truffle, you are a fine human being. One of the very few, perhaps. The only one who deserves to be saved, and I shall do my utmost to save you.
Oh, well, I would certainly appreciate anything.
I came down here for a purpose. Do you have any cornstarch?
Cornstarch?
Cornstarch. Ordinary, everyday cornstarch. Of course, I realize cornstarch has become old-fashioned in this so-called improved world we are afflicted with.
Well, I have a box right here. Here, take it.
Oh, I just need a little.
Use as much as you like and return the rest.
Well, thank you, Mr. Truffle.
No, don't return it. I rarely, if ever, use it.
Cornstarch has an almost infinite variety of uses. For example, do you know what I use it for?
No.
Well, you may find this somewhat difficult to believe, but at one time...
Hey, Dennis, old pal, old chap, old buddy. Let's have a little drink.
Professor,
come on, Dennis, baby. You got the bottle underneath the sink.
Now, Professor, you've had too much.
Sure, but it's no good if you don't have too much. Ain't that so, baby?
I beg your...
Miss Menhaden, may I present Professor
You
Wilbur?
may not.
Oh, what bit her?
Professor Boniface is your fellow boarder.
This hulk, this carrion, look at yourself. A corrupted container of lust and sin.
Is that bad?
You will be struck down in the midst of your obscene reveling.
Professor, you look tired. It's time you got to bed.
That's right, Dennis, old boy. Time for bed. What do you say, sweetie?
You have chosen licentiousness. You have chosen to revel in the depravity of the flesh.
What is she carrying on about?
Now, Professor, you are being rather forward.
So what? A little lovin' never killed anybody.
Take heed. A little lovin' may very well kill you. Good night, Mr. Truffle.
Good night, Miss Menhaden.
Good night, honey.
Now, really, Professor, she was highly insulted.
What do you know about it, Dennis?
I know that Miss Menhaden is a highly moral...
Miss Menhaden is a woman, and you never insult any woman by praising her.
Must you be so indelicate?
What can I do, Dennis? It's the law of human nature.
From this point on,
I must be extremely careful with my facts, lest I inadvertently do someone an injustice. I permitted Professor Boniface to wheedle several drinks of a rather strong spirituous liquor which I keep about the premises, purely for medicinal purposes. The result was he passed out. I then assisted him up to his room, where I deposited him safely onto his bed. On the way back downstairs, I passed by Miss Menhaden's door. I paused for a moment. I was about to knock, to inquire if she was all right, when it seemed to me I heard a rather strange noise. What could it be? And then I remembered where I had heard such a sound before. It was a knife being sharpened on a whetstone, a smooth, marble-like stone. I remember it was the sound made by Dad as he sharpened his razor. The sound one makes when one carefully and patiently puts a fine cutting edge on a delicate steel blade. But, of course, it may have been nothing of the sort. Which brings me to the next evening. Well, Professor, how are you this evening?
Whatever happened to Helen of Troy?
According to Homer, she went home to Sparta with her husband, King Menelaus, where they...
Oh, that ain't the one I'm talking about. I mean the lady upstairs.
Well, why do you call her...
Because she's the best-looking dame I ever seen. That's the angle that I'm going to use on her.
What angle?
You know, feed her all them classics. Chicks really go for the cultured guys.
Well, I don't think Miss Menhaden goes, as you say, for anybody.
Oh, I've seen her in action, Dennis. Oh, that one is mine. All mine.
Well, how can you say that?
Because it's a fact. No woman can resist Wilberforce, the body Boniface. I am now in stage 2 as far as she's concerned.
What is stage 2?
I play hard to get.
You must understand, he believed every word he said. Poor Professor. He'd been in the boxing ring, you know. He was the junior light heavyweight champion of Stormfield, New Hampshire. And it was said the experience left him intoxicated. No, punch drunk. Well, at any rate, he went out. About a half hour later...
Oh, good evening, Mr. Truffle.
Oh, well, good evening, Miss Menhaden. May I offer you some supper?
No, thank you, Mr. Truffle. The hosts of the Lord must fast before they go into battle.
Battle?
Battle.
Well, that sounds grim.
On the contrary, it's glorious.
You say you're going into battle. But where does this combat, where is it scheduled to take place?
Wherever I find it. Wherever I find some poor, depraved wretch who, blinded by error, is groveling in sin, I open his eyes to the true glory, and thus save his soul.
Oh.
And speaking of depraved wretches, where is Professor Boniface this evening?
Out.
Out? Where?
Well, I'm sure it would distress you to know that he will be going from one low place of entertainment and refreshment to another.
Yes, it is distressing. Oh, Mr. Truffle, if only all men were like you.
Like me?
Pure.
Well, she went out. That was about 8 p.m., She returned, I would say, at about 11. There was absolutely nothing unusual about her appearance or manner. I remember I said, "Good evening, Miss Menhaden."
Good evening, Mr. Truffle.
I wonder, did you save any souls this evening?
I may have.
And with that rather cryptic remark, she went upstairs to her room, and I heard her lock the door behind her. I then put on a record of a 16th century Danish composer and was almost lulled to sleep by the dissonances when there was a loud clanging of my doorbell. All right, I'm coming. Dennis. Officer Paderewski.
Oh, Dennis. Dennis, I got some bad news for you. So get a hold of yourself. Now, I know how fond you was of him, and...
It's Professor Boniface, isn't it?
Yeah. Old Boniface.
And he's been murdered.
Yes, Dennis. How did you know?
How did he know? We all knew, didn't we? We knew that Professor Boniface was not long for this world. And we could tell by the way Miss Menhaden was carrying on that she was the one who would dispatch him on his journey to eternity. But is this a fair assumption? After all, whatever happened to that good old American dictum, a person is presumed innocent until proven guilty? What actual proof do we have? We may or may not have some when I return with Act 3. A favorite form of thriller is Jack the Ripper Murders, the psychotic killer who slaughters women at random because they do not measure up to his standards of purity and virtue. In these days of women's lib, however, we must not be male chauvinists and make all our killers masculine. Is it possible that we are dealing here with a Jacqueline the Ripper? Who knows? With us, anything is possible.
Boniface. Wilberforce Boniface, the professor. Dead?
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Well, I was hoping you might be able to tell me something. You know, after all, he was one of your boarders.
Well, he would sleep all day and go out drinking all night.
Well, think hard, Dennis. Did he know Harry Perkins? Harry Perkins, the manager at the bus depot who was murdered the other night?
Well, I couldn't be sure, but why?
Well, we got an idea that the same person murdered them both.
The same person? Why?
Cornstarch. The professor also had this smudge of cornstarch across his face. And a knife wound in the back.
Cornstarch?
Yeah, that's what I said. And that's what we're calling the murderer now. The cornstarch killer.
But why would the killer leave cornstarch on the victim's face?
Well, we got nuts in this world like you never dreamed existed. Do you know anyone who would want to kill the professor?
Kill him? No.
Anybody in a house who might have been mad at him.
In the house? Well, at present there's just myself and Miss Menhaden.
Maybe I better talk to Miss Menhaden.
Yeah, but she doesn't know anything about Professor Boniface.
Can you be sure of that, Dennis? You tell her I'd like to, interrogate her. If you don't mind.
Miss Menhaden, there's a police officer downstairs.
The relative of the famous musician?
He wishes to talk with you in an official capacity. It seems that there has been another murder.
Another one?
This one, even closer to home, I fear. I actually, at home. Poor Professor Boniface.
The lecturer?
Whatever. The unfortunate fellow is dead. Officer Paderewski will want to know if you know anything about it.
Yes. I know about it.
You do?
Professor Wilberforce Boniface was an abomination. As such, he was removed from this earth.
Removed?
Justice was done. Morality was served.
Yes, but who did the doing and the serving?
I know that he was struck down because his time had come.
Well, yes, I can understand that point of view, but the police might press you for specifics.
Why?
Well, if you say you know who killed poor Professor Boniface, he will automatically ask, who?
Who? I should think anyone knows who. The avenging angel.
The avenging angel?
Yes, and now There's one less of them.
Them? And she wouldn't say another word. I ushered her downstairs to Officer Paderewski. I am ashamed to say that he was merely using the murder as a pretext for having a conversation with her.
Do you go out very much, Miss Menhaden?
Out?
Oh, you know, for a little fun.
Fun?
Laughs.
What is it you're trying to say to me, officer?
Well, I was wondering if some night we could...
Officer, I dislike the way you look at me. And I detest the way you talk to me.
I know a place.
Oh, I dare say.
Oh, I could show you a great time.
Have you any questions to ask me in your line of duty as a police officer? Police officer, indeed. Who shall watch the watchman? Good night.
Now there is a dish. I'm afraid you angered her. Officer Paderewski, there's something you must know.
Oh, what is it, Dennis? Well?
Well, what? What could I tell him? Could I tell him that Mort Menhaden had spoken in a threatening manner about both Harry Perkins and Professor Boniface? Could I tell him that she had been out somewhere when the professor was killed? And about the cornstarch? Why did she want the cornstarch? Wasn't that something that might be of interest to the police? And yet I couldn't say a word.
Hey, Dennis!
Oh, Officer Paderewski. Have you found anything new about the murders?
The cornstarch killer, it's all over the media.
Yes. But has anyone reported seeing anyone who might be a suspect?
Not a rumble. Now, how this guy can manage to sneak up behind his victim and just slip the knife into the back...
You say guy. Why are you so sure?
Hey, are you trying to tell me it could be a dame?
Well,
Dennis, you're not a bad guy, but when it comes to figuring out murder, you're in over your head.
But suppose I were to tell you...
Hold it. Who there she is?
Who?
Look, across the street. Miss Menhaden. Look at the walk on her.
And at that moment, I saw her. I saw Maud Menhaden for the first time. It was a flash of revelation. I saw her as the most beautiful and desirable woman in the world. How could she be a killer? And even if she is, which is a ridiculous assumption, how can you lose her? I ran home as quickly as I could. I listened. I could hear her upstairs in her room. Oh, my darling Maud. I was about to knock on her door and make my impassioned declaration of love when I heard the sound. Was it my imagination? Was she sharpening a knife? What could I do? I went back to my sitting room to think. I turned on the radio. There was a program of 8th century Albanian folk music. It put me to sleep. I woke. It must have been hours later. The radio was still on.
And now, the news headline on the hour. The notorious cornstarch killer has struck again.
No.
Another victim, this time an officer of the law. Patrolman Rutherford Hayes Paderewski, killed while walking his beat, stabbed in the back. And as a signature, a smudge of cornstarch across his cheek. More details as they come in. Now we return to...
I waited for Miss Menhaden to come home. And finally I heard the front door open and close, and her footsteps in the hallway. Miss Menhaden.
Oh, good evening.
Are you all right?
Of course. Why do you ask?
Well, you You know, there was another murder.
Another murder?
Officer Paderewski. The police say it was by the same person.
Do they?
He was stabbed in the back. And the usual signature, the cornstarch, was smudged on his face.
Well, that's one less of them.
Them?
If you'll excuse me.
Miss Menhaden, you remember you borrowed the cornstarch?
Yes. Oh, shall I return it?
Oh, no. You were about to tell me what you used it for?
Face powder.
Face powder?
Well, of course. At one time, ladies only used cornstarch or rice powder.
Well, why would you want to use anything at all? You're beautiful.
What are you saying?
Desirable.
Mr. Truffle, do not look at me like that. Not you.
Your face, your body.
I see lust in your eyes. Don't look at me.
Dearest Maud.
Oh, lewd, lascivious fool.
She ran upstairs to her room and slammed the door. I knew now how 3 men had died. She did not sneak up behind them. No. She approached them slowly, with her mouth parted in a slow smile, her eyes shining with promise. And she embraced them, which is how the cornstarch powder rubbed off on their faces. And as she kissed them passionately, she deftly inserted the knife into their backs where it quickly found a home in their hearts. I sat in my chair and I listened. Did I hear the sound of the knife being sharpened again? And now the door is opening upstairs and I hear steps approaching. Yes. I see her. She's coming down to me. And her hair, her beautiful golden hair has fallen across her shoulders. And her face has a smile, a tender smile of invitation. And there's a light that seems to be smoldering in her eyes. And she's wearing a robe, but cannot conceal, nor does she mean it to conceal, the soft, beautiful curves of her body. As she's coming closer.
Kiss me, Dennis. Kiss me, Dennis, darling.
Shall I let her place her arms around me, or shall I stop her? Shall I demand to see if she holds a knife in the sleeve of her robe?
Kiss me, Dennis, darling, kiss me.
Is this how she approached the others? Is this what she said to each of them before she killed them?
Ah, Dennis, I love you.
How do I know she killed anybody?
I want you now, Dennis.
Now? Yes, now, right now. I cannot destroy the magic of this moment. I must take her in my arms now. I can't help myself. I must take her in my arms.
Did he win or lose? What do you think? I regret to say that the cornstarch killer had struck again. Yes, in these emancipated days, we are all equal all the way. Equal pay for equal work is what the ladies quite justly demand, and so it happened with Maud Menhaden. Captured finally by a policewoman, I might add, and she received equal pay for her work. She was sentenced to a fatal visit to the scaffold. I shall return shortly. Our friend Dennis Truffle died in the violence of passion. And yet, he probably died happy in the arms of the woman he loved. It wasn't much of an affair, perhaps, from your perspective or mine, but it was the great love of his life. And if it was of only momentary duration, well, who is to say longevity is always for the best in these matters? After all, you will admit he didn't have time to grow tired of her. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Marion Selders, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. Even when we are quite alone, how often do we think, with pleasure or pain, of what others may think of us, of their approbation or disapprobation? Those are the words of the great naturalist, Charles Robert Darwin. It is humbling, it may even be humiliating, to recognize how dependent we are upon the smiles and frowns of other people, and how agonizing it must be when we are separated from them, unable to read their expressions, when we are quite alone. Our mystery drama, The Solitary, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Larry Haynes and Fred Gwynne. There's a word we use quite loosely and carelessly to designate certain persons generally considered to be idiosyncratic, if not downright peculiar. The word is loner. It's of some passing interest, I think, to note here that the dictionary contains no such word. That marvelous book lists and describes, however, the hermit and the recluse, and the one who gives our play its title, The Solitary.
Oh, it's cold. Cold, cold. No moon, no stars. All dark. It's dark. What's that? A branch broke? A tree fell? What? Come on, Dorothy. That's it, Dorothy. Give me a hand. Oh, a snake. Watch out for the snake, Dorothy. Hey, the snake's going up the tree. The snake is gone. It's going up the tree. Here, Dorothy. Hold out your hand. I want to give you something. You'll see. I've solved the whole thing. Hold out your hand. Oh, blood. There's blood on your hands. You got blood on your hands. Oh, that's bad. That's very, very bad. Hey, it's all right. I'll do it. It's the only way. And what's that? The birds. Help. The birds are taking over. Get the birds. Somebody get the birds. Hey, there now. What? The birds are eating everything. The birds, they're eating everything.
Wake up.
No good. No use. They're big birds.
Come on now. Wake up.
What? Oh. What is it? Oh.
You've been dreaming.
What?
Come on, wake up. It's breakfast time.
Oh, yeah. Breakfast.
Such as it is.
Oh, yes.
Here.
Yes, thank you. Oh, that was a dilly, that one.
The dream?
Yeah. I was walking through this kind of a forest with this girl, and it was dark. There was no moon or anything, and we were lost or something, and I forget. But it was cold and it was dark. I remember that much. It was just like in here.
Oh, it's pretty dark in there, all right. Go ahead, eat up.
Oh, there was a snake. It went up a tree. Do snakes do that, go up trees?
Some of them do, I think.
Yeah, well, this one did, and then, it's funny, I think I remember, and then I can't.
Well, don't think about it. Eat your breakfast, don't think about it.
Yeah, okay. Oh, crumbs. Yeah, breadcrumbs. I had some breadcrumbs in my pocket, and I gave some to, I wanted to give some to her, but her hands were all bloody. They were full of blood, covered with blood.
All right, take it easy. Eat your bread.
Yeah, I took the breadcrumbs, and I started throwing them on the ground, and then, oh, God, yes, and the birds came and started eating the crumbs. Thousands of birds, millions of them all over, dashing themselves down on the ground and eating up the crumbs. And I knew it was hopeless.
Well, what was?
Oh, everything, absolutely everything.
Eat your breakfast, huh?
Hey, what does it mean?
It was a dream. Does it have to mean something?
Well, they say dreams do. Dreams have meanings if you can figure out what they are.
Yours sounds to me like that old fairy tale. What was it? Hansel and Gretel or something? One of those, you know. The two kids who were lost and they threw crumbs on the ground so their parents could trace them. You know, they were in a trail, but the birds came and ate up the crumbs.
Oh, is that what happened?
You remember that story?
Yeah, I guess I do, yeah, I guess I do. It's been a long time.
Feel better now?
Yeah, I do. I really do. Thanks a lot.
So, go on, eat up.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, Don.
All right, then eat.
I will. What's the weather like outside?
It's nice. Very nice.
Sun shining?
Yeah, shining like crazy.
Is it hot?
Yeah, but there's a little breeze. It's very nice. I walked all the way up the hill.
Well, you did. That must have been nice.
Yeah, it was. Come on, eat up.
Huh? Okay. Hey, how are the Reds doing?
They've got a good chance.
Oh, I've always been crazy about the Reds.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I grew up in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I know. It's a great little town.
Oh, you know Cincinnati, Don? I didn't know you knew Cincinnati.
I was there a couple of times. Well, not really there. Across the river, a place called Fort Thomas.
Oh.
Oh, you finished? Give me the plate and the cup.
Yeah.
You know, I think maybe tomorrow I can sneak you up some oatmeal. Would you like that? With milk and sugar?
Yeah, I like oatmeal.
Then maybe you won't dream about breadcrumbs, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see what I can do without getting caught.
No, don't get caught. Hey, Don?
Yeah?
Don, how many days I've been in here?
17.
17. 13 more to go.
Oh, Don, just a second.
What's up, Carl?
I ought to ask you that.
Oh, yeah? You mean something by that, or are you just looking for trouble?
You were in there quite a while.
5 minutes. You call that quite a while?
Seemed like it was longer than that.
And you, maybe. You've been hanging around, which you have.
Little hooky-tooky, maybe?
What's that?
5 minutes is long enough for a little fooling around.
Brother, I ought to knock you flat. Take off your glasses, now, will.
Come on, take it easy. Only kidding. You're too sensitive, Higgins. I have a message for you. Warden wants to see you. He told me to tell you.
Is he in his office?
I believe he is. I believe he's waiting for you right now.
Come in. Oh, hello, Higgins. Close the door.
Rhoda said you wanted to see me.
I did. I do. Sit down. I'm not going to beat about the bush, Higgins. It's about the guy in solitary.
Yes, sir.
I understand you've been spending some time with him.
I can guess where you heard that from.
Never mind where.
From Carl Broder. I just saw him. He made some pretty lousy insinuations. He didn't have his glasses on.
Don't pay any attention to him. He's got a foul mind and he's stupid.
Well, just the same. Next time he
Take it easy. Take it easy. Cool off. The prisoner's in solitary because he hit Carl. After throwing his food tray at him.
Well, Carl must have said something to him.
Now, your duties call for you going to the hole twice a day and leaving the requisite amount of bread and water. That's all you're supposed to do. Later you go pick up the cup and the plate. That's all. You're not supposed to hang around while he eats. Now, you know that, Higgins. You've been here long enough to know that.
Yes, sir.
So, why don't you do what you're supposed to do? Why this infraction of the rules? A man in solitary is supposed to be solitary. He's not supposed to be shooting the breeze with a guard.
Warden, this man is a first offender.
Pretty serious offense. Assault and battery. Beat up his girl.
Well, she cheated on him. He was in love with her. She cheated on him.
She's still in the hospital. Did you know that?
Yes, I know, and that's why
Did you ever ask about her?
No. And that's a funny thing.
Oh, very funny. Very funny.
He's blocked it out. It's as though it never happened.
What the heck does he talk to you about? If he doesn't talk about her, what he did to her, maybe he thinks she never did it. Maybe he thinks he's innocent, like all the other characters in...
No. He doesn't think he's innocent, but sometimes it's like he thinks he's a child, or a boy, or a very young man, adolescent maybe. He has dreams. They're like fairy tales. He talks about baseball, the weather, things like that.
It all sounds harmless.
It is harmless.
But it's against the rules.
Warden, he's trying to hang on to reality. I guess you'd call it that. The outside world. He's all alone. He's in the dark. He's got nothing but himself and his thoughts, his feelings.
That's what solitary is. Being alone with yourself.
I know that, but some men can't stand it, and this is one of those men.
Don?
Yep. Here's your ration.
Is it still nice out?
It's all right.
Sun still shining?
Yep.
Hey, quite a spell of good weather we're having, huh? Hey, where are you going? Are you leaving? What's the matter? What did I do? Did I say something? Did I do something?
I can't hang around.
Well, why not? Did I do something? You don't like me. Is that it? I did something wrong. Is that it? Well, whatever it is, I'm sorry. I never meant to do anything. I didn't mean it. No matter what it was, I didn't mean it, and I'm sorry.
You take it easy. You didn't do anything.
Are you sure I didn't?
Will you quiet down?
Yeah, I will. You see, I'm all quiet. I'm quiet now.
All right, that's better.
You know, the trouble with me, I can't sleep. I mean, I sleep about, 5 or 10 minutes at a time. Sometimes 2, I can't tell. And I dream, and when I wake up... Hey, Don, you're not leaving, are you?
I got to.
Aren't you going to light a cigar, smoke a cigar?
I can't.
What you have before, you said it relaxes you. I know it relaxes me. Just smoke one cigar, huh, Don? Just part of a cigar. Will you, please?
Well,
I'd like to watch it burn. Huh?
Okay. That better?
Yeah. It's so dark in here. You'd think I could sleep. You'd think I'd do nothing else but sleep. But it doesn't work that way for some reason. I think maybe my nerves would be better if I could sleep. Hey, Don, you're not leaving, are you? Aren't you going to stay and smoke the cigar?
I gotta go.
Please don't go. I want to ask you things. Please, don't go, Don.
I'll tell you what.
Just stay for a little while and smoke the cigar. Don't go.
I got to go. I got to. But I'm going to leave my cigar, okay?
I wish you wouldn't go.
I told you I got to, but look. I put a cigar right here on a crossbar. See it?
Yeah.
You can see the tip, can't you?
Oh, yeah.
You're not supposed to smoke it, you know.
No, I won't. I'll just watch it burn.
Okay, then.
Yeah, it'll be like a nightlight. I'll have a nightlight. And I'll sleep.
The terrors of being alone start very early in life. Consider the tiny infant when the mother has bent over the crib and kissed her darling. When she has walked that huge, commanding, and protective figure to the door, opened it, passed through it and closed it. The helpless being in the crib has no sure way of knowing that she will ever return. I'll continue with Act 2 shortly. There have always been those who chose isolation, like the hermit monks from the early Christian martyrs, some of whom survived without going mad. But our story concerns a modern man who has had his isolation forced upon him, one who is trying to save himself from madness. Listen now to the second act of The Solitary.
Wake up. Breakfast.
Oh, you.
I'm passing through.
Yeah, thanks.
Sleep all right?
Oh, yeah, fine. Hey, what's it like out, the weather? Sun shining?
Yep.
Oh, it's been nice lately, the weather. Hey, you're not going?
Got to.
No, I wanted to ask you about the Reds. How they doing?
I told you yesterday.
Yeah, you said they got a good chance.
That's right.
Even without Maroney, you said they traded Maroney. Hey, don't go yet, Don. I want to thank you for leaving that cigar here last night. I certainly appreciate that.
That's all right.
You know, I stared at it for, tell you the truth, I don't know how long it was. First thing you know, I'm asleep, and then it's morning. And I really appreciate what you did. I was getting a little crazy there, no sleep, you know?
Yeah, sure, I know.
You ever go very long without sleep?
Not for long, no.
Of course, they say eventually you do go to sleep. I mean, nature takes over, and you just go to sleep. We don't need as much sleep as we think we do anyway. That's what they say. How much sleep do you need, Don?
Oh, about 8 hours does for me.
Yeah, 8's about right for most people.
Yeah, well, hey, look, you're all strung out, man. Why don't you try taking it easy?
No, I'm not strung out. I'm okay. What makes you say I'm strung out?
Well, you're all right.
Certainly I'm all right. Good night's sleep, certainly. I'm all right. Only, do you have to leave, Don? Can't you stick around?
I really can't.
Oh, Don, one more thing. Just one more thing before you go, okay?
Oh, what's that?
You think I got any mail?
Mail?
Mm-hmm.
You don't get any mail in solitary.
Oh, I know that. Certainly I know that. Only, I thought if there was some for me up in the office or wherever they keep it...
What good does that do you?
Just to know that it's there. I'd like to know it's there. After all, I'm going to get out of here sometime. It would be something to look forward to. Know what I mean?
Well, who would you think you might be hearing from?
My mother?
I'll tell you what. I'll try to find out for you.
Yeah, would you, Don? Oh, man, I'd appreciate that. I really would. I would certainly appreciate that.
Don't mention it.
And Don?
Yeah?
You're not mad at me, are you?
Now, you're not going to start that again, are you?
Well, I have this feeling like I've done something I shouldn't have.
You did something you shouldn't have, all right?
Yeah, I knew it. I knew that. Now, tell me what I did. I have this feeling I did something.
Now, mister, you beat up a lady. You clobbered your girlfriend.
Yeah, I know I did. But I'm paying for that, Don. I'm in jail for doing that.
And you're doing 30 days in solitary for trying to clobber a prison guard.
Yeah, I know. I assaulted Broda.
Man, why did you do that?
I don't know. I forget why I did it.
That's one of the very worst things you can do here. You know that. Now, why did you do it? Did he say something to you?
I don't know. I forget. Just all of a sudden, I was hitting him.
You know, you're not really such a violent fella.
I don't know. Maybe I am. I beat up on my girl. I beat up on Broda. Don, don't go. Don't go, please. Don't go.
Look, I got to. I'm not supposed to be standing around here shooting the breeze with you. It's against regulations. The warden doesn't like it. He told me so.
Yeah, but alone, all by myself, nobody here. It gets to feel like there's nobody but me in the whole world, nobody. And then I start to think, am I here? Am I somebody? Who am I? Will you tell me who I am?
I can understand that. But I gotta go anyway. I'll be back this afternoon.
You sure?
I'm sure. So, take it easy, huh? Hey, who's that? Oh, Broda. What do you want?
Thought this is where you'd be.
Now, what do you want, Carl?
The warden wants to see you.
The warden? Is he in already?
I just walked up the hill with him. Wants to see you in his office right away.
Ah, all right.
Run along. I'll say flock to you.
Okay.
How you doing in there?
I'm doing all right.
Lonesome?
I'm all right.
Can't quite see you, but you sound all right.
I'm all right. Listen, how are the Reds making out, do you know?
The Reds?
Mm-hmm.
Those bums. They're way behind.
I thought they had a chance.
Who told you that? Oh, I know who told you that.
Well, I was hoping to
Stop hoping. They're way behind, can't catch up in a million years. What's this?
What's what?
Is this ashes?
Where? What ashes?
On the crossbar here. Looks like cigar ashes. The hot cigar ashes get here. You've been smoking, for heaven's sake?
No, I don't know.
Who was smoking around here? Somebody give you a cigar?
No, nobody gave me anything.
Then who was smoking?
Nobody. I'll find out pretty damn quick.
Guard, got a flashlight?
Yeah.
Well, hand it over. Nobody's gonna smoke in solitary and get away with it. There's gotta be a butt around someplace unless you ate it. Is that what you did? You ate it? I wouldn't put it past you. Okay, come on, move over. Butt's gotta be here someplace if you didn't eat it. Move over, get in the corner.
Hey. You got water on your glasses.
Here it is. Yeah. I knew it had to be here.
Listen, why have you got drops of water on your glasses?
Because it's raining, stupid. I got soaked walking up the hill.
It's not raining. The sun is shining.
Oh, it is?
Yes, it's a very nice day out.
How would you know?
Now, wait a minute.
Let go of me.
It's nice out. The sun is shining.
Let go.
It's been nice out for a long
It's
time.
raining.
It is not.
It's been raining for 2 whole days.
You're a liar. And cats. It is very nice out. We have had a spell of very good weather.
You busted my glasses. I'll get you for this, you crumb, if it's the last thing I do.
The sun is shining. It's been shining for several days.
Beat you up. I ought to give it to you good.
You want to mix me up? It's very nice out.
What did I tell the warden, you creep? You'll get another 30 days in the hole, maybe 60. Man, you never learn, do you?
It's very nice. It's not really raining. It's very nice out. The sun is shining. It's not raining.
It's against the rules, Don. What more can I tell you?
I know, Warden. I don't know how it happened. It was just that he seemed so darned, I don't know, helpless, like a kid, sort of. He's only 22. It's his first time in the clink.
Makes no difference.
I was just trying to be friendly, that's all.
That was a mistake to start with. Solitary is punishment, Don. We're not supposed to make it pleasant.
Well, now you know it can't ever be pleasant.
What went on between you two? What did you talk about?
Oh, nothing. Anything. It's mostly the weather. He always wants to know about the weather. I don't know why, but he's crazy to know about the weather. Every day it's, what's the weather like? Is the sun shining? Is it nice out? So I tell him, that's all.
That's all?
Well, it seems to cheer him up if I tell him it's a nice day, that the sun is shining, that there's a breeze, the birds are singing. So I tell him that. Even if it wasn't a nice day, I tell him it is. Makes him feel better.
What else do you tell him?
Well, he comes from Cincinnati. He's interested in how the Reds are doing.
Not too good.
Yeah, I know. But I make out like they have half a chance, and that perks them up some, so every day I make their chances a little better.
I think they're in last place.
Yeah, they are, but a man in solitary, does he have to know that? Warden, it's nothing. 5 minutes twice a day is nothing.
Nothing to you, maybe. Who's that?
Warden, I gotta see you.
What is it, brother?
He did it again. That guy in solitary took a poke at me, broke my glasses.
Close the door, Carl. Sit down. Tell me what happened.
After I told Don here you wanted to see him, I said I'd safe lock the place and he should go to see you, and Don left.
Why didn't you leave?
Well, I was going to, and then I see something. On the crossbar of the cell, I see ashes.
Ashes?
Cigar ashes is what they look like.
That was...
I think to myself, somebody's been giving this guy cigars. He's been smoking in his cell.
No, he wasn't smoking.
I get a flashlight from the guard outside, and I go in the cell, start looking for the butt, the cigar butt, and I find it. He don't deny it or anything. I mean, he don't say it isn't him.
It wasn't.
All he says is, what's wrong with your glasses? They got water on them. And I say, very nicely, certainly they got water on them because it's raining. And he says, it's not raining. And I say it is, but he keeps on, and there's words and one thing and another, and he takes a poke at me, breaks my glasses. Creep breaks my glasses.
Don, you know anything about this cigar?
It was mine.
What was your cigar doing in that cell?
I left it there last night.
On purpose?
The man couldn't sleep. He said it'd be kind of like a nightlight.
Nightlight?
Well, he hadn't been sleeping well. Nightmares. He was very edgy.
How is he now?
I don't know. All right, I guess. After he slugged me, I beat it.
Well, somebody better go down there and check on him. I don't think it should be either one of you, so I'll go myself. You all right in there? I understand there was some trouble with one of the guards. That right? You slugged one of them? Carl Broder? He just came up to my office and told me. I'd like to hear your side of the story if you care to tell it to me. Don Higgins left a cigar on the crossbar last night. He's admitted he did it. To help you sleep, he says. Now, of course, he shouldn't have done that. When Mr. Broder found the ashes, he should have reported it. He shouldn't have gone barging into your cell like he did. That was wrong. But he was just looking for the cigar butt, that's all. You had no call to hit him. You broke his glasses, you know. You shouldn't have done that. It's the thing that got you where you are in the first place. You know that. Answer me.
I know that.
Well, then. What have you got to say for yourself? Anything?
Warden, have I got any mail?
Mail? You want to know if you have any mail?
A letter, maybe? From my mother?
As a piece of bread to a man who is starving, as water to a man who is thirsty, so is human contact to a man who is alone. We'll return soon with Act 3 of The Solitary. A man is stripped of his liberty. His movements are limited. His food is prescribed. His sleep is controlled. His work is assigned. His communications are censored. What more can be done to him? One more thing. He can be deprived of human contact. And that is a final insult that turns him in upon himself.
What are you doing in there?
Nothing.
I can hear you moving around. Look, are you listening to me? Are you?
Yeah. I think you're the warden.
That's right.
I thought so.
Now, to get back to... you asked me, did you have any mail? If you had a letter from your mother. Didn't you ask me that?
Yeah, I believe I did.
Well, of course you can't get any mail while you're in solitary, but I'll check and see if there's a letter from your mother. Okay? Will that make you feel better?
My mother's dead.
You say she's dead?
I think it was last year she died.
Then why did you want to know if there was a letter? Look, I want to be very fair about this whole thing, but we have to face the fact that you struck a guard.
Warden.
Yes? Yes, what is it?
Are you really the warden here?
Why, certainly. Look, regulations say you've got to be punished for striking a guard. You did it once and you were punished, and now you've done it again. Do you know why you hit Broder the second time? Do you?
No, I really don't.
I'm telling you, you'd better come up with some kind of a reason, because if you don't, I've got to give you 30 more days in the hole, and I don't really want to do that. You hear me? Give me one good reason for hitting Broder, and I'll try to go easy on you. Yeah. Come on. Think back. What happened?
It wasn't Broder's fault.
Come on now. You don't start a fight with a guard just for the hell of it. You're not a violent man by nature. Anyways, you don't appear to be. Of course, I could be wrong, but I don't think you are. Look, I'm asking you to please stop walking around and talk to me. Will you, for Pete's sake, please do that? What's that? What's that noise? Sounds like glass. Is it glass? Of course, Broder's glasses. Nobody swept them up. Look now. I'm going to send for a broom and a dustpan, and I'm going to clean up all the glass in your cell. You there. Fetch me a broom and a dustpan on the double. And a flashlight, too.
Right.
You trying to get this place in an uproar? You trying to get me mad or something? Well, you're not going to succeed, Buster. Oh, thanks.
Right, Warden.
Now stop all that walking around and go stand in the corner, okay? Just stand right there while I sweep up this glass. No. I got a better idea. Here, you sweep it up. Come on. I'll hold the flashlight. Come on. Take the broom. Take it in your right hand. Good. Now, start sweeping the glass. You're going to start sweeping now. Start. That's pretty good. I think you got it all. Now, you're going to hold the broom with just your right hand. And your left hand is going to take hold of the dustpan. And you're going to put the dustpan on the floor next to the little bits of glass. That's it. And you're going to sweep the glass into the dustpan. That's it. That's good. That's very good. Now I'm going to get rid of this glass outside. And you just try and take it easy. Okay? Okay? Everything's going to be all right. Take my word for it. You just relax. Everything will be fine.
Wonder what's going on down there.
Warden's checking on him.
There's nothing wrong with him. He's just got a quick temper, and he's a little too free with his fists.
You told him it was raining.
What? Told him it was raining? Well, of course I told him it was raining. He says, you got water drops on your glasses. Why is that? And I said, because it's raining out. He says, no, it isn't. I said, yes, it is. It's been raining for 2 days. And he slugs me. Well, I figured he's got it in for me.
Did you tell him anything else?
I don't know. He said something about the Reds.
Yeah. I thought maybe he might have. What'd he say?
Something about how they were doing. They might take the pennant or something.
Yeah? What did you say?
I said they were bums and didn't stand a chance. Everybody knows that. So I said it. Now, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. I suppose there wasn't anything else you could say.
Listen, I didn't have to say anything at all to him. I could just have left. But then I saw the cigar ash. What did you have in your head to do a dumb thing like that, leaving him a cigar?
I don't know.
Solitary is a punishment cell.
I know it's a punishment cell. What am I, some kind of a beginner, new on the job?
If you're going to start babying guys in solitary, where's the punishment? What's the point of the whole thing if you make it a breeze to do time?
It isn't a breeze. It's never a breeze. Wait till you do time there before you talk about it being a breeze.
Oh, that'll never happen. I'll never do time.
Yeah, well, why not? You're not so pure. You're not so holy. You could make a mistake just like anybody else.
I know too much about it.
Yeah, that's it. That's just it. You know in your bones that the worst thing can happen to you is to be locked up. Locked up is bad enough to start with, but when you're locked up alone, day after day alone, that's the worst it can get. Nobody to talk to, nobody to listen to, not even a human face to look at, not even a human hand to touch. I think it's probably the worst thing that can happen to anybody, any place, ever.
All right, take it easy.
Yeah, you know what that poor jerk said to me? He said it gets to feel like there's nobody but him in the whole world. Then he starts to feel maybe he's not there. And then he starts to feel that maybe he's not anybody. You see, there's nobody there. It's not even him. That's why I started giving him a few minutes of talk back and forth. Yeah, you told him the Reds didn't have a chance.
Well, they haven't. What's wrong with that?
I'd been telling him they did have a chance.
For Pete's sake, why did you do that?
He comes from Cincinnati. He's a big fan. I wanted to give him, I don't know, something to root for, something outside of himself, something out of the world, something real.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I know you don't get it. Now, maybe I should have never said it, but I was grabbing at a little thing, like the weather. He liked to have a picture of everything being real beautiful outside. The sun shining, trees, flowers, birds, so I kept telling him it was wonderful out. And he believed me. Well, why not? I'm the big oracle. I'm the big smart man who knows all about what's going on. He's just a little kid who's been locked in a dark closet for doing something bad. And then you come along, you tell him I'm wrong. I don't know anything. Hell, it's no wonder he slugged you.
It's not my fault. I didn't know anything about...
I know. I didn't say it was your fault. But I don't think it's my fault either. Or maybe it was. I don't know. Maybe it's right what the warden says. Just go by the rules, forget everything else.
That's what I believe. Go by the rules.
Only it's a heck of a way to live.
Warden?
Warden? How is he?
Is he okay?
I don't know.
He won't talk?
Oh, he said a few things. Asked about a letter from his mother.
He asked me about that, too.
A couple of seconds later, he said his mother died last year.
Oh, his mother isn't dead.
Last year is when he got sent up.
He's, weird. No doubt about that. I've sent for the psychologist. But in the meantime, Don, I wish you'd go down and try to talk to him. He knows you're his friend. Maybe you can get some.
Okay.
Take the flashlight. You, may want to get a good look at him.
It's Don. Don Higgins. You all right? I understand the warden was here to see you. He was worried about you. I want to explain to you about a couple of things. About the Reds. They don't really have much of a chance. I exaggerated. Actually, they hardly have a chance at all. But I thought having something to root for is always a good thing, so that's why I said what I did. And that part about the weather, that was awful dumb of me. I should never have told you it was beautiful out. I don't know why I did it. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but it wasn't, because Carl Broder didn't know. And, of course, when he said no, it was raining. Well, of course, then you didn't know who to believe, huh? Isn't that so? Isn't that the way it happened? Come on, talk to me. Look, I'm coming in there. Come on. Don't be like that. Talk. Holy mother. Hey, what's the idea? What did you do? It was a piece of glass, a skinny piece of glass. I don't know how he got it into his vein.
Artery. Left carotid artery. Connects with the aorta, the doctor says.
Part of Carl's glasses, huh?
My fault. I should have swept up that glass myself.
Is he going to pull through?
The doctor thinks he will. You got to him pretty soon after he dug the glass into his throat.
Well, maybe he did it when I was talking to him. Huh. That's a pretty thought.
You were doing your best.
Oh, we were all doing our best.
Oh, I didn't tell you. There's a letter from his mother. I checked.
That's good.
Of course, I can't give it to him yet, but there's nothing says I can't tell him it's there.
No, I don't think there's any rule about telling him.
I hope there isn't.
Oh, here comes Broder.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought I'd stop by, see how he is.
He's doing pretty good.
You got to pull through?
The doctor thinks so.
They told me in your office, Warden, that the girl he roughed up is going to be all right.
Yeah, the hospital called.
So he won't get hauled up on a murder charge. Well, that's something.
The way things stand right now, he can apply for parole in about 6 months.
After what he did? Throwing his food tray on the floor, slugging me, not once, twice? You think anybody's going to grant him parole after that?
Probably not.
I should hope not. He ought to be sent back to solitary once he gets out of here. Isn't that right, Warden? I mean, not just for the rest of the 30 days. I mean, for another 30 days. Striking a guard, that's serious business.
I know that.
Well, what do you think you'll do?
What would you do?
Me?
Don? What would you do?
It's not up to me.
No, it's up to me. Goes with the job. Well, I gotta get back to work.
The doctor said I could see him for a couple of minutes.
Okay. See you later.
See you.
Hello.
Hello.
How you feel?
Not too bad.
I got a couple of messages for you. One is a letter from your mother. I don't know if they'll let you see it, but it's there. And two, that girl got out of the hospital.
You mean that?
I got it straight from the warden. I'm glad you're feeling better. I gotta get back to work.
Don.
Yeah.
How the Reds doing?
Why, they won a game yesterday. Yeah, they actually won a game.
You think they got a chance?
I think everybody's got a chance. As long as we keep on breathing, everybody's got a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think, too. We all got a chance.
I firmly believe that. Everybody's got a chance, however slim it may be or seem. But that chance is slimmer to the one who is alone. Woe to him that is alone when he falleth. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 10. I'll be back shortly. Alone, that worn-out word, so idly spoken and so coldly heard. Yet all that poets sing and grief hath known of hopes laid waste dwells in that word, alone. Edward Bulwer Lytton, born 1803, died 1873. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Ralph Bell, Fred Gwynn, and Nat Polen. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Enter our mansion of mystery. And it's mystery we have in store for you today, in a house nestled in the pleasant English countryside. The house we are to visit is not a brooding castle, nor is it set on one of those windy and cheerless moors that Britain is so famous for. It's a modest two-story cottage, high on a rise that overlooks the tiny hamlet of Salford below. The residents of the town give it a wide berth, even though no one has lived in it for more than 2 years, and 2 young men who rented it discovered why.
What the devil is that noise, Mark?
Oh, it sounds as though it's coming from up there.
Look!
I see it, but I don't believe it.
Our mystery drama, The Judge's House, is based on a story by Bram Stoker and was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Juran. It stars Gordon Gould and Lloyd Battista. I'll return shortly with Act 1. Picturesque English country houses have been immortalized in paintings and photographs, particularly in travel posters luring visitors to jolly old England. Often, though, a house that looks so quaint from the outside can harbor strange vibrations inside, particularly when they take on the characteristics of the owner. Such was the Judge's house. But we'll arrive there shortly. Let Mark Mason, a young American in England, tell us what happened.
I often wonder how things might have turned out if I hadn't gone to England that spring of '69. I wouldn't have these nightmares that have haunted me over the years. I went to England at the invitation of Brian Stokes, a fellow I'd met when we were both doing graduate work at Stanford University in California. We planned to write a monograph together on abnormal psychology, and he suggested I join him in England for the 2 months we thought it would take to write it. We were both filled with excitement the day I arrived at his tiny flat in Liverpool.
Mark, it's great to see you again. What a time we'll have.
Oh, I can't wait to see the Liverpool sights.
Oh, we won't be working here, Mark. Too many distractions. I've rented a cottage at Salford. Complete privacy, the agent said. Hasn't been lived in for 2 years. But he said he'd clean it up a bit. Got it for a song. You look disappointed.
Where is this Salford?
About 100 kilometers east of the city. Lovely village. Quiet and remote. Just what we need to work.
When do we start?
We'll motor up Saturday. So that leaves us 2 days here to make a tourist out of you. Freshen up, and we'll take in some of the nightlife you've always been chasing after. There'll be precious little in Salford, I'm afraid. This is it. Charming little place, don't you think?
Oh, it's like every picture of an English cottage I've ever seen. All it needs is the hollyhocks.
A bit early for those yet. I'm dying to see inside.
You mean you haven't seen inside?
The front was enough to convince me. Besides, the agent assured me it was just what we'd want. Hello. I think that's him coming out the front door.
Hello. I see you made it all right.
Come on, Mark. Let's go in.
You made good time from Liverpool. Didn't expect you till after 4.
Roads were good. This is my friend from the USA, Mark Mason. Mr. Sheffield.
How do you do?
Nice to meet you.
Place is all tight and tidy. I had a woman in straightening up the past 2 days, and I lit a fire for you. Makes things a bit cheery.
Very thoughtful.
What is that on the roof? A bell tower?
Oh, yes. Yes, the bell's still there, as a matter of fact. Here we go now. Furniture's a bit stodgy, but serviceable.
Ooh, that's some fireplace. Oh, it must be 8 feet across.
9 to be exact. I had a good supply of wood put round back. You'll need it.
It couldn't be better. And look, this must be the bell rope.
That's what it is. It's attached through that hole in the ceiling and up to the tower.
Well, let's give it a tug.
No, don't.
Something the matter?
It, might startle the village.
Oh, is that bad?
They're a bit superstitious, you know. The villagers are afraid of this house. At one time, it belonged to a Judge Harrison Schelling. There he is, in that portrait over the fireplace. Ever heard of him?
Schelling. No. Was he famous?
Infamous is the word.
Oh?
He was known as the hanging judge. He sent more people to the gallows than any other 10 judges put together.
Oh, nice guy.
He was really hated and feared. The reason I asked you not to ring the bell is because the judge, so the story goes, would ring it on the day of every hanging he ordered.
Ugh.
He must have been a fiend to take such delight in such a macabre custom.
Well, he's not still around, is he?
Oh, no. He died 30 years ago. His son was living here until he died, and now the grandson wants to be rid of the place.
Well, but why are the villagers still on edge? I think very few of them were around when the old boy was handing out his hanging orders.
Well, that's true, but in these small villages, Mr. Mason, legend dies hard. They all believe the judge's spirit is still here in Salford. If that bell were to ring, well...
They might think someone was going to die.
Precisely.
We won't do anything to increase their fears, like ringing the bell. He's a rather handsome man, don't you think?
In a stern sort of way, yes. Yeah, it's a good portrait. Done in his robes, seated in a high-backed chair. Ooh, every inch the judge. And those eyes. They pierce right through you.
There's no phone, I'm afraid, but if you want one...
Not on your life. There's no one we'd want to call, and we don't want to be disturbed.
Oh, then I guess that's that. I have your check for the rent, and if there's anything you need, just pop round to my cottage.
Yes, thanks very much. We'll freshen up, then walk into the village tonight for a bite. We passed a nice-looking pub on the way up.
Oh, yes, Andy Morn's place. Nothing better between Liverpool and Manchester.
Decent-looking place.
It's terrific. Looks exactly like my idea of an English pub.
And so it should. That's precisely what it is.
Welcome, gents. Table for two right here.
Thanks.
Bit of a chill tonight.
Indeed. Brandy for me.
The same.
Will you be wanting to eat?
Yes, later.
Travelling through, are you?
Oh, no. We'll be staying here for a while. We've rented the judge's house.
You what?
My friend and I are working on a paper together. We'll be living in the judge's house.
You're not serious.
Oh, we know. The agent told us about...
Oh, McKenna. What does he know? Lads, you mustn't stay up there. Not on your life.
Well, the place suits us just fine.
What did McKenna tell you?
That you all think the judge's spirit haunts the town.
Aye. We don't think. We know. I'll be back with your brandy in a jiff and a bit of advice along with it.
Everyone's looking at us.
Always that way when strangers come in. But I guarantee they'll be staring harder when old Andy tells them what we're up to. Makes it more of an adventure. Flaunting superstition right in their faces.
There you are, boys. 2 brandies. Now, if I might just sit down a moment. Listen. I know you don't want to hear this, but...
On the contrary. It makes our position all the more exciting.
I wouldn't make light of it, sir.
Oh, go ahead.
It's true. The old fiend spirit still haunts the hills of Salford. We've got proof.
Really?
It's been no coincidence that every time there's been a death in Salford for the past 2 years, since the house was empty, the bell in the tower rang. Rang on the day the person died. Before they died.
But who'd ring the bell?
The judge, lad. The judge. He's still up there. Mark me.
Suppose it was the wind swinging the bell.
Oh, come on now. What you take me for? There was no wind the first time and any other time. That first day, we all remember it. I'll tell you, one clear morning, the bell starts ringing and ringing.
Well, what makes you think it was the judge's ghost?
We all ran up to see who was pulling the bell rope. Thought it might be kids on a prank, you know.
And you saw the judge?
No. We peered in the window, and the rope was swinging like mad, and the bell was ringing. But there was nobody in the room. Who else but the ghost of the judge could have been pulling that rope? I tell you, there was no one there.
And then someone died?
Aye. Old Tally. Been sick with pneumonia for 2 days. Died that night. And then there was Mrs. Allen. Next time the bell rang, she tripped over a cat, hit her head, and that was that.
Well, I guess you'd have no reason to lie about it. I suppose this did happen.
4 times.
Did anyone die without the bell ringing?
Not in the past 2 years.
Since the judge's son died and left the house empty?
Right.
Then the bell ringing doesn't really cause the deaths.
Of course not. But how does the old monster know when to ring it? Always when someone is going to die.
Have you thought about going up and dismantling the bell? Well, that would put an end to it.
If you could get a man to go near that place.
Well, we'll be living there. We'll have a look.
You're still going to stay there? After what I just told you?
Of course.
I can't believe it. Well, I won't hang on my conscience whatever happens to you. You don't want to believe me? It's your business.
Mark, do you think he was pulling our leg about the house?
No, he seems serious enough.
But it's so far-fetched. Ghosts don't pull bell ropes. I rather think your theory about the wind might have some substance.
Perhaps. But there's a wind tonight and not a sound from the bell.
Let's have a look at it from inside.
Now?
Why not? We have a flash. There must be a way up from the upper floor.
All right, why not?
There. That small ladder going up to the trap door. That's got to be it.
You want to go first?
Here goes. The thing's probably rusted shut by now. Hope I can budge it.
Any luck?
Yes. There it goes.
Can you see it?
Oh, the bell's enclosed in a housing. Wind couldn't get at it. Not a big one either. Looks like the dinner bell they used to ring at prep school.
Want to take off the rope and give the villagers a break?
Should I?
Well, maybe not. We better not. Brian, what are you doing? Stop that thing.
I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it, Mark. I'm coming down. The damn thing just started clanging.
Then someone is down there in the living room, pulling that bell rope.
Someone or something is pulling the bell rope. Certainly not one of the villagers who fear the judge's house. Certainly not the judge who sits in his high-backed chair staring out from his portrait. We'll go downstairs with Mark and Brian to learn just what's going on when I return shortly with Act 2. The bell the old judge used to ring on execution day of victims he had sentenced begins to ring of its own accord, or so it seems, for Brian, who was inspecting it, never touched it. But 2 educated young men aren't taken in by myths, superstitions, or ghosts. There's a practical explanation for everything.
Someone's down there pulling on that bell rope. Come on! How did anyone get in?
We'll find out.
This is as crazy as the story that innkeeper told us.
The bell stopped. Look! The rope's still swinging.
Well, someone did that, Brian. He's got to be in the house.
But Where could it go? It only took us moments to come down the stairs. There's no place for anyone to hide.
Well, have you got any ideas?
No. But the villagers must be having kittens down there.
You said it. They're wondering who's next.
What the devil is that noise?
It sounds as though it's coming from up there.
Mark, look. At the hole in the ceiling for the bell rope.
I see it, but I don't believe it.
A rat. As big as my grandmother's tabby cat.
Look at the eyes, Brian. The eyes.
It's the firelight hitting them.
Could the rat have run up the bell rope?
Yes. That's what rang the bell. Wait till old Andy and the villagers learn their ghostly bell ringer is nothing but a rat.
Well, I hate the thought of sharing a cottage with that.
We shan't. We'll get some poison or a trap in the village tomorrow.
You'll need a beaver trap to catch that thing. Oh, it keeps staring at us.
Poison will do the trick.
Oh, whew. Well, it backed away from the hole. But it's still up there in the eaves somewhere. Maybe we ought to drive down tonight for the poison. The innkeeper probably has some.
We'll do it in the morning.
Well, I'm not going to sleep too well with that thing scratching around on the walls.
Tomorrow it'll be dead. That rat just rang its own death knell. Shall we get some work done first?
No, let's get into town and get that poison. I'll work a lot better when we bury that rat.
Another drizzly morning. I'll go for the poison. You stay here by the fire. No need for us both to ride down.
Well, okay, if you don't mind. I'll put on another pot of coffee.
Now bring some fresh eggs from the village. We'll have ourselves a good breakfast and give Mr. Rat his last meal.
I watched Brian get into his convertible and swing down the curving road toward the village. I threw another log on the fire. And as I headed for the kitchen to start the coffee, I had the feeling that I was being watched. And I was. I looked up into the eyes of the judge in the portrait. The sensation was incredible. Up to now, I'd only given the portrait a passing glance. But now the eyes seemed to burn right through me. There was animation in them. They were watching every move I made. I moved closer to the mantel to study the canvas. Here was hate. Revenge and madness rolled into one face. But the eyes, those incredible eyes, I had to turn away. And when I did, it was only to meet another pair of eyes. The rat was looking down at me from the hole in the ceiling. It sat there, unmoving. As unmoving as the judge in the portrait. I picked up a small log from the hearth and threw it up at the rat. Oh, I missed. But the rat disappeared into the eaves. And I busied myself in the kitchen until I heard Brian coming in the front door.
Hello, Mark? I'm back.
In the kitchen. Coffee's ready.
I got the rat poison. And a lecture to boot.
A lecture?
Seems the shopkeeper's as queer about this house as Andy down at the pub. A rat, he says. Fat chance. It's the old judge ringing that bell.
Did he say anything about the bell ringing last night?
Of course. They're all in an uproar.
Brian, I want to tell you something. While you were gone, I saw the rat again. It looked down at me from that hole up there.
Well, this stuff will soon take care of him.
As I looked back at it, I saw the eyes of the judge.
What?
The eyes of the judge in the portrait. They looked at me with the same intensity as the eyes of the rat.
Well, we'll take the portrait down if it bothers you. And as for the rat, he's about to have his last meal.
Oh, maybe it was being here alone. My imagination worked overtime.
We'll spread this poison around and get some work done today. May as well start laying out the structure.
Where should we put that stuff?
Oh, it always seems to appear up by the bell rope. Must have his nest there. We'll put some up there, and some in the pantry, just in case.
I sure hope it works.
The chap in the village guaranteed it. Get me that stepladder from the kitchen, and I'll sprinkle these pellets in the rafters around the bell rope hole.
You better be careful, Brian. Those rats can be vicious. I hope you got enough of that stuff.
We'll soon see.
Better take the flash.
Yes.
Any sign of Brother Rat?
Not so far. No, it's not up here now.
What is up there?
Just a cramped space between the ceiling and the bedroom floor. There. That does it. Hello. What's this?
What did you find?
A big book of some kind. Like a scrapbook.
Bring it down.
I intend to. Must have been up there for years. I'm surprised the rat hasn't chewed it to bits and made a nest out of it.
It's almost falling apart.
Look, we'll lay it out on a long table. Belonged to the old judge, without a doubt. Looks like a lot of newspaper articles.
The judge's press clippings?
Yes. From papers 40 and 50 years old. Look at this. Hanging judge sentences 200th to die.
He was actually proud of it.
So it seems. Here's a picture of him, dated June 19th, 1920.
Yeah, same face as the portrait, only a lot younger.
Hello. Here's an odd one. Look at this. The British Society of Sorcery will hold its monthly meeting at Society Headquarters, 31 Pembroke Place, on Thursday, October 1st at 8 p.m. Featured speaker of the evening will be the Honorable Judge Harrison Schelling of Salford, whose topic will be witchcraft and the changing form. The public is invited.
Well, now we know his hobby.
He gets more fascinating all the time. I might make a hobby of him.
What about our monograph?
It might tie in nicely. Perfectly. We're doing abnormal psychology. A judge into witchcraft. What a case history! Well, Mark, I think we've done enough work for one day. You want to go into the village for supper?
I'd just as soon heat up some soup here. It's drizzly and cold out there.
Suits me. It's almost dark, too.
This fire's too good to leave.
What was that?
What?
You didn't hear it? There.
Well, something hit the floor.
There it is. It's one of the poison pellets.
He's pushing them down the hole.
The devil!
Some guarantee that guy in the village gave you.
Look at the fiend. He's throwing the stuff back at us.
That's one smart rat. He knows what's not good for him.
Well, look at it this way. He was here before we were. Maybe we're intruding on him. Why don't we just leave him alone? Let him scrounge around as he pleases. It's been his home for we don't know how long.
I don't like that idea at all. But at the moment, I don't have a better one. Brian and I had a light supper, did some work, let the fire go to embers, and went to bed. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when I heard Brian yelling at me and dragging me out of bed.
Mark, the house is on fire. Hurry!
What?
The downstairs is ablaze. Look!
I couldn't see flames, but firelight flickered around the stairwell. I grabbed my pants and we hurried downstairs.
Gosh, it's the fireplace. I thought the whole house was ablaze.
Yes, it's the fireplace, but how come? There were just dying embers when we went up to bed. But how did this start up?
I don't know. Fascinating, isn't it?
It's downright weird. Someone started that fire up again.
Curious, all right. But I'll be darned if I'll attach a supernatural significance to it. Some charcoal just flared up.
I didn't say it was supernatural. I said someone started the fire up.
Are you accusing me of playing tricks on you?
Don't be ridiculous. But you picked a dilly of a house for us to try to concentrate in. Brian's upbeat nature kept me from taking things too seriously. But I should have realized we were in a danger far greater than Brian would admit. For the next 2 days, we worked without incident. And no sign of the rat, thank heaven. We didn't go into the village at all. And we were surprised when we saw Andy, the tavern keeper, approach the house somewhat cautiously.
Come in, Andy.
How'd you know it was me?
Our crystal ball.
What?
We saw you through the window.
I hope I'm not intruding.
No, of course not. Help yourself to sherry. We never thought we'd see you set foot in here.
No, I never thought I would either. We was getting concerned about you, too. Haven't seen you in 2 days. I was elected to come see you if you was all right. Rather, I lost the draw.
And you see, we're fine.
Did you get rid of the rat?
Well, we don't know. We haven't seen it for 2 days.
I knew those pellets would do the trick.
We're not sure it ate any of them.
Oh?
It kept pushing them down at us from its nests, up there. You don't believe me?
I believe anything that might happen in this house. So that's him. Staring down from the wall. The old hanging judge himself, eh?
That's him.
Evil as evil can be, he is. You can tell it to look at him.
Curious you should put it that way.
What way?
You said, he is, not he was.
Of course he is. You won't believe his spirit's here ringing that bell, but we know it. And mark me, you're in for a hard lesson, don't I know it?
We appreciate your concern for our well-being. I mean that.
Well, if you was about to come to harm, we wouldn't ignore you. Things are awfully tense in the village.
About us?
About you. About all of us. That blasted bell rang 3 nights ago.
We know.
We're waiting. Wondering. Who's going to be next?
Do not send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for the judge's next victim. But it's merely a gutter rat that rings the bell when it occasionally runs up and down the bell rope to its nest in the eaves. That's what Brian would have the villagers believe, and perhaps he's right. But that's a big perhaps. And we'll find out what really goes on in the judge's house when I return shortly with Act 3. Iron bells. In the silence of the night, how we shiver at the melancholy menace of their tone. The people of Salford certainly shiver every time the bell in the judge's house rings. According to them, it means someone is going to die. But it's been several days now since the bell rang last, and the village is still wondering.
Who's going to be next?
That's your trouble, Andy. You let superstition color your whole life. No one is going to be next just because a rat happened to swing on a bell rope.
You can talk, lad. You haven't lived in Salford. We know. Well, I'd better be getting back.
Well, thanks for coming, Andy. We appreciate your concern.
Like I said, we hadn't seen you in 2 days. Just wanted to make sure you was all right. We still think you're loony.
Perhaps. But it will take more than a rat and superstition to get us to leave.
I hope for your sake there is nothing more. Good day now.
So long, Andy. We'll be down for a beer.
And thanks again for thinking of us.
You be careful now.
Decent chap. They all are, I suppose.
Yeah. Want to get back to work?
We'd better. And thus, then, the psyche is turned inward on itself, with no other outlet. Something the matter, Mark?
I just can't concentrate. I know I'm acting like one of the villagers, but I can't stand that portrait staring down at us.
It really bothers you?
Yes, and I'm going to take it down.
All right. If you'll feel better, But he is sort of an inspiration now that we're ready to include him in the paper.
Oh, give me a hand, will you?
Sure. Heavy, is it?
Oh, it's not that. It seems to be nailed to something. It won't budge.
So it is. Let's both lift from the bottom. No use. I'm afraid it's there to stay. Unless we destroy the thing.
No, we can't do that. Well, let's get back to work.
I want to go over the scrapbook, item by item. It'll give us a good start on... Hello? Did you move the book?
No.
It's gone. I mean, I distinctly remember leaving it on the corner table here.
Oh, well, it's got to be around here. I never touched it.
Nor I. Not since we looked at it the first time. It's absolutely gone.
Well, maybe the judge stepped down from the portrait and hid it somewhere. To keep us from prying.
Now you're treating the whole situation the way you should. But where could it have gone? Let's call it a day. It's getting dark. Want to pop down to Andy's for a pint?
I'd like nothing better.
Anything more, boys?
Oh, no thanks. I'm falling asleep from all that ale.
I'll finish this and we'll go.
The people have been talking.
Oh?
Yeah. They're thinking maybe you lads, loonies you are, have maybe driven the old thing away. Nothing's happened in the village. You know what I mean?
I think we do.
You're going to be here for 2 months. That's good. Just your being there has done something. This is the first time nothing's happened after the bell rang.
And we hope it stays that way.
We better get back. Let's have the tab, Andy.
Good night, boys. It's all on me.
Oh, I wish we'd left the light on.
Take the flash. I'll pop round back for some firewood. You go in and stir the embers.
Okay. I went into the living room, and before I could turn on a light, I knew I was being watched. I flicked on the light, and the rat was back. It looked over the rim of the hole, its eyes aglow with reflected light. Oh, the chill that ran up the back of my neck was indescribable. The rat stared, unmoving, and then it leaped to the bell rope, swinging back and forth, setting off the clanging, twisting and writhing on the rope as it chewed right through the rope. It fell to the floor with a thud and turned toward me. I raced for the kitchen and slammed the door. I had to get out of the house. I ran through the kitchen to the back door. Oh, but I couldn't budge it.
Mark, what the devil's going on? Why was the bell ringing?
I can't open the door, Brian. The rat's in the living room. It's crazed. Open the door.
I'll push from this side. Oh. Now, what's happened?
Oh, the rat's loose in the living room. It's gone mad or something. It attacked me.
Now, calm down. Why did the bell ring?
The rat chewed through the bell rope. Brian, we've got to leave here. The rat clawed at the door.
Let's take a look.
No! Don't open the door to the living room. It's there. Waiting.
I don't hear anything.
Well, it's clever. It's waiting for us to come out.
I'm going to see.
Can you see him?
No.
Look at the bottom of the door. Scratch marks.
Yes, you're right.
I could almost put up with the supernatural aspects you find so exciting. But we can't stay with a crazed rat.
There's no sign of it now. Come on, let's take a look. Mark.
What's the matter?
Am I dreaming? Look at the portrait.
The portrait? The judge is gone. He's no longer in it.
Everything else is there. The chair, the table his arm rested on. Well, this is extraordinary. The painting's completely intact. No smudge, no tears, and no judge.
We're getting out of here.
I can't leave now. We're experiencing an unbelievable supernatural event.
Have you lost your mind?
We have both seen with our own eyes a figure disappear from a painting. We both know it's impossible, but it's happened. There's an incredible supernatural force at work in this house.
Do you mean the judge is roaming around the house?
The image of the judge. Of course. The lecture in the newspaper advertisement. Witchcraft and the changing form. Mark, this adds up. The spirit of the judge never left the house. It stayed here in the form of the rat. Probably several rats over the years. And the body of the judge was preserved in the portrait. It was there for him to claim whenever he wanted, dressed in his robes.
Remember? The eyes of the rat looked like the eyes of the judge in the painting.
What an experience we've stumbled on.
You mean you're going to stay here? With that crazy judge on the loose?
We can't miss out on this. I want to see what he does next.
Do you actually think we're going to meet up with him?
He's gone from the portrait. He's got to turn up somewhere.
Brian, listen to me. That rat attacked me. That means the judge has murder in mind, too. Look, we have got to get out of here.
Mark, there he is. At the top of the stairs.
Looming above us, like some colossus, stood the judge. His black robes swirled around him. His long white hair had a luminous glow. And his eyes, those eyes. Over his arm hung the bell rope, and in his hand, a black cap. As we stood transfixed, slowly he placed the black cap on his head. The cap British judges always put on when passing a sentence of death.
The death cap. Incredible. What a manifestation.
He's beckoning to us.
I'm going up.
No, Brian, you can't.
It's only an ectoplasmic manifestation, a spirit. I want to see what it does. It can't hurt us.
Let's just leave.
Never. See, it's motioning us to follow. I'm going to follow it.
Don't.
I'm going to see this through. It's moving away. Down the hall. I must see where it goes. And what it does.
Brian, please, don't go up there.
It's heading for the bell tower. I'm close enough to touch it.
Brian. Brian! Answer me, Brian! I raced up the stairs. There was no sign of Brian. I searched every room, every corner of the second floor. Brian and the judge had vanished. I ran back outside, jumped into Brian's car, and headed for help in the village.
What is it, Dad?
The judge.
The judge?
He's up at the house. Brian followed him. Up
where?
Stairs. But they've both disappeared. Can you get some of the men to come back with me? We have got to find Brian.
I don't know. There's none but me who dares set foot within that place.
Listen. The bell.
Aye.
It couldn't ring. The rat chewed the rope clear through.
I'm crazy to do it. But I can't leave you alone to face it. Come on. I'll go back up there with you. Roy, Alec, come with us and don't ask questions. You say you saw the judge?
He disappeared from the portrait. And then we saw him standing at the top of the stairs. That's when Brian went up to follow him.
We'd better approach cautiously. Peer in the windows first to see what's going on.
I'm going in to find Brian.
Oh, lad. Through the window. I can see it.
Brian.
Hurry up, men. Quick.
Brian. Brian. I looked with horror and then covered my eyes. Brian was hanging by the neck from the bell rope, swinging in slow rhythm to the tolling of the bell. Before I passed out and everything went black, I caught a glimpse of the portrait. The judge was back, seated in the high-backed chair, as though he had never moved. I came to on the lawn with Andy standing over me.
Are you all right, lad?
Yes, but... Brian. Oh, Brian.
He'll be all right, too. We got him down in time. The men have taken him to the pub.
He's alive?
Indeed. A nasty scar he'll have on his neck, but he'll be all right. The doctor's with him now.
Well, what are the men doing over there?
Ending this, once and for all. We're burning the place to the ground.
It'll go up like a tinderbox.
Aye. Judge, rat, and all. And if the grandson complains we burn down his house, so be it. We had to protect ourselves from the judge's house.
That was the end of it for us. Brian recovered, and we finished our work back at his flat in Liverpool. But I can still remember watching the judge's house collapse into fiery ashes, and the small, furry figure that emerged from the inferno, its eyes glistening in the light of the flames, before it scampered off into the woods beyond.
The bell will toll no more over the judge's house. No longer will the villagers of Salford have to live in fear and dread. We know the rat deserted the sinking ship, or fiery house, to be exact. But without the portrait and the bell and the house, he'll probably end up as just another homeless gutter rat. I'll be back shortly. Believers in witchcraft staunchly maintain that certain evil spirits, the devil most notably, can survive for years, sometimes centuries, by taking on various other life forms. One way of living forever, I suppose. But I don't think I'd like it. I mean, what's the good of living forever if your friends can never recognize you? Our cast included Gordon Gould, Lloyd Battista, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. A psychiatrist once said that the human brain is like a spider's web. Together, all the strands are strong, but taken one by one, each can easily be broken, and the web destroyed. There are countless cases of human brains broken and smashed in just this way, step by step, strand by strand. And I can't help wondering, is this what happened to young Jennifer Brady? Our mystery drama, Honeymoon with Death, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Lois Nettleton. What makes Jennifer Brady think she's going out of her mind? What strange thing happened that couldn't have happened? Perhaps we can find out together.
It was a wonderful honeymoon, Howard. I can't tell you how much I enjoyed it. Adored it. But you know something? Howard, you know something?
What, Jennifer? What?
It's wonderful to be back home. These last 10 days driving back from San Francisco, I kept thinking, when, oh, when will I be back in my own bedroom, in my own bed, in my own little old New York brownstone house? Oh, I shouldn't have said that, should I?
What? Said what, Jennifer?
Am I bothering you with all my chatter, Howard?
Bothering me? How could you possibly bother me, sweetheart? I'm just trying to catch up with all that mail Margaret left on the living room table. Oh, hey, I haven't seen that negligee before.
I saved it for our homecoming night. Like? I can see a whole month of honeymooning hasn't changed you a bit.
When I've got a bride as beautiful and sexy as you, our whole life is going to be a honeymoon. Now, tell me, what was it you shouldn't have said?
What? Oh, I've forgotten.
Something about your own little old New York brownstone house.
Oh, well, what I meant, it's not just mine anymore. It's yours now, too.
And your sister Maggie's. You both inherited this old brownstone from your father. Though I must say I think that we, have the better of the bargain.
What do you mean?
I much prefer this top floor apartment, don't you?
Oh, yes. Luckily, Maggie always preferred the downstairs part. No climbing stairs.
Well, stairs won't bother me. I'll take them 2, 3 at a time, knowing that you're waiting at the top of them.
Oh, darling.
Well, you better finish brushing your hair. I'll finish that mail in the living room.
Howard?
Yes?
About the car.
Well, what about it?
You think it's safe parked out in the street?
One night won't hurt.
I'd feel awful if anything happened to it. You know, sometimes on our honeymoon trip, I couldn't help wondering which you loved more, your new car or me. Oh, well, I guess one night in the street is safe enough. You can find a garage tomorrow. Howard, you locked the car. You have the keys, haven't you? Howard? Howard, can't you hear me? I asked you. Howard! Come back into the house out in the street like this with your nightgown. Maggie, it's Howard. Jennifer, come back into the house. You're of your attention. No, Howard. He's dead. He's up there sitting in a chair with a knife in his chest. Jennifer, please, now stop it. Stop it. Come back in now. Come on. Come on. I'll phone Dr. Sullivan. I don't need Dr. Sullivan. I tell you, Howard. Howard. All right, now. The neighbors haven't heard or seen anything. Now, look, Jen, You sit here on the couch and try to hold on. I'll phone Dr. Sullivan.
Maggie! Howard is dead. He's up there in our apartment. Dead.
Jennifer, please, now try to control yourself. There's no one named Howard here.
What do you mean? No one named Howard? You know Howard Lansing, my husband, the man I've been on a honeymoon with for a whole month and home just a few hours ago. And stop looking at me like that.
All right. All right. Now, look, Jennifer, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll go upstairs, and I'll see if anybody's there.
Howard's there.
All right, all right. If this Howard is there, and if he's dead, then I'll phone the police. All right?
Yes.
But if he isn't, then I'm going to phone Dr. Sullivan and have him come right over. Now, that agreed?
What's that?
That's just the front door bell, Jennifer. Oh, yes, officer?
Officer Helmets, ma'am. Ed Helmets. Anything wrong?
No.
What do you mean, no? My husband's been murdered. He's upstairs dead, a knife in his chest.
Jennifer, please. Officer, there is no one upstairs, dead or alive.
Well, then what was all the screaming about? I'm walking the beat just up at the corner, and I hear all this screaming.
It's nothing. Believe me, it's nothing.
Officer, will you do me a favor?
Oh, sure, if I can.
Would you go upstairs, please? And see for yourself?
Officer, my sister is a highly emotional woman.
Please? Would you please?
Sure. Make you feel any better? Sure.
Jen, what am I going to do with you? You know what Dr. Sullivan said.
Dr. Sullivan?
He said if you had another one of these attacks, you were going to have to be...
I am not having an attack. I am as sane as you are. Don't look at me like that, Maggie. I am. Well, officer.
Well, there's nobody up there, ma'am.
Nobody. But there is somebody. My husband, Howard. He's sitting in a chair with a knife in his chest, blood all over.
No, ma'am.
But that's impossible. Impossible, I tell you. It's impossible. I couldn't.
Maybe you want to see for yourself, huh? I'll go up with you.
Officer, thank you very much, but there's no need.
I do want to see for myself, will you?
Sure.
I'll come with you. Well, no, on second thought, what's the use? I mean, I'm really very tired of this sort of thing.
What sort of thing?
Never mind, officer. Just, you go ahead.
Now, is this the room where you, thought that, Huh?
I can't believe it. It's impossible.
You can see for yourself.
5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, I tell you. In this chair. He was sitting back in this chair, and there was a knife sticking out of his chest. The mail was scattered all over the floor.
Mail?
We'd just come back from our honeymoon. We'd only been in the house a few hours. And Maggie had left all the mail that had collected for a month on the table, on this table.
Well, you can see, ma'am, no mail.
And blood. There was blood on the carpet, some of the mail.
Well, no mail, no blood. You don't mind me saying so. I think you... Well, maybe you had a dream, a nightmare, huh?
Please. I'm not out of my mind.
I didn't say you were.
No, but everybody else does, and I'm not. I'm not.
It don't mean you're out of your mind because you had a bad dream.
It was no dream. It happened. I tell you, it happened. Howard was here in the living room reading the mail. I was talking to him from the bedroom. I had just taken a bath, and I was brushing my hair. And... Wait. I know. I hadn't emptied the tub. The water's still there. It must be. I'll show you. I don't understand it.
Tub's bone dry, ma'am. Hasn't been used. Now, not tonight, anyway.
His clothes. Howard's clothes. He'd empty his suitcases and put his clothes in the closet. His suitcases, too.
Just ladies' clothes. Yours, ma'am?
Yes.
Now, hey, look, don't cry. Hey, look, this dream you had.
It was no dream.
Okay. So maybe you imagined...
I didn't imagine anything. Do you imagine a husband? Do you imagine a month-long honeymoon? Do you imagine a man in a chair with a knife in his chest?
Oh, I got to admit, you'd have to have a darn strong imagination to... But they tell me that's what artists got.
Artists?
Oh, you are an artist, aren't you? That painting there on the easel?
Oh, that's just a hobby. I haven't touched that since I left on my honeymoon.
No?
What do you mean?
How long does it take paint to dry?
Oh, a day, thereabouts.
Oh, this paint's still wet. Plenty wet. Look at my finger. Oh, now don't start crying again. A woman crying, it makes me feel awful.
I'm sorry.
Look, when you dreamed it or imagined it...
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, well...
I know I've had spells.
Spells? What kind of spells?
Oh, I've always been high-strung, nervous, you know.
Well, I don't know if I know. I mean, me, well, I'm the other way. I haven't got a nerve in my whole body.
I envy you. You've never been to a psychiatrist.
A shrink? No, me. You ask me, anybody who goes to a shrink ought to have his head examined. That's a joke. You get it?
Yes.
Well, then laugh a little bit. Come on, do you good.
I can't.
No, of course you can't. I'm sorry. I should have known better than to even try and make a joke. You go to a psychiatrist, huh?
Yes. Not regularly. Sometimes.
What times?
Oh, when I sort of get all keyed up and start having crying spells and feeling so sad I could die.
Well, what's to feel sad about? Chick like, excuse me, a pretty girl like you with everything in life to live for. What's to be sad?
I don't know. Some people feel sad for no reason at all. They just suffer from depressions.
Oh, excuse me?
Oh, yes, ma'am?
Jennifer, Dr. Sullivan is on his way over. I just phoned him.
All right.
And, officer, thank you very much for trying to help.
Oh, not at all, ma'am. Not at all. Glad to do what I could.
I'll show you out.
Oh, that's okay.
No. Good, I'll come with you. I'll be just a minute, Jen. Officer, I wanted to ask you, you don't have to say anything about this, do you? I mean, put it in your report or anything?
Oh, no. There's been no damage or anything like that. She get this way often, your sister?
Well, often enough. She hallucinates, you see.
Huh? Come again?
Hallucinates? It means, well, just what you saw. She was totally convinced there was a murdered man up there. Her husband, no less. Well, you saw for yourself. Husband. Jennifer's never even had a boyfriend.
A cute doll? Pretty girl like that?
Well, it's all part of her condition. She's afraid of people. Men, especially. I wish she could become less afraid, more outgoing. If these spells of hers get any worse, she may lose her mind altogether.
Oh, say, I hope not. A sweet kid like that, I sure hope not.
I know, so do I. Well, looks like we've had a little shower. Street's wet.
It was drizzling a little when I came in. Well, good night, ma'am, and if you need...
Wait! The car! The car!
The car? What car?
Howard's. The little red sports car he was so fond of. It isn't there. But it was. I know it was.
Officer, thanks again, and good night.
Good night, ladies.
Jen, dear, until Dr. Sullivan gets here, I think you should lie down and rest.
I don't want to lie down.
Well, then just stretch out on the couch, and I'll make some tea for us. Well, that's probably Dr. Sullivan now. Oh, yes?
Excuse me, ma'am. I just wanted to get something straight.
Yes.
Your sister, did she say... Oh, ma'am.
Yes, officer.
Did you say that car was a little sports car?
Yes. Why?
Well, nothing, only there was one parked out there in the street.
What do you mean?
Oh, we've had a shower, see, and I happened to notice the street's dry in one spot. There must have been a car standing there while it was raining. A small car.
Officer, please don't make things worse for me or for my sister. I mean, there's nothing unusual about a car being parked in the street.
No, only...
Good night, officer.
Funny, though. Funny.
What exactly is it that strikes Officer Helmut as funny? Perhaps we'll know when I return shortly with Act 2. Has a horrible murder been done? Or is Jennifer Brady losing her mind? Did she find the body of her husband, Howard Lansing, seated in the living room with a knife in his chest? Or did she imagine the frightful scene? Is she married? Was there a honeymoon? Oh, here's young patrolman Ed Helmut at the front door of the brownstone house where Jennifer and her sister Maggie live. And it's the following morning.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
Well, won't you come in?
Thanks.
Thank you for, what you did last night.
Oh, just doing my job, Mrs. I don't know what to call you.
I don't know what to call myself. I don't know if I'm Mrs. Howard Lansing or Miss Jennifer Brady. Not after last night.
Well, suppose I just call you Jennifer. You can call me Ed. Ed Helmut.
What are you doing here?
Well, I'm off duty, see. I'm on the 4 to midnight beat, and I just thought I'd drop around and see how you were doing.
Oh, well, I'm all right.
You mind if I ask you a couple of questions, Jennifer?
No. It's your job, isn't it?
Well, yes and no. Yes and no. The fact being off duty now, I'm kind of asking these questions on my own. You know what I mean?
I don't. Not really.
Well, I tell you, that car of your husband's...
If I didn't just imagine a husband.
Yeah, well, if you didn't, that car of his, that little red sports car you mentioned, well... There was a car parked out front last night, and it was a little sports car.
If it wasn't there when you left...
Well, the space it left. It rained, remember, while the car was standing at the curb?
Oh, yes.
So at least you were right about there being a car. I mean, you didn't dream that up.
It could have been anyone's car, as Maggie said.
Oh, that's for sure. Still, though, it could have been a car belonging to a guy named Howard Lansing. Couldn't it? Couldn't it?
Why are you doing this?
Come again?
Well, you know that I'm not well. That all my life I've had nervous problems. That... Oh, I can't believe it, but I must have dreamed it all up. Howard Lansing, marrying him, going on a honeymoon across country and back, coming home last night, finding him murdered. I must have imagined it all. Maggie says I did. Dr. Sullivan says I did. So why are you...
You know something? I don't know. Maybe it's because, Well,
what?
I kind of like you, and, Well, me, I didn't get much sleep either last night, thinking about this whole thing, thinking about you, and, well, I'm kind of wishing I could straighten things out for you.
That's very sweet of you, officer. But...
Call me Ed.
Ed? It's sweet of you. But you're wasting your time. I'm mentally...
Oh, come on now, don't cry. You had a bad dream, that's all. A nightmare.
Oh, it was more than that, much more than that. When you dream something, you wake up and you know it was a dream. I'm still living it. I remember the ceremony, the hotels we stayed at, the things we did. Even Howard constantly fussing with his new car.
Yeah, there's that car again. What do you mean, fussing with it?
Oh, just that he was always polishing it, checking this and that. Fussing, that's all.
And you remember all about the ceremony and the hotels and like that?
It's all as vivid as if it had actually happened.
Tell me about the wedding. Who married you?
Nobody married me, Ed. I imagined...
Okay. So where did you imagine you got married?
A little town in Jersey. By a justice of the peace.
What little town? What JP?
I don't know. It was night, and we just pulled off the Garden State Parkway. Howard had said he knew a place, a justice of the peace.
Okay. What about hotels?
Well, I remember we stayed at the Ambassador in Chicago and the Statler in St. Louis, the Beverly in Los Angeles, and... Oh, that you, Maggie?
Yes, Jen. Any calls? Oh.
Hello, Miss Brady.
Aren't you the policeman who was here last night?
Yeah, that's right. You're wondering what I'm doing here now, huh?
Well, yes, I am.
I just dropped in to see how Jen was doing, that's all.
Jen?
Excuse me, Miss Brady. I was never much for being formal.
Yes, obviously. Have you been here long?
No, 10 minutes or so.
Well, I don't mean to hurry you, officer, but Jennifer and I have an appointment in 1 hour with her psychiatrist, Dr. Sullivan.
Say, would that be Dr. Martin Sullivan on Park Avenue?
No, Dr. Arnold Sullivan on East 82nd.
Oh.
You seem terribly interested in Jennifer's psychiatrist.
Me? Oh, no. I just ask a lot of questions. I trained myself.
You trained yourself?
You're going to laugh. I know you're going to laugh, but would you believe I want to be a detective someday?
Of course I believe it. Why shouldn't I?
Ask my sergeant. He thinks I'm something else, wanting to be a detective. Laughs himself silly.
Well, I certainly wouldn't laugh. I think it's commendable.
You think I could make a detective?
Of course you could.
Well, say, that's a real shot in the arm. I mean, someone like you thinking that someone like me, just a cop and new on the force at that.
As I said, officer, I don't like to hurry you, but
I'm going, Miss Brady. Going right now. Nice seeing you again, Jen.
I'll show you out.
Oh, that's okay. Some detective I'd make if I couldn't find the front door. Why,
Jennifer, would you answer that, please?
Of course. Oh, my God.
Jennifer, what is it?
Help me. Oh, my God, Maggie. Ed, help me.
What?
He's there. At the front door, he's there. Howard.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is something... What's all the trouble?
You're dead. Murdered.
What?
Last night after we got home from our honeymoon, I found you in your chair stabbed to death.
Last night, honey, stabbed? Maggie, what is this?
Jen's having another one of her spells, Howard, that's all.
Oh, I see.
What do you mean you see? You see what?
What, just... Excuse me, who are you?
My name is Ed Helmut, Officer Ed Helmut. I'm a cop.
A cop?
Howard, I'll explain later what went on here last night.
I don't understand this. I don't understand it. You're talking to Howard as if nothing had happened.
Jennifer, nothing did.
He exists. He's standing right here. He exists. And last night you acted as if you'd never heard of him. As if there was no such person as Howard Lansing.
I don't remember.
You did.
Jennifer, stop it. Now, stop it. Control yourself. Officer, you were leaving.
There's some questions I'd better get the answers to
Officer,
first.
this is a private matter. It's a family affair.
Well, now that depends on how you look at it. Are you Howard Lansing?
Of course I'm Howard Lansing. Why do you ask such a question?
Howard, Jen had one of her mental lapses last night. She imagined that you and she were married.
We were.
And that you had just come back from your honeymoon.
Oh, good Lord.
And then during this hallucination, she thought she had found you with a knife in your chest, dead.
Oh, no, poor little Jenny.
She ran screaming into the street. Luckily, I got her back into the house before she caused a disturbance, although this officer did hear the screams and came to investigate.
Well, did you call Dr. Sullivan?
Of course I did. He came over, but there wasn't much he could do except order some new sleeping pills. We're seeing him in his office at 11 this morning.
Just one more question, Mr. Lansing.
Yes?
Just where do you fit in here? I mean, who are you? To the family, I mean.
I'm Miss Brady's fiancée, Margaret, not Jennifer.
Oh. I see.
No. No, I'm afraid you don't see. Not all of it. Look, since we've gone this far, you might as well know the rest of it. Jennifer has always had a thing for Howard. She's not jealous that he's going to marry me and not her. Don't think that. But the whole situation has been a severe strain on her, a very severe strain.
Almost certainly that's why her hallucination last night took the form that it did, thinking she'd been married to me and all the rest of it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'll be on my way. Hey, now, you take it easy, huh? And me, if it's okay with you, I'm going to be in touch. I'll see my way out. Hey, Mr. Lansing, you have got a little red sports car.
Well, yes, that's it, parked at the curb. Why?
Well, Jen, Miss Brady, she seemed to make a big thing out of it. On the honeymoon that didn't happen, I mean.
Big thing?
Well, what I mean, she said you were always fussing with it, polishing it and like that. Sure looks as if you do.
Well, I do. I'm a sports car buff, if you want to know.
I wish I could own a car like that, but on a cop salary. You had it long?
2 or 3 months.
Oh. How many miles you put on it?
You ask a lot of questions.
Just interested, that's all.
Close to 10,000, I think.
Well, that's a lot of miles in 3 months.
I do a lot of driving.
Your business, huh?
No, I don't work. Don't have to. Just like to drive. Short trips, but they add up.
Oh, boy. If I had a car like that, I'd go for long trips, like cross country.
Well, maybe someday I will, but so far I haven't had the interest.
Yeah. Well, see ya.
Fine. Where is she?
Upstairs, changing for appointment with Sullivan.
I don't like this, Maggie.
You don't like it. You don't like it. All the stupid things walking in here when that cop was here.
I know he was here. If it comes to that, why did you let her run screaming into the street last night?
Howard, come to your senses. Was there any other way?
No, I guess there wasn't.
I'm afraid we're going to have to move faster than we planned.
Why?
That young cop's pretty nosy. Come over here to the window.
What?
Look, down there.
What the hell is he doing?
He's measuring the size of your car from front to back wheels.
What's he doing that for?
I don't know. He's doing it. I don't like it. No, Howard, we won't commit Jennifer now.
Well, if we don't commit her, what will we do with her?
Kill her.
Clearly, Maggie and Howard faked his murder. But how could they have managed it? And how will they kill Jennifer? We'll return shortly with Act 3. Were you as shocked as I to discover that Howard Lansing is very much alive? I can't fathom it. Can you? No more than, 10 minutes could have passed between the time Jennifer saw him slumped in that chair with a knife in his chest, blood all over everything, and the time Officer Helmut entered the room to find no body, no blood, nothing to indicate that a murder had taken place. It would have been impossible for Howard Lansing and Margaret Brady to restore perfect order to that room in so short a time. Even to Howard's clothes and luggage no longer in the closet. A bone-dry bathtub, and the rest of it. Got me puzzled. Well, we'll soon have the answer as we rejoin Maggie and Howard.
Kill her.
There's nothing else we can do.
Oh, we can do what we planned originally. Commit her.
It won't work. Not now.
Why not?
Your answer is right out there in the street. The cop was just finished measuring your car.
Now, what's he doing?
Quite obviously getting into your car.
I think I better get out there and see what he's up to.
I was just about to suggest it, Howard.
Officer, What are you doing in my car?
Oh, say, Mr. Lansing. Say, I hope you don't mind. Like I told you, I want to own a little sports car like this myself someday, and, well, I just couldn't help sitting behind the wheel. Say, I hope you don't mind.
As a matter of fact, I do mind.
Oh, well, say, please excuse me. I just kind of flip over a car like this, that's all.
Is that why you were measuring the wheelbase?
Measuring? Oh, that.
Yes, that. I saw you from the window.
Yeah, well, now, I tell you, I want to get to be a detective someday, see? And I'm studying, like, fingerprints and stains and like that, and measuring. Now, measuring things is important, very important. You'd be surprised how important measuring things is. So, I take every opportunity to measure things.
Yes, well...
Like last night. Were you here last night?
No, I was not here last night.
Funny.
What's funny?
Well, last night, Jennifer, Miss Brady, she said a car, in fact, your car, was parked outside here. Only it wasn't. I mean, when we looked, no car.
Well, I just told you that...
Yeah, but there had been a car. You see, it had rained, and the car was standing out here during the rain, and left a dry space in the street. And I measured that, too. Couldn't help myself. It's become a habit, you know?
Well, I fail to see what this has to do with
Identical. Same wheelbase. That car and this one.
Look, there are probably thousands of sports cars in New York.
I'm not saying it was the same car. Oh, no, nothing like that. I'm only saying the wheelbase was the same.
It's very interesting, I'm sure, but if you don't mind now,
Just leaving when you came out. I apologize if I upset you getting in behind the wheel without permission.
That's all right.
Yeah. Well, goodbye. Oh, by the way...
Now what?
You got 11,243 and 9/10 miles on the speedometer. 1,000 or so more than you said you had. I just thought you'd like to know.
Thank you. I'm deeply grateful for that information. He is up to something, Maggie.
What else is new?
He checked the mileage on the car.
What of it?
Over 11,000 miles. I could easily have driven from here to L.A. and back, which I did.
Mileage shows only how far a car went, not where. I'm not worried about your car. I'm worried about him nosing around. The quicker we kill Jennifer, the better.
Now, look, I didn't bargain for anything like murder.
Neither did I, but that's the way it is.
How will you do it?
How will we do it? Sleeping pills. An overdose, that's the simplest.
When?
Well, tonight. Why wait? Oh, Jennifer. Oh, ready for our appointment with Dr. Sullivan, I see. Yes, I'll just get my coat. Howard?
Yes, Jennifer.
I'm sorry if I've caused you any trouble.
Oh, now.
I'm losing my mind, Howard. I must be. Marrying you, our honeymoon trip across country, returning last night, finding you dead. It was all so real. So real. And yet it wasn't. It never happened. Oh, Howard, I just can't go on like this much longer.
You won't, Jennifer. Believe me, you won't.
You sure of that? Did you check all marriage license applications? And there's no Howard Lansing and Jennifer Brady, huh?
For you at Beverly Hotel, Los Angeles.
Right there. Okay, sorry I troubled you. Thanks. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, how far back did you check your guest register? And there's no Mr. and Mrs. Howard Lansing.
Hey, Ed, another one. The ambassador of Chicago. You going on a trip or something, man?
Thanks. Officer Ed Helmut here. Yeah, I think I can tell you what you're going to tell me before you tell me. No record of a Mr. and Mrs. Howard Lansing. Yeah. Well, thanks. There's got to be a clue. There's got to be.
She's asleep.
How many pills did you give her?
Enough. What's the matter, Howard? Why that look on your face?
I'm a murderer. I'm just beginning to realize it. I am a murderer.
Not yet, Howard. She won't be dead for a while.
How can you be so calm? You frighten me, Maggie. I've never seen this side of you before.
You've got to be kidding. All the time we spent planning this.
To commit her, not murder her.
What's the difference? We're not doing all this for peanuts, you know. We inherited $1.5 million from my father, Jennifer and I. You and I will have all of it once she... Who could that be?
I'll see.
Wait. No, I guess we can't pretend no one's at home. The lights are all on.
And my car's parked out front. Oh, it's you.
Okay if I come in, Mr. Lansing?
Oh, well, now,
Thanks. Rotten night out there. Just plain rotten.
It's Officer Helmet, Maggie.
Yes, so I see. Getting to be a regular visitor, aren't you?
To be honest with you, Miss Brady, it's a real nasty night, and walking a beat, I didn't think you'd mind if I came in for a few minutes. Also, I wanted to see how Jen's getting along.
Jen is getting along very well, if it's any concern of yours, which it is not.
Oh, well, I only...
Officer Helmet, circumstances beyond my control brought you into this house last night, but I do control whether you'll keep coming here like this. Please leave.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute, Miss Brady. I like your sister, and I have reason to think she likes me. Now, wait a second. Just wait a second. I also think she needs somebody like me, somebody to lean on, to protect her. And further than that, I'm here on official business.
Official business?
I'm placing you both under arrest on a charge of... Where is Jen?
That's no business of yours. What's all this about?
Where is she?
She is upstairs asleep, if you must know.
Asleep? At 8 o'clock at night?
She took a couple of sleeping pills.
Where are you going? How dare you go out there?
Maggie,
you
my
have
God.
any nerve, don't lose it now.
But he'll know.
He'll know she took an overdose. That's all he will know.
He will know that we gave it to her. He's arresting us.
For what? On what charge? Whatever it is, he'll never make it stick. We've covered our tracks too well for the law to... He's carrying her down.
It's all right, baby. It's going to be all right. Operator, this is Officer Ed Helmet. I want an ambulance sent to 127 Brockhurst, and fast.
An ambulance? Why an ambulance?
An overdose of sleeping pills.
She took a...
She didn't take them, Buster. They were given to her, shoved down her throat, you ask me. I'm changing the charge against you two. I'm booking you for attempted murder.
You must be out of your mind. You're as crazy as my sister.
Who isn't crazy at all. That was a real far-out scene you two tried to pull. I gotta hand it to you two. You planned it so careful, so good. There wasn't a loophole in it. Except one.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't, huh? Then let me explain. You set the whole thing up, the two of you. The marriage, the honeymoon trip across country and back, the fake murder, and the whole bit. Oh, and you played it smart. Very smart. Not a clue. I checked the marriage license bureau. No license. Easy enough. You could have bribed a clerk to destroy it.
Now, look,
I checked a few hotels. The big ones like the Ambassador, the Beverly in Los Angeles. No Mr. and Mrs. Howard Lansing listed. A piece of cake. When you registered, you gave a different name.
You're making yourself look like a fool. What you're saying is you could find no evidence.
Oh, but I did. One little clue that neither of you thought about. A car, Mr. Lansing. Your pretty little red sports car.
I don't follow.
You will. I told you I found that dry space out on the street last night because a car, a little sports car like yours, had been standing there during the rain.
Well, it could have been anyone's car.
Sure. Same size as yours. Same wheelbase, but I agree, it could have been anyone's. Only it wasn't. It was yours. You want to know how I know?
We'd be enthralled.
I know, because last night, that car wasn't parked outside this house, but the one next door. I got to wondering about that. I kept saying to myself, if it was his car, why did he park outside the house next door? I came up with the answer today when I entered that house. Nobody there. And found fake blood all over the upstairs room. A gag knife. The kind you attach so it looks like you're stabbed. Even your clothes. And your luggage in the closet. Mr. Lansing.
Oh, God.
So you see, if it hadn't been for your car, I'd never have realized that brownstone houses in a row like these are identical. You bought this place, or leased it while Jen and him were on their honeymoon, didn't you, Miss Brady? Last night, when Jen went screaming into the street, you deliberately let her run into the street so you could bring her back to the house next door. This house. And her state, wound up tight like she was, she never realized what you were doing. As you knew she wouldn't.
You'll have to prove these accusations.
I will. I can. With the one little clue that nails it all down at all four corners. The little red sports car again.
What about it?
Well, you told me you'd never driven across country.
I never have. If you're thinking of the mileage on the car, that proves nothing.
Oh, not the mileage, Mr. Lansing. The servicing.
Servicing?
You had it serviced at the Beverly Hotel in Los Angeles. A lube job, oil change, new filter, the works. And like they do at all service stations, they slapped a little sticker on the door jamb. That little sticker that carries the name and address of the service station. That little sticker that practically nobody ever notices. Anyhow, you didn't. And it says, Beverly Hotel Service Station, Los Angeles, California. Date and all. Easy, Jen. Easy. You're gonna be okay. From here on in, you're gonna be just fine.
Must have been a costly business, buying or leasing that identical brownstone house and furnishing it exactly like the one next door. But then, Maggie had all the money in the world, or thought she did. I'll return shortly. Yes, like a spider's web, so strong and yet so weak, the human brain can be broken. But happily, again, like the spider's web, it can be repaired, as good as new. Our cast included Lois Nettleton, Tony Roberts, Terry Keane, and Norman Rose. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Some people call our kind of entertainment escape fiction. Well, that word has never been more appropriately used than to describe the story you're about to hear. It's about a man with a most unusual profession, a man who makes his livelihood by making escapes. But now, the great Ferlini is going to cap his exciting career with the greatest escape of all, even if it turns out to be the last escape. And if you think Houdini took great chances, wait until you hear what the great Ferlini has in mind. Our mystery drama, The Last Escape, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Joan Lovejoy and Robert Dryden. We're in the glamorous Tropicana Supper Club. The music is playing, the palm trees are swaying, but unfortunately, the music is being produced by a sleazy three-piece band, the palm trees are papier-mâché, and the Tropicana isn't in the tropics. It's New Jersey. If there is any glamour here, it's the glamour of illusion. And that's what the customers have come to see.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's what you've all been waiting for. Direct from command performances in London, Paris, and Rome, the man who defies ropes, chains, locks, handcuffs, steel boxes, and prison bars, the one, the only true successor to the immortal Houdini. Here he is, Fellini the Great!
Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here with you this evening. You know, some people have asked me why I do these things. Why I continue to risk injury and even death in order to demonstrate my ability to escape from any bonds devised by mortal man. But let me tell you the reason. It's because of a deep, abiding love of liberty, to demonstrate the indefatigable spirit of man in his quest for personal freedom. A freedom which each one of us enjoys in this wonderful country of ours. And now I'd like to introduce you to a lovely young lady who is going to assist me in my demonstration this evening. Here she is, Miss Wanda Wilson. As you can see, Miss Wilson is holding something in her hand. It's a straitjacket designed to restrain the most violent madman. Madness, as you know, often increases the strength of its victim enormously. But this jacket has been created so skillfully that experts will swear that there is no way out of one. The great Houdini, however, once proved that it can be done. And tonight, before your eyes, I am going to attempt to duplicate his astonishing escape. Wanda?
Yes, Fellini.
Please ask two men from the audience to assist us.
Yes, Fellini. Well, how about, what about you two gentlemen? Will you help out? Oh, thank you very much.
Now, if you two gentlemen will just put the jacket on me. Yeah, that's right. I fold my arms around my torso, and then you secure every strap. Yeah, that's it. Just as tight as you can now. Yeah, that's right. Every single one of them. A little tighter. Tighter. Make sure there's absolutely no way I could get out of it. Thank you, gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to spare you the sight of my agonies, Wanda will place a screen in front of me.
Here it is, Fellini.
Wanda, can you come here a minute?
No, Tommy, not now. The act is on.
I've got to talk to you. Can you meet me later?
I don't know.
Please.
I'll try. That's all I can say.
All right, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, now one strap is torn or broken. The straitjacket is in perfect condition, but I am free. I'll tell you one thing about this escape. You don't have to be crazy to try it, but it helps.
Wanda, I'm over here.
Tommy, I can't talk too long.
Why'd you come out without a coat? You'll freeze to death.
Well, I couldn't very well have put a coat on. Joe would have asked where I was going.
Where is he now?
In the dressing room. I gotta get back there.
Oh, he really keeps tabs on you, doesn't he?
Well, you know how he is. What did you want?
You know what I wanted. To see you. To see you alone for a change.
Oh, Tommy.
They really liked your husband tonight, didn't they?
Oh, it's that kind of a crowd. They liked you, too.
Thanks.
I didn't mean it that way. I mean, well, you know what I think of you, Tommy. Your singing, I mean.
Is that all you mean? My singing?
Tommy, don't. Not here, not in this filthy alley.
Where, then? There's no place I can ever see you. No place at all.
But it can't be helped. Joe has to know where I am every minute. He goes crazy if he doesn't see me around all the time. Not that he's jealous.
He thinks too much of himself to be jealous of me. He just has to know I'm around, admiring him, waiting on him hand and foot.
He treats you like a slave.
Tommy, I got to go. He's probably foaming at the mouth right this minute.
Wanda, please, listen. One kiss. One.
All right. Oh, Lord, why does someone like you have to come along now?
Hey, where were you?
I told you, I went to get some cigarettes from the machine.
You shouldn't smoke. I never smoked in my life. You think I could have lungs like mine if I smoked? I got the lungs of a 20-year-old, you know that?
Yeah, I know.
Boy, I really felt good out there tonight. I could have done a steel box bust out tonight. That's how good I felt. Hey, you see that little guy who put me in a straitjacket? Little guy thought he was going to fix me. See how tight he worked the straps?
I was there, Joe.
The little guys, they're the worst. It's a pleasure to fool them.
Joe, what do you say? Are you just going to keep staring into that mirror all night?
I like what I see. Don't you like what I see?
I never knew anyone who liked to look at himself the way you do.
49 years old. Nobody would ever take me for 49. What do you say?
You're a Greek god, Joe. And speaking of Greeks, we're invited out to dinner tonight. Roscoe is buying.
Roscoe, he spoils my appetite. You hear him talk, the escape business is dead. He should have seen that crowd tonight, that's all I say. He's no different.
Well, he booked you into this job, didn't he? He ought to know if it's dead or not.
Only thing wrong with the escape business, it don't get enough publicity. That's the only thing.
All right, Joe.
Everything comes back. Old movies come back, old songs, even old clothes. Only you gotta make a splash. And I mean a splash.
Joe, you're not going to start that again, are you?
Start what?
With Roscoe. You're not going to start talking about that water business again, are you? I'm sick of that subject.
You're getting old, Wanda. That's your trouble. The water trick is the best idea I had in years.
Don't talk to me about age. You're no chicken, Joe, and don't forget it. An escape like that could be too much for you to handle.
So I'm no chicken, huh? Listen, sugar. I count 10 new wrinkles on your face since last week. Take a good look in the mirror.
Oh, stop it, Joe.
Go on, take a look.
You're hurting me.
Go on, I said. Look at yourself.
Stop it.
You calling old, huh? I'm younger than you, baby. On account I keep in shape.
All right. Just let me go.
That's right. Turn on the tears.
Not everybody thinks I'm old, Joe. Not everybody.
You should have seen me tonight, Phil. I was the best. That crowd really ate it up. Didn't they, Wanda?
Yeah, it was a good crowd for that crummy joint.
Don't knock crummy joints, not if they pay off every Friday.
Listen, after tonight, I wouldn't be surprised if they booked me for another month.
I'd be surprised. You close next week.
What?
I told you it was a 3-week engagement, Joe.
Yeah, but you said... maybe it would go longer.
Well, that's as far as it goes.
Okay, we'll find someplace else, right? Someplace better than that crummy Tropicana.
Sure.
I'm telling you, Phil, the escape business is coming back. And when it does, I'm going to be right on top.
You're practically the only one left.
All I need is one good break, one good publicity stunt.
Uh-oh, here it comes.
Starting with that water trick again?
Yeah, that's right.
Thought you were going to stop bothering me about that.
I don't stop bothering you until we do it.
Look, Joe, you know as well as me that times are different. 20, 30 years ago, a good press agent could ballyhoo an escape artist right onto the front pages. Only Houdini's been dead a long time.
Sure, Houdini's dead. But I'm alive. Me, Joe Fellini.
It's one thing about you, Joe. You never had any trouble with false modesty.
Listen, what could Houdini do that I can't? I work with the ropes, the chains, irons. I can get out of boxes, bags, hampers, chests. I can do all the handcuff routines. Nobody does a faster straitjacket than me. Besides, you know that Houdini used a lot of phony trick stuff.
And I suppose you don't.
Sure, sometimes. I got my skeleton keys, my phony bolts, and all that other junk. But you know me, Phil. I do my best tricks with muscle and brains, right?
Sure. You're the greatest, Joe.
Yeah, I keep in shape. Ask Wanda here. 1 hour a day with the barbells. Yeah, I still got a terrific chest expansion. I can do this water trick, Phil. It'll be great.
You know something, Wanda? Maybe the only way to stop your husband from talking about this is to let him do it.
Oh, Phil, no.
All right, Joe, how do you plan to work the act?
I'll really do it up good, Phil. First, I'll let him handcuff me. I mean, genuine cuffs. All checked out by the chief of police or somebody like that.
And what makes you think I can line up the chief of police?
Then after I'm handcuffed, the rope around my body around 50 feet. Then they put me in a burlap sack and tie it up good. Then they put the whole works into a steamer trunk and dump me right in the middle of the lake. How's that sound?
Like sudden death.
Don't worry about it. 2 minutes after that trunk goes into the water, out I come. Then all I gotta do is swim.
And how do you plan to do it?
Oh, I ain't giving away no trade secrets, Phil. All I can say is I got a new gimmick that'll make it more sensational than even the water trick Houdini did.
Phil, you can't let him go through with this. It's a trick for a young man.
I can do it, I said. Just tell me when we start, Phil.
I'll tell you when, Joe. As soon as you can prove to me that you can swim.
It's really a miracle. I never thought you'd be able to get away from that guy, Wanda.
Oh, Joe finally went someplace he couldn't take me.
Where's that?
To a men's gym. He went to swim in their pool.
What for?
Oh, he's going to do a trick. He calls it the water trick. He gets handcuffed and tied and all that, and they dump him into the lake in a big steamer trunk.
Ooh, that sounds pretty dangerous.
Well, the only danger would be Joe getting too winded to swim at the surface. I know he can get out of the cuffs and the ropes and all that, but...
It seems to me that if the slightest thing went wrong...
Oh, he'll take all the precautions, or we will, rather.
We?
Well, I help him out with the trick part of it.
Oh. Then there is a trick.
Part of it's a trick, naturally.
But, even tricks go wrong sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Did anything like that ever happen to your husband?
Well, yeah, once. He couldn't open the lock on his handcuffs. See, he had a key hidden in the cuff of his trousers, but it slipped out of his hand and fell between the cracks of the floorboard. He wasn't hurt or anything. It was just a wicker basket escape on stage.
I see. But if anything like that happened now, I mean, at the bottom of a lake...
But that would be terrible. It'd be awful.
Yeah. It would be really tragic, wouldn't it?
I don't want to think about any such thing. I just don't want to think about it.
No, of course not, Wanda. At least, we won't think about it tonight.
Well, unless I heard wrong, it sounds to me that I've just heard a conversation about murder. No, the word wasn't spoken. The plans weren't made, but it wasn't difficult to hear between the lines. Will Mrs. Joe Ferlini really spoil the grandiose plans of Ferlini the Great? We'll find out when we return shortly with Act Two. The engagement is over for Ferlini the Great at the Tropicana Supper Club. But now Joe Ferlini and his wife have a new address, a small and rather shabby hotel which bears the name of Lakeview, undoubtedly because it's located on the edge of Lake Paradise. This afternoon, Wanda Ferlini is alone and bored, disinterested in her copy of Variety, tired of reading about the success of others. But then...
1 second. Tommy.
Hello, Wanda. Surprised?
Of course I am. What are you doing here?
Isn't it obvious? I came to see you. No. Scratch that. For publication, I came to audition for a singing job at the Lake Paradise Inn.
Is that the truth?
You know what the truth is. Look, can I come in?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I've already tried to get a job at the inn, nothing doing there. But Ferlini doesn't have to know that, does he?
You shouldn't have come here, Tommy. It won't look right.
Where is he?
Joe? He's at the lake swimming. That's all he's been doing for days now, practicing his swimming.
Then he's really going to go through with it, the water trick.
Oh, he's going through with it, all right. His agent, Phil Roscoe.
Yeah, I know.
Well, he's actually getting excited about it. Can you imagine? He's been doing a terrific job of lining up publicity.
Publicity won't help Ferlini, Wanda. You know it won't. He's old hat. That escape stuff died when Houdini did.
Well, you never know, Tommy. I mean, he's actually gotten the local chief of police to cooperate. He's going to make sure that the handcuffs are absolutely genuine.
But your husband can still get out of them, right?
Well, yeah, he always does.
How?
Tommy, I told you I didn't want to talk about that anymore. I don't like what you're... Well, you know what I mean.
You don't like what I'm implying, right?
No, I can't blame it on you. I'm the one who did all the implying. I'm the one who said that if one little thing goes wrong, Joe's a dead man. He'll drown.
One little thing.
We've got to stop this. Good Lord, we can't talk about murder like it's something casual.
Murder? Isn't that what we decided? Just because something goes wrong with the act, that isn't murder. We're not going to be arrested for it.
Please, Tommy, I'm trying to forget what we said.
Did you forget saying that you love me?
No. No, I didn't forget that.
Is it still true?
Oh, you know it is.
Wanda.
Tommy, don't. What if he walked in? Then you know who'll get murdered. You and me, both of us.
How's he been treating you?
Worse than ever. Every day it's worse. All he thinks about is the act, night and day. Escape. Oh, sometimes I think I'll go crazy, Tommy. I mean it.
Easy.
He wakes up in the middle of the night, throws off the covers, and takes a bow.
Wanda, what's this?
What?
These handcuffs. Are these the ones he uses in his act?
Well, those are the new cuffs.
The ones he plans to use for the water trick?
Yeah, that's right.
They look real, all right.
They are real.
Oh, they're not trick handcuffs?
No. This police chief who's going to inspect them, he's an expert in this kind of thing. Oh, he'd spot a trick cuff in 2 seconds.
But Ferlini still gets out of them.
Well, he has to. Or he can't get out of the ropes, or the sack, and then the steamer trunk.
Okay. Then tell me how he does it. You must know, Wanda.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then show me.
Okay.
Hey, what are you doing?
Putting the cuffs on you.
I'm no escape artist.
I'll show you how to be one, Tommy. There. Now, see if you can get your hands loose.
Well, I can't. It's impossible.
That's right. It's impossible. Without this.
Oh, a key.
Yeah, just this tiny key. That's all it takes. Just turn the key and it's open.
Now, you telling me that he has the key with him when he goes into that lake?
Well, of course. There's no other way.
I mean, the key is hidden someplace, like in the trunk or the bag, someplace like that.
Oh, he can't take the chance with this trick. Every single piece of equipment will be thoroughly checked out by the police.
Well, then how will he manage the key?
Well, he hasn't told me that yet. Usually he has it sewn into the cuff of his trousers.
Uh-huh. And is that what he's going to do now?
Well, I just don't know, Tommy.
Well, all I know is this. What we talked about still makes sense to me. Very good sense. All you have to do is make sure that Ferlini the Great has the wrong key.
Look at that story, Bill. Just look at it. 4 big columns all about me.
And don't get carried away, huh? It's a big story, but a very little paper. Circulation 10,000, maybe.
No, that don't matter. It's the beginning, just the beginning. When I pull that stunt on Saturday morning, I'll be on all the wire services. You wait and see.
I just hope you don't end up in the obituary column.
Stop worrying about me.
Well, I'd worry a lot less if you'd tell us how you're going to do this trick, Joe.
That's what I keep asking him. I've been working for this guy for 18 years, and I know every stunt he pulls. Only this time...
This time, I'm doing something different. Something really terrific.
Look, will you tell us what it is, Joe? I'm knocking myself out, rounding up the press, getting the police to cooperate. I even got us a motorboat free of charge to take you out in the middle of the lake.
Yeah, you're doing a real good job, Phil. I know you wouldn't let me down.
I haven't even told you the best part. I got a big news magazine guy coming out.
What?
That's right. It's a guy I used to know a long time ago. He works on the show business section. I talked him into coming out. If he likes what he sees, well, who knows? You might get some pretty good national publicity.
Hey, that's great, Phil. That's just terrific.
Only I'll tell you this, pal. If I don't learn some details, I'm going to be tempted to call the guy and put him off. I don't want him to come all the way out here just to see a guy get himself drowned. That's not the kind of news I want to see printed.
Come on, Joe. Tell us what you're going to do.
Okay. You want the scoop? Here's how it goes. The steamer trunk is no problem. It'll have a phony bottom. The canvas bag is no sweat either. That'll be the usual type I use. Pull the thread on top, the whole seam comes open.
Yeah, I know about those gimmicks.
As for the ropes, that will be pure muscle. I'll just make with the chest and muscle expansion. By the time they load the trunk on a motorboat, I'll be out of the ropes. By the time they're ready to dump me in the lake, I'll be out of the canvas bag.
But first you have to get the handcuffs off.
Sure. That's the most important part.
What's it going to be, the key in your cuff?
Well, what's so funny?
There ain't going to be any cuffs.
What?
You heard me. I figure that's the first thing those smart guys will be looking for. Me having a key hidden. So I'll fool them. Completely.
How?
I mean, I'll let the cops examine me from head to foot to make sure I'm not hiding a key on me. And instead of pants, I'll wear a bathing suit.
Are you nuts?
Joe, you've got to have a key. There's no other way to get those handcuffs open.
Oh, sure. I'll have it on me. Because you're going to pass it to me, honey.
Me?
That's right.
Well, how will I do that? And get away with it?
Ah, that's the part I just dreamed up, and it's a beauty. You're my wife, see? You're going to have to kiss me goodbye before I go into that steamer trunk, right?
Yeah.
Well, guess what you have in your mouth when you give me that kiss?
The key.
Yeah, that's right. You'll kiss me bye-bye and pass that key from your mouth to mine. And that way, I'll be able to slip the key into the lock with my teeth. Get it?
It's a good gimmick, Joe.
It's beautiful, Phil. Beautiful. It can't miss.
Yeah, it does make sense. Nobody would think it's strange that I kiss you goodbye.
Yeah, the most natural thing in the world, honey. After all, any wife would kiss her husband when she may never see him again.
That's it, Joe. Just breathe deep. Get plenty of oxygen into your lungs. You're going to need it.
Oh, stop worrying about me, Phil. I feel great. I feel terrific. Hey, how's that crowd out there?
It's okay. Maybe 100 people. I didn't count it.
Yeah, but that guy's there, isn't he? One from the news magazine?
Yeah, he's here, and a couple of other newspaper guys. One of them from New York.
Yeah, it's going to work, Phil. I can tell. I'm going to really make it back to the big time.
Well, if you're ready, the chief is waiting for you.
I'm ready.
Chief Wallace, I'd like you to say hello to the great Ferlini.
How do, Mr. Ferlini? I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Ferlini, this is Mr. Ralph Crimmins, president of the local Chamber of Commerce, Frank Petty of the Lake Paradise Tribune, and you've already met Dave Brooks, our motorboat pilot.
Well, let's get started, huh? It's a warm day, and I want to go in for a little dip.
Chief Wallace.
Yeah.
Would you begin by placing the handcuffs on Mr. Ferlini?
I certainly will.
Now, you've examined these cuffs, Chief, and you're sure they're genuine?
Oh, they're genuine, all right.
Would you clap them on, please?
All right. There There you are, Mr. Ferlini.
Now, if you other gentlemen will please tie this rope around the great Ferlini's body. Make as many knots as you wish.
Can I lend a hand there, too? I used to be a Boy Scout.
Oh, help yourself, Chief.
May I please have the canvas bag? Thank you. Now, as soon as these gentlemen have finished tying up the great Ferlini, we'll put the canvas bag over his head and lower him into the steamer trunk.
Don't worry, Wanda. I'm going to be fine.
Perhaps you'd like to kiss your husband goodbye, Mrs. Ferlini.
From the looks of things, I'd say that would be a very good idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, the motorboat has stopped in the middle of the lake. Now, please watch carefully. Now the trunk has been brought to the end of the boat. Chief Wallace and Dave Brooks, our pilot, are carefully lowering it over the side. And there it goes, into the water. The steamer trunk has gone straight to the bottom of the lake like a stone. The great Ferlini is inside, in the greatest life and death struggle of his career. Can he work his way free of those steel manacles? Can he escape from 50 yards of rope bound tightly around his body? Can he get out of the canvas sack that covers him from head to foot? Can he break through the solid locks of that trunk and manage to reach the surface on time?
Wanda. Tommy, you shouldn't have come here.
I just thought it would have been better.
It's 15 seconds now. 15 long seconds for the great Ferlini.
Wanda, what? Is everything all right?
Please, don't talk to me now, Tommy. Not now.
I'm sorry. I've missed you so much these past 3 days.
I couldn't see you. You know we shouldn't be seen together.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody knows we're friends. We met at the Tropicana.
30 seconds. The great Ferlini has been underwater, sealed in that trunk for a full 30 seconds, and there's no sign of him. Is he all right?
Wanda, I talked to the manager of the inn again. He thinks he may have a spot for me at the show at the end of next week.
For God's sake, Tommy, how can you talk about show business now?
Well, isn't that what this is all about? Show business?
Wanda, for God's sake, what's happening out there?
I don't know. How should I know?
Why doesn't he come up? He said he'd be up in 20 seconds, no more than that.
I just don't know, Phil.
45 seconds and he's not up. He's got to be all right. He's got to be. Everything went just the way we planned.
Hey, there isn't a sign of him, not a ripple on the water.
He's gone. Phil, it didn't work. It didn't work.
Not coming up. He's drowned.
No.
Joe's drowned.
Well, it looks as if the trick has failed. Or perhaps you could say that the trick has been too successful. The one played on Ferlini the Great by his not-so-loving wife. Now, the question remains, will the crime go unpunished? Or does fate have at least one more trick up its sleeve? We'll find out shortly when we return with Act 3. The great Ferlini is dead. His waterlogged body, still loosely bound in rope, still encased in a canvas bag, which became his shroud, still in the steamer trunk, which became his coffin, has been removed from Lake Paradise. Now it's a time of mourning and a time of questions.
I'm really sorry to be bothering you folks at a time like this, but in cases like these, we need to produce certain facts for the coroner's office. You understand?
Yes, of course, Lieutenant. It's just that there isn't much to say about Joe's death. Things went wrong. That's all there is to it.
Well, that's what we'd like to know. What things went wrong, exactly?
Oh, how can anybody answer that? So many things can go haywire with an act like that.
That's the truth, Lieutenant. An escape act is a matter of split-second timing. Everything's got to be done carefully, precisely. If one factor goes badly, well, you saw what happened.
I told Joe not to go through with this. He was just too old for such a dangerous stunt.
He'd never tried this water trick before?
No, never.
No. It was Houdini. Houdini did it. Joe always wanted to do something to make him better known than Houdini.
Houdini's been gone a long time.
Did he still consider him competition?
Yeah, that's the way Joe was. Alive or dead. The only thing that mattered was reputation. Fame.
Did you try to stop him from this attempt, Mrs. Fernini?
Yes, I did. I did everything I could. I pleaded with him. I begged him.
Maybe it was my fault, Lieutenant. Maybe I should have listened to Mrs. Perlini. But Joe just kept after me about it until...
His reflexes were too slow. That was the real trouble.
Well, that makes sense, I guess, Mrs. Perlini. But it isn't a fact. I still need a rough idea of what might have gone wrong. I guess that means you'll have to tell me how he intended to get out of that steamer trunk.
Well, I don't know if we can do that, Lieutenant.
You mean you don't know?
Well, I mean, it's still a professional secret.
The man is dead, Mr. Roscoe.
Yeah, but just the same, I mean, well, you don't know the pride people like Joe Ferlini take in their work, in their methods. If I tell you how he did his tricks, it would be kind of a betrayal.
Look, I appreciate how you feel, Mr. Roscoe, but I'm not going to publish any expose on the man. I've just got to supply some answers for the record.
Well, I just don't see the point of it. It could have been any of a dozen things.
Well, just name some.
All right. Obviously, he couldn't get the handcuffs off. The key must have dropped out of his mouth.
What key?
You didn't find a key?
We weren't looking for one.
Well, there was a key, all right. Wanda passed it to him before he got into the trunk.
But his arms were bound to his side. How could he open the cuffs, even with a key?
With his teeth. Joe's done that 100 times. But this time, well, he couldn't make it.
Well, we searched the trunk. It was empty.
It probably fell out of the trunk when they opened it. It's only a tiny key. A fish probably swallowed it by now.
I see. And if Ferlini couldn't get out of the cuffs...
He couldn't get out of the ropes, or the canvas sack, or the steamer trunk. And then the air began to give out.
Oh, Phil, that's enough, please. That's enough.
Yeah, Mrs. Ferlini, okay. I guess that's enough for today. It's pretty obvious what happened, and I guess it'll be obvious to the coroner, too. Death by misadventure.
Death by misadventure. Now, that's what I'd call a perfect description.
Oh, how can you sound so happy about it?
Why should I be unhappy?
Tommy, the man is dead. He died a horrible death.
Died doing what he wanted to do. What more can a man ask?
No, you know the real truth. He died because of me. Because I gave him the kiss of death.
No, don't say things like that.
But it's true. It's absolutely true. I gave him his final kiss, and I passed the wrong key from my lips to his.
You don't have to worry about that. You said the police never found the key to the handcuffs.
No, they never found the key. They can't trace his death to me.
Well, then you're safe.
Safe? Is that what you call it? I killed him, Tommy.
You paid him back for a lifetime of torture.
He was never happier in his whole life. I never saw him so happy. He thought he was going to be so famous.
Look, try to stop thinking about it so much.
Do you think I slept a wink last night? All I could think about was the way that trunk looked when it slid into the lake with Joe inside of it. Then the way we waited, and
Wanda,
and then the trunk coming up all wet and slimy, and Joe still inside. Oh, my God, Tommy, I never had a nightmare that bad in my life. I mean, it was all true.
Well, there's something else that's true. Joe Ferlini is being buried this morning. And that means you'll never have to worry about his mistreating you again.
Yeah. I won't have to worry about living with Joe anymore. Now I'll have to worry about living with myself.
You don't have to live by yourself. You've got me now, Wanda.
Oh, please, Tommy, not now. I can't listen to such talk now. Not on the way to the funeral.
Dear friends, we are gathered here today to consign the mortal remains of Joseph Martin Ferlini to the earth which bore him. Joseph Ferlini was a man of courage and strength, a man who devoted his life to bring pleasure to others. He was, in fact, a man who sacrificed his life to that devotion. He used to say to his audiences, I wish to demonstrate that there is something in the human spirit which cannot be chained. And there is something called the human soul which cannot be kept behind bars. This was Joseph Fellini, who died performing the work of his life. And who can say...
Excuse me? Is this a Fellini funeral?
Right. I beg your pardon?
I don't mean to interrupt you, Reverend, but this is the Fellini service, right?
Yes, that's true.
Well, I'm sorry to break this up, but I'm from the county coroner's
Bill,
office.
what's going on?
I don't know. Let's go see.
Really, I can't imagine what this is all about.
I'm afraid the funeral services can't continue. You see, we have orders to attach the body of Joseph Fellini.
Yes, but surely...
What's going on here? What's the matter?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Are you Mrs. Fellini?
Yes.
Why'd you stop the service?
I have a court order. Now, the coroner is requesting a further examination of the remains.
What?
I'm afraid I'll have to open the coffin, Mrs. Fellini.
Open the coffin? You can't mean that. He's going to be buried. You can't open his coffin
Come
here.
on, you can't get away with that.
I don't have any choice. Now, there's a caretaker's cottage on the grounds, and we can use that for the examination. Would you gentlemen please pick up the coffin and follow me?
Bill, don't let them do it.
Hush, one. It's all right. I'm sure it's just a formality.
Please. The sooner we get this over with, the better. All right, now. Please stand back while I open the coffin.
Oh, my God, I don't want to look.
Don't let it bother you, Wanda. You saw Joe when he was in the funeral parlor. He'll look just the same now.
Would you give me a hand with this lid?
Yeah, sure.
Whoa. Whoa. It's empty.
Dear Lord in heaven.
What did you say?
Don't look, Wanda.
But he's gone. Well, how could he get out of his own coffin?
Gone? Did you say Joe is gone?
All right, Mr. Roscoe, let's hear the whole story from the beginning.
Look, I'm really sorry about this, Lieutenant. It was just something I couldn't help. I mean, a promise is a promise.
Yes, and breaking the law is breaking the law.
I'm not under arrest, am I?
Well, we'll determine that after you tell me the truth.
Well, you got to understand the way things are in my profession. Everything is showmanship. Everything. That's what my life has been for the past 30 years.
Is that how long Fellini was your client?
Practically. In the early days, everything was different. Ballyhoo, crazy stunts, way out schemes for getting publicity. You know how it is.
What about the missing body?
Well, it was like a pact that I made with Joe.
A pact?
Yeah. That's the kind of guy he was. A showman to the end. And I really mean the end.
Well, what was the deal?
He made me promise him that if anything happened to him, if he died, that I would arrange for one last escape. Something that would make him remembered even longer than Houdini.
Are you telling me this was all a cheap publicity stunt?
No, it was a trick, Lieutenant. That's the word for it. I slipped the undertaker $100, and he arranged to have Fellini buried someplace secretly. Then he put an empty coffin in the hearse with some slates in the bottom to give it weight.
Oh, for love of Pete.
Man from the coroner's office. He was a phony, too. It was an actor I hired so we could open the coffin right on the spot. You see what I mean? Showmanship.
Yes, I see what you mean, all right. But I suppose you know what the effect of your showmanship has been.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about Mrs. Fellini.
Yeah, I feel rotten about that. But I couldn't tell her in advance, Lieutenant. Joe made me swear not to tell anyone. He wanted the mystery to last forever and ever. The last escape of Fellini the Great.
But considering what happened to Mrs. Fellini, you had to tell the truth.
Yeah, I had to. Tell me, how is she, Lieutenant? Where have you got her now?
As a matter of fact, she's right next door.
How's she doing?
Look for yourself.
Oh, my God. Wanda. Wanda.
She's completely out of her head, Mr. Roscoe. And she isn't the escape artist her husband was. She can't get out of that straitjacket. Well, so what
Wanda Ferlini does go to prison for her crime. But in this case, it's the kind of prison whose bars are created in one's own mind. And it may well be the most cruel and unusual punishment of all. By the way, you may be interested to know that some doctors prefer to call a straitjacket a camisole. I think it's a much more suitable word, especially if it's going to be worn by a lady. I'll be back shortly. It's really a pity that the days of Houdini and his like seem to be gone. However, we think Joe Ferlini was right. Everything does come back. And we can probably look forward to seeing a whole new generation of escape artists, magicians, and illusionists. In fact, you're enjoying one of the greatest illusionists of all time right this minute. It's called radio. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Joan Lovejoy, Joseph Julian, Russell Horton, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Listen to Mystery Theater again tomorrow night, same time, same station. Stay tuned now for the news next.
Bright and beautiful music. This is KIXI, AM and FM, Seattle.
11 o'clock.
CBS News. Congress has ended a major confrontation with the White House by approving a compromise measure over aid to Turkey. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. The measure approved and sent to President Ford says U.S. military aid to Turkey can continue until December 10th, as long as no new American war material is sent to Cyprus. Earlier congressional attempts to immediately cut all military aid to Turkey resulted in an impasse with the White House, which delayed the congressional recess for the election campaign. The president has indicated he will accept the latest version of the aid bill, but reluctantly. President Ford is said to view it as an improper interference in Turkey's internal affairs. President Ford has vetoed a bill to expand public access to government documents and records. The president said he felt the measure could have jeopardized the safeguarding of diplomatic and military records. Appearing before a congressional committee on Thursday, President Ford denied strongly that he made any deal to pardon Richard Nixon in return for Mr. Nixon's resignation. Here's part of what the president said.
At no time after I became president on August 9, 1974, was the subject of a pardon for Richard M. Nixon raised by the former president or by anyone representing him. Also, no one on my staff brought up the subject until the day before my first press conference on August 28, 1974.
Ford was giving testimony to a House Judiciary Subcommittee. After the president finished, the subcommittee chairman, Democrat William Hungate of Missouri, was asked if he is satisfied.
There are always missing answers, at least in my books, but I'm generally pleased with the manner in which the president approached this problem, and I thought he stated rather strongly that there was no deal. That's what we really want to hear.
Hungate said he also expects to call Special Watergate prosecutor Leon Jaworski when Congress returns to work next month. The wife of Vice President-designate Nelson Rockefeller is reported in excellent condition after undergoing surgery for removal of a cancerous breast. The operation performed Thursday in New York was similar to one performed 3 weeks ago on First Lady Betty Ford. Mrs. Rockefeller, who is 48 years old, is expected to remain in the hospital for a week to 10 days. The Oakland A's Thursday night won the World Series, beating the Los Angeles Dodgers 3-2 in Oakland. The A's got the title by winning 4 games in the series, while the Dodgers got only 1 win. It's the third consecutive World Series victory for Oakland. Only one other baseball team, the New York Yankees, has won 3 or more consecutive titles. The Yankees won 5 straight titles starting in 1949. They also got 4 straight titles starting in 1936. Rioting was reported Thursday night in Catholic sections of Belfast, Northern Ireland. Snipers fired on British Army troops. Cars and buses were set on fire. The outbreaks occurred as another 600 British troops arrived in Northern Ireland. In Italy, more than 10 million workers Thursday took part in a peaceful protest marching through cities to demand protection against inflation and unemployment. Because of the marches, most of the offices, factories, docks, and airports in Italy were shut down. The workers also demanded that Italy's politicians settle their disputes immediately and form a new government. The coalition government of Premier Mariano Rajoy fell 2 weeks ago. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. This is E.G. Marshall. And you're welcome in my world where things are even stranger than they seem. And reality falls before truth. We've all heard that one picture is worth 1,000 words. But is this really true? A quick example. Would your sweetheart rather hear you say, "I love you," or look at your picture? But pictures have their place, as millions of camera fans all over the world will tell you. Listen as we hear about a strange and dangerous camera which brought tragedy to those who owned it. Our mystery drama, Die, You're on Magic Camera, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Nick Pryor and Terry Keane. How do you feel when your host or hostess pulls out the old family album for a quiet evening looking over family snapshots? Some people find this enjoyable. Johnny Carlin loved picture taking. At the time our story opens, Johnny had attained a cherished ambition. He was the proud owner of a brand new Volecta S60, a magnificent camera, and the very last word in self-developing photography. To add to his happiness, he was taking the very first picture on the Volecta of his beautiful and bubbly girl, Lisa Kane.
Move to your left, Lisa. If you can sort of lean against the pillar of the bank there. Yeah, that's it. Hold it. Good.
I can't wait to see it.
Neither can I.
What happens now?
You just push this button and wait for the picture to develop.
Seems like a miracle.
It's a brilliant piece of scientific work. Someday I'll explain how it works. Now, we open this back, and here's your picture.
But, well, how strange. Is that the picture you took?
It sure isn't. Wait a minute. I can't figure out what happened.
Look how clear the inside of the bank is. Is that a holdup going on?
Well, yeah, it looks like it.
But there hasn't been a holdup. Look, everything's normal.
Yeah, I can see it is, but the camera doesn't light. There are 3 guys with guns and people lying on the floor. This is crazy. I don't know what I did about breakfast before I met you, Lisa.
You had coffee and Danish and some greasy spoon.
Remind me to chalk up another reason for us to get married. It'll be more convenient for me to have you in my kitchen than for me to come over to your place every morning.
I'll remind you.
Hey, Lisa, look at this.
Intercoastal Trust held up by 3 bandits who escaped with $30,000 in cash and negotiable securities. Johnny, isn't that the...
That's the bank where we stood when I took that picture.
What does it mean?
Hand me my camera.
Here.
It beats me that this is a perfectly ordinary Volecta.
Well, could it have been just a freak thing, some kind of a crazy mix-up?
You tell me how this camera could take a picture of a holdup in a bank that hadn't happened yet. Can you explain that?
No. Why don't we just forget about it?
Because there's a reward for information leading to the capture of the robbers.
You think the picture we have shows the actual robbers?
Well, it's worth a try.
Inspector Barrett, 45th Precinct. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm calling about the Intercoastal Bank robbery yesterday. I think I have something that'll help.
Thank you for calling. What do you have?
Well, I can't tell it over the phone.
Why not?
Because it's a photograph.
A photograph?
Yeah, I was taking a picture of my girl outside the Intercoastal Bank yesterday, and somehow I got a picture of the holdup.
Where are you now?
My office is 1 Central Park South. I'll be there in an hour. The name is Carlin Communications. I'm John Carlin.
See you in an hour, Mr. Carlin, and thanks.
You didn't say anything about the reward.
There's time for that when I get him in the office. You expect anyone?
No.
You'll forgive me, but the door was open.
What, that's impossible. I always double lock that door.
We're all forgetful at times. You're John Carlin.
Who are you?
My card.
Volecta Camera Corporation, Nicholas Scarlett, sales representative. Yes, Mr. Scarlett?
I'll come straight to the point, Mr. Carlin. Our records show that you purchased a Volecta S60 on the 27th of this month, correct?
That's right.
Well, it was our mistake. No question about it. A very grave error. That model was sold to you by some stupid clerk. It is an experimental camera that should not be on the market. So, since it was our error, we are going to give you your choice of any 2 Volecta cameras you wish, including our motion picture line, when you return the experimental model. Fair?
What kind of experiments were you doing with this model?
Not my department, Johnny. I'm just here to get the camera back.
Well, suppose I want to keep the camera.
Why would you want to do that?
Suppose I did.
Bad move, Johnny. I wouldn't advise it.
You mean there's a chance that the Volecta people might try to grab it sometime? Rip me off?
Oh, never. You paid for the camera. It's yours unless you return it voluntarily. That's the rule of the company, and that's the way it works. Now, what do you say? Do we have a deal?
I'd like to think it over.
Oh, sure thing, sure thing. But believe me, Johnny, this camera wasn't meant for you. And whatever you're thinking, it won't work out.
When did you take this shot, Mr. Carlin?
Well, I don't remember the exact time, Inspector, but it must have been during the robbery. When else could it have been?
I don't know. But maybe you can explain how it is that the faces of the hold-up men are so sharp and clear.
Well, the Volecta S60 is a marvelous camera.
Yeah, it must be, since the bank camera shows that the men were wearing stocking masks.
Johnny, I don't know what you're trying to prove, but I've got to get out of this hotel lobby.
Can't figure it out. It just doesn't make sense. Every single one of these pictures came out just the way I took them.
Well, why shouldn't they?
Well, how do you explain that picture in front of the bank?
I told you, it was a freak, that's all. Come on, let's get out of here.
Well, maybe you're right. There's a phone over there. You sit in this chair while I call Scarlett and tell him I'm ready to make the deal.
Okay, but make it fast.
1 minute.
Volecta, good afternoon.
Mr. Scarlett, please.
Who?
Mr. Nicholas Scarlett, sales representative.
I'm sorry, we have no Mr. Scarlett here.
No, you must have. I have his card right here. It says Nicholas Scarlett.
I'm sorry, sir. There's no Mr. Scarlett working for us.
Is it all set? Can we go now?
Volecta never heard of Nicholas Scarlett. He doesn't work for them.
What? Well, that's impossible. He offered you...
He's a phony. He just wants the camera. I've got to figure this thing out from every angle.
Johnny, I'm tired and I'm hungry. I just want to get out of this hotel.
Okay. On our way out, I just want to take one more shot.
Johnny, that's an empty passenger elevator.
I can see that. Okay, there. Now let's go. We'll look at what comes out in the restaurant.
Oh, I never would have believed a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich could taste this good.
Look, Lisa, look at this shot.
What, the empty elevator?
It isn't empty on this picture. Look.
Johnny. Oh, Johnny, I'm frightened.
Lisa, you've got to help me find the girl in the picture.
Johnny, I want you to throw that camera in the river.
And just forget about what's going to happen to that girl in the picture with the knife at her throat?
How do we know it hasn't happened already?
Honey, I've been through that with you. The first picture showed a robbery that was going to happen, and it did. Now we have a girl and a man in a hotel elevator, and the guy has a knife at her throat. We might be able to stop that from happening.
Oh, we don't even know who she is.
She's probably a guest at the hotel. One of the desk clerks should recognize her picture if you show it to her.
This picture? I can't show them that.
No, of course not. But I can crop it so that the man with the knife
Johnny,
is out.
it's no use. I don't want to go around asking about a girl I don't know. I don't want anything to do with that camera. I just want you to get rid of it.
Lisa, do you want to throw away $1 million?
Johnny, you sound like a stranger. I don't even know you. Why do you talk about $1 million? What's this picture got to do with...
Don't you see the possibilities that exist with this camera? I can predict when a crime will occur. I can also show the face of the criminal. Now, will you think of what a private detective agency could do with something like that?
But how would you explain it?
I don't have to explain anything.
I don't know. I just have a bad feeling about the whole thing.
She's right, John. Listen to what she's saying.
Mr. Scarlett, where did you come from?
Well, I have here the 2 cameras that the Volecta Company promised you in return for the experimental model.
You don't work for Volecta. I checked. They never heard of you.
That's of no importance.
No? Well, what is?
That you return the camera to me.
The way I figure it is, you just want that camera for yourself. I don't buy that story about the camera being an experimental model.
Oh, really? No? Then what do you think it is?
Well,
yes?
Well, what difference does it make? It's mine.
Unfortunately.
Look, I've had about enough of you, Mr. Scarlett. Now, we have work to do, and if you'll excuse me...
You'll find what you're interested in this newspaper, on page 3.
Unknown assailant stabs girl in hotel elevator.
Johnny, that's tomorrow's paper.
Oh, just an early edition. It will be on the streets in 2 hours. At any rate, you're too late to help Miss Stearns. But to ease your conscience, she wasn't seriously injured and should be out of the hospital in a day or 2.
What hospital? It doesn't say here. And how do you know so much?
Oh, you know, it's always embarrassing when we're forced into this position, especially in this atomic computer age, but I see there's no help for it. Now, through an error, a piece of equipment used by my organization has come into your possession. I don't think it's necessary to explain that this shouldn't be in the hands of any mortal.
Hold it. Hold it right there. You said mortal. Are you trying to tell me that you're not a human being?
Johnny, be careful.
Come off it, Lisa. Now look, Scarlett, if you're the devil and you want my camera, you'd have no problem in getting it. You wouldn't be here asking for a swap, practically begging me to give it to you.
Ordinarily, you'd be right. But there are unalterable rules which govern my organization, and one of them is that when a mortal makes a legitimate purchase from us, we're bound to a bargain. We can only ask that he return his purchase of his own free will. Now that I've revealed this much to you, I suggest that you take the...
No deal, Nick. Or whatever your name is. You made a bargain, and you're stuck.
May I make one correction? It is not I, Johnny, who is stuck, but you, who are doomed.
I don't suppose there's one of us who hasn't thought of what they'd say or ask if they really had a conversation with the devil. You know, I like to believe that most of us have at one time or another, but that we somehow either didn't recognize him or didn't believe him. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. When a man looks back on his life, it's easy for him to pick out the mistakes he made, where if he had done things differently, his life would have been better. However, man is always the victim of his desires, and in today's world, the desire for wealth can blind. Johnny Carlin had become the owner of a strange camera, a camera which seemed to be able to take pictures of the future. And Johnny Carlin had visions of untold wealth. He had also been warned, but greed has its own way of muffling warnings.
I hate all of this. I wish you'd give it up, Johnny. I can't stand all this lying and maneuvering with people who are calling for help.
Who's lying? We can deliver. Lisa, all we have to do is tell them that we have to take a picture, that's all.
But there have been dozens of calls from people who've been ripped off or mugged and want us to find the criminal.
Simple. We tell them we can't help them. This is the Carlin Crime Prevention Agency. We can forestall a crime. We can't solve it. You don't have to do anything except tell them the truth. All right? Now, what have we got today?
You must be kidding. Here, look. Here's just a few of the latest messages.
Huh? Banks? Hey, these are good. Banks will be regular customers when we get set up properly. Nothing. Hey. Andrea Scudder. Well, what do you know?
You know her?
Well, the same way you do. Heiress to the Scudder millions. Beauty, playgirl, athlete, and all-around hellraiser.
She said she wanted to talk to you about a personal problem.
Uh-huh. Andrea Scudder. That's money. Call her and make the appointment.
Mr. Carlin, I'm being blackmailed. I don't know by whom. Can you find out?
Well, I can try, Miss Scudder. If I don't succeed, there'll be no fee.
And if you do, there'll be no publicity. I don't want my name spread all over the front pages.
You have my word.
Fine. The job is worth $50,000. Is that satisfactory?
Yeah, that's okay. I'd like a little more information.
Such as?
Well, what happens when and if I deliver the name of the blackmailer to you?
You get my check, my thanks, and my farewell. I'll take it from there.
Not satisfactory.
What?
Look at it from my point of view, Miss Scudder. You ask me to get you a name and then walk away? Now, obviously, you have some plans for this blackmailer. Probably for getting rid of him.
That is none of your business.
Granted, but if you intend to hire someone to take care of your problem with him, then that can't be done very quietly, and I might get involved.
Mr. Carlin, let's put it this way. I am not a killer, nor do I intend to become one. This blackmailer must be someone in my circle of friends. You will have to take my word for that, because of the information that he holds over my head.
Miss Scudder, excuse me. You keep saying he. Why?
Because it's a man's voice disguised that talks to me over the telephone.
But the blackmailer could conceivably be a woman.
It's possible. But it would still be one of my group.
Okay. Now, the only request that I make of you is that you allow me to take your picture.
My picture?
Just a snapshot.
Well, I don't see what that is.
Well, that's the way I work. I get strong impressions from a picture. Emanations. Call it whatever you want. It works.
All right. How do you want me to pose?
I don't have my camera with me. You see, I wasn't sure that I would take your case. Could you come to my office tomorrow at your convenience? Full face, if you please.
Whatever you say.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's it. Thank you for coming to the office.
Well, what happens now?
Well, I'll study the picture and hopefully get some vibrations which will enable me to name the blackmailer.
How long do you think it will take?
Not long. I may be in touch with you this afternoon.
All my instinct tells me that this was a waste of time. But if it doesn't work, it'll cost me nothing.
Exactly, Miss Scudder. See you later.
I hope.
You will, Miss Scudder. You certainly will. Lisa?
Yes?
She's gone. Come on. Let's see what the picture looks like.
I don't know what you expect to come out of this. What is it?
She said she wouldn't. She said she wasn't a killer.
Who's the man?
I've never seen him before. But from the looks of this picture, she's pumping a few bullets into the blackmailer.
Are you sure you know what you're going to tell her?
I'm not going to tell her anything. Hand me the scissors.
Here.
All right. There. Now, all we have is a picture of the blackmailer. I'll take this up to her and say, here's the man who's been blackmailing you. Give me a check for $50,000, please.
Johnny, she looked a lot older in this picture.
Well, he isn't too young either.
I want you to promise me something. When and if you get the $1 million, you'll forget about the camera and throw it away.
Lisa...
Johnny, please. Promise.
Okay. If that will make you happy, okay.
Come in, Mr. Carlin. I must say you work fast. The picture did the trick.
Yes?
And you have the name?
No. But I have his picture.
His picture?
Here it is. You can probably put a name to it.
If this is your idea of a joke, Mr. Carlin, I am not amused.
But I don't understand. Something must have gone wrong. No, wait a minute.
I meant what I said, Mr.
And
Carlin.
I've got something to say to you, Miss Scudder. You asked my help in locating a blackmailer. Now, I came up with this picture, and it's obviously upset you. I don't know who the man in the picture is.
The man in the picture is Tracy Kingsford, my fiancé.
Your fiancé?
Exactly. And I know he isn't the blackmailer because he could and will have half of everything I have when we marry next month.
But...
Now, I don't know what your purpose was in showing me this picture, or even how you got it, but this picture of Tracy, he isn't this old. Where did you get this?
Well, maybe it isn't your fiancé.
Don't be ridiculous. Where did you get it?
Well, and I'm afraid that's confidential.
I want to know why you thought Tracy was the blackmailer.
Miss Scudder, I told you, I made a mistake.
I will pay for the information. What is your price?
If I decide to tell you, it won't cost you a penny, but I'll have to think it over.
What are you going to do, Johnny?
I honestly don't know. I've learned one thing, though, about this camera.
Yes, so have I.
It's best to use it with places or institutions like banks or jewelry stores rather than with people.
It's wrong for you to have it and even worse for you to try to use it.
Now, Lisa, it can't do me any harm. If I learn to use it properly, I won't get into anything like the Scudder situation.
You still haven't decided what to do about that.
Yeah, I have. I'm just going to forget it.
Forget it? How do you forget something like that?
A very good question, Miss Kane.
You're after the camera again, aren't you, Scarlett?
Of course. I should think by this time you'd be convinced that it isn't for mortals.
Ah, right. You have to say that, huh?
Well, that doesn't make it a lie.
But it makes it suspect. I can take whatever you say with a grain of salt.
Well, let's get back to Miss Scudder. You know that she's going to kill her husband, and you're going to let her. Can you live with that knowledge?
Well, can I stop her?
You can try.
Okay. Tell me how.
You can tell her the truth.
Ah, that would be interesting. Tell me, Miss Kane. Suppose someone came in here and told you that you were going to kill Johnny after you're married. Would you believe him?
What?
Would you?
No. Johnny, you could put the picture back together and show her the picture. Show her shooting him.
Yeah, but she'll ask me how I got the picture.
You're getting to be good at lying. You'll tell her you have this gift of...
Prophecy?
Yes. That somehow when you take pictures of people, it shows the future somehow. That you've only recently discovered the gift. You could tell her that.
Oh, interesting.
Look, we don't need you here.
You don't know how wrong you are.
Why don't you just give up? I'm not going to give you the camera.
That's final?
You can bank on it.
All right. Then I'll ask you for a favor, and I give you my word. You won't regret it.
Yeah. Well, what is it?
Permit me to take one picture.
What for?
As a favor.
No deal. Once you get your hands on the camera...
Johnny, I give you my solemn promise that I will take only one picture and immediately return the camera to you.
Well, why should I believe you?
Because I've already told you that I can only get the camera from you if you give it to me. I cannot trick you.
Johnny, please, let him.
Well, all right. So long as it's clearly understood that you're only taking one picture.
Understood.
All right. Lisa, get the camera.
Right away.
Wait a minute. What picture are you going to take?
That wasn't part of our bargain. The only right you have, Johnny, is to keep the camera and destroy yourself. That right has been granted to you.
Here's the camera, Mr. Scarlett.
Thank you.
No, wait a minute. Not so fast. I told him...
Thank you. And here's your camera, Johnny.
Well, what about the picture? You just snapped something at random.
Oh, the picture, Johnny. The picture is mine. I hope that I will not have to show it to you.
I told you I don't know. Oh, please, there's no sense in your hitting me. I don't know the combination. I don't care about the camera. I don't. I would tell you if I could, but he changed the combination to the safe because he knows how I feel.
Hello?
John Carlin?
Speaking.
Inspector Barrett. Remember me?
Oh, yeah, Inspector.
You know a girl named Lisa Kane?
Well, of course. She's my fiancée, and she also works with me.
Well, forgive me, but I've been through this before. I've got the kind of news that can't be broken gently.
What is it? Something happened to Lisa?
She was beaten up. Badly. She's in the emergency clinic at City Hospital, and she's asking for you.
Since the days when Homer smote his blooming lyre and regaled Grecian nobles with the stories of Greek gods and men, which have become part of our Western heritage, man has sought to pierce the veil of the future. And ever since those days, from Cassandra on, man has consistently ignored the words of prophecy, no matter from where they came. Now, Johnny Carlin has been given more than a warning. Whether he heeds it or not, we'll find out when we return shortly with Act 3. Black magic from a black box. A seemingly ordinary camera purchased by Johnny Carlin has turned out to be anything but ordinary. In fact, it has the capability of depicting future crimes which will be committed by or against the people photographed. The camera has brought Johnny a lot of money, a lot of notoriety, and a lot of trouble. Lisa Kane, his fiancée, is in the emergency clinic of City Hospital because she has been brutally beaten.
You got here fast, Carlin.
Where is she, Inspector?
One of the rooms down the hall. She's been asking for you.
All right, let's go.
Any idea why she was picked on?
No, wasn't it an ordinary mugging?
Hardly. She was attacked in your office, and nothing was taken from her purse.
Johnny. Johnny, I want Johnny.
I'm here, Lisa. I'm right here.
Oh, Johnny. Johnny, they wanted the camera. They knew it. They knew it was in the safe.
Now, don't try to talk now.
Please, let me. I want to tell you.
Did you see their faces, Miss Kane?
Yes.
You think you could recognize them if I showed you some pictures?
Inspector, look, I don't think she's in any shape.
Johnny, get rid of the camera. Get rid of the
Is this the same camera that took the pictures that nabbed the men who robbed the Intercoastal Bank?
Inspector, look, you can tell she's in pain.
Doctors say she's going to be all right. What about the camera?
Look, this isn't the time or the place.
This is the time. You want to find another place? It's okay with me.
It's good coffee. Another cup, Inspector?
Forget the coffee. Give me some facts.
Look, I've told you everything I could.
The camera. What's with the camera?
It's one of the new Volectas. You've seen them.
Sure, they all take pictures of masked stick-up guys and show their faces, right?
Look, Inspector, I can't explain how that happened.
I'm going to level with you, Carlin, and then you better level with me.
Look, Inspector, are you threatening me?
I didn't press you about it before because you did me a favor. I got a lot of brownie points for bringing in those bank robbers. But now the heat's on me again. New commissioner is throwing his weight around. And I'm looking for something that'll help me score with him.
Well, I'm afraid you're looking in the wrong direction,
Well,
Inspector.
let me see the camera.
I've told you.
I know what you told me, and I know you haven't leveled with me. Two guys don't beat up a girl looking for a combination to a safe that holds nothing but a camera. Unless they want that particular camera awfully bad.
Inspector, that's pure speculation. Now, they may have thought there was a lot of cash in the safe.
The girl says all they wanted was the camera.
Inspector, she's like you. She's got a thing about it.
I sure have. Take a guy named Johnny Carlin in the communications business. He buys a camera, and all of a sudden he's in the crime prevention business, and doing very well. How come, Carlin?
I discovered I had a special talent.
Yeah, I've checked with some of your satisfied clients. They tell me you use ESP.
Yeah, that's right.
And the camera.
Yeah, that's right again.
Well, I don't buy it.
Well, I'm not trying to sell it to you.
Yes, you are, Carlin. You're trying to sell me a phony story. Now, I want that camera you use for your ESP bit.
It seems to me that you're a lot more interested in the camera than you are in getting the guys who beat up Lisa.
I haven't heard you screaming at me to find them.
If I thought that would do any good, you'd hear me on the moon.
Meaning?
Meaning that I think we'll get those guys, one way or another.
You think you have a way?
Maybe.
Something to do with a camera.
You have your methods, I have mine. If I come across anything, and I expect to, I'll let you know, Inspector. 7 left, 3 right,
And all the way past 0 to the right, to 4, and then 11 to the left.
Scarlett, you stole it.
Oh, Johnny, when are you going to start believing me? I told you, it's against the rules.
What are you doing here?
I came to help.
Well, I don't want your help.
You're not interested in finding the man who beat up Lisa?
Well, I don't need you.
Of course. You have the camera. May I remind you that it only works in the future, not in the past. The crime on Lisa has already been committed.
And that's all you came here for?
And to give you this snapshot. Remember? The one I took in this office when you lent me the camera?
Let me see it.
Here it is.
These are the guys. Here they are. It's a perfect picture. Excuse me.
Where are you going?
I'm going to show it to Inspector Barrett. He'll be able to pick up these hoods in no time.
Of course. And what do you tell him when he asks you where you got this picture? He'll be more determined than ever to get his hands on the camera.
Well, then, why did you snap it? Wait a minute. You knew it was going to happen. Why didn't you warn her?
Which question do you want answered?
Both of them. Neither of them. Look, I don't know. I just want to do something.
Johnny, give me the camera.
All right. Look, I'll make a deal with you.
That's what I'm here for. Which 2 cameras of the Volecta line do you want?
Yeah, you're pretty sharp, all right. I'll give you the camera for $1 million.
Sorry, Johnny. I can't make that deal.
Why not?
Because it's against the rules.
I
had to get a special concession even to be able to offer you 2 cameras. Believe me, Johnny, a mortal cannot profit by a mistake like the one that was made with your camera. So get out while you can. And let me have the camera.
You know, you sound like a broken record.
Well, haven't you had enough? Can't you understand now why this camera can bring only tragedy?
Well, which question do you want answered?
Oh. It's interesting that I find it much more difficult to do a good deed than an evil one.
I'd like to know what makes you think you can pick out these mugs, Carlin. You've never even seen them.
Yeah? Well, what have you got to lose, Inspector?
Time. I could be showing these mugshots to your girl. She's the one who saw them. You looking for someone you know?
I'm just looking for a couple of faces. I think... Wait a minute. Yep. Here you are. Here are your men.
Joe Horn and Spence Vogel. Are you sure?
I'm positive.
How do you know? What happened since I saw you at the hospital?
Will you stop asking questions and pick these guys up?
What if you're wrong? I look like some kind of...
I'm not wrong. Hey, I've got good news, Lisa. The doctor says you'll be able to go home in a couple of days.
That's nice.
Well, honey, you don't seem very happy.
Johnny, what have you done about the camera?
Isn't it great? They've caught the 2 guys who hurt you.
So you've still got the camera.
Look, Lisa...
Hello. It's for you, Inspector Barrett.
Barrett? How did he know I was here? Thank you. Hello?
Carlin, I want you to meet me in your office as soon as possible.
Well, why? What's up?
I'll tell you when you get there. Be there.
What did he want?
Well, he wants me to meet him in my office as soon as possible.
Johnny, please don't go.
Oh, Lisa, why not?
You just got here.
Look, if I go now, I can finish with Barrett and get back and spend an hour or so with you before I get thrown out. Inspector, I never really thanked you for getting those 2 guys.
That's what I came about.
What, to get thanked?
In a way. I want that camera.
Inspector, look, you must be losing your marbles. I told you...
Now listen to me, Carlin, and listen good. I put 16 years of my life into the police force, and they've just transferred me to Staten Island. Me, Inspector Barrett, sent to... Well, you get the idea. Now, I'm not sitting still for this transfer. I gotta have your little camera.
Inspector, what good do you think the camera's gonna do you?
Oh, come off it, Carlin. I'm a cop. I've done every kind of police work from pounding a beat to undercover surveillance. And never have I heard of a guy who could predict crimes and name the criminals. And you can't either, Carlin.
Oh, well, wait a minute. I never said I could.
You can't. But you got some kind of newfangled device on that trick camera of yours, and I want it. It's going to make a big difference to my career.
Look, Inspector, I'm sorry about the transfer, but it's upset you. Now, you're dreaming. You don't believe for a minute that I've got a gadget on a camera that can look into the future?
That's just what I believe. It's the only thing that makes sense.
All right. Now, suppose I prove it to you.
How?
I'll show you the camera.
Fine.
You'll look at the camera, and if you know anything about cameras, you'll see that it's a perfectly ordinary Felecta S60 with no extra gadgets on it.
That's why you keep it in a safe.
Here, Inspector. Look for yourself. You see? A plain Felecta. No gimmicks. Nothing.
What did you leave in the safe?
Nothing. Take a look.
I will.
All right. Now you satisfied?
No. I think I'll take a picture.
Now, Inspector, you're being childish.
What's your beef? I'll just...
Now, give me the camera.
Back off, Carlin.
No, come on. I said give me the camera.
Carlin. I'm warning you. I warned you, Carlin. Now get up. On your feet. Carlin. Carlin. Good Lord. He's dead.
Inspector Barrett, hold up a second.
Who are you?
Nick Scarlett. I'm a friend of Johnny's.
Oh?
He asked me to pick up his camera. I see you're carrying it.
I'll check with him.
Oh, really? That won't be necessary.
Look, I've never seen you before in my life. I know that this camera means a lot to Johnny. You don't expect me to hand it over to some stranger simply because you know Johnny and you asked for it.
Inspector, you're in a better position than most people to know what happens to people who try to hang on to this camera. You'd be well advised to hand it over.
You're the smoothest con man I ever met. Now get lost before I take you in for loitering.
Now, come in. Sit down. Make it fast, Barrett. What do you got?
Commissioner, this camera is the greatest crime prevention device that's ever been invented.
What? Barrett.
Please, Commissioner, listen. You must know that I came up with the guys who stuck up the Intercoastal Bank and those mugs who beat up that girl in the office of the Carlin Detective Agency.
I know that.
I did it with this camera. Look, I'll prove it to you, Commissioner. I'm going to pull a picture out right now. Here. I'm going to pull it out and lay it on your desk.
That's not going to prove anything.
Here, you just look at it. Then tell me what you think of this camera. Well, convinced?
Yeah. You've convinced me, Barrett. Francie, you and Sergeant White come on in here. I want to put Inspector Barrett under arrest.
Arrest? What's the charge?
Murder 1. According to this picture, you've killed this man in his office.
What?
Well, take a look. Picture's clear as a bell. That's you standing over what looks like a very dead man. I don't know how you got past my secretary.
My card, Commissioner.
Nick Scarlett. Interpol?
Yes, that's right. You see, Commissioner, we've been after that camera that Barrett handed you for the past 2 months.
Oh, look, Mr. Scarlett, you're not going to tell me that Interpol...
The camera was used to smuggle heroin. Oh, yes. Very clever arrangement behind the shutters. Very clever. I'll give you a receipt and take it along if you don't mind.
No, not at all. Just as long as you leave me the picture that Barrett took when he was killing Johnny Carlin.
Oh, Commissioner, that will be my pleasure.
I often wonder where that camera is today. Sometimes I think that it may be used by St. Peter when an applicant stands at his gate demanding admission to heaven. Perhaps St. Peter pulls out a picture which would effectively silence a sinner who hadn't been caught by the law here on earth. I'll be back shortly. How about it? Would you love to know the future? To be able to see exactly what's going to happen to you tomorrow, next week, next year? I hear a chorus of no's. It would be unbearable to know the exact date you're going to die, or be mugged, or be involved in a fatal accident. I agree. But I leave you with this. Why do so many people consult fortune tellers? Our cast included Nick Pryor, Terry Keane, Joan Lovejoy, Joseph Julian, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Friendly music station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. The worst tornadoes in many years have hit the Midwest and the South and have moved into Canada. Reports on the number of dead have now gone as high as 200. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. The tornadoes started late Wednesday afternoon and continued through the evening. They cut a wide path of destruction through Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, and into Canada's Ontario province. One of the worst hit states was Kentucky, with reports of 55 fatalities. But Governor Wendell Ford says people are cooperating to help.
I've been in contact with Senator Holston and Ron Mazzoli's office, and the federal disaster teams are en route to Kentucky. I've talked with officials in affected areas and am heartened with the spirit of cooperation between the communities. For example, within 25 minutes after I called the University of Kentucky Medical Center, an emergency medical team had arrived in Frankfort to assist the local hospital, which is overflowing with injuries and fatalities.
And Governor Ford says Kentucky is in a state of extreme emergency. Also hit hard by the tornadoes was Xenia, Ohio, where at least 20 people are dead. Randy Daniels has this report.
Most of the business district in this southwestern Ohio city has been devastated. A large residential area along the city's major highway has been reduced to rubble. Xenia has been declared a disaster area following a tour by Ohio Governor John Gilligan, and a curfew has been imposed to curb looting. Most of the area destroyed by the tornado has been cordoned off as police and volunteers continue their search for dead and injured. The city is virtually without telephone service, electricity, and water. Randy Daniels, CBS News, Xenia, Ohio.
President Nixon has agreed to pay some back taxes after a congressional committee reported he owed the money in back taxes and interest for the years 1969 through 72. More from Dan Rather at the White House.
Although President Nixon has agreed to pay $465,000 additional taxes and interest, he believes he has been treated unfairly. This, close aides make clear in their briefings for reporters. Reasons why, they say, include these. On every major item at issue, the president lost. Arguments of Mr. Nixon's own tax lawyers received less than full, fair consideration. Publicity leaks about the case were rampant. Those are claims made by the president's close assistants, and some of the reasons, they say, Mr. Nixon is disappointed and feels unfairly treated. Whether or not Mr. Nixon must or will choose to sell any of his real estate to help pay his tax bill plus interest has not been made known. Dan Rather, CBS News, the White House.
Randolph Hearst, the father of kidnapped victim Patricia Hearst, says he does not believe the news that came in a new tape recording from his daughter. 20-year-old Patricia Hearst said on the tape she's renounced her former life and now joined the people who kidnapped her, the Symbionese Liberation Army. Ms. Hearst called her father a liar and said she could never go back to her former life. Her father says he'll believe it only when Patricia tells it to a member of her family in person. The liner Sea Voyage is now heading toward Bermuda with some 1,600 passengers from the stricken luxury liner Queen Elizabeth II. The passenger transfer took place after the QE2 developed boiler trouble Monday and became stranded. The Sea Voyage should arrive in Bermuda a little over 5 hours from now. If you think you're enjoying life now, wait till you're 80. That's the opinion of Dr. Robert Butler, a research psychiatrist in Chicago. He says the best years of one's life may just as well be in the 80s as in the 20s. And says Dr. Butler, that includes sex life. He says the evidence points clearly to a continued physical capacity and sexual desire even into the advanced 80s. This item comes to us from Maracaibo, Venezuela. A man was in a local nightclub there. He apparently wanted to impress one of the striptease dancers who works in the club. So when the dancer came over to his table, he showed her a diamond ring he had. It was worth about $10,000. It was obvious the stripper liked it. She grabbed it and swallowed it. She started running. The man caught her and took her to a local clinic where they got the ring out of her body. Later, the man went back to the same nightclub, only this time he was wearing a pair of leather gloves. Doug Poling, CBS News.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It is said that opportunity is like a knife. It can serve or sever our hopes, depending on whether it is seized by the blade or the handle. The knife, mankind's first invention. and symbol of our dual nature. The assassin uses it to kill, the surgeon to cure. The same edge, the same point, the same steel. Our mystery drama, The Artist, was especially adapted from the Guy de Maupassant classic for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Wager. When we think of romance, we dream of young lovers, Romeo and Juliet. Who wants to know about men and women who grow old together in contentment and tranquility? Give us the flaming passion of youth. That is what our story is all about. That thwack you hear is the sound of a large knife with a needle point and a murderous edge being thrown against a board by Professor Raoul Delacroix. Standing against the board is Mademoiselle Fifi, charming young lady with the face of an angel and the nerve of a devil, because the professor, from a distance of 30 feet, is outlining her body with those deadly knives of his. The slightest mistake, the tiniest error of judgment can mean serious injury or sudden death for Mademoiselle Fifi. But Professor Delacroix never makes mistakes, which is why he is paid fabulous fees to perform in the most exclusive nightclubs.
My good friends, I am about to throw the final knife, which will be placed under Mademoiselle Fifi's arm on a direct line with her adorable heart. I ask you this, when it is done, please do not applaud, for what we perform this night is not an act, but a ceremony that celebrates the ultimate faith that one human being can have in another. Are you ready, my beloved?
I am ready, my darling.
Oh, yes. In the event you may not have known, Mademoiselle Fifi is my wife. And so, now.
I didn't applaud, nor did anyone else in that audience. We watched that shiny, murderous knife spin easily from his fingers, describe a graceful arc, and come to rest, quivering in the board as close to her body as it could get, without piercing skin or drawing blood. We sat in shocked silence as we might in a church. In silence and in awe, not only of his almost supernatural skill, but also because of the smile on her face, the almost supremely confident smile I have ever seen. My name is Mark Harrison, and my entire life has been changed just because I happened to see a knife thrower's act in an expensive night spot. And now I'm trying to make it all come together. Morning, Mother.
Are you just getting down to breakfast, Mark?
I must have overslept.
Well, you'll be late for work again.
I suppose so.
Really, Mark, you own the plant. You should set an example.
Mother, I don't know the first thing about business. I don't care to learn, and as long as we have competent people running the place for us, we'll be fine.
Oh, how I wish you'd get married.
I don't know anyone.
Nonsense. You know plenty of women.
Yeah, none of them are what I'm looking for.
Oh, we've arrived at that stage of the conversation. You say you haven't found what you're looking for, and I ask, what are you looking for? And you answer, you don't know. And we go round and round with that for a while.
Well, the fact is, I do know what I'm looking for.
Oh? When did this happen?
Last night.
You mean you met the girl you want to marry?
No, not exactly, but I did meet the kind of a girl I want to marry.
Well, that's progress. Who's the girl?
Mademoiselle Fifi.
Mademoiselle Fifi?
Yes, there's a knife thrower's act at the Gilded Cage. He is Professor Delacroix. Mademoiselle Fifi is the target.
Oh, I think those things are gruesome.
It's an art. A positive art. The way he places those knives.
Mark, I wouldn't be able to look.
She stands there. Her life is in his hands.
I would imagine so.
The smallest mistake.
Personally, I think the girl is rather stupid to flirt with death. Why?
She trusts him.
That's the understatement of the week.
It is complete, unquestioning trust. It's absolute conviction. There's something so innocent about it. Something so pure.
Yes?
What I saw last night actually touched me to the very depth of my soul.
Oh, come, Mark.
How else can I put it? That's what happened. That's how I felt. Two people so deeply in love, and each evening that love must hold a confrontation with death.
Why does she do it?
It must be glorious to love like that. It must be terrible to love like that.
Well, make up your mind.
It's the only way I could ever love.
I wish you'd get married and get rid of all that romantic nonsense.
Those two people...
Those two, indeed. A glorified sideshow performer and a neurotic girl.
Oh, Mother, how can you call her that?
She flirts with death. Why?
That night, and every night, I went to the Gilded Cage. And I sat there, breathless, in a state... How else can I say it? Delicious terror, as the lethal knives flew through the air and came to rest against, but not in her body, forming a deadly halo around her head, a lethal collar around her neck. Finally, one evening, scarcely knowing what I was doing, I found myself backstage at Monsieur Delacroix's dressing room door. How I got there, I could never tell you. I'm basically a very shy person, but there I was. And before I knew it, I had knocked on the door, and it opened.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Mr. Mark Harrison. Please come in.
You know my name?
Of course.
How?
Sit down. Have a drink. Phoebe, Mark is here.
How wonderful.
Oh, she's in the other room changing.
How did you know?
How did I know your name? Very simple, my friend. I asked.
But why would you ask? I can't imagine why you should want to know who I am or care for that matter.
Why have you come to see me?
Oh, because I've never been so moved by a performance. I had to pay my respect to a great artist and also to a great artiste.
Yes. Thank you.
But I still don't understand why you should want to find out who I am.
These past several weeks, you have become a person of great importance.
I have?
To me.
But why? How?
A performer thrills an audience.
Oh, yes.
But it must be a two-way street. You see, the performer is nourished by the audience. My creative engine runs on electricity. And this can only come from those who watch and believe. And you, Mr. Mark Harrison, of all the believers, you are the most devout. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Night after night, I see you in the audience, watching me as I was meant to be watched, appreciating my genius for what it is. And so I made inquiries. And had you not come to pay your respects to me, I would have come to pay mine to you.
Oh, thank you, Professor Delacroix.
Oh, Raoul, darling. We have a visitor, I see. It's the charming gentleman who always sits at the ringside table.
Phoebe, this is Mr. Mark Harrison.
I think your performance is the most thrilling.
In the beginning, it was even more exciting. Raoul would throw his knives blindfolded.
Blindfolded?
Perhaps you might convince him to do it again.
Never. No one will ever convince me.
But, Professor, how exciting it would be if...
It would be a false excitement. It would cheapen my art. Well, now that we're all friends, Mr. Harrison, you must visit us more often.
When? All day you practice, in the evening you perform, and at night you must go to bed early.
Yes, art is a hard mistress.
As long as art is your only mistress.
Oh, don't be a stranger, Mr. Harrison.
Oh, no, I won't. Good evening, Mother.
Oh, dear. Did you have a hard day at the office?
I had a hard time finding a place to hide.
Morton Holmes called you.
And?
And I said you'd call back.
Oh, why did you say I was in Europe?
Oh, honey, he's not so bad.
He probably has another fabulous blind date lined up for me.
Call him back. He may have a nice girl.
Morton has nothing to do with nice girls.
Well, call him back anyhow. You have nothing else to do.
How do you know?
The Gilded Cage is closed Monday night, so you can't go see your knife thrower.
Mother, he's not just a knife thrower.
Whatever. Why don't you call Morton?
I have a better idea. Why don't I just take you to the opera?
I happen to have a date. I'm afraid it's Morton or nothing.
I can stay home and read.
Oh, come, Mark. Please go out. Meet people.
All right. But Morton is the biggest waste of time.
Then you should make other friends.
Yes, I suppose so, of course.
Hello?
Morton,
Hey, Mark, it's you, buddy. Listen, save my life, will you?
I'd rather not.
On the level, listen, Sally has a friend.
Spare me from Sally's friends.
How do you know, Mark? She may be nice.
Morton, I'm,
Don't say you're busy. Your mother already told me you weren't doing anything.
Now, listen,
Listen, this is the cutest gal you ever saw in your life.
Yeah, I've heard that build up before.
And she's French. I mean, she speaks perfect English, but oh la la.
Oh, look, Morton, the fact is I have a headache.
She's dying to go out with you.
Is that a fact? Why?
Well, she says she knows you.
She knows me?
Mark, what have you been keeping from me?
Mother, will you stop it?
And you know her.
Morton, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, now, if you're an experienced listener, you know what Morton's talking about. Or do you? Who can this girl be? And when Mark says to Morton, I don't know what you're talking about, does he really mean, I don't want to know what you're talking about? We have a prodigious amount of work to get done in the second act. Truth, as they say, is stranger than fiction. But why is everybody intrigued by that concept? What's so surprising about it? Fiction, after all, is predictable because it must follow strict laws of form. You who listen to our stories expect us to abide by certain set rules and conventions. Truth, on the other hand, has no restrictions. It can meander about as it pleases without being beholden to anybody and get itself into the strangest situations. Well, what we're telling you is a true story.
The girls are waiting for us here in Sally's apartment. You're in for the surprise of your life, Mark.
Ah, hello.
Hello, Fifi. You know Mark?
Of course I know Mark. Oh, Sally's inside putting on her makeup.
Oh, why don't I go and check on her?
A splendid idea. Well, hello.
Can't be you.
Here, touch me. I'm real.
What are you doing here?
And what are you doing here? To answer both our questions, I want to have a little amusement, and so do you.
But you're married.
No, you're a funny man, but I like you.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, come. You want me. You wanted me from the first moment you saw me in the gilded cage. That's why you kept coming back every night.
No.
I said to my friend Sally, do you know this young man? And she said, oh, he's a friend of a friend. So, why are we standing here?
I don't really think that...
Why don't you kiss me?
Oh,
You want to kiss me, don't you?
Look, I feel... I mean, I have definite ideas about what's right and what's...
And still, you came here.
I didn't know it would be you.
Oh, yes, you did. You knew it would be me.
No, that's not true.
Oh, it's true. And something else is also true. There can only be one moment like this. One moment when I feel this way. One moment when I want you more than anything or anyone in the world. If this moment passes, it may never return. But take me in your arms now. This minute.
I couldn't help myself. I'd never felt that way in my life. This girl, this woman, she overwhelmed me. It's the only word I can think of. Suddenly I had no will of my own, no mind of my own. Everything was overcome by the desire to hold her, to possess her. She became the whole world.
Another cup of coffee?
Oh, no thanks, Mother. I'll be late for work.
Oh, late for work. Tell me, how is your affair coming?
Affair?
Now, don't say the next sentence. What affair?
Mother, what are you talking about?
Your love affair.
Have you been spying on me?
I would never do a thing like that. I can tell by your moods, your actions, the little things that you're in love. Will you admit that?
All right, I'll admit it.
But grudgingly.
Mother, what am I supposed to do?
Son, love exhilarates. Love is not a burden. Unless...
Yes? Unless
it's an affair with a married woman. Have I guessed it? You don't have to answer. Then instead of an innocent joy, love becomes a guilty secret. What's her name? You see, you keep it even from me.
I'm old enough to manage my own affairs.
Of course. And you're also old enough to be happy.
I'm going to be late for the office.
You are not going to the office.
I don't want to discuss it.
I must say, when you kick over the traces, you don't do things by halves. Quiet, shy, bashful Mark finally has an affair with, of all women, a knife thrower's assistant.
Mother, this is monstrous.
Why?
How could you know who she is unless you hired a detective?
Well, you kept talking about that knife thrower.
He's more than just a knife thrower.
Yes, he is a man you have betrayed.
Don't say that.
If I don't say it, will that change anything?
How did you find out?
I had my best friend, Judge Corwin, take me to the Gilded Cage one night. You didn't see us. You had eyes for no one but the breathtaking Mademoiselle Fifi. It was obvious.
Obvious?
Perhaps it was only obvious to me. I agree with you. The man's a genius, an artist. It just happens I don't care for his art. But that's not the issue. The girl, however, is obvious. She's what I said she was. A tart.
Now, Mother, don't...
Please, let me finish. Mark, there's all kinds of flirting. There's the sort that's done in all innocence. The light-hearted, non-serious, playful little game that always ends, however, before any points are scored.
Mother, I have had enough of this.
But Mademoiselle Fifi flirts because she must. It's what brings excitement. And for all I know, even meaning to her life.
That is ridiculous.
Every night she flirts with death. Each knife throw may be... Do you know why she's taken up with you?
We're in love, Mother. In love.
Hazardous as her life may seem to the public, perhaps it's not dangerous enough for her. I would say she needs even more excitement and suspense. Can you imagine what would happen if Professor Delacroix knew of this affair?
Oh, that has become my nightmare.
One of those knives could miss the mark by a fraction of an inch. A fatal accident. And who could prove it was done on purpose?
Oh, please, Mother, please don't say any more. She touched a nerve. She's very good at touching exposed nerves. Raw, vulnerable, sensitive nerves. What would he do? What would the professor do if he found out? I hardly have to guess. He's a proud man, a man of honor, great dignity. Should I even have to ask myself? He would kill us both. And the terrible thing, the awful situation was I was in love with her. And he had become my best friend.
Mark, my boy, the world is divided into two camps. The charlatans and the artists.
But not everyone has skills or talents.
True. But everyone who lives has life. And life is the greatest art of all. Without the audience that understands and enjoys, there is no art. How can there be? You understand the true meaning of what I do. You appreciate the incredible coordination.
Doesn't everybody?
No. To many, it's a trick.
Oh, how can it be a trick? It's being done in the open for all to see.
Ask and listen to what so many people say. They think it's done with mirrors, or it's done with magnets.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
But that's what they think. Why do you suppose I refuse to use a blindfold? Do you think it makes a difference to me? Of course not. But if I did wear a blindfold, I would only excite the suspicion that it was a fake, that there were hidden holes or slits, or that it was made of some transparent material.
It's hard to believe.
Well, good morning.
Well, it's hardly morning, Fifi, darling. It's almost noon.
Have you gentlemen been having another one of your earnest conversations?
Yes. But I'm afraid, my dear, that you shall have to entertain young Mark for a bit. I must practice.
You are always practicing.
Well, the fact that you live to say so is eloquent testimony to that fact. You see, Mark, my genius is due to the fact that I have been blessed by God and that I practice each day of the year.
For hours and hours
and hours. Well, until this evening.
Darling.
Fifi, I must talk to you.
You angel. You talk to me every day.
Do you love me?
Why do you ask?
Because I love you. But I want more.
Shouldn't love be enough?
I want you to marry me.
I'm married to Raoul.
It's wrong.
Why?
Because we love each other. Why should our love be kept a secret?
And will our love be stronger, more enduring, because everyone knows about it?
It's still wrong. We should be married.
And what about Raoul?
Well,
Raoul cannot live without me.
But he spends so little time with you.
As a man. But Raoul couldn't survive without me as an artist. Who else would he get to stand against the board?
But
no, darling. Mine is not a job that is filled by an employment agency or through an ad in the classified.
I understand.
No, you don't. We stand 30 feet apart. We are eye to eye. He's the thrower. I am the target. Together, we execute a ballet. His is all motion. Mine is all stillness. No one can throw the knife the way he can, but no one can stand as still as I can. Not a muscle twitches. The complete absence of movement, that is also an art. People like us are not made. We are born. He could never find someone like me again. It would be the end of him as an artist, and therefore the end of him as a man.
A ballet? The ballet of death?
Yes, of course.
And I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
Afraid of what? Good Lord.
Tell me, why are you afraid? And of what are you afraid?
Nightmares. My nightmares.
My darling, why should you have nightmares?
I dream that one night, under the hot, bright lights, perhaps a bead of perspiration might momentarily blind him.
It doesn't matter. He can throw blindfolded. Watch him carefully. He closes his eyes before the release.
Oh, my darling, one day his luck will run out.
Luck? Oh, no. No, don't ever let him hear you say that word. Not you. Because it will only tell him that you don't understand him. It isn't luck. It's skill. God-given skill.
But no one is perfect.
He is perfect.
The 2 knives he throws to enclose your neck.
Yes?
Do you realize that the merest fraction of an inch and an artery...
It can't happen.
How can you sit there so calmly and say it cannot happen?
I am absolutely safe. Raoul can never miss.
You say that so calmly, so matter of fact. As if you're looking at a clock and announcing the time.
The analogy doesn't hold. If I told you the time, the clock could be wrong. But not Raoul. Raoul is never wrong. Raoul never misses.
You must know something that I don't know.
I don't know anything. I'm not a deep person. I'm not an intellectual. I may not even be intelligent. I only know what I want to do. And right now, I want to kiss you.
Now?
I said now, didn't I?
Here?
We're here, aren't we?
But Raoul. Raoul's in the next room.
Raoul is in another world.
Darling, you say Raoul could never miss. But suppose he found out about you and me.
Darling, if it bothers you so much, just make sure Raoul doesn't find out. And now, will you kiss me?
Well, admit it now. We have a rather cool young lady on our hands. It would be difficult to imagine a woman, young or old, with that much, as the French would say, sang-froid, cold blood, which is a perplexing situation since she seems to have so much hot blood when she's in Mark's arms. She's so sure of herself and of her husband. But why? The entire third act is dedicated to that question. We have been presenting for your edification, or mystification, a young lady named Mademoiselle Fifi. She is the wife of Professor Raoul Delacroix. She is also the mistress of Mr. Mark Harrison. This would hardly be an unusual situation if Professor Delacroix were some musty, dry-as-dust old pedagogue. Not so. Our professor is a handsome, vigorous man of 40. He is also a professional knife thrower. She acts as his target. Wouldn't you suppose that she should be the last woman in the world to be unfaithful to her husband?
Will I see you tomorrow, Mark, darling?
I cannot keep coming here every day. What will your husband think?
Why are you so worried about Raoul?
The way you ask that question, one would never believe that Raoul holds your life in his hands every evening. If I keep coming here every day, won't Raoul become suspicious?
I don't think so.
The way you say that. The way you smile when you say that, it's too much for me.
If I'm too much for you, maybe you'd better not see me anymore.
Yes, maybe I'd better not.
Very well. Goodbye.
That's best. It's best for both of us. For all three of us, because it can only end in disaster.
Mark, if you want to leave me, you only have to say goodbye. There's no need for a great farewell speech. There's the door. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, why are you still standing there?
I can't leave you. I love you. It's wrong, but I love you.
Then take me in your arms.
Good morning, Mark.
Oh, good morning, Mother.
Some breakfast?
Just coffee.
Oh, Mark, you look terrible.
Thank you.
But you don't sleep nights.
Maybe I have insomnia.
Maybe you have a guilty conscience.
Why don't we change the subject? You've already made your position clear. Do we have to go through it again?
Yes.
I know what I'm doing is wrong, but I can't help myself. I try to break off with her. Every time I see her, I say this must be the last time. I must end it.
Well, why don't you?
I understand now, and only now, why and how a man could abandon his family, deceive his employer, even betray his country for a woman.
Oh, Mark, aren't you romanticizing?
Don't say that, Mother, or we'll never be able to talk to each other again. It's how I feel.
Let me introduce a new complication. Yesterday afternoon, the two of you were having lunch, tete-a-tete, at an out-of-the-way country restaurant and motel near the turnpike.
Why are you having me followed?
That is unworthy of you, Mark. The fact was reported to me by an old friend who happened to be lunching there himself.
Very well. I'm sure we can count on his discretion.
The trouble is, it's not the first I've heard of it. Word is getting around. Gossip is being started.
I know.
You know.
I suspect it would be.
And the professor?
Well, you don't know him. He lives in an ivory tower.
Perhaps, Mark. But sooner or later he will have to find out. There are enough malicious people in this world who will make sure.
Yes, Mother, I know that.
Then put a stop to it.
I can't.
Then reconcile yourself. Accept the fact that you will be the cause of her death.
You're right, Mother. I will have to give her up. Yes, I'm giving her up. How easy it was to say it. How difficult to do it. I didn't go to the club at night. I didn't visit the Delacroix by day. I did the only thing that would work. I stayed away. And I did it for a whole week. But then I knew, come what may, I couldn't do it any longer. So late one morning, despite every honest attempt and sincere desire to stop myself...
Mark Harrison, come in.
Hello, Professor.
My dearest friend, I haven't seen you.
I know.
Tell me, is everything in order?
Oh, yes, I think so.
But I missed you. I missed you at the performance, and I missed our little talks.
Well,
you see, you haven't been ill.
Oh, no. No.
And Fifi has missed you, too.
She has?
Yes. You've been good for her, a young fellow like you, someone to talk to while I'm busy at practice.
How have you been, Professor?
Oh, I'm always the same. I keep my nervous engine, constantly tuned. The eye, the hand, the factors of judgment, all of these form an incredible machine. And I believe it has a life of its own. There are times when I'm convinced that it isn't even subject to my control. Because if it were, then I might...
Yes? Then you might...
Oh, nothing at all. Perhaps someday I can tell you. Well, Fifi will be so sorry she missed you.
Isn't she home?
No. She said something about, what was it? Oh, she was on the phone and she said she was going shopping. Well, a shame. It's noon and I have to retire to my practice room.
I understand.
I know. So few people do. Promise me you won't be a stranger anymore. Promise.
Oh, I promise. I had come to see her because I could no longer keep away. But she wasn't home. Shopping, that would mean she'd gone downtown. Now it was noon, lunchtime. I knew there were only 2 or 3 places she cared for. I'd find her, and we'd go somewhere and spend the afternoon together. She would be angry with me for neglecting her so long, but she'd forgive me. She'd have to. When all's said and done, she loves me, and she cannot live without me. Just as I cannot live without her. Darling.
Mark.
I knew where I'd find you.
Where have you been?
It doesn't matter. I am here now. Come on. Let's drive out to that place in the country.
Why?
Because I want to take you in my arms.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes. And now, darling, will you excuse yourself? I have a date.
A what?
A date.
A date? With a man?
Well, of course, if it were with a woman, it would be an appointment.
You're going out with other men?
Naturally.
Naturally? But you're in love with me. You said so.
I'll even say it again. I love you.
How can you go out with other men?
Because you're very difficult, Mark. You're so nervous, apprehensive, filled with so many fears and worries, and...
But I'm only concerned for you.
I know, but it doesn't make you a very satisfactory lover, and therefore...
And therefore you betray me.
Oh, now, that's a harsh word. Oh, hello, Morton, darling.
Fifi, Angel. Hey, Mark, old buddy. Three's a crowd.
You're cheating on me with him?
I think you had better leave, Mark.
Leave? Leave you here with him?
Come on, Mark, at your age.
I told you to keep out of it.
Oh, look, pal, you're behaving like a chump.
I warned you. Professor.
Hello, Mark. May I come in?
Well, of course, sure. Won't you sit down?
I've come here to your home to thank you.
Thank me? Why would you want to thank me?
Come now, Mark. It's in the open at last. It's in the open between us.
Oh, Professor, please. Please allow me to tell you, I couldn't help myself.
No. Let me talk. You're bold, gallant, and a true devoted friend.
Professor...
You walked into that restaurant. You saw them sitting there. It was obviously a rendezvous, a tete-a-tete. You could see they were lovers.
Professor, you must allow me to tell you the truth.
And because you are my loyal friend, you became enraged at her dishonesty, her unfaithfulness. And so you attacked him.
What? Is that what you think?
Poor Mark. If only you had known the truth. She has the face of an angel and the morals of a slut. Do you think this Morton, whatever his name is her first one? Her only one? She picks up a lover as often and as casually as you or I might pick up a cigar.
You know this?
I've always known it. How I despise that woman, that common tramp.
But, Professor,
you have no idea how I yearn to kill her.
You want to kill her?
Day and night. I can think of nothing else. And not because she has betrayed me, not because she lusts after other men. Oh, no. That's her nature. She can't help it.
Then why?
It's that smile, that evil smile that says, "Here I stand. Kill me if you dare. For that she deserves to die. That is a crime."
But you could kill her at any moment.
Yes, my young friend. It would be so simple, so easy. A mistake of less than a quarter of an inch, and I could sever the jugular. The blood would spurt out 2, 3 brilliant crimson jets, and all would be over. And I would have my revenge. True?
True, yes.
At absolutely no risk to myself. An accident. Bad luck. A mistake that could occur in our business. And so now you may ask, why don't I do it?
It's because you're too decent, too kind.
Nonsense. I don't do it because I can't do it.
You can't do it?
Don't you think I try? Every night with each knife I throw. Don't you think I long to end her life? Don't you think I want to make that quarter-inch mistake?
Then why?
Why don't I? Because I can't. I cannot because my hand refuses to obey me.
I don't understand.
But she understands. She knows why the knife can never pierce her heart. That's why she stands there and smiles her evil smile. She knows me. She knows the secret of my art. She knows what a faultless machine I've become. She knows that I'm a true artist and that my hand, my brain, my eye will not permit me to make a mistake. And so she stands there and laughs at me, laughs at me, laughs at me.
That night, I went to the gilded cage. I watched Fifi smile, and I saw the agony on Raoul's face. Suddenly, I could no longer look at the act. Instead, I let my eyes roam around the room, and here and there I saw men sitting at tables, and they weren't looking either. And then I knew that they too were in on the secret, and that all of us were members of a club. We had come here not to see an act, but to see a murder. Yes, Professor Delacroix is a magnificent machine, but he is also human. And one day there will be the slightest malfunction. The machine will make the slightest miscalculation. It only needs what? A quarter? A 16th of an inch.
My good friends, I am about to throw the final knife, which will be placed under Mademoiselle Fifi's left arm, in a direct line with her adorable heart.
The final knife. Will it be this one? This is what the members of the club have come to see. Well, if you were told that there was going to be a murder at such and such a time, at such and such a place, and absolutely nothing could be done to stop it, would you go to see it? Think about it. We have been listening to a story about possession. Possession seems to be a popular topic for entertainment these days, but it's somewhat misunderstood. We tend to think of possession as the intrusion of demons or devils into our body or soul. But actually, each one of us is possessed. We are possessed by what we are, by how we have been trained. We respond to a lifetime's experience. We are what we have become. The long way. The hard way. Our cast included Michael Wager, Patricia Elliott, Court Benson, and Ann Petoniak. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If I were to ask you for the sweetest three-word phrase in our language, the three words which best quiet fears and quicken hope in the heart, what three words would you give me? Probably you'd say, without much hesitation, I love you. Am I right? Of course. But think again. Are there not another three words which comfort and gladden in much the same way? And are not those other three, I'm going home? Our mystery drama, The Wandering Wind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars John Beale and Terry Keane. The name of our story is The Wandering Wind. We have selected it from a poem that probably few of you know, The Devas Song by Sir Edwin Arnold. 4 of the lines run like this. We are the voices of the wandering wind, which moan for rest, and rest can never find. Lo, as the wind is, so is mortal life. A moan, a sigh, a sob, a storm, a strife.
Imagine a man getting married at 63 for the first time. Especially a man like me, for I'm not even a sociable person. I'm apt to cross the street to avoid speaking to an acquaintance. If I do have to greet someone, I tend to keep my eyes on the ground and then hurry on. The truth is, human contact is simply too much for me to endure. All that I knew of life, beyond the struggle to earn a living, I got from the books I read. The philosophers and the poets. They reached me. They touched me. With them, I could make contact. But a living human being? Out of the question entirely. So how, you're asking, when I was entering the frosty climate of old age, did I summon the courage to marry myself to a woman that I hardly knew? And why did she choose a man like me? For it was her notion that we should marry, not mine.
Are the shelves up, John?
Yes, Miss Dawkins.
How much do I owe you?
I'll leave that up to you. Whatever it's worth to you.
Those shelves are where I keep my materials, my extra materials, remnants and things. Would $4 be all right?
Well, that's all right.
And how much for the lumber? You had to pay for the lumber, didn't you? I want to pay you for that. How much?
Oh, I got it cheap. $2.35. But it's good pine.
So, I owe you $6.35. Is that right?
Well, if it's all right with you.
You know, John, if I charge for my sewing the way you charge for carpentry, well, yeah, there. That's $6. Oh, I don't have the 35 cents on me.
Oh, that's all right.
No, John, that's not all right. I still owe you.
Oh, some other time.
No, now. I got some change in the teapot.
Well, if it's not too much trouble.
You can see how much trouble it is. Now, there's 3 dimes and a nickel.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Dawkins.
Don't thank me. You earned it.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'll be getting along now.
John, wait a minute. Sit down for a minute, can't you?
Well, I could...
Then sit. Would you like a cup of tea?
Oh, no. Thank you.
You want coffee?
No. I have to be getting on.
Well, where to?
Well, back to where I live.
And where's that?
Well, I have a place.
What kind of place?
A room. I better be leaving.
Sit down. I said sit down, John. Please, sit down.
Well...
John, do you like me at all?
What?
You don't hate me, do you?
Oh, no.
Do you maybe like me?
Oh, well,
I'm not asking you, do you love me? You understand that, don't you?
Well, I...
Just, do you like me a little? Do you like me at all? Is that so hard to answer?
Well, yes, it is hard.
Why? Why is it so hard?
Well, because I don't think about such things. Liking, loving, all that sort of thing. I just don't think about things like that. Miss Dawkins, I better go. Thanks for the job. Thanks for the money. I got to get back.
John, I want you to marry me.
What?
I want you to marry me. Is that such a terrible thing to say? You look so shocked. I'm not a frightened kind of woman, am I?
Well, no.
You think I'm bold, don't you? Too forward. Is that it?
No, that's not it.
Then what is it? Please just sit down and tell me what it is.
I'm frightened of everybody. I'm a frightened man.
What are you afraid of? Do you know?
People. I'm afraid of people. They scare me.
And do I scare you?
Well, not so much as before. I gotta get going.
John, if you go now, you'll never come back. You won't, will you?
I don't know.
You won't because you've told me about how you are and you think I'll take advantage. Am I right? Tell me, am I right?
I guess.
But I won't take advantage, John. Because the way you are, that's the way I am, too.
I don't know how she did it, but she did it. I moved into her house.